Search 3.1. 2010, October 23, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I hopped first to the workshop beneath Harvey's to collect the last of my seastone and Wapo metal ingots. I'd need more raw materials to make more. Every time I looked at the little refinery I had under Harvey's, I told myself I'd build a DSS port there. I'd finally managed it a few days ago during a materials run, so all I needed to do was digitize the materials and pick them up at the Gull Rest. After depositing the ingots in the DSS, I picked up the 8 expanded bags. I changed into my costume and made myself invisible before running directly to the palanquin. Sneaking inside, I reappeared in the hallway outside Faultline's main office and knocked. "Come in, Creed." I entered to find Faultline and Gregor going over some papers. Faultline had foregone her traditional welder's mask and settled for a domino mask. "How'd you know it was me?" "Neuter doesn't knock and Labyrinth in her room busy with something," she said. I took it to mean she wasn't having a good day. I felt for the wayfish blonde. Maybe once I got the right specialization, I could help her out. Indeed. "Is he still using the dance floor to work out?" Gregor asked in that melodic, jazz-smooth voice of his. I still had no idea where that accent came from. I shrugged. "I didn't see him when I came in. I just snuck in through the back while cloaked." She narrowed her eyes. "That is a dangerous ability to have." "It is, which is why it's not in the catalog." I reached into a large duffel bag and pulled out Accord's commissions. "Here they are." "So I see. I'm sure he'll be happy to receive a prompt delivery." "I hope so. I didn't get to make much else this week." Gregor nodded exaggeratedly in my direction. "I take it that pistol is not much else," he said humorously. His voice then took on a warning tone. "I hope you are aware of what kind of message that sends." I presented it to the gentle giant grip first. "Here, take a look." I tried to keep the old Timmy aesthetic because I thought that would look less threatening. I also purposely kept the caliber small. "Do you think this is still too much?" I asked seriously. I wanted their honest opinion. Had I shown this to Amy, she would have vetoed it immediately simply because it was unheroic, never mind that Kidwin had a laser pistol of his own and Miss Malicia's power was all the guns. Faultline and Gregor would not be so biased. "I take it that this is the anti-lung weapon you were talking about?" Faultline asked rhetorically. I nodded. "You remembered?" "Yes. I can only assume that the caliber means little. Is it a tranquilizer meant for brutes? Or maybe something that can depower capes? You think too highly of me if you think I can reverse Lung's transformation. At this point, I'm just grasping at straws. I don't know what your specialization is, so I wouldn't rule it out as impossible." "Well, it's definitely not that." "Fine, keep your secrets. To answer your question, it fits well with your aesthetic, but remember that some capes may use your possession of a gun to immediately resort to lethal force." "That's ridiculous. I could drop kick them from 4 stories high and it'd be far more lethal than any bullet." "You're saying I'd get treated with kid gloves if I stick to that, but I can expect duels at high noon if I wear an antique pistol." "I didn't say capes made sense," she said wryly, "and no one is going to be treating you with kid gloves, not after your stunt with the Empire and merchants. That said, the gun does represent a willingness to kill. Whether you mean it that way or not, that's how it will be interpreted. I take it that that's the message you're trying to send." "Yeah, I want people to know that I'll happily play by the rules so long as they do. And well, I want them to know that I can escalate a lot higher than most realize." "Are you ready to invite the same escalation then?" Gregor asked. "My suit can handle it." "That wasn't what I asked, my friend. I have no doubt that your costume can keep you alive. I asked if you are ready," he said gently. "There will be capes who use your possession of a gun as an excuse. There will be capes who try to force your hand by targeting civilians or other such means." My mind immediately went to Coyle. This was exactly the sort of thing he'd use to paint me as an irredeemable villain, all in an effort to isolate then forcibly recruit me. "I'm not responsible for the actions of others," I said finally, "but that doesn't mean I want to give them an excuse to resort to that kind of response either. The Protectorate has a bit more leeway than an independent such as yourself. They can carry lethal weapons because they are recognized law enforcement officers. If someone goads Miss Militia into using lethal ammunition, she is still likely to be seen as being in the right, whether that is true or not. Or at least, she will have a far easier time avoiding reprisal. I recommend keeping it in your hammerspace bag until you need it." "Agreed," Faultline said. "If you don't need it, don't flaunt it so you don't invite trouble on yourself. If you do need it, well, the situation will be long past the point where you should care about measured responses." I nodded slowly. I guess a part of me wanted to show off the cool pistol. "I made it and it looks cool, so. Is this the pride of a craftsman? I'm being an idiot." "Teenagers usually are," she said with a gentle smile to take the sting from her words. I took the pistol back and removed the visible holster before putting them both in a thigh pouch. "Thanks for the advice, I said sincerely. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have met a reasonable cape, there are few enough of us around. There is one more thing I wanted to talk about regarding your commissions, banking. I groaned. Between the excitement of getting my catalogs off the ground and tinkering, the more mundane aspects of cape life had escaped me. Fault line, Gregor and I spent another half hour hashing out the details. She agreed to set up an anonymous bank account for me through several proxies. As I understood it, the number man happily managed criminal accounts in exchange for a small cut of all transactions. Hell, the man even had a website for online banking. If I needed hard cash, I was strongly advised to use an ATM. In exchange, I agreed to provide the crew with Germa fiber. No tech, just the fabric. I showed them some of my most basic designs, mostly ones I'd doodled into the margins of a notebook, but they chose durability over maneuverability. I knew I was getting ripped off from a business standpoint, but I meant it when I called her a friend. Her organization remaining healthy and hale was worth more to me than a few $1,000s. The payment for her help wouldn't even take much effort on my part. Saint knew how to make the chemical solution needed to make the fibers, and it would be the work of a few minutes to set the sewing machine to weave a bolt of cloth. I also had her acquire more volcanic dust, even paying her with almost half of my cut from a cord, a whopping $45,000. With it, she assured me she could hire Strider for a bulk purchase and delivery. Tell Strider that I'll sweeten the pot. If he accepts the deal right away and agrees to be my courier in the future, I'll tinker him up an expanded bag to help him carry it all. He can keep the bag as a bonus. Are you sure? A suitcase with your expansion capability would be worth 2 or 3 times what the backpacks are worth based on storage capacity, right? Yup. Accord paid 17 grand per bag. An expanded suitcase should be in the ballpark of 34 grand or better. Can I ask why? That's a lot of money, not to mention the exclusivity of Tinker Tech. I gestured to the studs on my knuckles. These are made of a substance called sea stone. They've got the durability of diamond, but without the crystalline structure that causes it to fracture. They can be molded into whatever shape I want. I plan to make my main lab a fortress. And maybe get the rest of the ship working too, I thought. It was a matter of time until I could build something that would help with large-scale construction, and when I did, I was going to turn my lab into an actual ship, something to evade Leviathan when he showed. That seems like a challenging undertaking. I need to upscale, and that means I need the best courier in the business on my side. 30 grand is nothing if I can have Strider on retainer. Faultline nodded slowly. I wish you the best of luck. Thanks, I stood. Was there anything else? There is. The Palanquin will be hosting a Halloween party in a week's time. You're free to show up, in costume of course. I thanked her for the invitation and faded from sight with a lazy salute. X. 2010, October 24th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Sunday found me at the lab bright and early. I'd told Mom I was going to be at the library for a school project and to not expect me until dinner. There was much to do. Design after design, failure after failure, I tried to build a working model of the hybrid soda engine. The theory was sound, at least as sound as any Tinker Tech could be, even if I'd yet to build a working model. In the span of a single day, I'd worked through 4 different prototypes, most of them turned to scrap. Trial log, hybrid soda engine test run 5, I spoke into my Pokenav. Saint floated by my side, dutifully observing the creation process. Start. The engine, an unholy fusion of a fridge, ramjet, and miscellaneous car parts, whirred to life with a smooth hum. It'd taken me 4 tries just to get the noise down to this hum rather than the loud drone of spinning motors. The single Coke bottle was drained, its contents being funneled into a chamber for pressurization. The key, I found through multiple rounds of testing, was to combine the air intake chamber with the pressurization chamber for the cola. By putting the turbine so close to the fluid, I could use the natural suction of the engine to help compress the fluid, accelerating the process. Now, it was just a matter of streamlining the process and making sure the body was durable enough to handle that kind of heat and pressure. Then, with a sputtering cough, the engine came to a stop. Well, at least it didn't explode this time. A bit of cola had flowed back up the pipe to leak onto the fridge compartment. We're going to need some kind of one-way valve along the pipes. Yeah, bud. Me too. I stood and walked back to the table littered with a dozen different design ideas. Well, back to the drawing board. X. Trial log, hybrid soda engine test run 7. I figured out the valves between runs 5 and 6 after I returned from my self-imposed break. I was so frustrated that I had to focus on something else less intellectually demanding for a time. I ended up creating a pair of skates to distract myself. They were bog standard, a set of 2 motorized wheels set into each boot, but they could be used to perform almost every trick in the world. Not well, but doable. I put them on and raced around the interior of the oil tanker for a half hour at the speed of a freeway car, more or less 60 miles per hour. It was this that really elevated becoming a gravity child as a priority for me. I'd like to claim that I was a natural and that I learned to ride like I was born on with wings, but Saint had the video to prove me a liar. More than once, he had to activate the Germa suit's shield before I scattered my teeth all over the cargo hold. Towards the end, I got curious and tried to run up a wall. Because, yes, that was a thing storm riders did on the regular. I failed the first time and caught myself with magnet rise. The second time, I pumped my legs with agility and learned to fly without the cloud-stepping boots from Germa. Saint! I called as I lay there atop a metal walkway, exhausted with only a half-hour's exercise. Pori! I take it back. I need a set of ATS for myself. Porygon. POR. Yet, I'm going to have to incorporate it into my hover boots. Shouldn't be too difficult. Gone. Lower priority, but damn if this wasn't a ton of fun. Porygon. Porygon. Yup. Hybrid engine. Gravity Child Project. Pledge regalia. Maybe key mother? I don't know. Spitfire was pretty badass. The specifics could come later though. In the immediate, I had to return to the hybrid engine prototype. With fresh eyes, I started to pore over the blueprints. Several minutes later, with my mind on regalia, I had my answer. The best way to make sure that all the pressurized fluid was contained in the chamber long enough to go supercritical was to rely on yet another regalia, the water regalia. It was a specialized weapon used by M, a king-level rider and member of the legendary team, Sleeping Forest. Her ATS were designed specifically to draw in water vapor and pressurize them into explosive bubbles. It took some finagling, but the same tech that let her bubbles retain their shape and pressure despite the constant vibrations from within could also be used to keep all the fluid in the chamber. Now, it was just a matter of making sure everything was durable enough to last. The hybrid engine hummed to life with the satisfying noise of jet turbines gearing up for explosive output. I held my breath, ready to interpose my cape in front of me at the slightest sign of danger. It hadn't exploded since the third test, but I'd rather be safe than concussed. Trying to focus enough to use recover with a concussion was a bitch and a half. For several minutes, Saint and I watched the engine as it whirred along like we were looking after an armed bomb. Did we do it? I asked him. Pori. He replied, questionably optimistic. Hey, that wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. I assumed I'd be working on this for a week if not more. Let's save the cores. They'll come in handy when I want to strap them to my feet later. That night, I laid in bed and allowed my thoughts to wander before I realized something important. The engine still wouldn't work. Or rather, it was incomplete. The engine converted cola into a supercritical fluid then used that for energy in the form of electricity, but it ultimately produced too much electricity. Without a place to store and safely release all that power, it'd mostly go to waste. The transformer I had currently couldn't put up with the strain. In normal electrical grids, power plants generated a consistent current of electricity at high voltage then transmitted it down to each individual household, where the current was transformed into a lower voltage for use. A transformer used in this manner could last from anywhere between 30 to 50 years, assuming the amperage of the current didn't fluctuate drastically for some reason. That was for standard flows, not Tinkertech ramjets that somehow used fizz sugar water more efficiently than actual jet fuel. Shit, I muttered. Is this what it's like to be crippled by my own success? 2010, October 25, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Now that I had a working version of the hybrid engine, albeit an incomplete one, I decided to switch my focus to the Gravity Child project. I wanted to try for the pledge regalia, but without the genetic enhancements, I just wouldn't be able to use it with any competence. Kururu, the pledge queen, wasn't a gravity child as far as I knew, but she was also something of a once-in-a-generation genius, a freak of nature wrapped in an adorable pink-haired anime girl package. Whatever I wasn't that. After Monday classes, I met Hannah Chong in Mrs. Young's office at the Lafayette Middle School. She was a pretty, half-Asian, half-white girl with light brown hair. She wore a baby blue shirt with fashionably ripped jeans and a large flower hairpin that stylishly framed her face. I'd pegged Matt as the stereotypical Cape geek. Hannah was a bit harder to pin down. Had I met her on the street, I would have glossed over her completely as part of the background scenery, just another middle school girl in a city of thousands. She was punctual and attentive. When we left for the library, she shot Mrs. Young a sweet smile that the old lady couldn't help but return. My impression of her was good, a generally unremarkable but likable girl. I couldn't be more wrong. Within a minute of us sitting down, she'd pulled out her phone to text a friend. It took a minute of pointed looks and faux coughing to get her to put down the phone. She rolled her eyes. Let's just do my homework and get out of here, she drawled. We're here for more than your homework, Hannah. Your mother asked me to go over last week's test with you as well. 60%, was it? What the hell? Mrs. Nikawa has it out for me. I take it that's your math teacher. She nodded petulantly. For now, give me your test so I can see where you lost points. While I do that, you are going to do your homework. Why do I need tutoring? Because you got a D on your math test. I was starting to get the impression that this would be a long 2 hours. She let out an angry huff but finally got to work. It became painfully obvious as the session wore on that she was the sort of girl who smiled for authority figures but acted out to anyone that wasn't an adult. Unfortunately, despite my mental age, I definitely didn't look like an adult. To her, I was that nerd who was only a year older than her. After a less than productive session, I packed up and headed home for dinner. The shit I put up with for tinkering time. I sent Amy a text that evening, telling her that I intended to remain out of the spotlight for a few days. To my surprise, she called back at around 9. Bryce. Hey, Ames, what's up? Nothing, I just got back from the hospital. Ooh, that sucks. You eat yet? What are you, my mother? I could just about hear her rolling her eyes. Ironic, since I didn't think Carol was the type to make sure her unwanted daughter kept up with her meals. Yes, I ate. The nurses sent an intern to buy us dinner. You get the royal treatment, hey. Damn straight. I deserved that meatball sub, damn it. Of course, your majesty. Why the call? So, you're going to lay low. At least for a bit, I said. I have a lot of things I want to work on. What sort of things? You're not building a doom laser, are you? Your faith in me stirs my soul, I said dryly. No, actually. You're alone, right? Yes, or I wouldn't ask if you plan to build a doom laser. Just checking. I love that you don't question that I can build a doom laser, only whether I'm planning on it. I have a few projects I want to work on, but not everything I want to do is tinkering. That's surprising coming from you. I know, but I learned from last Saturday that I was lacking a lot. Like what? For one, Carlos was right. I do suck at boxing. I could stand to learn a few more moves before I make a fool of myself. I've been cruising by against mooks purely because my suit's so great. So what? You're going to get swole. Yup. That's me, Bryce the Uber Chad chick magnet. Not going to lie, the snort of laughter that followed hurt, just a bit. Right, that's what you are. I'll just watch in awestruck wonder while girls throw their panties at you. Again, your faith in me is a delight to behold. Cool, good luck getting shredded or whatever. What's your plan after that? I'm going to go around pranking the city's capes to showcase my tech, maybe commit some petty crimes so people can shut up about calling me a hero. Bryce, she said warningly. Nothing over $500, I promised. Anything more than that and it's officially a felony. I still don't like this. Of course you don't. You're a hero, I encouraged. This was one of the major reasons behind involving Amy in my cape life. I wanted her to see that her morals weren't screwed up, she wasn't a single step away from going villain, nor were villain and evil synonyms. And what's that make you? Someone who's willing to inconvenience others to improve his brand. I offered her an olive branch. If it makes you feel better, I promise I'll stop any violent crimes I come upon during my outings. Swear. Pinky swear, I said solemnly. You better be serious about this. Like a heart attack. She sighed, dissatisfied but unwilling to argue. Fine, go ahead. Thank you, oh mighty goat. I could hear the uncomfortable silence. Fuck you, Bryce. Seriously? You even made a faux handle for me. Oh, so I take it you're not happy. No, what gave you that idea? She growled. Would it make you feel better if I gave you the account password so you can weigh in on your own? She mulled it over for a minute. You could use it to vent your frustrations and troll everyone while pretending to be an out-of-town cape. I mean, right now, everyone thinks the goat is someone who has my contract. You could spend all day shitposting and it wouldn't matter so long as you're seen curbing my more villainous impulses. Fine, but stop doing stupid shit like this without telling me. No promises. It's not like I told everyone Panacea was my sponsor. She grumbled some more but didn't try to talk me out of my plans, so I considered that a victory. There was still my bite in caring to explain, but I'd cross that bridge when I got to it. I needed to slowly mold her morals into a healthier perspective before I even considered broaching that question. Eventually, I wanted her as a partner, not just because Shaper was one of the best possible assistants I could have, but because the act of exploring her powers represented a fundamental shift in Amy's character. In the meantime, I'd just settle for being grateful that Amy wasn't much of a hugger. We talked a bit more, mostly her venting about one entitled idiot at the hospital or another. Okay, so there was this woman who received a false positive for breast cancer, right? She started. Meaning she thought she had cancer. Yet, one of the new residents made a mistake during the initial testing. A more experienced doctor went over his work and found out that she's clear. You'd think that'd be great news. I hummed and checked through faux headlines. No cancer sounds like a good reason to be happy. Leave the hospital, buy a prime rib, pig out with family and friends, that sort of thing. At least, that's what I'd do. That's what a reasonable person would do, she grumbled. She didn't believe the doctors and forced them to test her 2 more times, all negatives. She'd gotten it into her head that she's going to die, so she kept making herself sick. Hypochondria, or illness anxiety. It was something I'd encountered a few times as a PA in my past life, but I couldn't exactly tell her that. Besides, she needed to get this off her chest, so I let out an appropriate gasp of interest. You can do that? Kind of, you can trick your body into a lot. Placebo at its finest, except she's convinced herself into thinking she's ill instead of thinking she's well. Okay, so they eventually got fed up with her and kicked her out, right? You'd think so, but her husband's some executive at Medhall, so they couldn't. She threw such a fucking fit that the head nurse begged me to drop by. For fuck's sake, Bryce, whose fucking idea was it to make hospitals political? I thought you didn't do requests. I don't, she stressed emphatically. Bitches like her are exactly why I don't. She legitimately threw a tantrum in the lobby. I mean full on kicking legs, screaming she's going to die and that we won't treat her. I grabbed her and told her she didn't have cancer just to get her to shut up. Hey, you didn't just put her to sleep. No, we have enough people who need the beds, thank you. Fair point. You have it rough, hey, I said sympathetically. Tell me about it. She was stopping the doctors from treating other patients because she's a paranoid, selfish bitch. I heard knocking and muffled voices. I'm fine, Vicky, she called back. Sorry, I got a bit loud, didn't I? A little, but completely understandable. Don't let them get to you, Amy. I'm trying, she huffed. Bryce. Yes. It's supposed to feel good, right? Sorry, I don't follow. Doing good. Being good. It's supposed to give me the warm and fuzzies, right? Helping people. It can. Visiting the hospital just makes me annoyed, she confessed. I could hear the shakiness in her voice. I doubted she'd ever admitted as much to anyone, maybe not even Vicky. I should be happy I'm making a difference, but they get on your nerves, I finished for her. Yet. Bryce. Yes, Amy. Am I a bad person? You're a better person than me, I told her honestly. You know what I think. What? You're burning out. It's normal, natural even. Even doctors and police get time off. You sound like Vicky. Because she's pretty smart. You know, for a blonde. Fuck you. I'm offended for my sister. More importantly, she cares about you. I care about you. And if we're both telling you to cut back on your hours a bit, maybe you should. Maybe. Ames, your sister, and I aren't conspiring together to get you to be an awful person. I mean, I'm a villain so I might, but your sister. It's like having a shoulder devil and a shoulder angel. And we're both telling you the same thing, What does that mean? Maybe. I'll think about it. Okay, you do that. And if you get too annoyed with someone, give them a giant zit, right in their ass rack next to their anus. Bryce. She shouted. You're fucking awful. Hat, you'd be more convincing if I couldn't tell you're laughing. Whatever. I let the conversation drop into a comfortable silence. What was the best way to get her to play with her power? Maybe I could get her a small succulent for her window? Or introduce her to my funky fruits. Not bad ideas, but now wasn't the time. Instead, I said, I'm going to head to bed, Ames. Yeah, alright. Bryce. Thanks for listening. You're not a chore, Ames. I'm happy to listen. Night. Creed. Night, the goat. Author's note. Have an animal fact. Koalas have the smallest brain-to-body ratio among mammals. They're also smooth-brained, which means they're about as dumb as your 2-year-old nephew. Most of them, a massive 85%, have chlamydia. Yeah, ain't fucking cute now, hey? Energy ranges differ obviously, but it isn't unusual for a jet engine to produce 230 megawatts of power at takeoff. That's 230,000 kilowatts. The average American home used 10,649 kilowatt-hour, of electricity in 2019 according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA. Bryce's miniature engine, despite its size, is comparable to a jet turbine. Yes, I'm intentionally glossing over the Gravity Child project. Not just because I know little about biology or genetic engineering, but because canon does not go into just what the projects entailed. We know the Gravity Children were products of a genetic engineering project designed to create the optimal Storm Rider, but not any specific details. We have no idea if there was animal testing, dead children deemed failures, or some other crime against nature. For all we know, Dr. Minami, the chief scientist, came up with some bullshit serum a la Captain America. Search 3.2. 2010, October 26, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Tuesday afternoon found me at the workshop, trying to work out a way to handle all that generated power in a safe, consistent manner. As it was, any transformer I stuck to it to try and change the voltage wouldn't last long. Power stations produced electricity at roughly 14,000 volts. The average transformer found in the home handled electricity in the hundreds of volts range, certainly not the millions. Trial log, hybrid soda engine test run 8, I spoke into my PokeNav. My current solution was simplistic: if one couldn't handle the charge, use more. I stacked 2 transformers together and flipped the switch. The engine whirred to life. Saint and I stared with bated breath. Then, with the sound of tortured metal, one of the transformers gave out and burst in a shower of sparks. Fuck! I shouted, blocking a flying piece of scrap with a hasty protect. That was stupid. It turned out that stacking transformers did not make the voltage go down meaningfully. Instead, the heat generated by the magnetic induction process mounted higher and higher, ruining both. I kicked the scrap aimlessly until Saint nudged my hand encouragingly. Yeah, you're right. Picking up the distorted cube of iron and wires, I frowned. I'm going to have to make a transformer from scratch, aren't I? A steel core isn't good enough. I need something with better heat tolerance. It turned out that the task wasn't as hard as I feared it would be. With the understanding of modern technology that came with the air gear specialization, I had several ideas to control this kind of energy output. Ultimately, I decided to work on a tungsten-based magnetic core to be the focus of the induction process. Tungsten wasn't just used for industrial or military purposes. It was a metal commonly found in heating elements, light bulbs, and high-speed steel, HSS, a specific type of steel alloy used in cutting tools like power saws. I had plenty of those to draw from. I figured I'd also have to replace the wires to avoid them burning out. I settled on silver, the most conductive metal on Earth, and got to work. I'd grabbed several silver tableware sets during the hillside heist, along with jewelry and a mirror for this specific purpose. By the time I finished up testing for the day, I'd received a message from Strider on phone telling me that he was interested in my offer. Creed_official, Strider? Strider_transport, that's me. What do you want with all that volcanic ash? Creed_official, cement. Strider_transport, you're kidding. Creed_official, yup. Need it for tinkering. I'd explain, but it just bore you. It's a whole lot of technobabble. Anyway, you interested in the job? Strider_transport, I'm not cheap, you know. Creed_official, I do. I also know fault lines already told you my terms. Don't try to negotiate higher. I already gave you my best offer. Strider_transport, fine, fine. 45 grand worth of volcanic ash from Hawaii. It is an impressive offer. I accept. Creed_official, excellent. Do you mind showing up at the palanquin with your favorite suitcase? Leave it with me for a day and I'll make it fit way more than it should. Strider_transport, deal, kid. And hey, for what it's worth. I heard about the mess on Saturday and I think you did the right thing. Things are more complicated than keyboard warriors like to pretend. I get a lot of grief about why I'm a rogue instead of a hero too. Creed_official, thanks, that means a lot coming from a veteran. Strider_transport, yeah, I'll be in Brockton tonight. Do you mind? Creed_official, that's fine. I wasn't sure how I felt about some random cape trying to make me feel better. Or, for that matter, that hearing I hadn't royally fucked the pooch somehow did make me feel better. Strider was a hero. Sure, he didn't punch villains, but he made a real difference as the world's best teleporter. Endbringer and disaster response just wouldn't be the same without him. A part of me wished I didn't care about his opinion. Another not insignificant part of me appreciated the gesture. I swallowed my feelings down and pushed them to the back of my mind. Instead, I started to design gene editing procedures for the Gravity Child project. X. 2010, October 29, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I picked up Strider's suitcase on Tuesday and returned it Wednesday evening. It was one of those giant ones used on long-distance flights and had ended up with an impressive 1,800 pounds of carrying capacity. Clearly, Strider intended to get his time's worth out of our deal. I wasn't too upset however. In exchange for making his life easier, he agreed to be my courier for any quasi-legal materials I might need, assuming I paid a discounted fee of course. Really, by raising his carrying capacity, I was also making him more useful to me. On Thursday, I visited an optician in costume. I was textured as a punk kid with purple hair and muddy brown eyes looking for non-prescription contacts for drip. He was more than a little irritated with the kid who seemingly made light of his work, but I waved enough money at him to quell his annoyance. Money talked, and Accord certainly spoke the language. An hour later and some of the thinkers pay lighter, I walked out of there with several pairs of colored hydrogel contacts, all a pale aqua blue like my original eyes. I'd need these once I became a gravity child. Beyond that, the rest of the week passed with little in the way of excitement. Carlos finally got the nerve to ask out Stephanie. She said yes, apparently having given up on starting a definitely against part2 regulations romance with Aegis. If Amy's eyes rolled in her head any faster, they'd look like a laundromat spin cycle. Vicky and Dean had a fight about something or other. From the bare bones of what I could understand, she thought he wasn't spending enough time with her. He apparently had to shadow his dad at work as the Stansfield scion and hadn't told her he'd be busy. Teen drama, solved with 30 seconds of conversation. As much as I liked my friends, sitting with them forced me to be privy to this nonsense. As for tutoring Hannah, she continued to be a brat. I did find out one thing about her though, she was a massive glory girl fangirl. I wasn't sure how I could leverage that into making her do her damn homework, but I'd think on the matter. Worst case scenario, I could have Vicky snitch to her mom for me. Having heroic friends had to be good for something. Admittedly, that was mostly wistful thinking. I wasn't that petty, nor was I so invested in someone else's education. Worst comes to worst, I'd just return the money and find a new student. Then, as if to prove that Friday was indeed the best day of the week, I had my breakthrough. The Gravity Child project was coming along nicely, with my blood sample reacting well to the changes I'd made. I based the process on the work of Dr. Minami, the main scientist of the project and canon and father figure of the Hurricane King. Where I could, I also bolstered my understanding of genetic engineering with that of Dr. Vegapunk's lineage factor manipulation. Soon, I'd have a serum that could edit my DNA on a fundamental level. Even better, my quasi-devil fruit radish was also growing well. Rather than clumps of bulbous roots, the radishes had fused into a single large orb. It bore the faint spiral markings of a devil fruit, but I knew that it would do nothing but make me allergic to the ocean. There were no powers attached to it, no lineage factor that could grant them. For that, I'd have to grab some DNA sample. Perhaps an animal, but I was partial towards a changer. Or, could I cure a case 53 using this? I would need Neuter's blood to start with. If I could get a genetic map of Neuter's genome, could I isolate the part that made him human and ignore the influence of his shard? If that was possible, then I could theoretically make the Hito Hito no Mi model, Neuter. If he ate it, it should allow him to revert to his pre-experiment state and use his case 53 form as a changer state, sort of like a standard Zoan. That was a lot of ifs. It was a possibility, but to tag on another if I could acquire Amy's help, could I remove a devil fruit's weakness to the ocean? Perhaps. As fascinating as it all was, I forced myself to table the project for one reason, Cauldron. Contessa really didn't like it when people started mucking about with their experiments and I didn't want a visit from the boogeyman. If it got out that I could actively cure case 53S, I would be drafted by Cauldron within the week, and as much as it loathed me to admit, I wasn't ready. I could tell Pigott to shove off. Kaiser? Lung? Coil? All manageable. Cauldron? I couldn't tell them no, not as I was now. I apologized to my friends in my mind and resolved to not make the attempt. Success really was more dangerous than failure here. I could of course eat a fruit on my own without any attempt to heal a case 53, but that too came with its problems. Or rather, one big problem that I knew was coming next April, Leviathan. Being allergic to the ocean in a city where Levi was all but guaranteed to strike sounded absolutely disastrous. No, there were less ruinous paths to personal power. I also finished the hybrid engine. Making the transformers out of tungsten was a costly decision, but one I couldn't bring myself to regret. Now, I quite literally had enough energy to power the entire city by myself. I'd initially planned to keep the reserves of precious metals like gold and silver set apart just in case I stumbled on a specialization with a more mystic bent, but this was probably fine. I could get more silver if ever I ended up with the power to make an alchemical blade with lunar magic properties or something. X. 2010, October 30th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Saturday found me back at my lab, fully dedicated to turning myself into an affront unto human evolution. Last night, I'd set the serum to develop in a vial set under optimal temperature and pressure. The conditions were regulated through a modified pressure cooker, something else from the hillside heist. It was as ready as I could make it, with only one potential hurdle left. Theoretically, it should turn anyone into a gravity child, but that was assuming it could bypass the body's immune system. Rather than inject it directly into myself like an idiot, I spent the morning extracting samples of my white blood cells. I mixed the serum with my white blood cells and left them under a set of monitoring devices. While I was waiting on those results, I decided to make the hybrid soda engine smaller. As it was, this more powerful variant was too big for use in the workshop beneath Harvey's or in any kind of power armor I might make in the future. By lunchtime, I developed a blueprint for an engine the size of a small trash can, the kind shoved under office desks all over the country. It was a far cry from Tony Stark's arc reactor that could fit into a single hand, but I was happy with it nonetheless. By the time I'd finished scribbling down the blueprints and returned from lunch, the serum was ready. It showed no adverse interactions with my white blood cells, so I felt reasonably confident that it wouldn't kill me or give me some kind of super cancer. What does it say about me that I'm more scared of having to ask Amy to purge my systems than I am of actually getting super cancer? I mused. I wanted to inject it immediately, but decided against it. I had no idea how long it'd knock me out for, so I wanted to have a full night of sleep to get over it. Being the day before Halloween, I decided to make an appearance at the Palanquin. I was invited after all, and it helped promote the idea of Creed as a whimsical, devil-may-care personality. It was 10:30 and the party was in full swing already. The club had been decked out in appropriate decor. Faux spider webs lined the walls and draped down to form a curtain over the entrance. A large jack-o'-lantern had been placed out front, with a sign declaring the night's specials, $4 Jello shots, rail drinks, and beers until midnight. Every drink had some appropriately spooky theme, Budweiser, Witch's Brew, Bloody Mary, and the like. The crowd was an eclectic mix. I saw the generic mummies, vampires, fairies, and whatnot, but I also saw a fair mix of people dressed up as capes. Sexy Mouse seemed to be an oddly popular choice for whatever reason. I thanked all the gods in the multiverse that I wasn't famous enough for anyone to want to be me, this year. The crowd of young adults, and more than a few faking teens, reacted in a way only Brockton Bay natives could. Most of them looked at me, gave me a once-over, came to the conclusion that I wasn't about to start a fight, then went straight back to what they were doing. A few frat boys in the crowd heckled me to try and get my attention, but I ignored them in favor of the bouncer. The bouncer must have been expecting me because he greeted me with a nod and a single raised brow. "Evening, Creed. Fault line is upstairs," he said. "Thanks, Xavier, I appreciate it," I said as I visibly slipped $100 in his pocket. I gave him an affable pat on the arm and strutted inside like I owned the place, cape billowing in the background. Am I trying too hard? I had to ask myself. I mulled it over for a moment, then mentally shrugged before making a beeline to the bar. My persona's supposed to be over the top anyway. I wish I could say the crowd parted for me like Moses parted the Red Sea, but that wasn't what happened. I was, even with my boots and helmet, barely 5'5", if that. In a darkened club full of costumes, mine barely drew attention. I tried to pry my way to the bar but failed. I could either muscle my way through like a douche or squirm and shake with the beat until I found an opening to squeeze between the pulsing bodies. I took option 3. I leapt straight into the air and kicked off the wall before seemingly coming to land above people's heads. That got their attention. "Holy shit, it's a cape," some guy in a George Clooney mask called. I swirled it around myself and took a bow. "Yeah, nice, right? Made it myself." I ignored the questions and catcalls in favor of a leisurely stroll to the bar, still above their heads. "Hector," I shouted above the pulsing beats. "Mi amigo. How's it going?" I greeted the Ecuadorian barkeep I'd gotten to know. He was one of the few people Faultline employed that I knew by name, mostly because he served me drinks sometimes and ignored my obvious lack of vertical stature. "Hey, Creed, good to see you. I didn't know if you'd show," he said. He was sharing the bar with 3 other bartenders, 1 young man and 2 women. Hector and his male co-worker were dressed in crisp, frilled shirts with sleeveless jackets and plastic fangs, while the women wore devil horns and short cocktail dresses that flashed plenty of skin. Faultline knew her audience. Either that, or Neuter won a bet and got to pick out the night's uniform. I hopped down onto a stool and settled into a comfortable squat. Loud club music isn't really my scene, but hey, once in a while is all right. Hector polished off a glass before mixing someone a screwdriver. I rolled my eyes. It seemed that even across different worlds, drink choices were basically the same among college students. It wasn't like I could complain much. I drank practically nothing but gin and tonic my entire past life. It was fizzy, cheap, and simple, so I never had to wait long. That, and I didn't know much about alcohol. I was a social drinker who grabbed the occasional glass to fit in. Truthfully, I'd tried more drinks in the past month hanging with Faultline than ever. Tonight, he pushed a copper mug before me. "Want to try something new, man?" "Why not?" I shrugged and released the chin guard of my helmet. It folded down and inward to circle my throat with a pneumatic hiss. I raised the cup to my lips and admired the golden yellow liquid before taking a sip. It was cool and sweet, with a refreshing aftertaste. "What is this?" "Mint julep," he replied. "It's bourbon, sugar, water, and fresh mint. Like it?" "Yeah, I think I just found my new favorite drink." "Thanks, Man! Aren't you a little young to drink? Came a snide voice next to me. She was a tall girl with heavy curls dressed up as some sort of dryad. There was a large, plastic sunflower nestled behind her ear. Villain, I grinned. If I cared, I'd be a hero. Right, she snorted. Is underage drinking the worst of your crimes, Creed? Only when I'm sober. Before we could continue, someone else butted in. Like me, she flew above the people's heads. Crystal Pelham was quite literally radiant, with strobing lights bouncing on her glitter-specked hair. Creed, she said with a disapproving frown. I thought it was you. Know anyone else who can run on thin air? I slowly looked her up and down before letting out a low whistle. She was dressed in a full-on disco doll outfit, with enough glitter to make my eyes hurt. A tad too much glitter even for you, Don Ticha think, Sparkles. Shut it. I can only get away with drenching my hair in glitter one night out of the year. Let me have this. And actually, yes. Cloudwalker, Skyline, Osprey, she ticked off a finger with every name. There are a lot of capes who can walk on air. I deflated exaggeratedly, slumping to lean my helmeted head against the countertop. Way to make a guy feel like one in a crowd. Sorry, she spoke in a tone that said anything but. She then turned to the dryad. You with him? Just someone lecturing me about the merits of the legal drinking age. She's right. I could take you in for this, she smirked. Really? You're picking a fight over a mint julep. Julep, Hector corrected helpfully. That. Crystal glared at me sternly for a moment before breaking out into giggles. Nah, does it look like I'm dressed for a fight? She waved at herself, doing a little midair twirl. Besides, you wouldn't fight me. You'd just run away. Weenie. I would. I'm just your cowardly tinker. Don't mind me. No plans to conquer the world here, no siree. That's got to be the single sketchiest denial ever. Probably. How'd you end up here anyway? Guess you wouldn't know since you're Ward's age, but the Palanquine's been advertising at the college for the past 2 weeks. Figured I'd see what's what. I even brought my cousins. Seeing that she wouldn't be getting Laser Dream to back her, the dryad left in a huff for someone else to bother. Crystal sat down in the now empty stool and ordered some super hoppy IPA. She took a sip and visibly tried not to wince. How's your drink? I asked snidely. Delicious. Can really taste the hops. I didn't take you for the fruity cocktail type. I didn't either, but Hector made me a drink and I can't say no to my friend, you know? This is really good though. Didn't take you for the beer type either. It's okay. It's really bitter. I rolled my eyes. Sometime in the mid-2000s, hops became associated with artisan, craft beer in my past life too. Maybe I just had shit taste, but IPAs all just tasted like breweries were competing to make the most bitter beer possible. I slid my mug over. Try this. Tastes a lot better than yours will, promise. She raised it gingerly to her lips. I saw her eyes light up as the sugary drink hit her tongue. Whoa, yeah, this is better. See? Hector knows what he's about. So he does. Hi. Excuse me, can I get one of these instead? She called to a bartender. She was served in a few minutes and we had a surprisingly civil conversation, as civil as a hero and a villain could have in Brockton. Taking a long sip of my drink, I asked, so, Amy Dallin, Panacea, is here. Sorry, she doesn't take requests. The tired way Crystal said that, like a telemarketer repeating a script for the millionth time, made me pity them. How often did people come to Crystal to maybe get a meeting with her cousin? I tried not to let it show on my face and instead laughed. Ha, no, I don't want her to treat me or anyone I know. I'm just surprised is all. Your cousin and Halbeard are running neck and neck to see who's the biggest workaholic in the city. How'd you manage to get her out here, Sparkles? I didn't. Vicky did, she said as though that explained everything. To be fair, it did. Speaking of which. Cries. My blonde friend called. Like me and Crystal before her, Victoria didn't bother wading through the crowd and simply landed from on high. She was dressed as an angel, fluffy halo and all. Amy, dressed as a red devil with curling, plastic ram horns and a little barbed tail, scrambled down from the bridal carry. She must have seen me trying to stifle a laugh because she shot me a heated glare. I gave her a shit-eating grin and tapped the orange bind-eye-like gem set between my brows. She got my meaning, that thing was a camera, usually meant for Saint to look through. Tonight was prime blackmail material. Amy in a devilish cocktail dress? Yes, please. No matter how the rest of the night went, I was already glad I came. I fully planned to hold this over her for years. Ah, collateral damage Barbie, Panacea, I nodded and sipped my julep. Fancy meeting you here. Hey. PFT, collateral damage Barbie. It's not funny, Crystal, Vicky pouted. Her aura flared and I felt an ominous chill crawl up my back. Vicky, aura, Amy reminded. Just that brief display had managed to clear several feet of room for us. Shit, sorry, Ames. How come Amy doesn't get a nickname? Crystal asked. Because she'll probably pull out my spine through my dick. Or I respect her. One of the two. Ow, what are we then? My entertainment. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw several people lining up for the bar but too hesitant to approach the four capes. I gestured behind the girls. Perhaps we should find some place else to talk. Yeah, let's. We're in the booth by the stairs, she said before flying off with her cousins. I ordered several more mint juleps and balanced the copper mugs with magnet rice before walking off to their booth. I bring booze. I shouted with a cheery grin, arms splayed and 5 copper mugs floating circles around my head in a shitty imitation of Victoria's halo. Seriously? Are you always so extra? Crystal asked. Of course. I thrust a single fist into the air. If something is worth enjoying, it's worth enjoying boisterously. Exuberantly. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Youth. You realize that none of us are old enough to drink. It's Halloween. Yes, Amy drawled, your argument is flawless. Of course it is. I'm flawless. Crystal grabbed one of the mugs and took a sip. Well, my cousins aren't going to drink. Unlike you, they have reputations to keep and teen heroes underage drinking isn't the kind of message we want to send. You're underage too, right? She shrugged and shot me a sly smirk. I'm in college, I look less obviously underage. Hypocrite. Take it up with mom. So long as I'm responsible about it, we've got an understanding. Either way, my cousins aren't drinking. Suit yourselves, but what do you mean I have no rep to keep? Why do you think I'm drinking? Because you're trying to develop a habit. Vicky chimed in. She'd taken off her halo and started to twirl it on a finger. Funny, but no. I wouldn't want to poison myself then make more work for your sister, especially not tonight. Gee, how thoughtful of you, the resident healer drawled. I gamely ignored her. I'm trying to be that carefree indie, someone who straddles the line between hero and villain. Aren't you trying too hard? Bombastic and over the top is better than meek and reserved. Besides, underage drinking is one of the few ways I can break the law without wrecking the place. That, and randomly pickpocketing people. Just look around, all these drunk idiots who'd blame a misplaced wallet on the alcohol come morning. I could see Amy glaring at me in warning. I laughed and pulled someone's wallet out of his back pocket using psychic before putting it back with a cheeky wave. Ah, yes, your mysterious heroic sponsor. Care to tell us about the goat? Crystal probed. The goat, I corrected. All caps. It's necessary. Sure, the goat, she humored me. The goat is the greatest of all time. They are unassuming, like the humble goat. They are ever climbing, like the brave goat. They are true to themselves, like the resolute goat. The goat exemplifies all the virtues embodied in the noble goat, and so is called the goat, I waxed poetically. I felt Amy kick me under the table, so I smiled at her like butter wouldn't melt in my mouth. They're also very ill-tempered, also much like the goat. Wow. I genuinely don't know what to say to that. Say nothing, my dear. You need only bask in the glory of the truth. Okay, how much are you getting paid to say that? I raised my hands to the air and threw my voice like a reverend before his congregation. I get paid in only one currency, the only one that will not depreciate, the truth. The look on Amy's face, of a woman slowly losing her sanity, was like manna from heaven to my cold, black heart. Vicky tried to stifle a giggle. She'd waved down a waitress for a bottle of Coke for herself and was nibbling from a plate of salted peanuts. Seriously, what the hell? Did they really pick that name for themselves? The goat is a title conferred upon the noblest of souls. It is not a name chosen, but a crown bestowed, I said solemnly. Sure. So who are they? The goat is the goat. The goat is here and everywhere. All things are the goat, for all creation strives endlessly towards one peak. Cows, I don't think he's going to tell us anything, Crystal said with a tired laugh. Are you? Vicky tried batting her lashes and I felt the sudden urge to cave. Pretty please. I shook my head and zapped myself with a weak thunder wave. Aura, Amy, Crystal, and I chimed together. I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that again, I said firmly. So, Creed, what's with the name? Crystal changed the subject, she clearly didn't want a confrontation here either. Is it supposed to mean you have a code of honor? I nodded. I chose the name because I wanted people to know that just because I'm a villain doesn't mean I have no standards. That, and it tells people absolutely nothing about my personal skill set. Clever. So what's your creed then? I held out a hand and began ticking them off on my fingers. First, minimize civilian harm if reasonably possible. Second, do not target medical personnel or institutions dedicated to medicine. Third, do not target children or institutions dedicated to children. Fourth, all of the above goes out the window in the name of reciprocity. I will abide by these rules of engagement until these laws are compromised by my opponent. If you break the rules, you do not deserve their protection. Finally, the most important rule of all. I leaned forward, conspiration ally. Then, in an exaggerated whisper, do nothing for free. The last one made the girls roll their eyes. Of course. How dare we assume you have a charitable bone in your body? Precisely. Charity is for whenever I need to cover up a scandal. Creed. What? It's a valuable life lesson. If something sounds too good to be true, that's cause it is. Victoria frowned. And your money-grubbing ways are better. I shrugged as I polished off a mug of julep. I don't know about better. I never claimed to be. But I do think I'm more honest, and there is value in that. We fell into an uneasy silence, 3 heroines and a single villain sipping their drinks. I grabbed another cup most of the girls couldn't drink and savored the minty aftertaste as I scanned the room. A shock of ginger dreads almost made me choke. I hopped up 3 feet into the air and sure enough, I spotted my sister and her friends. She'd told Mom and me that she'd go out with some friends and expected to sleep over at Saba's. Guess it makes sense. If Crystal heard about the party, then she must have as well. Something wrong, Creed? Vicky asked. No, I thought I saw some people I recognized. I'm sure they'll be fine. Eventually, I tired of the miniature interrogation session and started balancing the copper mugs using magnet rise. I pulled on the leftover julep and ice cubes to create a dazzling circle around the mugs. Crystal spread out a swarm of weak lasers from her fingers, reflecting them against the spinning mugs to create a miniature light show. The lasers bounced on the shiny copper to form a pentagram star. I was impressed. I'd known she had lasers powerful enough to stagger Leviathan, but I didn't know she could be so precise with them. We amused ourselves in a gathering crowd before I decided I'd had enough to drink. I settled the mugs down and stacked them neatly on the tray of a passing waitress. Standing, I took a flourishing bow. Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for the wonderful sparkles. Are you done already? Someone in the crowd asked. Yes, I'm afraid I'm a bit of a lightweight. 3 mint juleps makes you a lightweight. Amy drawled. Methinks someone's developing a habit. I shot her a shameless grin. What can I say? Hector is wonderful and it would be rude to refuse his kindness. Speaking of, any of you fine folks in the crowd want a free drink? I snagged the leftover mugs and passed them out. Of course. You drink to be polite. What else could it be? In any case, I think it's about time for me to go greet the hosts, and maybe pass out on their couch. With that, I took 3 hops into the air, then vanished with a swirl of my cape. Author's note. Party scenes are hard. I've never been much for clubbing and I can count the number of times I've been in a club in the past 10 years on one hand with fingers to spare. I tried to keep the scene closer to what I'd do, more about relationships and smaller group conversations than dancing. Fabled's animal fact, there are 20 species of armadillos in the world we know about and their name means little armored one. Disappointingly, most do not actually use defense curl in real life. Only one species, the 3-banded armadillo, can ball itself. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Search 3.3. 2010, October 30th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I appeared in the Palanquin's upstairs lounge, startling several of the patrons. The upstairs lounge, reserved for VIPs, was likewise decorated with festive spirit. Rather than spider webs, the walls had been covered in a scale pattern starting from one corner that faded smoothly into fractals and mazes. Looking closer, I could see pictures of jack-o'-lanterns and bats embossed in a tasteful gold that tied the orange scales and green mazes together nicely. Faultline sat with Gregor and Labyrinth at end closest to the balcony, where she could overlook her domain in full. Rather than their usual masks, Faultline and Labyrinth wore simple domino masks that left their lower jaws bare so they could eat and drink. The ceiling was a bit lower there, casting them in shadow and providing some hint of privacy. The acoustics of the building had also been arranged so that the music wasn't quite as loud here. I spied Neuter in another corner close to the bar, a gaggle of inebriated girls surrounding him. Choosing to leave Neuter to his fun for the night, I made my way over to Faultline, arms spread and a wide smile on my face. Faultline, Gregor, Labyrinth. Thank you for the invitation, my friends, I called, louder than strictly necessary. Good evening, Creed, the owner of the club said, standing. She extended a hand and I laid a soft kiss on the knuckle. Unlike the guests, she didn't bat an eye at my sudden appearance. A bit late for pageantry, Don't you think? I took a seat next to Gregor and leaned back into the plush cushion. What can I say? Tonight is a night for masks. So it is. I take it you were enjoying the festivities. Indeed, Sparkles is one of the funny drunks. I spied a ghost of a smile. I have it on good authority that she did not drink enough to get drunk tonight. Will you make nicknames for every hero you meet? Not Panacea. I respect her too much to mock the name. Why? Jealous? Hardly. I'm quite happy with my name, thank you. As am I, Gregor said in his smooth baritone. Would you care for a drink, my friend? I looked around the table. Faultline nursed a glass of whiskey on the rocks with a single orange peel curled around the ice. Gregor had a margarita glass full of some fragrant liquid that was green on top and pink on the bottom. Labyrinth wore her shawl like a quilt and nursed a cup of Coke. Sorry, I actually came up here because I didn't think I could drink more and be in a crowd without doing something stupid. Mind if I grab some water? Of course, it's good for a man to know his limits. He waved and a waitress hurried over. Like the bartenders downstairs, she wore a cocktail dress, but unlike theirs, hers was a tasteful black and didn't show nearly as much skin. The dress was accented in orange and gold, much like the rest of the room. A short, orange feather boa completed the outfit. Gregor, what is it exactly that you're drinking? It smells great. It is a custom cocktail that Ethan made for me. Since opening the palanquin, I've had many chances to try different drinks and I have discovered that I have a bit of a sweet tooth. It tastes like watermelon, Labyrinth said. Coke is better. Of course, the case 53 said indulgently before turning back to me. How has business been going? I'm swamped, or I would be if I accepted the requests I got on Fo. Some of those are just plain ridiculous though. Oh. About 20% of my inbox are death threats from Empire or merchant accounts. Another 20% are just questions about my intentions for the city. There was that request from Velocity to come report to the PRT, too. Of the actual questions about my products, more than half of them were jokes. I mean, seriously, some asshat wanted me to make him fetish gear for his sex dungeon using germafibers so the ropes won't break. That sounds suspicious. I know, right? I reported that account to Smog Mama and moved on. I did receive an introductory message from Uppercrest and Big Rig though, so that was nice. Are you interested in the Elite and Toy Box? More Uppercrest and Big Rig in particular, I said. I have no interest in any other Elite cell but the New York branch. Bastard son needs to be put down like the dog he is. As for your Toy Box. How upset would you be if I replied to Big Rig? Faultline shrugged. Not very, so long as you keep our current arrangement. I am a professional, Creed. We understand that yesterday's enemies can become today's allies and we conduct our business with that in mind. No sentimentality, no grudges, even if the other side feels differently. Excellent, and I told you, we're friends. I'm not going to leave you hanging because Toybox offered me a deal. Besides, like I said, I'm mostly interested in Big Rig. He's got several designs for construction drones that I want. Labyrinth perked up at that. Are you building a house? Kind of, I said with a smile. I'm thinking about turning my lab into a mobile fortress. I want to help. A marble pillar rose between us. Atop that pillar was a flawless sculpture depicting a castle on a hill. It shifted as I watched into the very recognizable Taj Mahal, and then some kind of Chinese pagoda taller than I thought was realistically possible had it been made of wood. I know lots of castles. Thanks, Labs, but it's not that kind of fortress. I want to make a fortress that can move, to be where I need it no matter when or why. The pagoda grew a rounded dome at the very top with a needle. At its sides, 3 wings sprouted to form a rocket, or her best approximation of one. It was honestly really cute. Like this. Not quite. The pagoda flattened down like some angry god smushed it into the earth. A western medieval castle grew from its remains, as did a mountain that almost but not quite pinched itself at the base in a rough diamond shape. It looked like something out of Howl's Moving Castle. How about now? No, I'm thinking more like a ship. I don't think it'll be a building in the normal sense, sorry. Ah. She looked dejected for a moment, then perked up again. Can I help decorate? Am I ready to share the lab with someone else? I thought about the question. Amy knew where it was, but she was as loyal as they came. As manipulative as it was, her neuroses would keep her from just leading the heroes to my doorstep unless I crossed some major lines. Nor could she even get there on her own for that matter. But Faultline's crew. They had no interest in the city, but I knew that they could be convinced to intervene here if given enough incentive. I wanted to think that they were friends, and that the feeling was mutual, but money talked, and Faultline certainly spoke the language. I was saved from having to answer by Faultline. Labyrinth, I don't think Creed wants anyone to know where his lab is. I don't, I agreed, shooting her a grateful nod, but she wouldn't be the first to visit. Tell you what, Labs, I'll give you your own room and you can decorate it as you please when I finish building the whole thing, okay? Then it'll be mobile and a far lesser security risk to show it off. Promise. Promise, I said. It was one promise I'd make easily. By the time I was proud enough of my ship to allow someone else on board, I'd also be strong enough to dissuade all but the strongest threats in the world. Labyrinth nodded and went back to scanning the dance floor aimlessly. I wasn't sure what she found so interesting about the sea of pulsing bodies and strobing lights, but she seemed amused, so I left her to it. So your lab is big enough that you can assign rooms to guests, hey? Faultline said with a smirk. I coughed awkwardly. You know what we need? A change of topic. Say, Gregor, how'd you end up joining the crew? He laughed but went along with me. There is not much to tell, my friend. I will caution you however that not all Case 53s are as comfortable with our origins, or lack thereof, as I am. Shit, sorry, I apologized. It came to me that asking a Case 53 about their earliest memories could be seen in much the same way as asking a Cape about their trigger. That was insensitive, wasn't it? Do not mind it. You asked how I came to join Faultline, though my origins are tied to it. My earliest memories, like most like me, are not pleasant. I woke up in the sewers, with not a scrap of clothing to my name. When I emerged, people fled from my appearance. The Detroit Protectorate even thought I was a biotinker's creation for a time. It was a cape from one of the many gangs there that stopped to speak with me first, someone by the name of Cabaret. She ran a club similar to the Palanquin and employed me as a bouncer. It was during the off hours that I taught myself to read, write, and use modern technology. That's impressive. I don't know if I could do that. I was reminded again that despite appearances, Gregor was anything but a brute. His bulky frame bellied a self-reflective and philosophical mind that thought deeply. Thank you. I spent 2 years with Cabaret until one of her rivals, Volcanic, set fire to her club. Cabaret passed away. He sounded genuinely morose as he remembered his first employer and likely friend. The event made me seek my prospects elsewhere, and over the course of several weeks, I made my way to Philadelphia, where I met Faultline. Here, Faultline took over. I offered him a deal: he would join me as my partner and I would do whatever it took to help him find the truth behind Case 53's. And? Have you? No, we've found little. Due to recent events in Philadelphia, we were forced to relocate to Brockton Bay. We do not intend to give up. Gregor placed the remains of his cocktail on the coaster. Indeed. While Neuter and I are both comfortable with our bodies, we wish to know who we were, if only to put it behind us. I nodded. Makes sense. It's a worthwhile goal. I couldn't do it now, but there were plenty of fictions out there where growing an entire body in a vat was feasible. It was very possible that one day, I would have the means to move someone's consciousness into a new vessel. In that event, would the shard remain? Would it go berserk like with Noel? Or in the worst scenario, without a human mind, would I inadvertently create a titan? I wanted so badly to offer Gregor hope, to say that one day, I could fix him, but those words died in my throat. He didn't even know I could biotinker and I wanted it to stay that way, for now. Ah. Faultline. Before either of us could say more, Labyrinth drew our attention to the dance floor. We looked where she pointed and saw 3 men surrounding my sister and friends. We couldn't hear them from here, but Sierra and Michelle were standing with Saba between and behind them, arms crossed defensively. One of the 3 men leaned forward aggressively. Whatever was said, it made the girls shrink back even further. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Labyrinth sink into the couch, hands wrapping around her elbows. Faultline looked them over for a bare 2 seconds before sighing. Empire wannabes, she growled, out of irritation more than any actual concern, like someone who just found out they forgot to do laundry. There's always a few. How can you tell? Most of their aggression seems to be on the Indian girl. I don't like them, the wayfish blonde whispered. One of them reached out to grab Sierra's arm and I saw red. Arabic, I corrected her without thinking. I stood, sparks dancing from my fists. I know this is your club, Faultline, but if you don't kick them out, I will. You know them. Friends of mine out of costume. She looked at me, then at Labyrinth, and nodded before waving to a waitress. Sit down, Creed. Let me handle this. As you said, it's my club. I took a deep breath and reluctantly took my seat. Thank you, Faultline. And thank you, Labyrinth, for finding them, I said. I didn't think the blonde heard me. The redhead's name is Sierra. The brunette is Michelle and the Arabic girl is Saba. Sierra and Saba aren't the clubbing type, but I can guess why they're here. I don't want this to be the highlight of their night, so. Say no more. The waitress hurried over and Faultline whispered angrily in her ear. She wasn't the one she was mad at, but she paled anyway. I'll have them brought up as an apology. Food and drinks on me tonight. I take it you can pretend to be a stranger for an evening. Yes, I said, relieved. They shouldn't have to end their night this way. Or I'll just make myself scarce. Either way, I owe you one. Don't mention it. You are not the only one who finds such men vexing. Gang members will sometimes visit the club, Gregor said in his smooth, jazz band accent. Most of them are here for recreational purposes and we leave them be, but there have been several who have intentionally sought to cause trouble. Why do you let them in at all? Like those three, they don't always wear their colors on their sleeves. It is not until they act that we can see their true allegiance. I also cannot ban gang members so long as they do not start fighting, Faultline added. She met my disgruntled glare coolly. Think calmly, Creed. I am neutral, and that means treating all equally, even if I don't like it. Beside her, Labyrinth brought her cup to her lips with shaking hands. Please don't fight. We're not fighting, Labs. I'm sorry for worrying you. I let out a frustrated sigh. I hate politics sometimes. Politics is a tool, one you've used well enough so far, but it can just as easily inconvenience you. So I'm learning. Faultline, Gregor said firmly. He gestured not to Labyrinth, but to her feet. I looked and couldn't quite suppress a gasp. The warm, hardwood floor of the palanquin had been replaced by cold, white porcelain. The sofa she sat on became a cot on rickety metal. It was like watching the world be rolled up like a scroll, the wallpaper of reality being peeled back to reveal the ugly truth beneath. Labyrinth had fully retreated into herself and pulled her knees to her chest, making the already slim girl look positively diminutive. Shit, she swore. She glanced down and saw Saba, Sierra, and Michelle make their way upstairs, led by a smiling waitress. Gregor, take her to her room. The large man swept Labyrinth up in his arms and began to lumber away. I stood to follow. I didn't know what I could do, but I felt that I had to see this. Maybe it was because she was the first to receive a full costume from me, but in the short time I'd known her, the quiet girl had grown on me. Faultline grabbed me by the shoulder. I'm sorry, Creed, but we'll handle things from here. I want to help. We're just going to put her to sleep. It's fine. Keep your friends company. I saw that she wouldn't budge, so I collapsed back into my seat. I sighed and considered looking for the door. The night started fun, a lovely chat with three pretty girls, a nice buzz courtesy of my favorite barkeep, and even some bonding time with my closest allies. Now though, Saba, Michelle, and Sierra were coming up and Faultline and co were obviously busy. I could feel the buzz of alcohol starting to wear off, so I gave the bouncer a respectful nod and dipped out into the night. 2010, October 31st, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. It was almost 1 in the morning when I arrived back in my room. I was tired, more emotionally than physically, but there was one more thing I wanted to do before I hit the hay. The Gravity Child serum was complete, had been complete for a day or so now, and it was time for me to inject it into myself. I didn't know how long it'd take for my body to undergo the changes catalyzed by the serum, so I had to do it tonight or wait a full week. Sunday was free, Monday was not. I held the vial in my hand and held it to the light. The serum was a nearly uniform cobalt with some hints of silver sheen. It had a milky tint to it, and to the untrained eye, it could have passed for mercury. I pulled out a pack of non-prescription contacts I'd bought in textured disguise just for this purpose and set them under my pillow. Saint popped out of my pokenav as I settled into bed. Saint, the serum should knock me out for several hours, 6 at minimum but more likely 8 to 10. Could you put the syringe out of sight? I don't want Mom coming in to wake me in the morning and freak out thinking I overdosed or something. Porygon, he nodded. I reached out and gave him a scritch beneath the bill. Thanks, bud, you're the best. Salted almonds are in the 3rd drawer. Don't be seen. Instructions given, I found the vein on the crook of my elbow and pressed the injector. A hypodermic needle popped out with a muted sting. I pressed the plunger and watched the liquid silver sink into my veins. Then the world became a little fuzzy and inky blackness crawled up the sides of my vision. I woke up to the sun glaring down on me from my window. I closed my eyes against the harsh light and instinctively reached for a pillow to cover my face. The sudden ache stopped my hand cold, forcing a groan from my lips. I learned a valuable truth that day: alcohol and superpower-granting serums did not mix. Sure, there were no permanent negative effects, but hangovers weren't exactly fun to deal with, especially when just moving made my muscles ache something fierce. Wow, what the hell happened to you, bro? My sister's voice came from beside me. You're not usually this lazy. What happened to your morning run? Get out, I managed a pathetic mumble. I couldn't even muster the anger at her being in my room. She did not leave. Instead, she slapped a palm down hard on my stomach, squeezing out a loud humph from my lungs. Oh, come on, Bryce. Mom's already back from church and making lunch. Get up. Gah. I shouted. Just for a moment, I felt my aura respond and almost hurl my sister through the wall. I thankfully managed to leash it in time. Instead of the retaliation she so rightly deserved, I turned on my side and curled into a ball. Sis, seriously, fuck off. Bryce, you alright? She asked, concerned now. I didn't hit you that hard, did I? You didn't. I think I pulled something while I was jogging yesterday, I lied. Can you please leave? Alright, little bro, but come down for lunch in 15 minutes, k? I muttered something vaguely resembling assent and waited for her to leave before drawing the curtains shut using psychic. Now in blissful shade, I opened my eyes. I saw more. No, not metaphorically, I literally saw more. Colors were more vivid, details more distinct. Pookie, the stuffed bear my sister gifted me as a joke when I was 7, sat atop my desk as he always did. Except now, I could count every last fraying hair if I wanted to. More, I could track the movement of a fleck of dust that floated onto the bear's nose. It was a remarkable amount of detail. I now had eyes that could compare favorably with a bird of praise. Right, the twinkle eye, I muttered, that's a thing gravity children have. The twinkle eye was called that because the pupils of gravity children could contract into crosses, giving the illusion of twinkles. The cross shapes formed large horizontal and vertical apertures, allowing for accurate gauging of distance. Because they were cross-shaped instead of larger circles, they blocked excess light, minimizing loss of detail. My retinas now also boasted two intersecting linear fovea, sections of retinas that contained cone cells to best use the new pupil shape. The twinkle eye granted no powers, I could neither warp time and space nor see through miles of solid rock like something out of Naruto, but it was in itself a marvel of biology. I crawled out of bed and did my best to ignore the massive migraine pounding nails into my skull. I felt through the bond more than saw Saint come out of the small nest I'd built for him in the closet. He nudged my hand with the contacts I'd hidden beneath my pillow. Thanks, bud, I spoke softly, but even that sent a twinge of pain through my skull. Then, I got the bright idea to try and avoid the body-wide ache by lifting myself with psychic. I immediately fell down, my head curled gingerly in my hands. RGGHHH. That was a terrible idea, the kind that made me sympathize with Lisa and Dinah. I lay there contemplating my own stupidity before slowly getting up, first on my hands and knees, then on my feet when the world stopped spinning. I palmed my contacts and went to the bathroom to put them on. My reflection stared back at me, cross-shaped pupils set in an otherwise unremarkable face. I allowed myself a moment to take in my new appearance before inserting the contacts. Or, trying. Poorly. Eventually, I stopped bruising my own eyeballs and managed to insert them properly. Already, the ache was fading, to be replaced by the increased coordination and proprioception that came with being a gravity child. I helped it along with generous use of recover. Finally ready, I headed down to eat with my mom and sister. I took a seat at the table and my wonderful mother placed a bowl of linguine carbonara before me. I had to remind myself that I'd slept through breakfast. Smells great, Mom. I barely got the words out of my mouth before inhaling a forkful of eggy, bacon wine noodles. Bryce, what kept you? You're not usually the type to sleep till noon, Mom said. I savored the buttery noodles and salty guanciale before answering. I don't know. I guess it was a combination of stuff. I think I pulled something when I was out jogging yesterday. Then I stayed up late researching the canary trial for a World Issues project. I'm not sure when I went to bed, but I guess I was more tired than I thought. Do you want me to look at your back? I am a chiropractor, you know. Nah, it's fine, Mom. It's not that bad. Okay, but come to me if it gets worse. Will do. We ate in companionable silence for several minutes before Mom turned to Sierra. So, honey, how was your night? Slept at Saba's. You know, did some student things. Mom looked utterly unamused. I was your age too, once. It's not hard to tell you were at a Halloween party. I'm not mad. You're not. I just want you to tell me where you're going, dear. Besides, I trust Saba to be responsible. Oh. Ow. You trust Saba over your own daughter. I know you, she said like that explained everything. To be fair, between the three of us, it did. So? How was it? Not too bad. I met Crystal, Victoria, and Amy from New Wave. She grinned teasingly at me. I asked Amy what she thought of you, Bryce. Do you want to know what she said? I rolled my eyes. She might have met them and asked after I'd left, otherwise she was full of it, but I couldn't exactly call her out on it. I'm sure she told you that I'm a pain in the ass. She did, it was super cute. What part of Amy Dallin is cute? Denial and puppy love. She cares about you, you know. For someone who calls you a pain in the ass, she had an awful lot of things to say about you. I'm sure she can tell you more about testicular cancer than you'll ever need to know. Knowledge doesn't mean fondness. We're friends, for the 100th time. Sure, Bryce, sure, she winked conspiration ally. Sierra was my big sister. She'd never stop giving me shit over my relationship with Amy, it was what big sisters did. Rather than argue with her, I turned to Mom with a change in topic. Mom, I need some advice. I got my second tutoring client the other day named Hannah. I'm having a hard time getting her to study though. How do I motivate her? I suppose you wouldn't have been hired if she was the studious sort. You need to be firm with her. I am, but I think the problem is that she's in 8th grade. She thinks she can act out because I'm basically the same age as her. I wasn't expecting much in the way of advice, more venting for the sake of venting. I miss Matt, or Mike. Whatever his name was. Sierra took a bite of her carbonara and slurped up a stray noodle. Now that we were talking about more serious topics, she was happy to drop the teasing. Matt's that Cape geek you tutored last, right? How'd you get him to study? I phrased algebra as real-world problems involving Cape fights and introduced him to physics equations. You know, speed, force, that sort of thing. Why? Well, maybe you can do that? What's she interested in? As far as I can tell, she's a pretty stereotypical popular girl. You know, glitter, ripped jeans, glory girl obsession, attached with a death grip to her phone, the works. I don't think she's going to be interested in real-life applications of algebra. It's only been a week and I want to hurt her. Bryce. Mom trailed warningly. I know. No maiming people who give me money. Don't worry, I'm much nicer to her in person. She's the type of person who'll smile for the adults but do whatever she wants the moment she thinks she can get away with it. Yeah, wish I could help, bro, but I don't really have any advice for you. I mean, I'm supposed to be tutoring you but you've always been really studious so I never had to do that. Mom jabbed a fork in my direction. Wait, honey, don't you know Glory Girl? Yeah, Mom. Victoria is a friend of mine. What about her? Well, how about getting Victoria to meet with her? I brightened and gave her a big, fake smile. Thanks, Mom, that's a great idea. I can have Vicky shake her down a bit. Think she'd be willing to hang Hannah from the flagpole? Sierra kicked me under the table while Mom slapped my shoulder. Bryce. They said together. Kidding. Mostly. I mean, what if you can have Victoria give her a talking to? What? Use my heroic friend's reputation to get her to study? That seems juvenile. Oh, I know. Sierra exclaimed. How about something more natural? Like, agree to go out for dinner with your friends after tutoring and have Glory Girl swoop down to meet you at the school parking lot so that Hannah Girl can watch. A part of me wanted to reject that idea out of hand, but the more I thought about it, the better it sounded. Vicky was the polar opposite of Amy, she had no trouble flaunting her celebrity status in the name of helping others. That might work. It's petty as fuck, but maybe. Language, Mom said reproachfully. I'll talk with her on Monday and see if she'd be willing to help me out. If not, well, I might have to give back the money Mrs. Chong paid me and apologize. Author's note. Nothing to say, so have an animal fact, polar bears are black. Yes, they actually have black skin and blubber. As for their fur, the white color actually comes from the structure of their hair follicles. The follicles are translucent and reflect the nearest source of light, which in most cases tends to be snow. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Search 3.4. 2010, October 31st, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I spent the rest of Sunday in my room, drawing up Tinkertech blueprints for the pledge regalia. It was a large, cross-shaped piece of machinery that resembled a headstone at first glance. The cross itself was disjointed, with slanted lines intersecting its body to mark the points where it could be disassembled. It was not one cross, but 8 thinner crosses stacked atop one another. When fully deployed, the crosses could separate and float around the pledge queen, synchronizing the abilities of her subordinates and allowing her to work on large-scale projects simultaneously. The crosses functioned as a set of giant megaphones, radio receivers, and amplifiers that processed and released sound waves as extremely precise vibrations that could not be heard by humans. Or, at least, that was the theory provided by Air Gear. How it expanded vibrations to include mechanical deconstruction of high-tech power armor was beyond me. Then again, I didn't care about the how, only that it worked. I finished off my sketch by redesigning my helmet to include the specialized headset Kururu used in Canon. Luckily, unlike the hybrid engine, this one went smoothly. The headset wasn't truly Tinkertech, just a highly advanced audio suite, and it fit in nicely to replace the one already in my helmet. With that done, I joined my family for a simple dinner of some shepherd's pie. When I returned, I decided to relax by strumming Dad's guitar. I felt as though I'd let it fall to the wayside a bit, too absorbed in Cape life. Funnily enough, my skills had not rusted. Or rather, I was hyper-aware of every single movement of my fingers across the strings, every vibration. I belatedly realized that this was the result of what Dr. Minami had called the solid sense type, one of the two modifications to a gravity child's cerebral cortex. It wasn't expounded on much in canon, but as I understood it, this new section of my brain helped me make sense of vibrations. It, in an almost literal way, allowed me to paint a solid picture of sound waves, an instinctive understanding of a sense I'd never had before. It was echolocation, but tuned up with anime logic. With it, I could feel each wavelength from peak to peak caused by the oscillating strings. I tweaked one tuning peg then another, marveling at my newfound perfect pitch. As much as I enjoyed playing the guitar for how it reminded me of Dad, I'd never been particularly gifted. Sierra and Mom said I was talented at the guitar because I was so young and seemingly picked up music chords quickly relative to my age, but they didn't know I had an entire life of mediocre talent and experience to draw upon. Musical talent was always something I'd envied. I played through All Along the Watchtower, Dad's favorite Hendrix song, and decided then and there that even without the twinkle eye or the versatile powers granted by the regalias, the Gravity Child serum was worth the trouble for this alone. I was so happy to discover my new affinity for music that I started to hunt down my favorite bands. Most of them were from my past life and had to be imported from Aleph like Guns N' Roses, Bon Jovi, and Linkin Park, but I'd also developed a taste for Bad Canary's punk pop music while researching her sham trial. To this day, It's My Life by Bon Jovi was my favorite song, and the only one I knew how to play both on the piano and guitar. I started strumming the introductory chords and to my surprise, I felt Saint tug on my bond. Pori, he trilled quietly. There was affection there, and curiosity too, but the most prevalent emotion was simple contentment. Somewhere along the line, it seemed as though Saint had adopted my interest in music. Or, more likely, he could feel my own enjoyment and reflected that through aura. I smiled happily as he leaned into my side and twitched his blocky little feet in time with my strumming. That's one more thing I need to explore. Just how far does my ability with aura extend? I wondered. Was our bond enough to let him gain levels even without direct combat experience? Could we one day coordinate without speaking aloud at all? How would I know when he is mature enough to handle evolution? Should I just give him the upgrade and let him decide when he wants to use it? I didn't know. Being a pseudo-parent was hard. I shelved the thought for later and instead started to sing. I listened to myself cover the first verse and visibly winced. Just because I had perfect pitch now did not mean I could sing well. Unlike guitar strings, there were no convenient tuning pegs for my vocal cords. I heard every imperfection, no matter how small. I eventually got better at ignoring them in favor of simply enjoying the music, just one more thing I'd have to get used to. It was almost 10 when I finally put down my guitar. I checked my faux account one last time and sent off 3 PMS. One was to Kid Win, reminding the young ward to go buy a box of Legos. The other 2 were replies to Big Rig, the toy box tinker specializing in large-scale construction, and Uppercrust, head of the New York branch of the elite. Big Rig. Sorry for the late reply, Big Rig. While I'm sure Toybox has a lot to offer me, I'm not interested in joining a faction, even a neutral one like yours. Unfortunately, membership in Toybox would mean leaving Brockton Bay and I find that unacceptable at this time. That said, I would be more than happy to do business with you. To be clear, you. Not Toybox, you. If anyone else in the Toybox network desires my services, they will have to approach me of their own accord. As far as I am concerned, I will deal with each of you as an individual, not a collective. You expressed an interest in my soda engine. I am delighted to inform you that my engine has been upgraded. It is the size of an office desk trash can and has a power output comparable to a ramjet. Here are the exact specifications for your perusal. I would also be happy to include examples of my Germafiber polymer weave, C-stone, and WAPO metal with our first transaction so you can stress test the materials yourself. The precise quantity of those materials I'm willing to sell will depend on what you plan to make with them. Now, as for myself, I am interested in your engineering CAD software as well as any fabrication machines you may have designed for construction purposes. We can trade, 1 for 1, or we can start a video call sometime this week to negotiate the specifics. A prospective business partner. Creed. I figured that if I could get Big Rig to approve of my raw materials like the C-stone, he might decide he wanted a stable supply. In that case, I would be able to argue that his fabricators should be provided to me at a discount seeing how he was partially helping to secure his own supply chain. I sent a similar missive to Uppercrust. Uppercrust. Sorry for the late reply, Uppercrust. While I'm sure the elite has a lot to offer me, both locally and nationally, I'm not interested in joining a faction, even a neutral one like yours. As I said, I consider my freedom to be the first and highest virtue. I would decline membership even should you establish a cell in Brockton Bay and give me a position of authority. I'm sorry, but that just isn't where I see myself at this time. That said, I would be more than happy to trade with you. As I understand it, and please correct me if I am mistaken, your specialization is defensive technology on a grand scale. I'm sorry to say that I am largely uninterested in your tinker tech at the time, though that will likely change as my own repertoire develops. However, I admire your work and would be happy to provide you with a newly upgraded soda engine. It is the size of an office desk trash can and has a power output comparable to a ramjet. Here are the exact specifications. If you find that you can use my engine to help power large-scale force fields, I would be happy to sell you additional models at a discount. All I ask in exchange is that you utilize the Elite's network to assist in the acquisition of raw materials for my own projects. I would like to arrange a video call sometime this week to negotiate the specifics. Best. Creed. I hadn't lied to my friends. I sincerely respected Uppercrest, hence my willingness to part with the first hybrid soda engine for free. I also saw this as a smart investment. Uppercrest's shields could not withstand the direct might of an Endbringer, as Leviathan had shown, but they could protect a city's major infrastructure against most natural disasters. He represented a vital part of the world's infrastructure. For example, he was a big part of why Leviathan's tsunamis did not completely sink neighboring cities. If he decided my engines were a highly efficient, cost-effective way to power them, I'd be looking at millions in revenue, even after cutting him a large discount. More than that, Uppercrest was old. By para-human standards, he was an ancient elder. His injury, of some malady I either couldn't remember or Canon never identified, was likely something I'd be able to fix in time, assuming I had his trust and the right specialization. Or better yet, perhaps I could direct Amy to him when she didn't quite have the same black and white mentality concerning her power as she had in Canon. It'd take a while to convince her that helping a villain, even a man like Uppercrest, was the morally right thing to do, but I was wearing her down, slowly but surely. I went to bed with flying dollar signs swirling in my mind. Who said helping the world couldn't be profitable? X. 2010, November 1st, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I set down my tray of popcorn chicken and fries with a clatter that grabbed the table's attention. Friends, I declared, I am in need of assistance. Stephanie and Chelsea had gone off on some cheer competition and wouldn't be back until Wednesday. Vicky and Amy had yet to arrive, so it was just us guys. Hey, Bryce, you're oddly energetic, Carlos noted. What's going on? I'm having a hard time tutoring this girl named Hannah. How do I get her to study? Dennis shrugged. Dunno, my dude. That's not really my thing. Try Dean, he's the student council president. I'm afraid I don't have much for you either, the school's heartthrob said. Being the student council president doesn't actually have much to do with motivating people to study. Have you tried genuinely asking her? Sometimes, a bit of empathy goes a long way. I didn't get the chance because she jumped on her phone within the first 4 minutes of the session. Take away her phone. Carlos took a bite of his pizza. You need to be firm with kids. I tried, but she's the type to throw a fit over it. How old is she? 8th grade. He winced. Ouch. I feel you, Bryce. I have a little sister who's 6 years younger than me. She doesn't always listen even when I have so many years on her. Yet, I'm only a year older, so she treats me like a nagging peer than a teacher. Have you tried bribing her with something she likes? Juana, my sister, needs to be bribed with snacks or time outside to do her homework. Yeah, that's basically what I did. I threatened to tell her mother. It worked, but I just wish there's something I could do that isn't running to mom. Hey guys, what's going on? Victoria and Amy had arrived. New Wave's golden girl took a seat next to Dean, with Amy taking her other side. I had no idea how or why, but I could only assume that Dean and Victoria had gotten back together at some point over the weekend. Bryce needs help with a girl, Dennis said with a grin. Victoria's grin took on a distinct shark-like edge. Oh? Do tell. My palm met my forehead. I picked up a popcorn chicken and chucked it at the ginger clown. Amy saw and barked out a laugh. Out of context. Very. I ripped up a packet of black pepper and sprinkled it over my ketchup. We're talking about how I can get an 8th grade girl I'm tutoring to actually give a damn about studying. Carlos says I should bribe her with something, but the only thing I know for a fact she's interested in is Glory Girl. Peanuts, Amy said definitively. Train her like Pavlov's dog. I'll give you an autograph if it'll help, Vicky chimed in. I don't mind meeting a fan. Okay, thanks, Vicky. I'm going to use you as a bribe. She doesn't get to meet you unless she does her damn homework. Hey, on another note, I met Creed on Saturday, Vicky sang. Dean straightened at that. What? When? Did he do something? No, it was at the Halloween party at the Palanquin that Crystal dragged us to. He was actually pretty tame. What? No hostages? He didn't try to burn the building down? I snarked. No. Drug stash? Nope. Stealing people's wallets? Actually, no. He joked about it, but I'm 90% sure he didn't take anything. Hey. The worst thing I saw him do was underage drinking. He's a bit of a character. Why was he there in costume? Dean asked. Wasn't he big on not being affiliated with any gang? To drink without an ID, didn't you hear? Dennis said. I don't actually know, Victoria shrugged. We just talked about random stuff. Didn't really get to grill him or anything, you know. Nice, hear anything juicy? Nah, he said some weird stuff about the goat then left. You should be careful, Dean warned. He might seem harmless, but he's still a villain. Vicky laughed. I think I can take him. Maybe, but that's no reason to underestimate the guy, Carlos spoke up. We keep hearing that every criminal is dangerous, especially Tinkers since they're so unpredictable. She probably could, I said as I nibbled on my last popcorn chicken. She's definitely stronger and can fly freely. Are you electric-proof? Mostly. Uncle Neil can't really shock me either. Then we haven't seen anything Creed can do that you can't just bull rush your way through. See? Bryce believes in me. I believe in facts, I drawled. I think he could probably avoid the fight with you by teleporting or whatever he did to leave last time, but I don't think he can win a straight fight. I was being truthful. I had options, like shooting her with the Walker pistol before punching her throat using psychic at the same time her barrier went down, but I didn't think I could take her down without resorting to such lethal measures. She was that fast and strong. For a lot of reasons, not least of which was the potential Red Queen sitting 5 feet away from me, lethal wasn't exactly a viable option. If I ever met Glory Girl in costume, I'd probably play tag with her before jobbing and running away. The rest of lunch was spent talking about what they thought Creed would do now that it seemed like there wouldn't be a gang war erupting. The general consensus seemed to be that he'd likely lay low for a bit and make money off his catalog. Tutoring went a little better, mostly because I threatened to call her mother then offered her the carrot that was meeting Vicky. Even so, Hannah just wasn't a motivated kid and I decided to do the bare minimum to fulfill my obligations as a tutor, nothing else. After all, my original goal for tutoring wasn't because I had any dreams of being an educator. I just wanted an excuse to vanish into my lab for a few hours during the day. If she wasn't going to put in the effort, then fuck her. I finished up our session at 5 in the afternoon and stepped out of sight before changing into my costume. Several minutes later, I found myself at the Brockton Bay Central Bank. Greetings, mortals! I shouted as I flung the doors wide. The security guards immediately readied themselves. Now, is this how you treat a client? Sir, you can't be he. One of the security guards, Tom, his tag read, tried to grab my shoulder. I let him, then kept walking, dragging him along like a sack of potatoes. I am here, to withdraw funds for my villainous operations. Deafening silence followed my proclamation. This is fun, I can see why All Might behaved this way, I chuckled internally. Seeing how no one was moving, I stood behind an older gentleman, black with a salt and pepper beard that was immaculately cared for. How is your day going, sir? I asked politely. What are you supposed to be? Tom tugged at my arm again, more insistently this time. Sir, we don't serve villains, he said firmly. Don't mind me, good chap. I'm just here to withdraw some money. I turned back to the businessman. And can I say, your beard is immaculate, sir. Tom got fed up with trying to coax me outside and decided that since I wasn't actively fighting back, he could just pick me up and carry me out. I let him. The moment he placed me outside like a disposable mannequin, I strolled right back to my place in line. I could have gone about this in a dozen different ways, but just because Amy wouldn't let me rob a bank didn't mean I couldn't troll them for shits and giggles. Sir! He shouted. He rushed over and tried to pick me up again. This time, I used psychic to push down, effectively grounding myself. I nudged the comely businessman and sent him a mischievous wink. You've got to admire Tom's dedication, eh? The bank manager, a man named Spielman, came over. He was a stereotypical fat cat, big beer belly, balding, white, and with a suit that was perfectly tailored to make him look important. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, he said. Unlike Tom, I could see the beads of sweat running down his balding head. He managed to stand with his back straight, staring my comparatively diminutive form down with all the bureaucratic outrage he could muster. I refuse, I chirped cheerily. Guess seeing me not hit Tom gave him a backbone. And may I just say, your service is atrocious. I understand that I have a bit of gravitas to my presence, but that's no reason to stop serving your clients. We don't serve villains. He said, growing increasingly flustered. Why of course you do, my rotund friend. You're a bank, all your biggest clients are villains, most just don't wear masks. He sputtered something that I ignored. Well, the way I see it, you can either serve the clients, including me, or I, a notorious villain, will remain in your lobby and detract from this bank's sterling reputation. The protectorate has been called, sir, the second security guard said. Ha! They'll come to remove you. I tapped my chin guard with an index finger in an exaggerated show of contemplation. But if they do that, I'll have to fight them, which will certainly mean the bank will close for the next week due to collateral damage. And I'll just be back next week for the same. That galvanized someone in line. Just serve him already, a woman shouted. Typical of Brockton Bay, I thought. Capes are entertainment until they interfere with daily life. Then they should be appeased as soon as possible. I didn't let my contempt show and instead clapped. You see, Pugman? There is only one thing for you to do. He growled something unintelligible and stomped off. Come here, he said resignedly. I refuse. What? I will not cut in line, that's just despicable, and even a villain like me has standards, I said with my nose turned up at the sky. Within minutes, like the true Brocktonites they were, both the bank and patrons went about their business. Stupid? Yes, but so stupid that it circled back to being impressive. That level of apathy had to count for something. The bank served every guest in record time and a few minutes later, I was standing before the teller when Velocity appeared next to me in a blur of red. This has got to be the politest bank robbery I've ever seen, he drawled. You're not going to let me foam you, are you? Roadrunner. Good of you to make it. How's it going? Roadrunner? Really? Couldn't you have come up with something more creative? Don't mind it. I'm sure that one day, you'll be your own person. Right. So, what are you up to, Creed? Oh, just making a withdrawal. I don't see what the big deal is. Speaking of, I turned to the teller and handed her the debit card I knew was tied to the number man. I'd like to withdraw 500 from the account linked to that, please. The pretty young lady looked between me and the hero. Seeing Velocity shrug helplessly, she squeaked out, I am going to need a photo ID, sir. You're sure? Why yes. Are you asking me or telling me? Telling you. Curses. Foiled by rudimentary fraud protection. You can go to an ATM. Ah, see? What a wonderfully professional lass she is. I don't see why everyone else at this establishment can't be as great as her. I wonder why, the red-clad hero snorted. Creed, is that account number actually linked to an account? Of course it is, Red Rocket. It's my main account that contains the bulk of my funds. I thought I was Roadrunner. Did you say something? Velocity sighed. You're not actually robbing a bank. Of course not. It goes against my, wait for it, Creed, I winked, not that he could see through my visor. Will that be all, sir? The attendant stammered, clearly just trying to get me out of her hair. Couldn't blame her. Yes, you have been truly wonderful, young madam, I said. My fun had, I stepped out of line and made for the ATM. If I were you, I'd demand a raise. I strolled out of the bank with $500 in my pocket, leaving behind a very confused Velocity. A part of me expected him to attack as soon as I reached the parking lot, but he didn't for whatever reason. I shrugged. It was a good litmus test as far as seeing where I stood with the protectorate. It seemed that so long as I didn't actively commit crimes, I was still very much a small fry in their books. I stepped behind a stop sign, then cloaked as I stepped past it, leaving Velocity with the impression that I'd teleport through a portal that wasn't there. 10 minutes later, I was standing outside the biggest Toys R Us in town. In my original life, the chain had all but vanished due to the rise of Amazon and similar, but that wasn't so in this world. The general downturn of the global economy and absence of giant online retailers meant that chain stores got to cling to their local markets for a while longer. Grinning like a loon under the mask, I shoved both doors aside before the automatic mechanism could trigger and shouted, "Hello, people." Kaya! I heard someone scream. I turned her way to find an old lady I'd startled. Behind her was a boy of about 8, probably her grandson. I ignored the twinge of guilt at startling little old ladies and continued. I am here to buy Legos. Compared to the bank, my time at the toy store was practically mundane. The manager fell over himself to give me what I wanted, mostly to get me out of the store as quickly as he could. I bought the biggest Lego set I could, a 2008 model Death Star consisting of almost 4,000 pieces. He seemed genuinely surprised when I pulled out $400 to pay for it. I was putting the final touches on the Pledge Regalia's blueprints after dinner when I received a call from Strider. I quickly locked my door before putting on the helmet. Voice disguised, I picked up the call. Hello, Strider, I greeted. How goes the courier business? Good morning, Creed, he said. His voice was relaxed and mellow. Well, morning for me. I'm in Australia for a bit. Is this a good time to chat? Sure, I wasn't doing anything important. Did the suitcase I made for you get damaged already? No, that's not it. The suitcase works as promised actually, thanks again for that. I was calling because I managed to work out a deal with a quarry about the volcanic ash. How much did you want again? As much as you can physically provide and then some, I said. You can consider this an ongoing commission as I don't foresee a situation in which I'll stop needing ash anytime soon. If you can get it, I'll buy it. Hey, what are you building that needs this much of it? Who knows? Well, I can get 1,200 pounds of it to you tomorrow night. My time or yours? Yours, he confirmed. I always stick to my clients' time zones. It's just easier that way. Do you have a drop-off location? Fault Line's Palanquin is fine. There is a small lot out back. Yeah, I'm sure I can find the place. I'll be there by midnight tomorrow. Agreed. That night, I headed to the Gull Rest to tinker myself another expanded bag, this time a large suitcase like Strider's. It was too cumbersome to carry into battle, but I figured I'd need it to move things from the Palanquin to the ship. Author's note. Is this how banking works? I have no fucking clue because I'm a terrible adult and haven't stepped foot inside a bank in years. This is what COVID's reduced me to. I'd say that, but let's face it, I was a disgusting shut-in anyway. The scene is stupid, but Bryce is trying very hard to be stupid. Or at least, seen as such. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Search 3.5. 2010, November 2nd, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Being the first PE class of November, Coach Miller had us playing flag football. We wore belts over our shirts with little flags that could be snatched off easily. Because football teams were rather large, Coach Miller didn't see the point in dividing us by gender and just had us play 2 games. It was the perfect chance to test my new genetic enhancements. From the outside, there were no noticeable changes in my actions, particularly since I went out of my way to appear unmotivated and mediocre. From my perspective, the difference was night and day. The solid-state sense type allowed me to perceive vibrations like a sixth sense. The biomass gyroscope gave me perfect balance. I felt as though I'd never run until now, like everything I'd been doing was the fumbling of a drunken fool. I experienced a little of this during my morning run, but that couldn't truly compare to a more dynamic exercise like flag football. As a gravity child, I could feel myself subtly change my footing with each step to perfectly balance myself regardless of my posture. Even the lightest breeze that brushed the sweat from my face sang to me, telling me of where it came from and where it was blowing. I felt as though I would be able to play this game just fine even if I closed my eyes and relied on my awareness of the air around me. I dodged out of Grace's way and allowed some guy on her team to pull my flag for our team's 4th down, dropping the ball where I stood. It wasn't about speed because I wasn't any faster than I was last week. It was purely awareness, the instinctive understanding of the location of every inch of my body and the way my body would interact with vibrations in the air. I felt like Spider-Man. Shit, I groaned and gave my captor a high five. Nice one, Nestor. Thanks, Bryce. You get faster. Nat, I'm just good at running away. Weenie, Grace called. She strolled over with an arm around Eric. I stuck my tongue out. Ever since I spent some time with Eric and Grace at the homecoming dance and arcade, the distance between me and my classmates seemed to shrink. I was still the quiet kid, but people came up to at least say hi. The wonders of being friends with the popular kids, I scoffed. Coach Miller blew his whistle again and we got into position. Their team's quarterback began to shout. Blue. Red. 4. 5. 9. Hut. Hut. Hut, dash. Just start, you fuck. Stephen heckled. That's a detention, Mr. Martin, Coach Martin called. Mr. Keel, start in 4 seconds or else. Yes sir, Brendan Keel, the quarterback, said sheepishly. His eyes immediately sharpened and I realized that this was his plan. Hike. The ball shot back from the center's legs and Brendan caught it. Already, his teammates were fanning out to cover their quarterback and give him as much time to throw as possible. My own teammates were still trying to figure themselves out. I saw Eric run past the defenders, intent on playing the receiver. I ran after him. Even after 2 months of daily morning jogs, Eric was still much faster than me. He'd started from much further back but was already almost past me. He grinned, relishing the thrill of exercise. I groaned. I had no hope of catching him without agility or my suit. I lunged and he sidestepped, juking around me with a flourishing spin. My fingers touched his flag, but could not get a grip on it before he was away. Well, shit, I muttered from the ground. Being a gravity child made me nearly untouchable, but it didn't help me chase down someone who was faster. What the fuck was that, Killy? Steven yelled just as the coach called touchdown. I rolled onto my back and smiled genially. That was me getting outplayed. No shit. God damn, you suck. Lay off, Steve, Eric called. What's your problem today? My problem is that this lazy fucker doesn't try, he said, angrily pointing at me. Relax, Stewie, I told him. Of course, telling a frustrated teenager he should relax was like pouring oil on a campfire to douse it. It's a game, enjoy it. Fuck you, Killy. What kind of pussy-ass name is Killy? Well, it's Gaelic for graceful one. My family used to be called O'Killy a few hundred years back when they were in Ireland. That means descendant of the graceful one. They shortened it to just Killy when they settled here. No one asked, you fucking nerd, he snarled. You just did, I replied from my place on the ground. The grass felt nice and cool on my skin. He could see people start to gather around, wondering what he was doing yelling at the ground, so he turned with an angry huff. Whatever, you useless fuck. I laid there, enjoying the grass and morning dew that had yet to fully dry. You going to get up, Bryce? Eric asked. Grace joined us and gave her boyfriend a peck on the cheek. Nah, class is almost over anyway. Wanna join me? It's comfy. Bryce, Grace said warningly. Fine, I said grumpily. How is it every girl says my name with that exact same tone? You, Amy, Vicky, Chelsea, Stephanie, Sierra, Mom. It's the you're about to be in deep shit voice. All girls get instructions in the mail from the International Association of Kick-Ass Women after we turn 13. I knew it. It's a conspiracy. How else would we keep you idiot menfolk in line? Eric, your girlfriend is bullying me. He gave me a smug grin. I know, it's great. Ass. His is pretty nice, Grace quipped, sending the blue-haired cape into a stammering spiral. Getting used to the abilities of a gravity child was much simpler than I'd expected. It hadn't even been a week and I was already moving like I was born with the power. I figured that it was because the enhancements were so much tamer than those found in other fictions. Shorter ceiling, less growing to do to catch up. I spent all of Tuesday's lab session building the pledge regalia. It didn't take too long because I had the entirety of the blueprints already designed. By the end of my 4-hour fugue, I found myself standing before the tombstone-like cross. It was an impressive 4 feet tall and made of lightweight but sturdy alloys primarily consisting of titanium and wapometal. Even so, it weighed 92 pounds, heavy, but not unusable with my raid suit giving me the edge. It'd probably take some getting used to regardless. Luckily, I didn't build it to use it in battle. I was sure there would be a time when perfect sonic manipulation over several city blocks would come in handy, but it wasn't going to see regular use in a combat capacity. Compared to the finicky, delicate mechanisms of the pledge regalia, the headset that needed to be revamped in my helmet was barely a concern. I put on my full costume with the regalia strapped to my back and stared at the full-length mirror I'd stolen from Hillside. I looked. There was no way around it. I looked edgy as fuck. As if it wasn't bad enough that I already looked like a Sentai Elite superfan, I now had a metal, cross-shaped tombstone strapped to my back. Yup, definitely not for public use, I told Saint. Still, I should turn it on and make sure everything works, right? Ree, he called. He floated off to the side, ready to protect me with psychic should something go wrong. Here goes. Every regalia had a set of principles that they expanded upon to obscene degrees. Ramjet, well, worked like a ramjet. Key Mother, the flame regalia, amplified the heat generated by friction to create infernos that would make Burnscar weak at the knees. The unnamed pledge regalia. This one was unlike the rest. Not only was it not designed with combat in mind, its primary purpose was not to dominate and manipulate, but to understand, to process, and improve. My oversized tombstone split into 8 crosses, 7 forming a ring around me even as the last clung to my person. The world expanded around me and sight became obsolete. The solid sense type took over as the most important sense available to me. Every cross was a node, a receiver, an amplifier both. I felt each whisper of air, every minute current that caressed everything on this ship and more. Each of these vibrations could be considered sound, simply sound too soft for the human ear. The pledge regalia heard it all, painting a picture of the world around me in vivid detail. And with that, I understood. I understood how Kururu could disassemble an opponent's power armor in seconds using this regalia. I wondered if this was at all like the kind of near omniscience Taylor saw in canon. I examined the model Black Rhino trike I'd made during the One Piece specialization using only the air around it. Subtle vibrations told me where I could find every joint and vulnerability. I pushed for lack of a better word, sending a stream of pure sound through one cross then another, amplifying the wavelengths until they struck the model. I managed to dent its aluminum frame a bit and spin the wheels, but little else. I understood how Kururu could use vibrations to disassemble something, but that did not mean I had the skill. Simply, I had the potential, and I would have to satisfy myself with that for now. After dinner, I watched a home movie with my mom for a bit before retiring for the night. It was series finale of a sitcom turned into a movie starring Jennifer Aniston, Earth-Bet's version of Friends, but with powers. Rachel was still a train wreck and Joey was an idiot savant. It was a weird mix of strange and familiar that left me wanting to go on a movie binge to compare Olaf and Bet shows. Honestly wasn't awful, though the ending did seem rather rushed. Instead of going to sleep, I locked my doors and closed the blinds before pulling the pledge regalia from the DSS. Having cool shit wasn't good enough, I realized that now. Being the jack of all trades wasn't good enough. In that vein, it was time for training. I pulled out a toy robot. It was a limited time edition of Heroes Power Armor I received for my 7th birthday from Dad. It worked off 2 AA batteries and came with action blasters. Or some such. Though I never really played with it, mentally far past the age when something like this would hold my interest, I could never bring myself to part with it. It seemed fair then that Dad's gift helped me build my own cape identity. I activated the pledge regalia again and set the toy down on the floor. Bit by bit, I trained myself to use the regalia to its full potential. There were two aspects of it. First, I had to fully understand the vibration feedback that was sent into my headset. What did a ball joint feel like? How about a hinge? What kinds of vibrations did electric currents below a set voltage make? What about stronger voltages? How does heat muddle vibrations? It was much like speaking a different language, one my brain was uniquely engineered to process. That was the crazy bit, Kururu Sumeragi wasn't a gravity child. She was human as far as anyone knew and mastered this oversized tombstone like none before her. If she could do it, so could I. I had a literal subset of my brain genetically engineered for the use of EdTech. The second aspect of mastering the regalia was to manipulate the oscillating vibrations that filled the air, to turn them into my hands and feet. Using multiple wavelengths of sound at the same time, I could simulate detailed motions like twisting or latching. By bouncing each wavelength off a different set of crosses, I could designate different strengths for them to get the result I wanted. By midnight, I managed to twist off the arm of my hero figurine without breaking it. It was slow, but it was progress. I swore that by the end of the week, I'd learn to construct something with just sound alone. Pori, Saint urged. The blocky duck pressed his nose into my side to pull me from my thoughts. Thanks, Saint. What would I do without you? He trilled happily as if to say I wouldn't want to find out before diving into my Pokenav. I reassembled the pledge regalia back into its main configuration and digitized it into the DSS before double timing to the palanquin for my appointment with Strider, expanded suitcase in hand. Hector. I greeted as I uncloaked in the middle of the bar, arms out wide in a hug. How's it going? Hector looked up with a friendly smile. Now that Halloween had passed, he was no longer wearing a suit. Instead, he had a simple black polo with the club's name stitched over his left breast. Pretty good, Creed. You here for the boss? Not this time. Just waiting on some mail. Ah, I get it. You want the usual. Nah, can I try a Moscow mule? Branching out, hey? I like that. No, came Faultline's voice. I looked up to find her eyeing me from the balcony. He doesn't get to drink before a deal. Hector shrugged helplessly. You heard the boss, bud. Sorry. Rats, I clicked my tongue. You are the ruiner of all the fun in the world, Faultline. I take it Strider has yet to arrive. Before I could reply, my Pokenav buzzed. That's probably him. I answered the call. Strider, greetings. Hey, I'm outside. Come inside through the back. I'm sitting at the bar with Faultline. Sure, give me a second. A moment later, the man who could only be Strider entered through a side door. The world's foremost mailman was clad in blue and black, with the train conductor's hat atop his head over a blue domino mask. He wore an overcoat of the same blue shade and carried the luggage I'd fashioned for him. He stopped in front of me and Faultline. Creed. Faultline, it's good to see you again. Welcome, Faultline began. Would you like a drink? Oh, so he gets to drink. I grumbled good-naturedly. He's a responsible adult, she shot back. Water if you don't mind. See. I gamely ignored her. She couldn't prove her point if I wasn't listening. That was my stance and I was sticking to it. Instead, I turned to my new favorite mailman. How are things? The suitcase work okay? Perfect, he said with a grin. I have my entire life packed in here. You know, I stuffed it full of gym weights until I had 1800 pounds. I wanted to know if your measure was exact. It was. Glad to hear it. Do you mind if I take the bag for a few minutes? I was thinking you could relax here for a bit while I unload all of the ash. Go ahead, I'm sure you know how to operate your own tech. He slid the suitcase over to me. I managed to get 3,600 pounds of the stuff, but you're going to have to let me hop back over to a quarry in Hawaii for a second trip. Thanks, that works fine. It took a while because the suitcases weren't themselves attached to the DSS. I had to unload everything from Strider's suitcase out behind the palanquin, hand the suitcase back to Strider so he could hop to Hawaii, then load everything into my own before doing it all over again. I made a mental note to figure out some kind of portable digitization process. It shouldn't be too difficult, probably. About 30 minutes later, I re-entered the club, signed the final receipt. Here, delivery checks out. Yeah, you let me know if you have another job for me, Creed. Nothing illegal, but if you want me to deliver your tech to a client, I'd be happy to do it. For a price, I completed for him with a smirk. Actually, I could always use more ash. If you don't mind getting a few more loads. He returned my grin with his own. You know, I like money as much as the next guy, but I'd be willing to do more of these deliveries in exchange for a new costume. Maybe with one of those fancy shield generators on it. I nodded. He was a decent fellow. Rogue, technically, but I doubted even Amy could find fault with the man who shouldered Endbringer response rates practically by his lonesome. A costume to keep him alive would be an easy way to get him on my side and do a bit of good for the world while I was at it. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Let's go upstairs and hash this out. I've got a few deals in the works with other tinkers, so I'm happy to use your services, even excluding any more ash deliveries. In the end, he agreed to make 10 more deliveries of volcanic ash, all at max capacity of 1,800 pounds, as well as any deliveries between myself and tinker clients, with the sole caveat that I could not sell nor purchase narcotics nor firearms. In exchange, I agreed to give him a shield generator in the form of a shawl much like Labyrinth's that he could drape around his current uniform. Of course, it also came with a maintenance guarantee of 3 years. In truth, though we did sign a paper contract with Faultline as witness, it was mostly pageantry. If Strider bailed, I couldn't really hunt him down without a ridiculous waste of resources. If I bailed, he couldn't really do much beyond wave that paper around. Like with most deals between capes, it relied heavily on the honor system. In that regard, Strider was taking a risk by trusting me. His reputation was set in stone, mine was not. Strider hung around with us for a bit longer before saying goodbye. I wanted to go back to my lab, but I got dragged into a dancing contest between Neuter and some frat boys. I lost. Miserably. Super proprioception did not in fact mean I had any natural talent at dancing, only that I wouldn't trip like an idiot. I did discover something new, however, aura. After my miserable attempt at dancing, I laid bonelessly on the sofa in the VIP lounge, looking over the club and letting the world brush against my mind. It was an interesting experience, fully opening up the psychic floodgates like that. I got a kick out of randomly tapping people on the shoulder, because yes, I was that juvenile. It was practice, okay? X. 2010, November 3rd, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Amy finally remembered to chew me out for the bank robbery, something a lot harder to take seriously due to her own chuckles. I hadn't actually robbed a bank, simply withdrawn money from an account in a way that drew attention to myself, so she didn't much care in truth. For all the shit she gave me, it was good having someone to talk to about all this Cape business. Arcadia let out early on Wednesdays, perks of a vocational curriculum, so I had a half hour to myself before I had to go tutor Hannah. I took the chance to head to the lab and withdraw the undersuits I'd made for Neuter and Faultline from the sewing machine. I'd promised them germafiber suits as thanks for putting me in contact with the number man and setting up my banking information. I needed to make a new batch of the coding for Gregor. He was a big dude, but I expected to be finished sometime Saturday. I arrived at the library and gave her the most basic of perfunctory greetings. We then settled in for another awkward 2 hours where I doodled designs and watched her try and fail at pretending to do her homework. I just didn't give much of a damn about the tutoring session anymore. If Hannah wanted to put in the work, that was fine by me. If she didn't, well, I tried. I just had her finish her homework, checked her answers once to make sure she was doing it right, then cut the session short. No skin off my nose. After bidding her an unenthusiastic goodbye, I zipped straight back to the Gull Rest to train for 2.5 hours until dinner. The Gull Rest used to be a mid-sized oil tanker. Which was to say, it could easily house a small village, maybe several. Its cargo hold was several stories tall and as long as a city block or two. It was hard to conceptualize that kind of area as applied to a boat. Every time I saw it, I had to take a moment to come to grips with its sheer size. It was far, far too large for any one person to use as a lab. Coincidentally, it was positively perfect for use as an impromptu racetrack. In air gear, teams were ranked from F to A class, with each team advancing in rank depending on how well they performed in the parts war, called so because teams often gambled their own ATS. The ranks weren't just status symbols. In order to teach new Storm Riders the bare minimum required to not die, or at least decreases the chances, teams could only compete in specific game types according to their rank: dash, hurdle, cube, air, disc, and balloon. Dash was as it said on the tin, it taught F-class teams to run in a straight line. Hurdle taught E-class teams to avoid obstacles, or go through them if they had the power. Cube was somewhat unique in that unlike all other game types, it was played in an enclosed space, such as a single classroom. It was often a simple brawl between Storm Riders and was meant to teach D-class teams to ride across the walls and ceiling, 3D maneuverability, and turning. Then, only when they mastered the basics, were teams allowed to compete with C-class teams in air games. Those got insane. Most matches were in buildings or spaces similar to the Gullrest's cargo hold. Air was effectively a game of aerial musical chairs. Every team started on a platform. Teams tried to knock each other to the ground, with the added complexity of a random platform becoming unavailable after a set time. The worst of these matches were played on fighter jets by an A-class team appropriately named Sleipnir. Suffice to say, Storm Riders had a ridiculous skill gap between D and C-class and an even bigger gap between the average rider and the kings. That was the gap I was trying to close in a mere 2.5 weeks. No. That was the gap I had to close. I needed to become a king before my specialization changed. I needed to be someone who could defy all logic and tell physics to get bent, someone, had I been born in that world, who could have made a serious claim for the gram scale tournament. Impossible. Fucking impossible. Or, it would have been had I been alone. But I wasn't alone. I had Saint. I had the Germa expansion suit. I had Pokemon-style aura, and with it Protect, Recover, Magnet Rise, and Psychic. I had everything needed to push myself to the absolute limit. I didn't want to be a simple creator anymore. I didn't want to be just a hoarder with dozens of inventions anymore. I wanted to master everything I made, because this world was cruel and it would allow for nothing less. Skidmark of all people taught me that. Are you ready, Saint? I whispered into my mic. Pori, he let out a digital chirp. Concern flared through our bond. Porygon. That's why you're in here with me. If something goes wrong, if I can't react in time, you can trigger the shields. And if I do get hurt, I have recover to fall back on. Porygon. I know, trust me. I know. Gone. Yup. We're going to go up the parts wars match types. Dash first until I get used to the top speed of a basic IT. Then with agility. Then hurdles. And then. I guess we can find the captain's quarters for cube, should be small enough without being oppressive. We'll go from there, got it. Porygon. Pori. Yet. I still haven't decided what regalia I want to strap to my feet, but that's fine. This level of training will be necessary no matter what I do. And, we get to collect more data on just how quickly a gravity child can pick up on techniques like this. Ready. Gone. I eyeballed the far end of the ship. Slowly, I fell into a sprinter's crouch. Time me. Gone, he chirped in the affirmative. Then, I was off. Author's note. Not much to say. Strider, is Strider. He's a taxi shaped like a person. And now, he's a U-Haul shaped like a person. Great, right? Marvel at my character development skills. Saint is best duck. He'll evolve. At some point. Have an animal fact. When a sushi chef feeds you uni, or sea urchin, he's really feeding you gonads, or testicles. They're salty and creamy and you'll never look at a sushi chef again. Search 3.6. 2010, November 3, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. It hurt. Not physically, I had minimal trouble adjusting to my sprint. Mentally. Emotionally. Kazu, as a fucking novice, was able to use the flame road with a basic set of ATS. He was able to, for just the briefest moment, smash the sound barrier. Sure, it was only in a straight line and he'd become the Flame King after Spitfire, but that was as a goddamn rookie in his first ever parts war. I couldn't do that. After an hour of sprinting back and forth, I couldn't copy Kazu's afterburner. I knew how to do it, at least theoretically. Kazu began the technique by falling until his body was almost parallel with the fence he was running on. Oh, yeah, because the ground was too easy apparently, he did this while running along the railings of a fence. Then, when his body was positioned to minimize air friction, he kicked off all at once with an explosive thrust. Supposedly, his skates were mimicking the afterburners of jetcraft, hence the name of the technique, but that made zero goddamn sense. An afterburner was just an additional bit of fuel injected into a jet's combustor located inside the pipe behind or after the turbine mid-flight for some extra thrust. There was nothing even remotely comparable between that and the way a basic it worked. I dashed through the cargo hold at disappointing speeds and allowed myself to smash into the wall in frustration. Protect and my suit's shield flared as I made like a starfish and left a creed-shaped imprint into the metal. I shoved with my knees and allowed myself to peel away from the wall like a cartoon. Landing with a clanging flop, I groaned. Saint, how many attempts was that? Pori. The helmet's UI flashed 43. 43 attempts in an hour and my top speed sans agility was clocked at only 568 miles per hour on the straightaway. It was enough to grant me a hefty mover rating according to the PRT standards, but it was a far cry from the potential I knew I could achieve. Sure, I'd broken this record when I airdropped onto Squealer's truck, but adding agility and gravity was cheating. I'd thought afterburner would be the simplest technique for me to learn. Just run fast in a straight line, right? How hard could it be? I was so wrong. ATS translated the raw kinetic energy of the Storm Rider's kicks into motorized thrust. The stronger and faster the rider, the more effective the it became by extension. What did it say about me then that even with the Germa-Raid suit boosting my strength, I still couldn't crack the supersonic divide, the big 767? Did that mean there was something wrong with me? Were anime characters just built different? Was Kazu just a freak of nature? I sighed and picked myself up again. I wasn't being entirely fair to myself. Yes, Kazu could break the sound barrier in his first dash, but almost no one else could. Even towards the end of the series, that kind of raw, straightaway sprinting speed was rare, the hallmark of a king-level rider. Most of the great riders didn't get that kind of speed until their roads were much more developed. My bitching was the equivalent of a child picking up a slingshot and complaining he wasn't as accurate as Usopp. Having the right gear wasn't the same as having the right talent. Still, the failure left a bitter taste in my mouth. There were two plus sides to my repeated failure, beyond redecorating the wall, I mean. 1. It showed me clearly that without agility, some of the fastest tricks would be beyond my abilities. Disappointing, but it did give me an idea of how to improve so it wasn't all bad. 2. It allowed me to better appreciate my newfound biology as a gravity child. Perception. Proprioception. Thanks to a perfect blend of echolocation and dramatically improved eyesight, I never once lost track of my position or tripped over my feet. I only crashed into the wall a handful of times on accident, and that was mostly me getting used to the braking mechanism in my skates than a failure of my reaction time. Afterburner's a failure, I told Saint, at least, without agility. Pori, he trilled. I could feel him consoling me through the bond. That's okay. I'm over it. Instead, what if I used agility like a jet afterburner? The principle is the same, right? A jet dumps extra fuel into the combustor mid-flight for extra thrust. Why can't I do that mid-run? I wanted to accomplish everything the main characters could, but maybe that's my problem. I shouldn't have tried to compare myself to them. Porygon, Pori. Being a storm rider. The biggest theme throughout the series, beyond sci-fi skates I mean, is freedom. Individuality. It's stated multiple times that though there are 8 major roads, there are countless offshoots, as many as there are riders. Hell, there's one guy who achieved a smell road, whatever the fuck that is. Maybe I should stop trying to copy the kings and make my own road. I'm not just a storm rider after all. I'm a budding Aurum master, shipwright, geneticist, and inventor. Not using everything I have would clip my wings. Porygon. Regon. Hee, yeah, I'm pretty easily distracted. I hopped in place and began to stretch my legs. It was amazing how natural that felt, even with wheels strapped to my feet. Saint. Thanks. Porygon. For being here. For being my sounding board. You make it easier to think, to reflect, I told him honestly. He trilled, the bond pulsing with fondness. Okay. We're going to run laps for the next hour. The goal is to use agility in lieu of afterburner and to preserve my control even mid-run. Then, if I can do that, we'll call it a win and shift to hurdles. Got it. Pori. X. Other than a short but exhausting training session against Saint, the only thing of note to have happened on Wednesday was that I received a phone call from Uppercrest. He sounded as his name implied, cordial, professional, and with every syllable dripping with that high society drawl that made you want to ask if he was sipping a tumbler of whiskey and rolling a cigar. He thanked me for my interest in his work and agreed to examine my engine for compatibility with his tech. I sent Strider a text telling him about the situation so he'd know to deliver the engine to New York when the time came. I knocked out my homework in a laughable 15 minutes, the perks of being a post-grad in high school. There was some more work to do researching Canary's trial, but that could be put off for a while longer. While I fulfilled my obligations to the standard education system, I had Saint compile every news article on Canary's trial as well as any publicized court documents so I could review them all at once when I got around to writing my report. After that, I took a quick shower and nestled into bed. Saint. Wake me up at 3. Pori, he trilled reproachfully. It'll be fine, I said, waving him off. It's 9 now. 6 hours of sleep is plenty. I'll tinker until 6 then come back here and wait for Mom to wake up before heading to school. Porygon. Thanks, bud. And yet, just keep the volume down. He nodded. I left him to his own devices. Saint was developing as an individual, not just my glorified AI assistant. He'd taken to music with the same love I had, albeit in a different bend. I converted the original DAW, digital audio workstation, that I purchased into the trademark interface, but it was no trouble at all for Saint to recreate and install the DAW software onto my computer for his personal use. I found it both funny and heartwarming to watch him play with electronic music. He didn't really have any conception of earworms or preference for music in the normal sense, but he'd seen me play often enough that he associated certain musical styles and beats with certain emotions. Classic rock, for example, because it reminded me of Dad, was tied closely with a sense of fond nostalgia to him. Putting together a song wasn't just about compiling a melody for him, it was about building something that could help him invoke and engage human emotions, a way for him to connect with humans. And, since he could work the computer while digitized, it was no trouble at all to shut off the monitor and turn off the volume. Sounds apparently sounded very different in digital space anyway. I smiled and nudged him towards the computer. I can't wait to see what you come up with, bud. X. 2010, November 4th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. The first hour in the Gull Rest was spent tinkering. I promised Fault Line's crew Germa fiber costumes as thanks for setting up my banking information but did not enough fibers on hand to make one for Gregor. I didn't want to keep the big fellow waiting, so Saint was mixing chemicals and churning out coated Kevlar threads that were fed into a mechanical loom. While he was doing that, I was drafting designs to automate the process. If there was one thing postmodern societies had over fantastical settings like One Piece, it was the widespread use of automation in mundane manufacturing after all. I planned to sell this ultra-resistant cloth, and that meant I'd need way more than I could make with my personal attention. For that matter, automated manufacturing of other, relatively simple goods was something I'd need to add to my ever-growing to-do list. The rest of our time was spent practicing. I raced around the cargo hold with all my might. 570. 574. Faster than my record yesterday but not enough. I approached the corner at speeds rivaling commercial aircraft. Flexing my legs, I stomped my left toe into the floor, ramming the ad's toe stop and causing a river of sparks and smoke to erupt from the friction. I allowed myself to skid on my toes, drifting while my right leg tensed in preparation. Agility! I shouted. A corona of psychic light shrouded my body like violet flames as I shot forward at a perfect right angle, turning the drift into a rocketing thrust without sacrificing any speed. I smiled smugly as a resounding bang echoed throughout the metal. 892 and climbing. Suck it, Kazu, I'll find my own road. The next corner approached and I allowed the agility to die out before doing it again. And again. And again. Saint had long since vacated my suit after we'd established that I was at no risk of seriously injuring myself. Once I'd gotten a hang of racing around at speed, we decided to adopt a different approach to hurdle. After all, Saint needed practice too. I stood in the center of the hold as Saint floated in the air. He bobbed like a rubber duck in a bathtub. Pori. Gone. Yet, whenever you're ready, Saint. Gone. With that, our match was on. Our take on hurdles was simple, evasion practice. The game type was meant to teach budding storm riders to evade obstacles. What better way was there to learn that than by dodging Saint's projectiles? Arcs of electricity surrounded my favorite duck. Then, with the cry of his name, he launched a salvo of thunder waves at me. Thus began our game of tag. I ducked the first bolt of lightning and used that motion to lean forward. I fell until my body was almost parallel with the floor, then kicked off, leaving thin skid marks in my place. I was much faster with ATS, but I'd yet to integrate them with my pyrobloin-based hover boots, so I couldn't just condense water vapor to gain altitude. I'd effectively traded 3D mobility in exchange for additional speed because that was what I wanted to train at the moment. Saint had no trouble drawing a bead on me despite my increased speed. A second thunder wave lanced out towards where I was going, but I stomped my toe stop onto the floor, swerving into a sharp turn that narrowly dodged the electrical attack. A third blast was avoided by speeding up with agility. Pori. He cried as he hovered at chest level. Electricity crackled around him as he rocketed towards me. Spark, a simple enough move for him to improvise and the natural precursor of wild charge. I grinned beneath my helmet. I had no intention of dodging. Instead, I braced my muscles and sprinted forward with everything I had. Agility, I whispered, my voice drowned out in the sonic boom left in my wake. I timed a boxer's straight with my lunge. Saint's electrified head met my sea stone knuckles in a shower of sparks. A deafening bang resounded through the cargo hold as our attacks met in the middle. It was an impact that should have smeared me across the walls. I felt my arm stiffen uncomfortably, but that was the extent of any recoil, the wonders of Germa technology. As for Saint, Pokemon were made of sterner stuff. Add on the eviolite he wore around his neck, and there wasn't much I could do that he couldn't shrug off with a single recover. Neither of us took any real damage from that exchange, but one thing was for certain, I weighed more. My partner was launched back like a bullet, carried on my fist due to his lighter weight. As I neared the steel wall, I jumped and thrust my feet forward. My ATS found traction and threw me up the vertical surface, leaving Saint embedded behind me. "That one's my win, Saint," I called teasingly. "Porygon. Pori." He yelled after me. I laughed as I skated along the wall. It was a brand new feeling. I knew I should feel dizzy, nauseous even, but I didn't, not with the solid sense type preserving my sense of balance. Feeling daring, I pumped agility again, transitioning to the underside of a walkway. There were several of these around the hold, as well as large pipes that had been used for ventilation or temperature control. I rode upside down and did not fall, my speed and friction preserving my run. But that didn't last. Saint learned much from me, and one of those was pettiness. "Pori. Gone. Re." He trilled loudly, practically a battle cry for my diminutive friend. Then, the walkway I was skating on began to shiver and tremble. "Oh, you bitch. Gone." I could hear the smugness in that single chirp as he floated closer towards me. The walkway beneath my feet began to undulate like an ornery snake. He'd taken control over it with magnet rise and had begun to tear it out of place. Thinking quickly, I hopped off and made for a nearby pipe. The pipe was as thick as my torso, making it one of the thinnest ones around. I landed with my legs somewhat spread apart, forming a large U-shape with my feet. The wheels of the ATS aligned with the curved surface of the pipe, spinning me around its surface in a corkscrew. Even then, never once did I lose my balance. I crouched down and skid my sea stone-tipped fingertips along the pipe's surface, creating a screeching noise somewhere between tortured metal and nails on chalkboard. It was enough to disrupt Saint's control briefly, and to orient myself towards him. I launched myself in a textbook superhero flying punch that decked the smug shit across the hold. "Re!" he shouted, more from shock than actual pain. "Ha! Take that!" I got my feet beneath me and carried through the punch, turning it into a diving crouch that saw me land feet first on an adjacent ledge, the second floor of the hold. That allowed me to carry right on running with minimal loss of thrust. Belatedly, I realized that this had evolved beyond hurdle and even cube. I was comfortably flying now. This was air. First person to touch the ground floor loses, got it? I called in challenge. Gone. And so our game was on. When he tore away my road with magnet rise, I picked up a stray pipe or even a piece of sheet metal to act as floating stepping stones to the nearest wall. When he let loose a rapid-fire salvo of thunder waves, I countered with protect before firing back with my own thunder wave. When he nearly cornered me, I made myself invisible for the slightest second while popping agility, appearing behind him to hammer fist him towards the floor. Ours was a contest of skill and technique, strategy and terrain control. It was everything we knew about combat rolled into one, and we loved every second of it. Saint especially, I could see the battle lust so common among Pokemon start to rear its head, that impulsive, instinctive need to get stronger. I couldn't allow him to fight Capes, not because I didn't think he was strong enough, but because I wasn't strong enough. I feared that I wasn't ready for the backlash of having a true AI as a subordinate. But I wouldn't hold him back. I swore I'd let him grow to be the best he could be, whatever that might look like. If that meant I'd need to be strong enough to give him the experience he so desperately craved, then so be it. Saint didn't come with me to school today. Instead, he agreed to supervise the weaving of Gregor's new outfit. With the last of my commitments to Fault Line's crew entrusted to him, I could focus on what I wanted to build, automation, kind of. It was true that this was a critical part of my development as a tinker, but I lacked the supply chain to make full use of such a thing even if I managed something large scale. And, I couldn't help but think that if I could get a contract with Big Rig, or maybe when my specialization changed to a more futuristic setting, I could have far more effective fabricators and automated manufacturing capabilities. I had only 2 weeks with air gear left. I decided to automate the creation of Germa fibers, but nothing else, for now. My thoughts drifted instead to improving myself as an individual, not strictly as a tinker. Truthfully, I'd already made much of what I wanted this specialization, such as the Gravity Child Serum, Pledge Regalia, Hybrid Soda Engine, and both the cores for the Water and Rumble Regalias. To improve myself, I had 2 things that I truly wanted to build, as well as 2 things I truly wanted to master during my remaining specialization. The first was Key Mother, the Flame Regalia. While experimenting with Afterburner told me that I'd never be the raw speed type Kazu was without relying on aura to carry me through, its access to the inorganic net and whole 9 heavens door, I shit you not I didn't name this, was invaluable. The inorganic net recorded every trick used by Storm Riders and Heaven's Door allowed the wielder of Key Mother to access and mimic all of them. Granted, I couldn't learn any new tricks for myself considering there were no other Storm Riders to record in the first place, but if I could sneak the scanners and data sticks onto the equipment of other athletes, I could use Key Mother to teach myself those same movements. Boxing? Karate? Kendo? Jiu-Jitsu? Krav Maga? I could learn them all so long as I could get an ace athlete to wear the data sticks. Best of all, Amy couldn't even scold me over it. It wasn't like they'd lose their hard-earned skills after all. The second thing I needed to build was my personal regalia. This morning's spar against Saint convinced me, the pledge regalia's construction capabilities wasn't enough. I could become so much stronger, if only I could discover my road. As it stood, Key Mother was my regalia of choice, if only because it was the one that had access to Heaven's Door. But was that all I wanted to be? A copy of Spitfire, Kazu, and Ian? I offered Mrs. Curry a lackluster presentation on the current ongoings of the Canary trial and an analysis of jury selection, then headed back to my seat to ruminate. No, the more I thought about it, the more certain I became, I wanted a regalia that was uniquely my own. I had Water, Rumble, and Pledge in my hands at the moment. Of these, it was surprisingly the Water regalia and its corresponding lather road that fit my Germa-style hover boots. The principle of the lather road was that it condensed water vapor for aerial movement. Hell, with that kind of synergy, it'd take barely any effort to combine the regalia with my existing boots. The original queen of this road, was so good at condensing vapor that she could pressurize air into rapidly spinning bubbles that both exploded on impact and could cut like a jet cutter. She called it bubblegum crisis, not that I'd be caught dead saying that, but at least the theory was sound. Okay, that's one regalia, I thought. I kept my eyes towards the front of the class as a pair of my classmates talked about something or other that the Vegas Protectorate was doing to combat white-collar crime. What else? Can I combine that with Key Mother somehow? I had a eureka moment. Released the pressurized water and air as bubbles, but there was no reason I needed to do the same. The flame regalia was best known for its blistering speed, but its most complex techniques could only be done by harnessing that monstrous friction and turning it into heat shimmers. The bubbles rotated. Ergo, they generated friction. Probably as much as, if not more, than simply skating in a straight line. I began to doodle a rough draft. Yeah. Let's keep the vapor condenser in the heels. Use the motors to compress water and rotate it. The output should be enough to generate enough friction, but how do I keep it from wearing out my boots in a matter of weeks? Oh, right, sea stone. Shit can't be scratched. It was all coming together, a regalia born of Germa science, water, and flame. With it, I'd make the most of what I could already do, as well as gain access to the Heaven's Door. First things first, I'd make the data sticks. Then, I'd sneak them inside boxing gloves, belts of GI, kickboxers' shoes, and whatever else I could find. I could then program the inorganic net to parse out useless data from perfected techniques, something I didn't doubt Saint could help with. After that, I'd build the flame regalia so I could access the net. As for personal training, I fully planned to integrate those skills into my repertoire later, but until my custom regalia was built, I decided to stick to mastering the pledge regalia. Already, I could dismantle my toy robot and my new goal was to disassemble and reassemble a vacuum cleaner from the heist. The bell rang and I packed my bag to head to lunch. Truly, there was too much to do. Author's note. Not much going on this chapter, but training is good too. The speed of sound is roughly 767 miles per hour. I love how casually it's used in anime and comics, sometimes so much so that even regular punks and street toughs have supersonic feats in battleboarding. Truth is, in a more grounded setting like Worm, even getting close to that barrier is obscene. Anyway, have an animal fact, great frigate birds, yeah, that's a real name, can stay airborne for 2 whole months. How? By sleeping in 10-second bursts. Crazy part is, they're not the record holders. The crown goes to the Alpine Swift, who can stay airborne for 200 days. r/Bert Sarantrial. Search 3.7. 2010, November 4th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I arrived at the usual lunch table to find only Stephanie and Chelsea there before me. The two were already lost in a conversation about a new movie premiere, the latest in the Maggie Holt series. I didn't follow it much, but from what I could understand, it was the equivalent of Harry Potter back in my old world crossed with the Dresden Files. Darker, as though Grim Lord Wildbow had a hand in writing that too. It was quite the thriller according to Ceci. I set my tray next to Chelsea and gave them a nod. Hey, how's it going? Hi, Bryce. Chelsea chirped, as sunny as ever. Guess what? I glanced at Stephanie and back at her. You're really looking forward to the new Maggie Holt film? Nope, she said, popping the pea. Well, yep, but not that. You're seeing that running back guy again. No, and his name is Brian. You really should remember, Bryce. He's a good guy, just not what I'm looking for. In my defense, I've met him once during homecoming, Chels. I'm sure if he sat with us, I'd learn his name. Stephanie let out an unladylike snort. Fat chance of that. She dumped him in 2 weeks. Steph. We mutually agreed to walk away. We're cool now. Does he think that? Because I still see him pining your way. Ugh. Anyway, no, not Brian. I pat the blonde's shoulder consolingly before unwrapping a brownie. It wasn't as good as Mom's and had a processed, artificial flavor that reminded me a bit of plastic, but sugar was sugar. Sometimes, you just had to start with dessert first. I chewed and gave her a conceding bow. Then you have me bamboozled, madam. Chelsea perked up as she thought about the original reason for this little game of 20 questions. The cheer team is going to regionals. I tried to give her my sincerest smile. It obviously didn't fool Stephanie because she let out a soft snort. Yeah, Chels, I don't think Bryce cares about the cheer team. Boo. He should. It's about school spirit. I care, I defended, but quickly caved when even the sunny blonde looked skeptical. Okay, not about the team per se, but I care that it matters to you. You're my friend and I'm happy that it makes you happy. Go, Arcadia. Stephanie shot me a shark-like grin. You forgot our mascot, didn't you? I didn't. It's the Arcadia. Aardvarks. Not even close, Bryce. Boo. You suck, Bryce. Chelsea lightly punched my shoulder. Alligators. I tried again. Nope. Nua. Third time's the charm. Arcadia. Armadillos. Sounds right. Wrong again. Third strike. You're out. I sighed and decided to just shut up and accept my shame. All right, oh great cheerful ones, what is our totem animal? Stephanie chuckled as she popped a berry tomato in her mouth. Totem animal? Really? Yeah, Bryce, you're really bad at this, hey. Chelsea added. She'd packed a turkey sandwich from home from the looks of it. What's Bryce bad at? I heard behind me. Dennis, Dean, and Carlos had arrived to sit at my right. Making fun of Bryce is always great. Shut up, Dennis, I grumbled good-naturedly. Bryce doesn't know what our mascot is, Chelsea sang, in the exact same sing-song tone Sierra used to use when tattling to Mom. Dean, what's our mascot? Albatross, he said simply. The birds are good omens for sailors, back when that was important to the town. It's kind of a holdover like the Foghorn radio channel. Wait, seriously? Yup. What did you guess? Aardvarks. Then alligators. And armadillos. Haha, you weren't even close, hey. Whatever, I would have gotten to albatross eventually. Only so many animals that start with a point is, I stressed, turning back to the girls. I'm happy that the Arcadia albatrosses have made it to the regional cheer competition. Just because I don't care about the team as a whole doesn't mean I can't be happy that you two are happy. Fine, Chelsea said with a mouthful of turkey sandwich. We forgive you, Bryce. Stephanie rolled her eyes. We're just giving the freshie a hard time. Don't stress, shorty. Oi. I'm not short, I complained. 5'2" wasn't short, for my age, probably. You are. But we forgive you for that too, the sporty brunette shot back with a teasing grin. I sighed and turned my attention back to my lunch. It seemed I was destined to be the butt of the joke today. Eventually, Vicky and Amy arrived, earning me a knowing look from Amy as far as just why I knew so little about the school's sports scene. I shook my head ruefully. I'd never cared even before Powers, but I could hardly correct her assumptions currently. Still, all things must end and the conversation shifted to encompass the double date Victoria and Dean were planning with Stephanie and Carlos. I looked on in amusement as a mixture of relief and exasperation danced across Amy's face. Relief because Stephanie and Carlos gave Vicky another couple to focus her attention on, sparing Amy from another date with some jock she could barely bother to learn the name of. Exasperation because Amy was Amy and Dean existed. Nope, I thought with a snort. Not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Thursdays were great. Thursdays were wonderful. I got out of school at 2 and wasn't expected home until 6 for dinner. I also had no work-study obligations on Thursdays, which meant I had a whopping 4 hours to my own devices. That was how I found myself on the Gull Rest. I hopped across the ocean on my hover boots while completely invisible before sneaking into the main lab. Uncloaking, I tossed my backpack onto a stolen love seat and greeted Saint. Yo, how's it going, little buddy? Porygon, he trilled a welcome. My favorite cyberduck gestured to a rack where a Gregor-sized suit of germa fibers was ready and waiting. Next to it were a few extra spools of the miracle thread, tightly wrapped in cable reels I'd stolen from the hardware store. Cable reels, those drum-shaped wooden things you use to wrap wires around, made for excellent spools after the wires had been removed. You've done a lot of work, haven't you? Thank you for that, I nodded to him. I gave him a good scratch below the chin to show my appreciation as I looked over his work. The weaving process was mostly automatic, he was here to make sure no glitches popped up, and that left him enough time to get to work on other things, like the wires. The wires were precious commodities and actually some of the most important things I'd stolen from the hillside heist. Most were made of copper, steel, and aluminum, but I'd even managed to nick several reels of silver wire. They were excellent sources of raw metal, and it wasn't uncommon for people at construction sites to strip the casings off leftover wires to recycle for a sizable amount of cash. Saint trilled happily as he showed off the crates full of naked metal, sorted by type. He then lifted the laptop I got for him and played something. It was a song with loud, heavy bass and a cello in the background. It was accompanied by a full orchestral blend of violins, flutes, and piano. It reminded me a bit of boss music in video games like Final Fantasy or God of War. Was electronic orchestra a thing in this world? Because if not, Saint might have just invented it. Pori. It's good, I told him. I wasn't lying. I only knew guitar and a bit of piano, so I couldn't really judge, but Saint had no preconceptions about the right instrument to play or the best style of music, so he often pulled melodies from many different songs to use as he fancied. Not quite my jam, but if he liked it, he liked it. Interesting blend of instruments. Electronic drums. Cello. Is that a sax? Hey, it works. Do you want to play that in the background while we work? Gone. Yeah, sounds good. Keep it on loop, maybe a bit quieter. Saint nodded and the music subsided somewhat. He switched the tabs on screen to show me my to-do list. Well, it wasn't a list of priorities as much as it was a list of things I wanted to build, a hybrid regalia I'd yet to name, data sticks for Key Mother, and hybrid soda engines to send over to Big Rig and Uppercrest. First things first, the hybrid engines. Saint, think you can build them? He chirped, stubby, blue feet waving erratically. It was one part affirmation and one part mock offense that I'd doubt him. Of course, of course. You can build anything I can build, I chuckled. It was true, for the most part. There were some things he wasn't good at, such assembling small, precise mechanical parts, but that was mostly because he hadn't mastered psychic quite yet and the little fella didn't have opposable thumbs. Saint was perfectly capable of following a blueprint left to him otherwise. Porygon. Poor, he huffed. I didn't quite speak Pokemon, but the and don't you forget it couldn't be taken any other way. My duck was developing sass and I couldn't be prouder. Alright, you work on the 2 hybrid engines. I'll get started on Key Mother. Then the data sticks and the inorganic net. And then we can work on a custom regalia. Gone. Good, let's see how much work we can get done in 4 hours. Turned out, 4 hours was a lot of time. We worked quietly side by side while Saint's first pop orchestra track played in the background. Saint wasn't perfect. He didn't have my power to keep him from making mistakes. But, he was an AI capable of constantly learning. He'd also observed the experimentation process I'd undergone to create the hybrid engine. All told, he made only a handful of mistakes with the first and even fewer with the second, saving me a lot of time. The 2 engines needed only minimal fine-tuning, mostly quality of life changes that didn't occur to an AI. For example, Saint lacked hands and thumbs. He didn't really have a grasp of ergonomics, or human factor engineering as it was often called. For him, so long as everything functioned, it was fine. It was up to me to place handlebars for easy transportation, make the cases more conveniently collapsible, and make handles with swells that fit the human palm more comfortably. There were other flaws too, mechanical ones that could impact the shelf life of these engines, but they were quickly fixed when I pointed them out. I loved my duck. Saint was best duck. On my side of things, I'd built Key Mother as originally worn by Spitfire, the very first Flame King. It was a set of 4 rollerblade wheels, each decorated with a crimson, 9-tailed fox that wrapped around the bearing. Every tail ended with little flames that caught the light and 4 pairs of eyes seemed to stare back at me, judging my worth. Flame is the creator of all things, he'd said. That was the foundation of Heaven's Door. As the writer who represented the origin of all creation, it was the prerogative of the Flame King to replicate every road and trick to perfection. Or at least, that was Kazu's explanation before schooling Nike. Shonen logic, shit was wild. And I couldn't use it as it stood. The inorganic net didn't exist yet, nor were there any storm riders to contribute their tricks to the database. But that didn't mean it was worthless, it'd be one of the 3 components for my custom regalia after all. No, what I did have was a set of 3 data sticks, each the size of a USB thumb drive. They were built into the solace of ATS and contained a powerful scanner that could observe and record the full body motions of whoever wore the skates before uploading this information to the inorganic net. I tucked Gregor's new suit, the 2 hybrid engines, and the data sticks into the DSS and smiled. I had a busy night ahead of me. I arrived home at a bit past 6 to find a text from my mom telling me that an old friend visited the clinic and she got distracted catching up so she'd be a bit late. Sierra had yet to arrive either, so I decided to get started on dinner on my own. I rummaged through the pantry for something simple to make, wishing that I'd dabbled more in the exotic cookery of the Pokemon and One Piece specializations. I shook my head. No, that'd probably be a bad thing. It's not like I can suddenly explain how I became a 5-star chef overnight. The honey was already pushing it. To be fair, I didn't think the enchanted honey itself would be much of an issue. I'd only realized that I'd given Sierra and her friends Tinker Tech after the catalog went up, but it was admittedly an extremely subtle piece of Tinker Tech. A focused sugar high, but without the inevitable crash of something like coffee. Noticeable, but not incriminating by itself. That was more than a month ago in September, I mused. I don't think she'll connect the dots, but Ceci's always been a huge Cape nerd. I really need to be more careful. I was an idiot, there was no denying that. I was so hyper-fixated on ensuring that my catalog wouldn't be abused that I completely ignored the potential risk to my identity. It wasn't something that'd damn me right off the bat, but it was one way Ceci could discover my secret. Then again, that raised another question: did I care if Sierra knew? On the most basic level, Sierra was trustworthy. Not just because she was my sister either. She had been Skitter's faithful lieutenant and I knew she very much had a flexible moral compass, albeit one pointing firmly north. When pushed into a corner, she followed 3 priorities. First, her brother, me. The other me that was a spoiled, hedonistic shitheel of a baby bro who sold himself to the merchants of all people. Who, even now, I could feel looming over my shoulder, a shade of who I could have been. Second, the orphans she chose to shelter. So long as Skitter provided a means to help her help others, Sierra had been willing to work with a warlord. It was incredibly utilitarian of her, greatest good for the greatest number, even if said good came from a villain. True, this was in an alternate universe where I wasn't who I was, but I couldn't help but feel that she'd proven herself to me 1,000-fold. Sierra Killy was as trustworthy as they came. I couldn't ask for a more loyal, earnest lieutenant, even more so considering I was Bryce Killy. There was no doubt in my mind that she would ensure my safety and well-being. Pragmatically speaking, there wasn't any real reason to fear discovery by her. I was reasonably certain I could keep Ceci from outing me to the wards or Mom. I'd proven I could handle myself after all. If all else failed, I could even promise her the powers needed to stand by my side and protect me with her own hands. And yet, I hesitated. The thought of telling her filled me with dread. There was of course the question of Michelle and Saba, but that wasn't my main concern. The Sierra of Cannonworm had been a young woman hardened by myriad tragedies. Bakuda. The unmasking of the Empire. Leviathan. Slaughterhouse. Echidna. Yes, she was a steadfast lieutenant and a force for good in the war-torn city, but she was also a young woman who clung to those morals like a lifeline, a young woman who'd lost almost everything and desperately tried to build herself up by building up others. I cracked open a few cans of tomato sauce and picked out a bag of frozen meatballs before tossing them all into a saucepan to heat through. Spaghetti it was. I feared for her, I realized. Not me, her. I worried that things would escalate, that it'd begin with covering for me to Mom so I could tinker more and ramp up until she wasn't the lovable, dorky sis I had now. I worried that being involved in Brockton's Cape scene would change her. Given Brockton Bay being Brockton Bay, I felt my concerns were valid. Even as I salted a pot of boiling water for the noodles, the hypocrisy wasn't lost on me. I, Creed, was a Cape who valued freedom above practically everything else. I declared for all to hear that I would respond with violence to any who tried to deprive me of my choices, hero or villain. And yet, here I was taking advice from Panacea and willfully denying that same choice to Sierra. My own Cape name was starting to sound a little sarcastic. But in the end, I was the one who woke up with powers. I was the, mentally, older one. I was the one who knew what Amy could become and what it'd mean to bring Ceci into this world. No, I wouldn't tell Sierra. If she discovered my identity, I'd cross that bridge when I got to it. But otherwise, I intended to keep her and Mom in the dark. Dinner had been a mostly quiet affair, my own thoughts putting me in an introspective mood. I went upstairs afterwards to rush through my homework. Reincarnated soul or not, there was plenty of busy work that I couldn't just ignore, not if I wanted my mom to continue taking a loose stance on parenting. I was almost done with my AP biology homework when I received a call. Unexpectedly, it was from Victoria. I picked up with a curious frown. Yellow, what's up? Bryce. Yeah, what can I do for you, V? Nothing. Did you know Dean's birthday is in 2 weeks? I glanced at the calendar, the 18th. Isn't that a week before Thanksgiving? Uh-huh. Anyway, we're having a party on the 20th at his house. Got permission from his mom and everything. Wait, why are you arranging it then? Because it's a surprise party, duh. Keep up, Bryce, I heard her huff. Well. I mean, it's supposed to be a surprise party but Dean always figures it out anyway and pretends to be surprised. It's a whole thing we do. I rolled my eyes. To be fair to her, surprising and empathy with a birthday party was probably a doomed cause. Right. Fair enough. What do you need from me? Nothing, I'm just letting you know so you can come. I'll text you his address. Party starts at 4 then we can hang out until dinner. Thanks, Vicky. Any gift ideas? You know him best. Well. Don't bring a gag gift. Dennis does that every year so we've got that taken care of already. Okay. No gag gift. I repeated. Then, I got a devious idea. It wasn't a gag gift, technically. Schooling my voice, I asked innocently, say, Vicky, isn't there a wards thing this Saturday at the mall? Yet. Who's his favorite ward? Probably not Vista. Clock blocker's probably too clownish. Shadow Stalker seems a bit moody for him. Maybe Aegis? He's the leader, like, Dean takes the whole student council president stuff seriously so he'd probably find Aegis relatable, right? Or Triumph because he was ward's leader before Aegis. His favorite ward? Gallant. Definitely gallant, she said. I could hear the grin in her voice. She thought she was the one playing a prank on her boyfriend and it was adorable. So, gonna get him gallant merch. Yeah, if that's his favorite ward. I'm thinking if I show up early, I can get it signed by the man himself. Think he'd like that? He, totally. He'll love it. Alright, cool. I have Saturday plans now. See you tomorrow, Vicky. Yup. It's going to be great, Bryce. You have a good night. She chirped before the line went dead. I chuckled to myself as I returned to my homework. If I could help Vicky play a harmless prank, then why wouldn't I? I finished up my homework and grabbed a quick shower before shooting Faultline and Strider texts to let them know that I'd be paying a visit to the Palanquin. I didn't expect to pull another all-nighter, I did need my sleep, but I figured it'd be a good chance to knock out 3 birds with 1 stone. Deliver the hybrid engines to Uppercrest and Big Rig. Give Gregor his new suit. Then, when I had that sorted, I planned to visit a few gyms and dojos to insert my data sticks. The handoff went well enough. With Strider and Faultline already in my corner, it was a simple matter of giving Gregor his suit and Strider the 2 hybrid engine samples. I even threw in a single nugget of Wapometal and Seastone each for Big Rig. I needed him to test the materials for himself before deciding he wanted them for his own projects after all. Following that, I hopped all over town while cloaked to visit every gym I'd made a note of. A grand total of 14. They ranged from traditional martial arts dojos like Kendo and Taekwondo to more modern Krav Maga and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I wanted them all. I wanted to be a master of every mundane style of combat, so that should I ever go toe-to-toe against Krieg, I wouldn't be found wanting, so that I could demonstrate my inventions to their fullest potential. I was lacking, not my creations, and that stuck in my craw something fierce even now. Alas, I'd have to stick to 3 for now. I wandered from gym to gym, examining the equipment. Those, I felt, ought to be well worn but cared for. I didn't want the moves from any master who only ever used them for fancy tricks and demonstrations. I also looked for a gym with a well-stocked first aid kit that looked like it'd been used recently. I had no way of telling just from the equipment which gym taught practical self-defense, but I could at least eliminate the biggest posers. Another qualification I had was that I ought to be able to use the martial art immediately. Unfortunately, that eliminated both the Kendo and Ninjutsu dojos. The anime nerd in me died a little inside, but I lacked a sword and could turn invisible at will. If I ever forged myself a Zanpakuto or something, I'd definitely reconsider. Finally, I had to consider my inventions. The hover boots and regalia easily made me the most mobile cape in the city. I eliminated Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and traditional Judo for this reason. Grappling was amazingly useful against a single opponent, but on a battlefield where I'd almost certainly be outnumbered, staying still to wrestle someone to the ground seemed directly counter to my greatest strength. I settled on 3 schools at last: Muay Thai, Aikido, and Capoeira. Of these, Muay Thai was the only one useful for normal people in a typical street fight, but I wasn't normal anymore. I wanted Muay Thai to be my foundation, as it was for so many of the best fighters in the world, but the other 2 were chosen specifically to round out skill sets I expected I'd need shortly. Aikido was taken for 2 reasons. First, its philosophy of do no harm. It was what made Aikido so ineffective in a street fight. That kind of ideal of not harming even the attacker was a lofty, hilariously arrogant mentality. And yet, it was one I arguably should have when dealing with normal people. Aikido taught restraining locks, throws, and takedowns that were far kinder on the attacker than anything in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Considering my suit's strength augmentation and omnidirectional leverage from my boots, I didn't doubt I could use even those to great effect. Second, Aikido offered me familiarity with escaping grapples. Sure, I could outmuscle normal people, but someone like Glory Girl? If she ever caught me by surprise, I wanted to be familiar enough with grapples to escape without harming her. I figured a combination of Thunder Wave, Psychic, and Aikido would be good enough to get me distance and let me choose my engagements. As for Capoeira, it was between that and Taekwondo. Both were seen as almost performative martial arts, but not because they lacked power. Kicking was incredibly risky in a fight because it gambled your own footing. As a gravity child, I literally couldn't lose my footing. The ground beneath me could be launched at the speed of a fighter jet and it wouldn't matter. Those kicks that were so risky for everyone else were practically made with storm riders in mind. Ultimately, I chose Capoeira over Taekwondo for one reason: the dance. The twisting motions that heavily relied on the core was exactly what I wanted. It had striking similarities with one of the primary roads in air gear, the Sonya Road. The Sonya Road belonged to the Thorn Queen, a woman who could spin so quickly that she created thorns made of sonic booms she could somehow direct to perform individual attacks against isolated targets without harming the surroundings. However, the technique was just as dangerous for the user as it was for the opponent, potentially crippling in fact, which explained why there were so few Sonya Road practitioners. That kind of torque generated by the core placed immense strain on the spine of the user, so much so that there had only ever been a single Thorn Queen who wasn't a gravity child. Rika. Save for her, both Gazelle and Ringo were gravity children with unique adaptations that allowed them to take in extra nitrogen with their lungs. This nitrogen created bubble-like cushions along the spine to absorb some of the impact of their roads. I'd never be able to master the Sonya Road to that extent, but I didn't need to. Lind, the Fang King, and son of Gazelle, was able to combine the Sonya Road with his Bloody Road. He used the flexibility and whip-like spins of the Sonya Road as a foundation to improve the sharpness of his own air blades. Capoeira wasn't the Sonya Road, but seeing how I had no tutors nor a frame of reference I could study, it was the closest analog with its revolving kicks and emphasis on core strength. Out of all the martial arts I could find, it was the only one that had a comparable style to one of the roads, so I hoped learning it could help me decode some of the tricks of the Thorn Queens before me. If not, then perhaps I could do as Lind did and use that increased flexibility as a foundation for my own road. Author's note. Ergonomics is fascinating, both simple and a lot more complicated than you'd initially expect. For example, did you know that most doors which are meant to be pushed open have horizontal bars while doors that are meant to be pulled have vertical handles? It has to do with the way your muscles are structured in your arms. It sounds super simple in application, but thinking about it can be really difficult for an AI. Higher morality is easy until it suddenly isn't. Is Bryce fucking with the empathy? Of course. Aikido? Capoeira? Useless. If you're thinking about self-defense, just pick up BJJ and kickboxing. But if your goal is to have a kind martial art and a fantastic set of ABS, they're for you. Search 3.8. 2010, November 6, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I finished up my Saturday morning jog before checking on the inorganic net. I wasn't sure what I was expecting in just 2 days, of course there wasn't much. The equipment I'd seeded with the data sticks did scan a few exercises, but nothing I'd consider combat viable. Still, I dutifully followed along as the capoeira instructor went through her stretches and core exercises. It was good to have a routine I could follow beyond jog for health. After all, having access to all these techniques wouldn't mean shit if my body lacked the muscle definition needed to perform them adequately. After a few hours of exhausting physical conditioning, I took a shower and ate a small dollop of enchanted honey to give myself a quick pick-me-up before heading out to the Hillside Mall. I had to make good on my promise to Vicky. Besides, Dean was a pretty swell dude and I did have a nice fat wallet now thanks to Accord. I was glad I arrived early. I'd almost forgotten how crowded these meet and greet events could be, especially one where all the wards were participating. Even 20 minutes early, the main plaza at the center of Hillside's donut-shaped layout was filling up rapidly. I hadn't been to one of these since Sierra was in high school and I was in middle school. It was a new wave thing if I remembered right, one of the last they held as a group before Fleur was murdered and Lightstar moved out of state. Shortly following the Boston Games and New Wave's strong showing there, they held a public town hall meeting so people could ask questions about the movement. Dad found out somehow that Sissy had an interest in Crystal and extrapolated the burgeoning crush to an interest in New Wave as a whole. Nothing came of it, but Sissy was mortified all the same. Smiling at the bittersweet memories of my second life's father, I wandered the plaza, looking over a handful of booths that sprang up to take advantage of the event. The owners of the mall knew their audience, virtually everything on the ground floor had been converted to showcase the wards. I saw a Vista-themed sundress, which I knew she'd hate, Aegis print bike helmets, replicas of Kidwin's hoverboard, with wheels obviously, and even Shadow Stalker brown tacky cool night vision goggles, which she probably threw a fit about. I giggled as I tried one on. Everything about it screamed edgy teenager obsessed with airsoft or middle-aged mall ninja going through a midlife crisis. I'd never met Sophia Hess in this life, but I could practically feel her seething. Interested, young man? The vendor asked, a balding, Hispanic man with a Dauntless-themed shirt. No thank you, sir. Stalker's fine and all, but I'm looking for something gallant-related. My friend's birthday's coming up and he's his favorite hero, I told him honestly. Oh ho ho, the knightly tinker himself, eh? Well, I got just the thing for your buddy, he said as he leaned forward. He was in full salesman mode now that I'd confirmed I planned to buy something. He brought out a heavily modified rifle used in laser tag. It was spray-painted neon blue and silver, Gallant's colors. How about a nice gun? Gallant doesn't use a gun, I told him flatly. You just spray-painted a rifle in his colors. He does shoot energy blasts though. No thanks, mister. I left him grumbling as I walked away. There were a few rip-offs like that, but just as many with goods of surprising quality. Eventually, I settled on a scale model of Gallant's helmet. It had some heft to it, which made me think the plastic encased a metal frame. It wasn't protective by any measure, but any LARper would have loved something like this in my past life. It even had LED lights built into the visor. At $150, it was probably overpriced, but I had to give it to the maker, it did look pretty cool. Gift shopping done, I grabbed myself a warm pretzel from a nearby snack stand before lining up. Not 5 minutes later, the wards arrived with some PR rep who acted as the coordinator for the event. She said something about justice, being a pillar of the community, and something else that I tuned out before yielding the floor to Aegis. I knew Carlos. He was a kind, mature boy who acted like a big brother figure to a lot of younger kids in school. Even knowing who was under the mask, I almost didn't recognize him. Just like at homecoming, the Aegis who stood in front of me stood with an almost domineering confidence that he lacked in his civilian life. Credit where it was due, the PRT's public speaking coach knew what they were doing. Thank you for that, Miss Teller, he began, looking every bit the capable hero, and thank you all for joining us here this morning. I'm sure you have a lot else you could be doing, so it means a lot to have you with us. I'd try for a joke to kick things off, but that's more Clock's thing, and let's be honest, he's not that funny anyway. That got a smattering of chuckles from the crowd along with good-natured grumbling from the resident clown. So, getting right to it, we're fortunate to be joined by the chief events officer of this mall. He has agreed to donate a portion of the proceeds of this weekend's revenue to the Brockton Bay Youth Centers, a non-profit dedicated to providing for children in light of the upcoming holiday season. Because being a hero isn't about fighting, being a hero is about helping the community and giving back to the city we all love. I take it back, their PR guy needs to be fired immediately, I thought, cringing a little at how corny it all sounded. To be fair to Aegis, he did well enough, but there just weren't many people who could make a speech like that sound genuine. Being one of the first in line, it didn't take long for me to be shuffled in front of the wards. The setup was such that each guest could meet a ward for a minute or so, with them being lined up in order of seniority, much like a K-pop idol's handshake event. I shook my head and put on a smile for Carlos. Hey there, how's it going? He asked in a friendly voice. What's your name? Bryce Keeley. Sorry, but I'm just here to have Gallant sign this, I told him, holding up my shiny helmet. I could feel him studying me with a gimlet eye. I'd portrayed myself as a cape nerd in school, but not the sort who collected merch. Oh? Are you a fan? Nah, it's for my friend, Dean Stansfield. His birthday's coming up and someone told me Gallant was his favorite ward, no offense. Haha, no worries, Bryce, none taken. Gallant's a really great guy. I'm sure this Dean fellow will love his gift. I hope so. This bucket wasn't cheap. I chirped happily as one of the workers ushered me onward. Dean, Gallant, stood waiting. He looked every bit the knight, and though I couldn't see his eyes through his helmet, I knew he was surprised to see me here. Still, he nodded affably and held out his hand. Hello, I'm Gallant, how are you today? I'm doing great, Gallant, I said with a fat smile, not even bothering to hide my amusement. I knew Dean saw emotions as colored aura around people, but he wasn't always great at interpreting them or identifying their source. I figured he'd probably pass off my aura as someone excited to get a gift for a friend. I hefted my helmet, a mirror copy of the one worn by my friend, and held it out. Mind signing this? Got this for a friend's birthday coming up because his girlfriend said you were his favorite ward. Why yet? What's his name? Dean Stansfield. Could you write a little message? Maybe, for Dean, your favorite ward, Gallant. Or something cheesy and appropriately heroic sounding. Why yet? Give me a minute. He replied woodenly. Heard it from his girlfriend, hey. Yup. Vicky's a great girl, being super considerate and all. I hope the two are happy together. Right. I hear she likes to play pranks sometimes. Not this time. I haven't known Dean long. Like, I didn't even know you were his favorite. Good thing she told me, or my gift to him probably would have been a pencil case or something equally lame, I said with a smile that wouldn't melt butter. Great. Here you go. I'm sorry, but that's all the time we have, he said, handing the helmet back. The text on it simply read, Happy birthday, Dean. From Gallant. As I walked to Clock Blocker, my enhanced hearing picked up his muttering under his breath. Would have rather taken the pencil case. I bowed out of line after that. As interesting as a meeting with the rest of the wards could be, I wanted to get on with my day. I was tempted to let Dennis in on Vicky's little prank, but Carlos would likely make Dean the butt of the joke as soon as they went back to PRTHQ anyway. Social obligations met, I returned back home to put the model helmet away before skipping out again, this time to the goal rest. Having a rotating specialization of some of the greatest technical marvels in the multiverse sounded phenomenal, until I realized I couldn't master half the shit I made before being saddled with yet another tech tree that I felt obligated to explore because doing otherwise would be a massive waste of potential. Even now, just 3 months in, I was starting to feel a little overwhelmed with all the different branches available to me. I had to master riding ATS, practice my marksmanship with the Walker pistol, make more muggy ball bullets so I could have an emergency stockpile, develop my burgeoning aura by practicing with Magnet Rise, Psychic, and Protect, cultivate a client base so I could have the funds needed to tinker, begin planning out my ship, think about what I wanted to do with my new artificial devil fruit that had just begun to flower, and build new tech, including my hybrid regalia. That was of course on top of school, maintaining relationships, and picking up martial arts. Even for a, mostly, competent adult with a genetically enhanced physiology, that was a lot of things pulling me in different directions. Which was why I decided to dedicate the rest of the weekend to tinkering and training in the hopes of getting caught up with my extensive to-do list, or at least make some headway. After a morning of jogging, capoeira, and the wards event, I didn't feel like doing any more physical practice at the moment, so I began the session by unfolding the pledge regalia and strumming my guitar. By tuning the regalia's cross-shaped notes to the sound waves produced by my guitar, I was able to use said waves like extensions of my own hands. I wasn't quite confident enough to start properly tinkering with sonokinesis yet, the internal components could be especially tricky when building with no hands, but I had graduated from picking apart a vacuum cleaner and could now start putting together the frames for more hybrid engines, Black Rhino motorcycles, and rudimentary ATS. While I did that, I had Saint mix more powders and distill the chemicals necessary for Buggy's special brand of explosive. The powder formula was ingenious. Buggy likely could have had a successful career as a weapon maker for the Marines if he so felt inclined, but also simple. It could be crafted even in the resource-starved East Blue, on a wooden ship, with only roughly 19th century towns to plunder. Saint had no trouble following along with the recipe. After a few hours playing different types of music, I came to the conclusion that the pledge regalia was easier to use when I had an instrument in hand. When I first built it, I didn't use a guitar to practice, just whistling and using my voice to try and dismantle a toy hero figure I had. After all, Kururu didn't need an external source of sound, so I shouldn't either. I wasn't wrong per se, but having the guitar in hand made things so much smoother. That was the difference between a master and a novice. I wondered briefly if it'd be worthwhile to build the sonic guitar that Kanan Fellow had in the manga. He was Kururu's cousin and the only one who rode the ring road with offensive abilities. He incorporated multiple mechanisms into his guitar, allowing him to release destructive pulses of sound that could shatter glass or focus said pulses into blades that could compete with a king. I shook my head. Nah, I have enough on my plate. Besides, I wasn't sure I wanted my primary weapon to be a guitar of all things. As cool as such unorthodox weapons were in anime, most people stuck to a sword or something for good reasons. Giving up the use of both my hands, being forced to bring the pledge regalia into battle when it could be better used in production. There were better primary weapons. After the music session, I moved on to making something for myself, kinda. Lunch came first, which meant tinkering with lineage factors, splicing qualities from different foodstuffs into other, more improbable foodstuffs to get the wackiest meal I could that was still technically edible. It was fun, and the fact that this was what I did for fun probably said some things about me. But it was fun, so I didn't care. I was entitled to play Frankenstein with my groceries, damn it. I quickly texted Mom and Sissy that I'd be out with friends until dinner and got to work prepping my lunch. I couldn't eat cherry-flavored garlic or watermelon-flavored leeks, as funny as those were. Good nutrition was critical now that I was forcing myself through hellish conditioning. That gave me an idea. It wasn't from my specializations, neither Pokemon, nor One Piece nor Air Gear. Digimon. They grew meat. As in from the dirt. It was a constant through so many games and anime that meat apples were something of a meme with the franchise. Could I do that? And thus began the next step in my descent to Biotin curing degeneracy. I made a quick dash to the local Hannaford, the largest supermarket chain in New Hampshire, and picked up a bushel of apples, a package of ciabatta rolls, skirt steak, provolone cheese, onions, pickles, arugula, and a bottle of chipotle mayo. Then the madness began. After all, why stop at meat apples? The next 2 hours passed in a blur as I isolated different flavors and spliced them into individual apples. By the end of it, I had a ciabatta apple, steak apple, cheese apple, onion apple, pickle apple, arugula apple, and chipotle apple. I carefully sliced them into thin strips before grilling the steak apple and topping it with a cheese apple. Then, I layered the rest of the slices into a standard sandwich configuration, capped on either end by 2 bread apple slices. I stared down at 6 of what looked for all the world like deconstructed then reconstructed apples. This is the single most idiotic thing I've ever done, I told Saint, and might be the most unreasonable way to make a sandwich in fiction. Poor E, he trilled beside me. He dusted off his powder-laden bill and hovered over a tablet, one of the few I'd not dismantled yet from the hillside heist. He quickly googled something and held the screen up to me. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they didn't stop to think if they shall really? You're quoting Jurassic Park at me. Porygon. Gone. Oh, you smug fuck. Por. Yeah, well, I'm sure it tastes fine. So saying, I grabbed one apple sandwich and took a big bite. The exterior layers were crisp, which translated somewhat well to what I expected of a sandwich, crisp onions, arugula, and the crunchy crust of a well-made ciabatta roll. Then the cheese apple and steak apple hit. I'd grilled the two in the hopes of giving them a more authentic flavor. I froze. Pory. And no, it's fine, I told him, forcing myself to take another bite. I chewed thoroughly before swallowing. Okay, definitely up there on the weirdness factor. To be fair, all the flavors are there. Skirt steak tastes like skirt steak and the provolone cheese is nice and mild, but they're also really juicy like an apple and it's kinda weird. Want one? Ree, he trilled before a vacuum-like hole made up of pixels, zeros, and ones opened up on his mouth. One of my sandwiches vanished into it. Did you even taste it? Pory. Fine, whatever. I've had my fun so let's get back to work. Gone. Are you done making the extra muggy ball powder? Gone. Great job, bud. I really appreciate your help, I told him sincerely. Having him around was basically like having a second Tinker and I couldn't be prouder of his growth. Best of all? He accepted crusted almonds as payment. Porygon? Pory? He asked. Our connection twanged as he plucked on it like a guitar string, sending impressions laden with curiosity. Why do I keep making weird food? Gone. 2 reasons. First, it's fun. Like I said, Saint, it's not enough to have a purpose, having a way to wind down is important too. Second, the lineage factors are not some unique invention by Vegapunk. They are a field of study, a subset of biology as understood by the scientists of One Piece. Sure, I made the lineage factor extractor and splicer, but I need to keep working if I want to better understand the process. Devil fruits don't just incorporate vegetables, they're part lion, dragon, eagle, or whatever else. I don't just want to be good, I want to be flawless. Get me? Porygon. Yeah, so I'm going to make weird foods as a way to experiment from now on. That steak apple had the flavor but the texture and aroma wasn't quite right for example. Being able to eat my experiments is just my way of having fun with the learning process. We hopped right back to it after lunch. To give myself some time to digest, Saint and I practiced our aim, me with my pistol and regular bullets and Saint with telekinetically lifted projectiles. I wasn't bad, I did hit my targets, but without Saint hovering in my suit to act as my personal aimbot, my aim was only marginally better than average. Increased proprioception did mean I had better posture, but a natural deadeye, I was not. Say, Saint, I called, making him pause. I had been taking a small break and watching him shoot. Why do you do that? Pory. That, I gestured to the little bolts he'd been using as ammunition. Why throw that instead of using Psybeam? Gone. Porygon, he chirped. He pressed a shared memory into my mind, of me telling him to practice this way. Porygon. Well, yeah, I know I told you to, but that was initially to teach you better control over psychic. You can hit the target as accurately as you want now and I think you understand psychic type aura so it should be fine to do something different. Gone. He asked with a curious trill. Psybeam. It's supposed to be a beam of raw psychic power and a staple of the Porygon line. I don't remember everything you can learn naturally, but I do remember Tri-Attack and Psybeam were on that list. Gone, he said. I had the distinct feeling he was shrugging helplessly at me. It was more of a bob considering the little fella didn't actually have shoulders, but the message was clear enough. Try treating it like Thunder Wave, I advised. In a way, this too was an experiment. Just how much could Saint learn on his own? I lacked a specialization to guide him, and Earthbet lacked psychic powers altogether to act as a frame of reference. There was telekinesis, which he copied from Rune and other capes, but this kind of raw expression of energy was a foreign concept to the capes of Earthbet. For the first time ever, I intended to leave Saint on his own. I sent over a memory, a hazy scene from an anime of an alakazam crossing its spoons and a beam of rainbow color lancing out. This is what it's supposed to look like. Want to try it? Gone, he nodded. He turned back to the target. A corona of violet light surrounded him as he focused his psychic energy. And then, nothing. Gone. I don't know either, but this is going to be your personal project, to use what you have now and adapt it into a new technique of your own making. That's what inventing is. How about it? Still think you can do it? Porygon. He chirped enthusiastically. I was counting on that. No matter how artificial, Saint was a Pokemon. He didn't mind being a Tinkerlite and working alongside me, but as a Pokemon, growing stronger was an inbuilt need. A competitive spirit was a natural part of who he was. I'd presented him with a challenge, one he should be able to overcome. And so, he would. Then I'll leave it to you. When you're not helping me, I want you to practice on your own. I know you've only been out fighting once when we raided the merchants, but that's because I'm not as strong without you in the suit with me. Sooner or later, I'm going to be able to fight without a guided assist. I want you to be right by my side then. Porygon, he promised. We're going to kick so much ass. Gone. After another half hour of that, I transitioned back to tinkering, specifically, my new regalia. The heels of the Germatech hover boots contained unique compressors that compressed water vapor using a compound derived from pyrobloin to allow me to run on air. I simply refitted that into MS water regalia, adding something to shape the compressed vapor into constantly spinning bubbles. I can stop right now and I'd still shoot Nan water balloons from my heels, I mused. As funny as that was, I wasn't satisfied. Perhaps it was the result of being inundated with 3 months of shonen nonsense, but just as running Spitfire and Kazu's road wasn't enough for me, wearing MS skates wasn't enough either. I wanted my own regalia, my own road. Trouble was, incorporating the water regalia into my hover boots was the easy part. Getting it all to play nice with Key Mother? I knew that'd be the real challenge, even with sea stone frames to contain the immense friction. And that was why I had to tear up the hover boots completely so I could build the entire body out of sea stone. Leather, as comfy as it was, just wasn't good enough. Gold wire for conductivity. Wapometal for internal components that needed to be flexible and strong. But sea stone for the skeletal frame of the boots as well as any component coming into contact with the rapidly rotating vapor bubbles. In the end, what I'd designed was basically a set of greaves to go over a padded interior. Unfortunately, molding all of that sea stone used up almost everything in my stockpile. It took long enough that I barely made it home in time for dinner, earning myself a small scolding from Mom. I retired to my room for the night to find a message from a potential business partner. Surprisingly, it was not from Uppercrest, but from Big Rig. I thought Uppercrest would be faster in responding, though I didn't know why. Maybe he gave off a more professional air than Toybox as a whole? Then again, he was likely the busiest tinker alive, Dragon excluded, thanks to his municipal defense systems. Or maybe, Big Rig had relatively fewer resources than the head of an elite cell and was more likely to jump on any opportunity to build connections, especially if said connection came with hyper-efficient engines fueled by easily acquired carbonated sugar water. In any case, I had a note from the construction tinker waiting in my Pokenav. Creed. No worries, man, we're tinkers, being too busy to answer email is part of the experience. I took a gander at the Brockton Bay side of Foe and gotta say, you made quite the entrance. That's not necessarily a good thing, mind, keep that in mind and be careful. Wouldn't want to lose a business partner just after getting one because he was careless. Now, I'll be honest with you. I wasn't impressed with your message. Keep in mind that a ramjet is a type of engine, not a measure of the engine's output. Yeah, I know what you meant, saying it's a small thing that rivals one found on a plane, fine, but it still read mighty unprofessional, like you didn't know what you were talking about. Then I saw the specs on that engine and tested it myself. You build a lot better than you talk, that's for sure. Hell, even Pyrotechnical was impressed, said he wouldn't mind a collaboration. You can expect a letter from him sometime soon, whenever he's done with his current commission. Or he might forget, who knows. Guy's worryingly spacey for someone who handles so much explosives. Look, I'm not really good at this whole negotiating thing, I leave most of that to Toy Soldier normally, but I want more. I make drones that build buildings and I can see how your tech synergizes with mine. I plugged the sample engine you gave me onto one of my drones and it was amazing how simple that was. Normally, tinkers have to jump through a bunch of hoops to get their tech to play nice with other tinker tech. You got something real valuable here is what I'm saying. And that sea stone stuff. I ain't sure about the name, but you do you. What I am sure of is that I like the grey, granite look it's got, and I've never seen any stone anywhere near as durable. Looks are real important for some of my construction jobs, you see. I've got a job coming up to build a private emergency bunker for some fat cat up in Chicago, and I want to make the walls and foundations out of this sea stone stuff. As for the Wapo metal, I'm interested, but it's not a priority. Pyro's got a knack for forging too, got some kind of Tinkertech forge in his lab, and shape memory alloys aren't new. It's stronger than most things Pyro can readily make, but I'm not willing to shell out a lot of cash over it. Maybe that'll change if I come across a specific job, but not right now. Toy Soldier seemed interested for his power armor if you want to take it up with him. Lastly, that Germa fabric? It's not nearly as useful in construction as the other stuff you sent me. I wouldn't mind having a costume made of it for protection, of course, but that's about it. So here's the gist, I want the engines and sea stone. You want a CAD, fabricators, and drones. Alright, let's make it happen. I'm going to keep an eye on my chatbox for the next few days. Get back to me when you can and we can hash this out properly. Big Rig. I grinned as I finished reading. It was happening, person whose cooperation I wanted most had bitten the bait. Others might keep him waiting as some kind of power play, but I saw no point. He had something I wanted, I had something he wanted, so we'd trade. I sent him a private message on Fo. Not 4 minutes later, I had a reply to a video link. After having Saint check it out to make sure the line was secure, I put on my helmet and accepted the call. Big Rig was a corpulent man who wore a hard hat and gas mask, the sort you'd find on a construction site. He had on a neon orange vest over comfortable work clothes. Everything was stylized, of course, more blocky and angular to give him broader shoulders. Big Rig, a pleasure to put a face to the name, I greeted. Likewise, Creed. I gotta ask, for Dodge's sake, are you another Sentai Elite fan? He asked with a chuckle and the hint of a southern drawl. Kiddo was real excited when he saw the outfit. God, if I had a quarter for every time I heard that. There are things I like and don't like about them. It's more the old school Super Sentai, Kamen Rider, and Ultraman aesthetic I like. I think we both drew inspiration from the same place. Fair enough. Now, let's talk business, Creed. I allowed myself a quiet sigh that didn't carry through my helmet. This would be a long night, but I hoped it'd pay off. Author's note. Thanks to Lincolnator on SB for correcting my non-existent engineering knowledge. A ramjet is a type of engine, not a scale for how powerful an engine is. Though most are found on planes, he's since told me that you can have a ramjet fuel a tricycle if an engineer felt so inclined. Big Rig's reaction is a bit of a dig on that. Why does he sound southern? I have no idea either. Not much to say. Have an animal fact, the ocean sunfish, or mola mola, is the largest bony fish in the world, which is distinct from a cartilaginous fish, sharks, rays, etc. It is also one of the few fish that lack scales, instead having small, tooth-like projections on its skin called denticles and mucus. Because it's relatively slow and lacks scales, it often suffers from parasites. It also has only 4 teeth in its mouth, though its throat is lined with teeth that help grind up food. Admit it, you though I'd make a joke about fish, didn't you? Well, it's good to have a purely educational A/N once in a while. Gotta keep you on your toes. Search 3.9. 2010, November 7th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I was pleasantly surprised, negotiations the night prior didn't end up taking all that long. Neither Big Rig nor I were the sort to pinch pennies, and it showed. Face to face, Big Rig was every bit as gruff as his construction foreman costume implied. He had a rough but not unkind demeanor to him that bashed directly to the point like a bulldozer. He was a man who knew what he wanted and didn't tolerate fools and snake oil salesmen as he'd called them. Unfortunate that I couldn't fleece him for extra cash, but great in that he wasn't the sort to cheap out on me either. In the end, we settled on a simple system. For every construction drone I wanted, he'd get a hybrid soda engine out of me, and vice versa. Should one of us have our fill of the other's product, we'd default to cash, or in his case, a set weight of either sea stone or Wapo metal. The CAD and fabricator, which I'd only need one of for the immediate future, we agreed to purchase for a set weight of sea stone, to be delivered as soon as I could get the fabricator working. He'd begun by trying to demand more for the fabricator, but I pointed out that me being able to mass produce was just another way for him to secure his own supply chain, especially if he wanted to cover an entire private emergency bunker out of sea stone. The fabricator wasn't as much a part of negotiations as it was the bare minimum that I needed to have for any trade to even be feasible in the long run. He grumbled, but in the end gave me a steep discount on the first. If I ever needed a second fabricator, he warned that he fully expected me to pay the full amount. Lastly, we agreed that any trade between us would remain independent of market considerations. As in, neither he nor I would change the price of our goods just because another tinker hiked up demand elsewhere. It was a promise I made for his sake, I strongly expected demand for my time to skyrocket as I acquired different specializations. Still, he'd been straight with me and I felt obligated to be fair in turn. I accepted the deal and thanked him for his generosity. I suspected that at least part of it was Toybox's stated mission of propping up independent tinkers. Regardless of the reason, negotiations came to an end far more expediently than I'd initially expected. I received a notice from Big Rig shortly after informing me that Dodge of Toybox would be delivering my new CAD and fabricator to the Palanquin at 3 a.m., Monday. I scratched my stomach and got up with a lazy grumble. I wanted to spend Sunday morning relaxing, but as much as I appreciated Big Rig's speedy delivery, it meant I'd be busy tinkering again today to prepare for the influx of supplies. To be fair, it was something I should have done a long time ago, as soon as I realized Strider would be coming in with almost a literal ton of volcanic ash on a regular basis. Now that I expected the deliveries to be even bigger, in volume and likely in mass, simple expanded bags wouldn't cut it anymore. I needed a way to carry things that wouldn't fit in the mouth of a large suitcase. I needed another DSS port, one that I could carry around. I groaned pitifully. Trying to get that to work with a laptop was going to be a nightmare. I stepped into the shower and allowed the cold water to wake me fully. Then I froze before promptly running my forehead into the ceramic tile. Then one more time, because I deserved it. Holy fuck, I'm stupid. Why does it need to be a laptop? I can just carry a desktop in an expanded bag, piggyback off the Palanquin's network, digitize the deliveries, then pack up the desktop again. I sighed. Now that I was thinking properly, I remembered having similar thoughts when I first built the DSS in TH Gull Rest. Then I got distracted tinkering and shelved any plans to tinker in the future. I slumped, resting my forehead against the cool ceramic. I thought I took a lot of notes where my power was concerned, but I clearly wasn't nearly meticulous enough if I forgot about such an obvious exploit. What else had I missed while chasing the hot new thing? Getting out of the shower, I toweled myself off and replaced my contacts. I'd just have to take the loss on this one and learn from it. Just because I built something once didn't mean I couldn't find different applications or workarounds. Thus resolved, I headed down to join Mom and Sissy for a delicious breakfast of sausage, pepper, and onion hash with a side of fruit. I reached into the fridge to grab my hot sauce and settled down next to my sister. "Morning, Mom, Sierra," I greeted as I sprinkled a generous helping of hot sauce onto my breakfast. It was a chipotle lime blend this time, Mom bought it just for me. "Good morning, dear," Mom greeted back. "Either of you want to come to church with me?" "Nope," we chorused as one, completing our Sunday morning routine. I didn't know why Sierra wasn't religious, but I personally found it hard to believe considering the reincarnation I knew to be fact. Perhaps I was unique? Was I some kind of abomination or abnormality, overlooked by both heaven and hell? No matter the answer, it was at least clear to me that the God I grew up with no longer had a claim on me, if he existed at all. It was a disquieting feeling, one I did not enjoy being reminded of. Still, church gave Mom peace of mind and that was good enough for me. "Well, what are you two going to be doing then?" Sierra shrugged and ripped open a Pop-Tart. Why she'd come to the conclusion that a strawberry Pop-Tart would go well with a sausage hash was beyond me, but I decided to be a merciful little brother and cut out the snark. "Michelle and Saba are coming over. Another project? Semester finals should be around the corner." "No. Mom, relax, finals are after Thanksgiving. We're just going to hang out." I snorted and shot her a teasing grin. "You three aren't even going to pretend to be working this time." "Hey, we did have lab. We just finished and watched TV together afterwards." "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing, sis, just saying, I'm surprised you haven't found a better place to hang out than our living room by now." "Their house is always crowded because their roommates are slobs," Sierra said with a shrug. "Besides, don't act like you don't enjoy having cute older girls around, Bryce. They've basically adopted you at this point." "True," I hummed, no point denying it. "Michelle and Saba are really pretty. I liked you better when you were easier to embarrass." I rolled my eyes. Did such a time exist? When? Selective memory much? Absolutely. I ignore everything I don't like. That's the key to a happy, fulfilling life. "Mom, Bryce is becoming an idiot," Sierra said in that tattling tone all sisters seemed to master instinctually. "Mom, Sierra is already an idiot," I chimed back. We glared at each other for a second before we broke into chuckles. "What about you, Bryce? Are you going to hang around the house all day?" Mom asked with a fond smile. She didn't even try to pretend to admonish us. "Nah, I'm thinking I'll wander around the boardwalk. Maybe visit one of the music stores. You know they're mostly tourist traps, right?" "Yeah, Mom, I know. But that's not always bad. They're good for killing time. Why don't you invite your friends out? You went to the arcade with the boys from school, right?" I considered it, then snorted. "No thanks, Mom. Not everything needs to be a social activity. You should enjoy the time you have with friends, she chided gently. You won't get so much free time when you're an adult. That took me back. My parents used to tell me the same thing when I was a teenager the first time around. I scoffed and ignored the advice then as just some inane wisdom adults like to dish out on unsuspecting youth, but they weren't wrong. As I grew older, attended college, and started a job, I found myself busier and busier, and before I knew it, the friends I thought would stay with me forever had all drifted away. I remembered thinking once over a glass of whiskey how it'd be cool to reconnect, then I drowned the thought in liquor and dismissed it as too awkward or needy. After all, they all had their own lives, right? Who was I to barge in after years of radio silence? I smiled sardonically at the bittersweet memories. Would I feel the same way about Chelsea? Stephanie? The Wards? Vicky? Amy? No, of course I wouldn't. I wasn't delusional. I was only loosely tied to that friend group by virtue of Chelsea's overenthusiasm and my identity being known to Amy. We all had very few shared interests beyond being a cape, which I obviously had no intention of sharing. The things they enjoyed, I couldn't find it in me to take much interest in, especially now that I was busy building and launching my probably illicit business. It was the magic of high school, where you could consider someone a friend simply by eating lunch with them for a bit. How ironic, I mused, that I can only really appreciate the worth of that advice when I can no longer take advantage of it. I know, Mom, I know, I said finally. Contrary to what I'd told Mom, I wasn't at the boardwalk proper. I was instead several blocks inland, roughly 10 minutes from the college. I stood atop a telephone pole, invisible to everyone else. I wore the incomplete hybrid regalia, currently just the water regalia and Germa boots, and spent an hour skating through the boat graveyard to acclimate myself to the new skates. I looked down at the shopping center. It was a large, square warehouse that had been converted into a joint Target and Best Buy. Smirking to myself, I hopped down to the ground and waited by the automatic door for someone else to enter before following them inside. Still invisible, I made small bubbles of air beneath my feet to cushion my footsteps. I wandered around the Best Buy until I found one of their Geek Squad. He was a short but bulky man with clearly defined muscles that strained against his blue polo, very much the antithesis of a stereotypical geek. He was also helping a teenage girl and her father who were shopping for a new laptop for her birthday. At their side, a young boy shuffled aimlessly, looking around for anything that might distract him. I stood off to the side a ways, hands clasped in front of me politely, and signaled for the invisibility to fade away. I waited there patiently, mostly just to see how long it'd take for someone to notice me. 2 minutes later, the boy, who had been half-heartedly browsing through some graphic mouse pads, turned and incidentally caught me out of the corner of his vision. For all intents and purposes, I'd teleport directly into the store, right before his eyes. His eyes widened comically, but before he could say anything, I leaned forward and placed a finger in front of my face in the universal sign for be quiet. Dad. He stammered, his hand grasping his father's sleeve. Not now, Connor, the man said distractedly. He was asking about the RAM on a Dell laptop versus a Lenovo. We can look at the games after we pick out a computer for your sister. Dad? I think you should see this. Connor, stop being a pest, his sister scolded. She turned around to say something but caught me leaning against a stand of headphones. Why can't you be qui? Seeing the gig was up, I raised a hand and waved. Yo. That did it. The Best Buy employee and the father turned as one to look at me. Amusingly enough, they had two very different reactions. The employee, Carl, his name tag said, was wholly resigned. He'd clearly heard of my visit to Toys R Us. He was so jaded that he stared at my orange-visored helm for only a handful of seconds before going right back to explaining how RAM and HDD memories differed. Okay, I know this is slightly beyond the budget you said you had, sir, but if your daughter is really into digital art, you're going to want the extra RAM. Wait, hold on, that's Creed. The father exclaimed, pointing at me. Yes, it is, sir, Carl drawled. He turned back to me with the most done with this shit expression I'd ever seen. Should I open up the register or are you here for something else? I held a palm to my chest in mock offense. Excuse me? I'll have you know I am a villain class and culture. I leaned down conspiratorially to whisper to Connor. Besides, it's not a good idea to rob people who supply me with tech. Right. Connor looked like Christmas had come early while his father waffled between pulling him away or not doing anything that might offend me. The kid, being a kid, practically vibrated in place. He took out a notebook and thrust it towards me. It had a graphic design on the cover, legend, I noticed. Sign this, he demanded. Before I could respond, the father finally decided on a course of action and yanked the child back by the scruff of his neck. Nope. This isn't happening. Come on, Penny, we'll try fries. But did Connor whined. He's not even that bad. Connor, I swear to God. I heard him trail off as he whispered harshly to his kid. Penny, presumably his daughter, looked at me, at her family, back at me, then sighed before flipping me off. Thanks, my shopping trip just got longer. In my defense, I literally did nothing but stand here. Whatever. I hope Arms Master kicks your ass. I hope so too, I replied honestly, not getting my ass kicked, more fighting him, tinker to tinker. Could be fun. Ooh, I should pick that fight at some point. Now how to do it in a way that doesn't get the goat on my ass. Whatever, she grunted before stalking away. Carl the geek stared at me. That was my commission, you know. I winced internally. That actually did make me feel bad. Retail workers didn't deserve that shit. Sorry. If it's any consolation, I'll spend more than enough to cover it. Fine, whatever. What do you want? Several hard drives. Highest HDD and RAM you've got. Money isn't a concern. Can't you just build a supercomputer? Maybe, I hummed. He wasn't wrong, strictly speaking. I had all of Anime Earth's tech tree in my head, which included more than just ATS. I understood the ins and outs of everything from automotive construction to vaccine development, even the basics of things like quantum computing, which the Chinese government had begun to play with. But just because I can doesn't mean it's productive to build everything myself. That's like asking why every architect doesn't build his own dream home instead of taking out a mortgage on something already standing. Sometimes, good enough is good enough. He grunted unintelligibly before taking me over to the desktops. He started to explain the nuances of different computers, realized he was talking to a tinker, then promptly shut up in a way that reminded me of Goldfish. You know what you want? He settled. Yup. If you have anything better in the back, bring it out, but otherwise, yeah. I'll browse on my own, thanks. He grunted something and moved off to the side but didn't leave. I assumed he wanted to at least jot it down for his manager if I actually did steal something, not that I planned on it. I browsed through the computers on display and frowned. They were all awful and I couldn't believe that these were the best they had. And then I remembered, oh, right. 2011. I couldn't remember off the top of my head, I wasn't paying much attention at the time, but the computer I'd fitted with a DSS back home wasn't too advanced either, certainly not up to my 2022 standards. They also didn't sell individual hard drives, just fully assembled computers. In the end, I purchased 6 desktop computers with large memories, advertised as providing a flawless movie watching experience. According to Carl, they were most often bought by gamers with rich parents or graduate students in architecture or engineering back at the college. His eyes widened as he rang me up. That's $9,923. I nodded, having expected that. All things considered, a little over $1,600 per computer wasn't bad for a high-performance model. I handed him my card. I did say I'd pay you back for that commission I cost you, no. Alright. I'm a villain of my word. Besides, I leaned in and spoke in a mock whisper, crime does pay. And what crimes are those? I heard behind me. My heart leapt to my throat and I forcibly stilled my hand to keep from reaching for my Walker pistol. If I was going to be attacked, it would have happened already. I turned to find Kidwin and Aegis, both aloft, which explained why I hadn't heard them coming. The two wards looked amused, or at least non-combative for the moment. That they were the ones here instead of the Protectorate told me much of how the PRT viewed me at the moment. More, since the wards patrolled in pairs, I could assume this was a coincidental encounter. Another employee likely reported my presence here and these two happened to be the nearest capes on patrol. That bit of rationalizing calmed me down and I forced myself to speak nonchalantly, thanking the voice modulator in my helmet for doing much of the heavy lifting. Shrugging ambivalently, I swiped the card back from Carl and said, oh, you know, a contract here, a commission there. Really, I haven't even made a dent in my inbox. Selling unregulated tinker tech is illegal, Aegis said sternly. Unregulated? By you mean? I'll have you know that both catalogs were looked over and approved by the GOAT and Quality is their middle name. Is it really? Kidwin asked sarcastically. The Quality GOAT? Well, no. It's the Mighty GOAT actually, but you get the point, I shot back as I stuffed the 6 computers into the expanded bag beneath my cape. Anyway, it's been real, but I actually have plans for these things so I'm gonna scram. Later, meet Lug, Mini V. Despite what I said, they followed me out. Care to share what you plan on making? Tinker to tinker, Kidwin probed unsubtle. A kitty laser. A kit laser? You can't buy a laser pointer to mess with cats like everyone else? They're $5 at Target. Yup. Laser weapon that turns everything it hits into a cat. I need more kittens to drown to keep my villain cred and the local shelters won't sell them to me so I figure I'll just manufacture my own. What? Exactly. Kid, I don't think he's going to tell us, Aegis drawled, though I could hear an undercurrent of amusement. You realize we're going to have to stop you the moment you try anything illegal. I turned to him and made an excited face but realized he couldn't actually see my expression. Instead, I did a little thrilled hop and pumped my fist. Really, half the hammy act I put on was so I could express myself in a fully covering helmet. Why you mean it? You'll be my testing dummy and all I have to do is, do something evil? Yes. So saying, I promptly ran off to the closest person with a car. No. No, that's not what I meant. Aegis yelped as he flew after me. Creed, that wasn't an excuse to commit a crime, damn it. I didn't listen. The nearest person happened to be a young woman with dusky skin and teased hair just about to get in her car. Hey, you. Lady. Give me your car. She stared at me like I was something scraped from the bottom of her shoe. Fuck off, asshole. I have shit to do today. She slammed the door of her car and drove away, probably going past the posted 15 miles per hour sign and breaking a few statutes of her own. A part of me was tempted to race her but I ultimately saw no point in it. It wasn't bad to cultivate an image like this. I stepped back, bewildered. Well. That was a thing. Maybe I need a better plan. The goat did say no grand larceny and I suppose the car was a bit much. Say, Meatloaf, what's the limit on larceny before it becomes grand larceny in New Hampshire again? No crime is acceptable, Creed. As nice as it is to know that this goat person is keeping a leash on you, I'm not going to tell you how much you can get away with, he said with an audible frown. I wanted to bust out laughing, almost did, but caught myself. Messing with Carlos was unexpectedly fun. I resolved to seek him out more often, the guy could probably morph away his own migraines anyway. Then, I remembered, the Legos. I dug in my bag to reveal the Lego set I bought from Toys R Us. I hopped into the air and held it out to Kid Win. Here, Iron Lad. He stared at me in confusion, his half-uncovered face far more expressive than my own. What? You didn't steal this, did you? No, I bought it, remember? Okay, why are you giving me a Lego set? Take it. I really want to fight you, especially you and Beardmaster, but I can't. Right now, the way you are, you're... Let's say you're not at your best. I trailed off. Then, with more pep, so. I decided I'm going to help you out a bit, tinker to tinker. Seriously, take the damn Legos. He took the box, mostly because I shoved them into his chest. What am I supposed to do with these? You're a tinker, aren't you? Build. Aegis cut in. Is this what you do? Build models of your tech with Legos before you start making something for real? Ha. No way, but he should, I said with a bark of laughter. I hopped further into the air before activating my regalia. The skates came alive with the satisfying whir of impractically powerful motors. A faint shimmer of mist that wasn't strictly from the condensed pyrobloin began to enshroud my feet in a pale haze. I'm giving you a freebie here. Trust me, little Stark, and work with the Legos for a bit. It's what you're good for anyway. Hey, screw you, Kidwin said. Wasn't an insult. Use. They. Damn. Legos. Or don't. Lead a horse to water and all that. Anyway, ciao. With that, I kicked the water regalia into motion. I didn't bother with invisibility this time, they'd hear the regalia purr anyway and I wanted to maintain the illusion of teleportation for a while longer. No, I'd go back to the Gull Rest to work on a DSS and prepare for Big Rig's delivery in an hour or two, but for now, this was all me time. I hooped as I raced across the sky on vapor trails of my own making. Was there a cape in the city who could catch me? I wasn't sure. MS Regalia wasn't built for raw speed like Key Mother, more internal stability and agility in enclosed spaces such as Trophium Tower. Could the better flyers like Laser Dream, Purity, or Glory Girl keep pace with me if they went all out? I didn't know, but the idea of an aerial dogfight against them made my stomach flutter pleasantly with butterflies. Besides, me outflying the wards was bound to be great advertisement for my ATS, whenever I decided to put them on the catalog. Author's note. Honestly, the first part of this chapter is my bad. I tend to zero in on one aspect of a story and neglect others, which is a bigger problem with Tinker FICS than most. I'm still learning to juggle. Then again, Bryce is one of those characters whose WIS would definitely be his dump stat, so it kinda works for him, I think. As for the best buy scene, it mostly just kinda came out. I'm considering it practice for when I finally have to write Andy waking up in Legendary Tinker, because if Bryce is a minor, villainous, celebrity, Andy's going to be whole different can of worms. To be fair, I have pretty good examples of fame culture both IRL and in different series like The Boys. Also, if any of you are into RWBY fanfiction, try Raise by Kerr. Yeah, it's a Kerr FIC and they tend to be toss-ups, but this one's pretty standard canon world building except one major difference: John discovers his semblance early and it can raise the dead. It's about John struggling with fame. I don't think I'm going to get that edgy with Andy, but it's definitely something to consider. Interlude 3.9.5, Christopher Williams. 2010, November 7th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Creed led us on a merry chase through the shopping district. His skates seemed to be able to change direction in midair just as quickly as Aegis. He made it look natural, like running on air was something humans were all born to do. I really wanted to take it apart to see what kind of gyroscope he used, but that looked more and more like a pipe dream the longer the chase went on. It was clear he was toying with us, and not just from that terrible attempt at a carjacking console used as pretext to let us give chase. My hoverboard had a higher top speed than Aegis' flight, but I couldn't turn very well while going so fast. Aegis on the other hand just wasn't fast enough. We tried working together to corral him, but every time we got close, he vanished from sight, only to appear a block away with one taunting joke or another. One time, he even teleported onto Aegis' back and rode him like a cowboy. Until finally, he stopped popping up, leaving us in the middle of the boardwalk feeling like fools. We signed a few autographs, posed for pictures with tourists, and finished up our scheduled route before heading back to HQ. All the while, we tried to figure out what he could be up to. I don't get the guy, I told Aegis as we flew back. He does a terrible job of trying to steal a car to get us to chase him and then just leaves. Why? Aegis shrugged. I don't know, kid. Maybe he was trying to distract us from something? Console, any word on crimes in the area? Officer James, I wasn't sure if that was his first or last name, spoke over the comms unit. No, nothing that warrant a cape response from us, Aegis. We'll have you write an AAR when you get back. The director also wants both your helmet cams. Do we have to? I noticed that even my normally responsible leader couldn't quite hide the whine. I wouldn't say there was much action. Yet, you just let the newest villain skate literal rings around you, came Shadow Stalker's biting remark. It was protocol to have both one ward and one PRT officer on console, the former to gain experience and familiarity with protocol and the latter to actually handle any emergencies. Just my luck, Stalker was our gal in the chair today. As far as I could tell, she was once again being punished for something or other. It happened so often that I barely paid attention anymore. Don't start, Stalker, Officer James said warningly, you're already on thin ice. Yeah, whatever. And yes, Aegis. You do have to write that AAR. The director wants any and all information we can gather on Creed. She's especially interested in hearing your thoughts as a fellow tinker, Kid Win. I groaned. It made sense, I knew it did, but that didn't mean I had to like it. What did she want me to say? That Creed was a better flyer than me? That he built better tech? It wasn't as though I had the chance to take his gear apart. Yes, sir, Aegis and I chorused. For what it's worth, you two did well, Officer James told us. Our current policy is to gather intelligence more than anything, so him getting away isn't a huge loss. Aren't you worried about what he could be making with all those computers, sir? I tried. We are, but it's not as though they were specialized materials he couldn't get elsewhere. If he really wants some computers, we can't stop him from getting them, especially since he actually did pay for them. Even if we caught him, we can't really confiscate them indefinitely. For the moment, we're putting Creed on the same threat level as Uber and Leet. He's more of a professional comic than a villain, and one who seems interested in preserving the stability of the city as a whole. So you're saying he's not a priority, Aegis said. I can see that. I just wish we could have asked him some questions. That's right. As far as we can tell, he seems unlikely to commit overt crimes despite his self-designation as a villain. What? Carjacking isn't a crime. Stalker laughed derisively. It would be if he succeeded, or he wasn't so blatantly trying to fail. At most, it's harassment or disturbing the peace as things stand, and even that'd be a stretch. It's clear that he never intended to take that woman's car. He's intentionally making himself look less competent, something we've seen from other comics. Yet, Leet's trying to be a fuck-up. I let the rest of the conversation wash over me. It wasn't like me to contribute much anyway. Gallant, Dean, said I was the type to keep my own counsel, but that probably made me out to be wiser than I was. For fuck's sake, I could barely count. What wisdom! What expertise! I sighed. That was him in a nutshell. Dean was a cool dude, but he sometimes got so caught up in gauging our feelings that he didn't say what was plain for everyone else to see. I did wonder though, Creed seemed superhumanly capable at times, even more than other capes, but he also behaved in ridiculous, possibly even short-sighted ways. That was one of the big arguments for him being a new cape. He was too unprofessional despite his obvious connections and wealth of resources. On the other hand, I'd heard off-duty officers talk about how it could all be an act. If he really was a veteran immigrant from out of the city just looking to rebrand, if he really did have connections to some mysterious sponsor, it explained his advanced tech and near impossible growth. In that scenario, his admission of being Ward's age could be a white lie to get us to treat him with kid gloves, his publicity stunts at the bank, Toys R Us, and now Best Buy could be just that, stunts. There could only be one conclusion in that case: he wanted to look less competent than he really was. For whatever reason, he wanted to blunt his own image despite having interfered against the empire and merchants in such a spectacular fashion. Why? To convince the PRT that he's not a priority? If so, he succeeded. Was it all just an advertisement campaign for his catalogs? It was a comforting thought in a way, to believe that he was purely motivated by money. At least then, that'd be something we could all understand. I wasn't sure what to think. The box of Legos, I wasn't sure why I kept them, weighed on me. I'd have to get it screened, have it opened by an officer to make sure there were no bugs or anything. That was obvious, right? Even he wouldn't try to sneak something by us in such an obvious way? Which meant he blew $500 just to give me a Lego set so he could, what? Insult me? It's what you're good for, I heard his voice echo in my mind. No, that didn't seem right. If he was really as mercenary as he claimed, if he was motivated by money, why would he go so far just to mock me? Parting with that much money just to insult someone he'd never met before wasn't the kind of thing a mercenary would do, right? If he wanted a tinker rival to show off his catalog in forced confrontations, he'd probably have gone for Arms Master. If there was one thing I never suffered from, it was an overinflated sense of self-importance. Creed didn't do this to mock me, at least not entirely, which meant there was some meaning in the Lego set. He'd said something similar in his introductory faux post too, along with a shout out to Miss Militia about Moby Dick of all things. I shook my head, baffled and frustrated. I had no idea what that guy could be thinking. I felt Aegis tap me on the shoulder. Kid, you alright? You've been spacing out. I looked around to find that we'd arrived. I'd just been following Aegis and hadn't even noticed where we were going. Yeah, sorry, just thinking. Penny for your thoughts. Just thinking about Creed. Isn't everyone? Yet. After opening the Lego set in public and checking over the pieces, they gave it back to me with minimal fuss. It wasn't stolen, it wasn't a bribe, so it could stay. Maybe he did build Lego models of inventions during the brainstorming phase and he was trying to give me a leg up? I snorted. I wasn't that lucky and villains weren't that nice. The two of us headed back to the wards section of the PRT base to get out of our costumes. Aegis would probably go text his girlfriend or something and I wanted to get some tinkering done. Aegis swiped his thumbprint to override the alarm. There was no need to wait the customary 30 seconds when it was just the three of us. Hey, stalker, he said cordially. He always did, he was a cool leader like that, always trying to reach out in his own way. He lacked Dean's emotion vision or whatever, but Carlos made up for it with a steadfastness that none of us had. I'd miss him when he graduated. Sup, losers, she shot back in true stalker fashion. No need for that. Yeah, not like you let a villain fly circles around you or anything. You heard Officer James, stalker. Policy is to gather intel. He didn't actually commit a crime today. Today, she stressed. We all know he's responsible for the hillside heist. The only reason he's wanted for questioning instead of an arrest warrant is cause Piggy wants to soft sell the wards to him and the rest of you are too pussy to do anything about it. No, it's because he's really wanted for questioning, stalker, Aegis said, tiredly but firmly. He ran a hand through his hair and slumped onto the sofa. We went over this. We don't actually know who committed the heist. She threw her hands up in frustration. For fuck's sake, Aegis, he admitted to selling illegal tinker tech. On live camera. He did, and we'll deal with that, but I think the goat being heroic is messing with Pigott. They're not quite sure what to do, or if leaving him alone is actually the best policy. Personally, I think she's giving him enough rope to hang himself with. Well, it's fucking stupid. No arguments from me, but pressing him with just the two of us could mean dealing with his full arsenal. We don't know enough about what he can do and we want him playing with kid gloves until we know more, Aegis said, but it was pretty clear that he was just parroting what someone else told him. The guy wasn't the sort to back down from a fight and I wondered how much of what he said he actually agreed with. He let out a tired sigh and pulled out his phone, probably to text Stephanie. Stalker fumed. Seeing she wasn't going to get more engagement out of our leader, she turned her angry eyes to me. Ugh, so what? Unknown tinker tech. Your shit should be equally unknown to him too, but you're too much of a pussy to take a shot at him, hey. She said venomously. Not true, I tried defending myself. I'm not about to start shooting in the middle of Best Buy, genius. So what's your excuse for when you were outside? I was full. Following orders. Really? You're pathetic, kid. She stood with a disgusted snort and tapped the backpack. I heard the jostling of Lego pieces. Maybe Creed's right. Maybe this is all you're good for. Stalker, that's uncalled for, Aegis called, but she was already halfway in her room. We heard the door slam shut a moment later. He turned to me. Kid. She's right, you know, I said, taking off my visor with a watery smile. I'm a failure as a tinker. I don't even know my own specialization and Creed shows up and forces the gangs to play nice over an afternoon. No you're not, Chris. Creed's an abnormality. If he wasn't, we wouldn't be talking about him at all. That doesn't change that I can't finish a single one of my projects. I still take my board apart and put it back together, you know. Same with my pistol. I keep trying. There's always something that tells me that they can be more, and then, they get assembled right back into what I had before. You'll figure it out, Carlos said. He tried to be comforting, to act like he had faith in me, but he wasn't the tinker here. He didn't understand. The only one who could was Arms Master, and one of the top 10 heroes in America had better things to do than tutor the failure. You'll get it one day. That's what the wards are for, to learn. Yeah, sure, I replied morosely. I'm going to my lab. Yeah. Okay. Have a good one, man. You too. X. My lab honestly looked a lot like a mix between a high school science class for one and a mechanics shop. One half of the room was clean and pristine, or it would be without my crap all over it. It had slate grey countertops, nice wooden furniture, and cabinets filled with tools I needed for detail work. The other half had the larger, noisier tools such as a lathe, drop hammer, and bandsaw for shaping the chassis of my creations. Just sitting through the training course for those had been a pain and a half. I didn't need the course, no tinker did, but the PRT apparently liked to cross their eyes, just in case. I'd mostly used them to form the plates of my armor and the body of my hoverboard. I let out another dejected sigh and laid out my gear on the counter. I had a depressingly small catalog. The tech I was proudest of was without question my hoverboard. I ran my fingers along its edge. It was actually several distinct pieces that I kept trying to configure in new ways for better speed and handling. There was an anti-grav module on the bottom, magnetic clamps for my feet, 2 repulsors for thrust, and a hard drive that interfaced with my helmet along with a gyroscope to keep me balanced. It was a great piece of tech, even Arms Master said so, but I felt it could do more, be more. What did it say about me when the best thing I'd ever made felt so incomplete? Next was my spark pistol. I had 2 of them because I once thought guns were my specialization. Stupid in hindsight considering my hoverboard, but I'd been desperate to cling to any success. It had good range and lobbed condensed orbs of electricity that could be adjusted to fit the scenario. Most of the time, it was just a nasty shock, enough to snap people out of doing something stupid so we could talk them down, but it did have higher settings that could potentially be lethal to normal people. Brute rated, the analysts called it, though I doubted it'd do anything to a real brute like Glory Girl or Lung. I looked it over and seriously reconsidered its design. Creed had something similar but had embedded it into his suit. I had to admit, however grudgingly, that it was a neat idea. It gave him an almost mage-like aesthetic that was more PR-friendly than carrying a gun around. It also made him impossible to disarm. Why hadn't I considered that? There was enough room in my gauntlets, surely. I banged my head against the table and let the cool surface soothe me. It felt like he was just plain better at designing things, even discounting how his tech outperformed mine. I looked at my breastplate and visor. I'd modeled them after Hero's own. The greatest tinker ever wore blue and gold, I wore red and gold. He insisted on a visor instead of a full helmet because it made him more approachable, so I'd done the same. From the smooth curves to the sharp angles around the shoulders that broadened my silhouette, I'd done my best to pay homage to the greatest tinker ever. Once upon a time, I wanted to be just like him. Now, as I looked at my armor, that dream was starting to sound pretty damn sarcastic even in my own head. I spent the next half hour performing maintenance on my tech. I didn't need to, our encounter could hardly be called a fight, but this was what Arms Master recommended: check over everything as often as you use it. Don't put off maintenance, however minor. The man was meticulous and I could see why he was considered one of the best in the world. I already failed at building, far be it for me to take what I did make for granted. After routine maintenance, I took my gear apart to try and make improvements. If I rerouted energy in a different way, could I improve the output from my repulsor so I could go faster? If I reprogrammed the software connecting my visor to my hoverboard, could I make myself more agile? Arms Master told me once that necessity was the mother of invention, that the greatest works of man were made in times of great need. He also said that we stood on the shoulders of giants, that by looking to others for inspiration, we could progress further than we'd ever considered. I turned on my computer to the video that had been immortalized on the internet. It was the tail end of the fight between the Empire and Merchants, Creed's debut. I must have watched it 100 times by now. Giga impact. He roared as he crashed down onto Squealer's latest monstrosity in a corona of yellow and green energies. Truck exploded in a truly spectacular fashion and Creed was launched into a building by skid marks fields. He emerged a few seconds later to force the battle to a standstill. His ridiculous need to give his finisher a name like a cartoon character aside, the clip was now being used by at least one mod as the unofficial faux banner. Could my armor take that kind of punishment? I asked myself for the 1000th time. I didn't like the answer. I watched it again and again, asking myself, what could I learn from this? That Creed was a Sentai elite wannabe? That he made signature attacks? That his armor might be voice activated to perform those finishing moves like some kind of pro wrestler? That my armor wasn't anywhere near durable enough? That I should stack force fields? I didn't even know how to build one force field, never mind two. Fuck. I swore. I kicked the backpack lying beside my desk in frustration. It rolled and I must have forgotten to zip it up again after I came back from patrol because the Lego set clattered out onto my floor. That's what you're good for, I heard. I could see his face in my mind, that black-orange suit and smug posture, always with some wisest quip for us as he skated just out of reach. Before he came along, I still wasn't the best tinker, far from it, but I at least had the distinction of being the only flying tinker. Aerial support was a big thing, I'd been told. My hoverboard let me do something even Arms Master couldn't. It made me the most mobile ward after Vista, and Vista was a Shaker 9. And then Creed made his debut. He could fly. He had enough firepower to make two gangs stop fighting. He was versatile enough to copy my spark pistol while making some sort of telekinetic gun that could choke out Krieg. He could teleport. He could make force fields strong enough to rival Dauntless. He was me, but better in every way. Creed's dark helmet was replaced by Shadow Stalker's stoic faceplate. It's all you're good for. Some teammate she was. In that moment, I hated them. Creed, for being everything I wished I could be. Stalker for being a fucking bitch. I grabbed the box of Legos and hurled it against the wall with a frustrated yell. Ah! The box burst like a water balloon. The plastic trays that held individually sized pieces must have broken too, because dozens of little Legos scattered all over my floor. Shit! I breathed heavily, thanking God that my lab was soundproofed. I looked around and felt ashamed. There were Lego blocks strewn all over, like a child had thrown a tantrum. That was exactly what happened, I reminded myself sardonically. Assault liked to say that we should let ourselves be kids, but that didn't make me feel any better. Even so, there was a small part of myself that I was afraid to acknowledge that was happier now. Not happy, but at least content, refreshed. They did say I needed to express myself more. I'm jealous, I admitted aloud. It felt good to get it out there in the privacy of my lab. I feel like a failure. I stood there and allowed the air to absorb my words. Then, I felt awkward, like I was one of those weirdos at school who talked to themselves. Sighing, I bent down to pick up the pieces. The anger faded, replaced by a resigned acceptance. I wasn't being fair to myself or Creed. It wasn't his fault that he won the power lottery. It wasn't his fault that Stalker was a raging bitch. That's all you're good for, I heard her voice again. Was that what he really meant? I didn't think so. He said something similar on Foe, too. I waffled back and forth between being pissed and trying to figure out what he could have possibly meant. Miss Militia was evasive when I asked her about it, though she suggested he or the goat might have some thinker elements to their powers, something about personality profiling that was beyond me. That was one more reason the director was cautious. We legitimately didn't know how many people he had on his side, or who they could be. Whoever the thinker analysis came from, it was a hard miss on me because I didn't grow up playing with Legos. Or maybe he wasn't trying to offer any form of thinker advice. Maybe he was just fucking with me. That was seeming increasingly likely. I picked up one of the pieces and absent-mindedly began to fiddle with it. It was a miniature satellite dish, the main laser gun of the Death Star that focused several beams into a single focal point before blowing up some poor schmuck's planet from light years away. Ridiculous of course, but I couldn't help but like the classics. I set it aside. If nothing else, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to kill some time with. Besides maintaining what I had and tuning Dean's armor whenever he needed it, I didn't have too much in my pipeline anyway. Contrary to popular belief, tinkers weren't all workaholics like Arms Master. I picked up one of the few swiveling pieces in the set. It was basically a plastic nub that formed a socket so some other piece could rotate. From a cursory glance, it probably went with the auxiliary turrets on the Death Star, the ones that did such a piss-poor job of defending against Han and the rebels. It looked cooler as the center of a minigun, I thought. And before I knew it, I was reaching for the scattered pieces to build it a bigger mount for the barrels. I didn't know how long I kept at it. It wasn't quite a fugue, not even tinker bullshit could let me make a new piece of invention out of Legos, but it was closer than even a pen and paper drafting session. Something about the act of building with Legos soothed me, it felt right, like all the metaphorical pieces were falling into place. There was no math, none of my iniquities, none of the constant comparisons that found me wanting. By the time I returned to myself, 3 hours had passed. In front of me was some sort of sci-fi spider tank. I used every last piece of the Death Star and the new creation looked good enough to have been a box set of its own. The best part of it all was that it was still recognizably from the Death Star set. I could recognize individual parts of the whole, the main laser that stood on a towering mount, the turrets that became miniguns, the hinged plates of plastic that acted now as wing-like thrusters. It wouldn't have been out of place in a custom building contest. I admired my creation for a minute and allowed myself to feel proud of my work. I even snapped a picture to show Mom. Then the bitterness washed away the pride. Why can't I build like this when I'm actually trying to make something? Was Carlos right? Should I build models out of Legos before trying to machine them? Do I just need to stop thinking and have fun? Now that I looked, there was so much more I could do. I could see it now, the spider legs could be tucked into form treads. The thrusters could be expanded into fully functional wings. The main laser could be converted into a thruster. My spider tank could be reconfigured into a space fighter. Or a submarine. Or a subterranean drill bot. There were so many possibilities, so many different ways I could take this. In fact, if I wanted, I could probably make scale models that actually worked. I'd need Armsmaster's help miniaturizing the anti-grav module in my hoverboard, but I could machine most of the parts myself, right here in my lab. Why hadn't I ever played with Legos? It was awesome how interchangeable they were. Everything was variable, limited only by my own imagination. Everything was. It's what you're good for, I heard Creed's voice in my mind. That same smug, self-satisfied voice that said he knew something no one else did. Then it hit me. It struck like a bolt from the blue. Creed wasn't mocking me, he wasn't stalker. He was. Oh, that son of a bitch. Author's note. Sophia's honestly kind of fun to write. She joined the wards in the summer of 2010 as far as I can tell, and she is every bit the angry pitbull. It's hard to imagine, but I wonder if she actually mellowed out a bit by April 2011. This is still November, so the bruised ego from the press ganging is still kinda tender. That's what you're good for, was Creed's hint at Chris's specialization, but it was admittedly a poor choice of words. Bryce wanted to play on the rule of cool and be the man of mysteries, but Stalker turned that into this is all you're good for. Subtle but major difference there. I feel bad for Chris, but I believe in letting my characters be themselves. Have you ever had an older sibling or friend everyone compared you to? He was more athletic, taller, and better looking, did better in school, had an easier time making friends, never had any trouble finding a girl? Have you ever told yourself that it didn't matter because you were your own person, but knew deep inside that it did matter because you cared? Chris is like that. He's a young tinker with dyscalculia and zero knowledge of his own specialization, something most tinkers figure out pretty quickly. Throw in the regular teenage self-esteem issues and it shouldn't be a surprise he constantly compares himself to Creed, the other young tinker. Problem is of course that Creed isn't a tinker in the normal sense, he's the tinker of fiction, a walking embodiment of all the bullshit in the multiverse. Random fact of the week? Sure. The beaver has a gland in its rectum called a castor sac that secretes castoreum, a mix of anal juices and urine. It's by beavers to mark territory, and by humans as additives, in ice cream and perfume among other things. Yup. It has a musky/fruity note that brings out the flavor of vanilla, gives cigarettes a nice aftertaste, and adds depth to perfume. It's rare so it's not in everything, but some luxury brands still use castoreum in their products. You may go about your day knowing that at some point in American history, the number of people who made a living off of picking through a beaver's anus was greater than zero. Search 3.10. 2010, November 8, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I whistled a jaunty tune to myself as I skated along the rooftops towards the Palanquin. Today? Yesterday, technically, had been a great day. I had fun playing with the wards, got to advertise my air treks for whenever I ultimately decided to post them to the catalog, acquired 6 high-specs computers to tinker with, and I managed to build the portable digital storage system. Granted, it still stuck in my craw that I was fiddling around with expanded bags when I could have done this a month ago, but I decided not to think about that. Past Bryce's stupidity could only make present Bryce's brilliance look all the better in comparison. Optimism. Or something. Most of all, I helped Chris. Or, as much as I was willing to at any rate. Most tinkers considered tinkering a deeply personal process, not least because fugues were a little different for everyone. Finding your specialization was very much akin to finding your purpose in life, and I'd heard it said that discovering it was equally fulfilling. I didn't want to take that away from Chris by just telling him. The journey was as important as the destination. I let out a snort of laughter. Nah, I just thought the Legos would be funny. Saint trilled. A small window opened on my UI, showing me his questioning face. The little duck had a surprisingly expressive bill. Nothing, Saint, just thinking about Kidwin and his specialization. Pori. I felt a pulse of concern through our bond. Not for Kidwin, but for me. Porygon weren't social creatures, they weren't made to be. Though they could form and benefit from the bond between Pokemon and trainer, they weren't capable of empathy in the sense that they'd care for just anyone they met. They had a very objective-centric perspective on life, and if it didn't impede their objectives or harm their trainer, it wasn't relevant. Which begged the question, why was he concerned? I wasn't in immediate danger. I considered it and took a shot in the dark. Are you worried that I've revealed too much? He nodded, his turquoise bill bobbing up and down on my screen. I'd told him everything, of course. He was my best friend and closest confidant, not just an assistant. After all, if I couldn't trust my starter Pokemon, who could I trust? Maybe. I've already hinted at knowing a possible future through my foe introduction. Miss Militia definitely got the reference, so did Tattletale, or she's nowhere near as smart as she thinks she is. If Kidwin actually bothers playing with the Legos and thinks about why I gave the set to him, he'll probably figure out his specialization. Pori. Porygon. Pori. I know it's dangerous. Knowledge is power and all that. But I really do think Kidwin has the potential to be a splendid hero, a real hero, someone this world desperately needs. I won't regret giving him the pieces, even if he becomes a powerful rival for me later. And, truth be told, he could. I could think of dozens of ways he could push modularity to its limits, just from the things he'd made in canon. Teleportation drones fitted with anti-grav modules for battlefield control? A modular alternator cannon that could be assembled with a handful of drones and fired from nearly any angle? Hover packs that could split off from his board to grant his allies flight? The possibilities were incredible. Kidwin was likely the most flexible tinker in the setting, with maybe the exception of Dragon herself. Thinking about his raw potential made me giddy with excitement. If he unlocked his specialization, if he had a rival to push him, how far could he go? Could he pose a challenge even to a tinker of fiction? Gone, Saint huffed. The PRTENE logo flashed onto my screen. Porygon Pori. The PRT? You think they're going to hound me? Gone. Yet. That's why I made the post in the first place. The PRT, Tattletale, Coil, and whoever else received leaks from the PRT all probably think I either am a thinker, or have thinker support. They might even think the GOAT is that thinker. Not revealing themselves and using a proxy like Creed is exactly the MO of thinkers anyway. That's kind of why I did it. Porygon. I let out a bark of laughter. The little shit sent me a picture of Amy's face and a question. Okay, yeah, I made the GOAT handle to mess with Amy, but I saw an opportunity, you know? Why can't I do two things at once? I think that so long as the gangs are afraid of a third party from outside the city moving in, they'll moderate themselves. One tinker, no matter how strong, isn't going to dissuade them forever, but well, the fear of the unknown is a powerful thing. By giving away enough to imply that there is someone else working with me, I can make Creed seem much more dangerous than he is. See, now, Creed isn't just a Ward's Age tinker who won the power lottery. He's a mysterious, capable mercenary backed by other equally mysterious and capable parties, one of whom is a thinker capable of discerning Kidwin's specialization. Is it just me and the GOAT? Or are there more capes hidden and waiting in the wings? What does the GOAT know? If they attack carelessly, could the GOAT work to sabotage them? Maybe help their enemies? If Creed is attacked or the unwritten rules are broken in a major way, will this new group stop playing by the rules too? Can they? It's all part of their risk calculus and I'm just thumbing the scale as much as I can. Pori. Yeah, I sighed. I wanted to take off my helmet so I could feel the wind on my face. I didn't like having this kind of conversation, but it did help to talk things out more sometimes. I'm playing a dangerous game. Coil's going to start taking pot shots at me in different timelines to try and see what sticks. He'll move carefully, but he'll definitely start moving against me now. Still, that was something that would have happened anyway. The GOAT is a smokescreen that'll keep him in check, at least for a while. He should know that strong thinkers interfere with each other and that'll make him cautious. Two images flashed on my UI, Sierra and Mom. Gone? Porygon. What happens if he finds my identity somehow and goes after my family? Then I stop pulling punches, I told him grimly. I reveal his name. The unwritten rules don't protect those who don't abide by them. I give smile fruits to random people to wreak havoc in his territory. I've never revealed biotinker abilities after all. His power can't predict what he doesn't know exists. Those should be out of context powers for him. All else fails, I summon the Lady of Hats and cut a deal, Coil's head for information. My family for my service. Gone. Yet, I hope things don't get to that point either. The sobering conversation did much to quiet my mood as I approached the palanquin. It was nearing 3 in the morning, as promised. The club had closed for the night and the remaining cleanup staff knew better than to ask questions. I landed in the back lot near soundlessly, the quiet purr of the water regalia the only thing that announced my arrival. To my surprise, Dodge was already there. Or, I assumed that was him seeing how Big Rig stood next to him. I heard that the camera added 10 pounds. Lies. If anything, Big Rig was even stockier in real life, with a sizable beer belly that strained his construction foreman outfit. Then again, he also had biceps that belonged on some fantasy orc or troll, so I didn't doubt he used to work the sites himself once upon a time. By comparison, Dodge was tiny. He stood at only a handful of inches past Big Rig's waist. He was green. From his emerald hair to his form-fitting tights, he wore a lot of green. His costume had a distinctly draconic theme, though not in the same mechanical way Dragon's creations did. The boy couldn't be older than 12. Creed, Big Rig greeted, as gruff as ever. Big Rig, I nodded back, making sure my voice modulator was working. And you must be Dodge. Hi, you're Creed, right? I've seen your debut video like a million times already. Your costume looks even cooler in person. Were you inspired by the Sentai Elite too? Who's your favorite? Mine is Hisaryu, obviously. He's the Tokyo team leader and he's super strong. It's gotta be a same, right? You've got the Navy Admiral look down just like he does. Or maybe Hero. Is that why your outfit is mostly grey and black? He rambled. Big Rig put a steadying hand on his head. Easy, Squirt. Not everyone's as into them Japanese comics like you are. Manga, Rig, they're called manga. Get it right. Sure, kid, mangy. I was fairly sure he was doing it just to get a rise out of the younger tinker. Sure enough, he turned and shot me a mischievous wink as Dodge began to pout. Anyway, I wanted to show up for the first meeting. Dodge is a little young and business is best closed face to face, you understand. I nodded and held out a hand for him to shake. I get it. Good to see you. Yeah, business now. I don't like staying up late if I can help it. Dodge, let's unload and get out of here. But I wanted to ask about his tech, Dodge whined like only a 12-year-old could. He was only 3 or 4 years younger than me, but even with my past life's memories, it still seemed like an eternity. Still, he was cute in that bratty baby brother sort of way. Sorry, Dodge, I told him, maybe next time. I want to get the fabricator and drone set up before I have to go to school. Promise. Promise. Dodge dug around in his pocket for what looked a lot like a remote controller. He tapped some buttons on it and a dimensional gate popped up. I didn't think he had any at the moment, but I couldn't help but think that a subspace tinker would be incredibly powerful should he choose to invest in offensive options. The gate looked like something straight out of StarCraft, a black void with some kind of neon blue light bordering it. Dodge tapped something else on his remote and a metal pallet slid forward on a Hovar PAD. I wondered if it was a stylistic choice or because the edge of the portal was impossibly sharp. Here you are, one order of Big Rig's fabricator installed with his latest CAD and one construction drone, Dodge said in a chipper voice that he probably practiced in the mirror. He shot me a cheeky grin and held out his hand expectantly. That comes with a $10 service fee and a $5 surcharge for packing. Do you even know what a surcharge is? I asked, bewildered. It's my money. Nice try, kid. If you want a bigger allowance, bug Big Rig here. I'm not Toy Box. Why won't you join? I can make you a dimensional apartment. I have my reasons, sorry, Dodge. I don't mean to be rude, but I really do want to get all this set up before dawn. I don't think I'm getting much sleep tonight as is. You've got the right idea, Big Rig said with a jaw-popping yawn. Time doesn't flow exactly right in our HQ compared with the East Coast, but it's pretty late for us too. Dodge looked ready to protest but thought better of it. All right, next time. I nodded readily. Dodge was a very promising tinker. Even if talking to him didn't advance anything in my pipeline, the cheery boy honestly seemed like a good time. We'll have more to talk about next time. Maybe schedule this for not 3 AM. You two will. I'm satisfied that Dodge isn't gonna get himself in trouble, Big Rig grunted. He can handle deliveries between you and Toy Box. Yes. Dodge pumped his fist. I moved over to the delivery and pulled out a computer before storing it all in its hard drive. Welp, that's that. Wow, you have a dimensional pocket too. Not quite. Digital storage. It's still technically in this dimension. Sweet. I mean, mine is cooler, but it's pretty cool that you can store things too. Don't brag, Dodge, Big Rig chided. I laughed. I don't mind. He's right, his is better. Anyway, it's time for me to go. Cheers. Nice doing business with you, Creed. Keep me posted on any deliveries of Seastone, he said, a not-so-subtle reminder that though the drone and hybrid engine were one-for-one trades, the fabricator was an investment. I remember, I waved as I vanished. I didn't leave though. Instead, I headed up to Faultline's office, where I paid her the agreed-upon $3,000 for use of the palanquin as a drop-off site. Though they hadn't directly made an appearance, I knew that Gregor was watching over us from the second floor, far enough not to eavesdrop but close enough to get involved should the need arise. After that, I made a beeline for the gold rest, where I burned through almost my entire liquid cash, about $60,000, on several material orders from Strider that I couldn't readily acquire here in the Bay, mostly volcanic ash. Now that I had a fabricator I could run 24/7, it was time to start stocking up, both for Big Rig and for my custom ship. As predicted, I didn't get a single wink of sleep last night. I felt giddy, like a child opening birthday gifts. I couldn't sleep even if I wanted to and ended up spending the rest of the twilight hours figuring out how the fabricator and drone worked. Or, I tried. I couldn't make heads or tails of the exact mechanics and I was loath to tear them apart to attempt to reverse engineer them. In the end, Big Rig was a tinker and his tech was black-boxed to high heaven. What I did get was a pamphlet titled, Tinker Tech Construction and You, Big Rig's Comprehensive Guide to Operating His Creations. I shrugged. Did most people know how their cars worked? In the end, it didn't matter, so long as the drone and fabricator could speed up production, I'd be satisfied. The pamphlet was surprisingly thorough. It began with a warning in big, bold, red that said he would not be held responsible for any malfunctions or accidents stemming from idiots who did not follow operating instructions. He wasn't wrong. I had something similar in my own introductory pamphlet for the hybrid engine. It was Tinker Tech. If you fucked around with it while ignoring the tinker's explicit instructions, you deserved everything that happened to you. Other than the exact mechanics of how it worked, his creations were shockingly compatible with mundane tech. The CAD accepted blueprints in PDF format and automatically translated them into digital models, which I could then edit or pass off to the drone to begin building. The fabricator could process raw materials and mold them into component pieces while the drone was best used for rapid assembly. For starters, I had the fabricator tuned to disassemble the junk I had lying around from the hillside heist into their component materials. A hand vacuum went in, clumps of plastic, aluminum, and other metals came out, all sorted in neat piles for easy use. Saint was more occupied with the construction drone, a large-ish crab-like thing with customizable limbs and a large rear bed to store building materials. It honestly reminded me a bit of the Pokémon, Crustle. My partner took to hijacking the drone to get used to piloting it. Seeing how he could build things using Psychic, I wasn't sure how useful a construction drone would be in his hands, but if I input the right plans into it, I figured it could operate more or less independently. Didn't matter, he seemed to be having fun so I left him to it and trudged off to my house so I could pretend to wake up. In the end, I took a spoonful of enchanted honey and reminded myself to make more, preferably when my sister wasn't around. Wow, Bryce, you okay? Stephanie asked. I groaned in defeat. Stephanie was rather unlike Chelsea. She wasn't the effervescent girl who could befriend Hookwolf if given half the chance. She was friendly enough, but our relationship was distinctly one of mutual ambivalence. We liked each other enough to eat together at lunch and not make an issue of it. That even she was concerned enough to ask after my well-being said a lot about how tired I looked. As I learned today, even enchanted honey had limits and I'd been pushing myself for months living a double life. It was only because I actually bothered to take breaks occasionally that I'd lasted as long as I had. I moaned something vaguely coherent and offered Steph a thumbs up. You want to pick me up? Amy asked as she sat down with Vicky. Nah, I'm good. I had coffee already, I replied, thanking God she was such an introvert. She didn't do the touchy-feely thing and wasn't likely to touch me without good reason. It was also November in New Hampshire so I could get away with bundling up without raising any eyebrows. Suit yourself, but for the record, you look like shit. Is that your expert medical opinion? Yup. I'll even write you a note, Bryce Kelly, looks like shititis. Terminal. No known cure. You're an angel, Ames, I drawled, sarcasm dripping like a waterfall. I stuffed a spoonful of Mom's rendition of egg fried rice in my mouth and chewed carefully. She was of the opinion that anything vaguely Asian could be stir-fried in fried rice, which meant my lunch also contained clam, oyster sauce, bits of grilled pineapple, ketchup, and whatever else she wanted to experiment with this past weekend. It wasn't bad, just unique. I trudged through the slog that was the rest of the school day, Spanish and AP European history, with a bit more energy from lunch. Neither of those classes stood out to me. Spanish was easy because I spoke it in my past life and AP Euro didn't matter in the least despite the AP moniker. The teacher, Mr. Fover, made us a deal at the beginning of the year. We could either take the individual grades or replace them with our AP exam scores. 5 for an A, 4 for a B, and so on. Suffice to say, I didn't plan to try very hard during the year. History as a whole was something of a declining art in academia. More and more school districts were replacing traditional social studies classes with world issues, which was of course dominated by para-human studies and current events relating to said para-humans. History was now something high schoolers took to show colleges that they had academic drive, like AP Economics or Calculus. I wasn't sure how to feel about the matter. On one hand, history did seem important, at least to a point. On the other hand, I could understand the need for contemporary knowledge, especially considering Bet's Cape culture. It was a weird feeling to know that a big part of my past life's high school curriculum was purely optional now. In my case, Mom and Dad made me sign up for as many APs as a freshman was allowed, biology and Euro, so I could start prepping for college. It certainly wasn't voluntary on my part. I hadn't protested over much because I had no powers and didn't expect any, being Bryce Kelly and all. Now that I did though, I'd likely just settle for AB through the exam and cut down on courses next year, if there even was a next year in the Bay. I passed Chris in the halls. The boy looked absolutely wired, like he'd been strung up to a car battery or downed an entire six-pack of Monster. He was on cloud 9, with a full, ear-to-ear grin that made people wonder if he got laid or something. The guy couldn't have been more obvious if he wore a neon sign. I walked out of school with a smile, feeling good about what I'd done. Had I made Hero 2.0? Had I given him reason to believe I was his villainous rival? Quite possibly. As I watched him bump into someone, get told off, and smile like a giddy stoner, I decided I didn't care. In fact, just thinking about how far Kid Win, or Winman if he stuck to that idiotic naming convention, could go now was making me excited. Bring it, Chris, I chuckled to myself. I was the tinker of fiction. I looked forward to his challenge. My mood further improved that afternoon thanks to Hannah Chong. Or rather, her mother. Mrs. Chong called to cancel today and all future tutoring appointments, neatly freeing up my schedule. I did need at least one student to meet Arcadia's extracurricular requirements, but I had 2 weeks to find a replacement. In the meantime, it meant that I could go back to the gull rest for a quick power nap. After a quick nap, I decided to check in on Saint. What I found was interesting. Saint and the drone faced off against each other. Between them was a neat pile of materials with wires, screws, bottles of lubricant, and other materials all in separate categories for easy access. In front of each was the hollow body of a hybrid soda engine. The two of them began to move at some unknown signal, the crab-like drone reaching out with 4 limbs for different wires to thread into place while the telltale glow of Saint's psychic enveloped the components of a pressure valve. He was racing the construction drone. It made sense, I'd probably be bored out of my skull too. He wasn't organic, but that didn't mean he didn't want to mix things up once in a while. I had him practicing his moves when I was at school, but even an AI had to have limits. I watched the two go at it. Just from the materials laid out on the ground, I could tell that Saint had all my junk processed by the fabricator. I smiled to myself and went about building the key mother. It wasn't as though he wasn't being productive after all. That evening, I finished my homework assignments and sent off a few new emails to parents of potential tutoring clients so I could have a digital trail to show my homeroom teacher. Mr. Mori couldn't get on my case too hard if I at least made the attempt to find a new student. Mom had thankfully resigned herself to American cuisine tonight, her experimental phase was over, for now. After a generic but tasty dinner of lemon cod, green beans, and dinner rolls, I locked myself in my room. I could already see an incoming shortage on the horizon. Though I could expect a sizable infusion of volcanic ash and other materials from the order I'd placed with Strider, that left me mostly broke. It was time to take on other jobs. I flipped through my faux inbox. I hadn't bothered to do more than skim before, Accord's commission and my own projects taking most of my attention. I had to admit, even if just to myself, there was something inordinately satisfying about seeing the pages upon pages of messages. In the end, I decided to take a commission from each catalog, one from a civilian and another from a hero. The civilian was a wealthy businessman in Los Angeles who wanted to buy his son a motorcycle for his 21st birthday. Like any normal parent, he worried for his son's safety despite indulging his hobby. He wanted a bike that could make Alexandria lose a game of chicken. No such bike existed, of course. I hadn't stumbled on Digimon or Kamen Rider yet, but I told him the Black Rhino was as close to it as he'd get. If it was sturdy enough for Frankie to ride it into battle against Charlotte Linlin, it was sturdy enough for some kid who wanted a joyride. I was stumped when it came to price. From a quick Google search online, I found that luxury motorcycles cost somewhere in the ballpark of $35,000. However, that was for mass-produced models, not dissimilar to a Lexus. They could get far more expensive, topping out at more than $10 million for collectibles. I also had to consider the soda engine. The engine of a luxury car could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace. The soda engine was not only a luxury good, it was a source of near-limitless renewable energy. There would be those who wanted to buy my engine separately, so I had to price my bike just a bit higher than the engine, if only for consistency's sake. At the same time, the price couldn't be too high, I didn't want my bike to be a collector's item, flaunted by the super wealthy but otherwise never used. I felt that it would be a disservice to Frankie. My bike cost that much because Wapomiddle could handle the stresses of the new world, not because it looked good on display. The engine wasn't just a novelty, its output could pilot a mecha. It deserved to be ridden. That decided things for me. I offered the man a deal. $150,000 for the soda engine, $300,000 for the upgraded hybrid variant, and another $120,000 for the bike. So $270,000 for the basic black Rhino with a soda engine attached. Seeing how he was my first client to order it, I'd shave 70 grand off the price and round down to a neat 200 if he agreed to send me videos of his son riding the bike for advertisement purposes. After all, the bike was one of the few things on the catalog that I hadn't had time to personally show off. Was I ripping myself off? Absolutely. The engine alone should be several times the price I'd set. Even so, I couldn't find it in me to be too disappointed. I'd make up for the price drop through quantity of sales if necessary. It wasn't like I was going to lose potential clients anytime soon. The second commission I was considering was from a hero, and therefore a bit more complicated. Glyph of the guild wanted a new costume with the same defensive and aerial mobility capabilities as shown in my debut fight. It was a reasonable desire, considering she was one of the guild's frontline combatants and could really use additional defensive options than her power-generated shields. The problem was, I'd just charged $200,000 for a bike. How much should a Germa raid suit, hover boots, and shield module cost? Too fucking much. Millions. Hundreds of millions. By conventional military standards, it wouldn't be unreasonable of me to demand the net GDP of a small country for something like this. It wasn't a magic handbag or an extra sturdy motorbike. It was a fucking super weapon. Anyone who wore it could be considered a high-tier brute and decent mover, and that was after I removed both the texturing function and its invisibility cloak. The problem was, I couldn't charge what my suit was really worth. On a moral level, she did good work alongside Dragon. That there wasn't some scandal surrounding her and that she continued to work with Miss Totally Not an AI without said AI arresting her said good things about her. As far as I knew, she was a genuine hero, a rarity on Earth bet. I was selfish, but I agreed with Amy, heroes like that deserved my protection. On the more practical scale, she couldn't afford my suit. Hell, no one save the stupidly rich or a national government could shell out hundreds of millions like that on a whim. I knew Canada technically funded the guild, but I seriously doubted they'd subsidize her costume quite to this degree. If I charged what my suit was actually worth, the only customers I'd get would be the number man or corporate heroes. Anyone who had that kind of money on their own likely got it by stepping on others. There was a point at which wealth could no longer be accumulated by ethical means. I didn't want my products to be things affordable only by the ultra-rich. Not only did the notion bother me, it was just bad optics overall. So it was a given that Glyph would receive a steep discount. The question was, how much? Saint. I called to my favorite duck in the world. Pori. He floated to my side. Instead of reading over my shoulder like a normal person, he simply installed himself onto my hard drive. A moment later, I saw a picture of my adorable duck on the corner of my screen. Glyph. The heroine who sent me a message for a costume. See her? Pori. Look her up. Every public information about her. Her debut, all her activities, any controversies around her, how much someone in her position is paid, everything. I want to know how much I should charge her to impress on her the value of my costume but also not leave her a beggar. Porygon. Pori. Saint opened up a Google search, an image of a hexagonal logo with the head of a horned beast, Dragon's logo. Dragon? What about her? This time, a notepad opened and he began to type, Glyph works with Dragon. She does. Would Dragon subsidize her ally's costume? Dragon has the funds to purchase your work in full, Maker Trainer. She might. But remember what I said about her also being an AI? One with far greater restrictions than you? She might decide that I'm not a hero and so should not be funded. Or her restrictions might make the choice for her. Or someone else in the guild or PRT brass might overrule her because Richter made it so she can't disobey people in positions of legal authority. We know too little, he finished for me. We do. I don't really want to interact with Dragon at present, so let's work with the assumption that she's a non-factor. Very well. I shall compile a dossier on Glyph. Would you like anything else done while you rest, Maker Trainer? Thanks, Saint, I said with a smile. Not for now. Just check on the drone occasionally to make sure the engines are being assembled correctly. I shall. Good night, Maker Trainer. Good night, Saint. Author's note. Contessa and Cauldron aren't likely to feature in this story by author Fiat, at least for a while. I want something more local, and the moment Contessa gets involved, this story will hit endgame or become a copy of Legendary Tinker. I'm not involving her because this FIC is meant to be an exploration of clichés, not cauldron. Fun fact, despite what most of the fandom thinks, the Sentai Elite is not just one team, it is a full institution and Japan's equivalent to the Protectorate. Kyushu did not kill them all off, they even fielded a giant robot during the New Delhi battle. Once again, Fabled is neither an engineer nor an architect. If my technobabble sounds like something a monkey wrote on a typewriter, that's because you're not far off. I was always that one Asian kid that couldn't count. Animal fact? Sure. Tigers hunt by facial recognition. Or rather, they stop hunting by facial recognition. Because they are ambush predators, if they see a pair of eyes, they'll assume they can be seen in turn and won't leap. Indian and Bangladeshi lumberjacks and woodsmen have used this to their advantage by wearing hats with faces painted on the back of the head to deter tigers. Unfortunately, tigers aren't stupid. They've caught on and there are on average 22 deaths per year, up to 50, in the Sundarbans region. Search 3.11. 2010, November 9, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Tuesdays were quickly becoming my favorite weekdays. Thanks to Arcadia's weird, vocation-forward schedule, I only had PE, world issues, and English before I was free to do as I pleased, and Mrs. Curry in world issues didn't collect assignments on Tuesdays, opting instead to give us as much time over the week as possible. I once again poked fun at Stephen while playing flag football, the asshole deserved it. I made sure to be on his team and did my absolute best to lose convincingly. After 3 months of consistent exercise, I wasn't ripped, but nor was I the twig-like twerp anymore. Yes, I could proudly call myself a reasonably fit twerp now. Progress. Throw in the mastery of my own body thanks to the solid sense type, and it was a genuine challenge to not seem like I had my own spy day sense. No, I wasn't supernaturally fast, at least not without agility, but my sense of balance and awareness of the world around me made it so that it was honestly more challenging to lose convincingly than it was to win. That, and the way Stephen's face flushed red like a baboon's ass Sirac was hilarious. I made a beeline for the goal rest after school. Strider had sent me a message saying he'd be able to make his delivery at 1 a.m., Thursday. Seeing how I couldn't build up my stockpile of sea stone until then, I dedicated the fabricator to creating more nuggets of wapometal. Between that and the lab beneath Harvey's, I wouldn't be running out of the SMA anytime soon. Saint was once again racing the drone, this time to see if he could build a black rhino trike faster than Big Rig's machine. I left him to it. If nothing else, it was fantastic psychic and magnet rise practice. While he did that, I decided to put the finishing touches on my custom regalia. 3 hours later, I stepped back to admire my handiwork. It looked pretty funky, truth be told. The color scheme was still black and charcoal grey with burnt orange accents much like the original expansion suit, but that was where the similarities ended. Nor could it be compared to Sanji's stylish white boots. If anything, it took quite a few design cues from OM's nameless water regalia. Like OM's regalia, it boasted 3 wheels per shoe, with the back wheel being twice as large and thick as the others. There were notable tread grooves carved into the back wheels that allowed water to escape their rotation in specific tracks. The heel contained the same piece of technology that allowed Germa-Raid suits to condense water molecules using pyrobloin. The large back wheels then used their tread grooves to manipulate the condensed vapor, spinning in a set frequency to strike a balance between vibration and surface tension that generated OM's trademark bubbles. These bubbles could then be released directly from the heels like OM or stored within the regalia. That storage was only possible thanks to the hyper-durable sea stone frame, which helped pressurize the water and generate even more friction for the front 2 wheels which contained Key Mother. Key Mother could then perform all the flamboyant tricks Spitfire, Ian, and Kazu were known for without me having to go supersonic with agility. At least, that was the theory. My work was sound, the question was whether or not I could do my own creations justice. Of course, as homage to the original Flame King, I painted the wheels a burnt orange, with the trademark Kyubi no Kitsune in bright crimson. Would anyone be able to tell? Probably not, it wasn't as though I'd sit still long enough for them to admire my handiwork, but it felt right. I started by following the road they'd paved for me, it was only fair I paid proper respects. There was a trade-off to this extra versatility however. Because of all the friction and heavier weight of sea stone, I had to admit that the original Key Mother had a higher top speed. So long as I didn't cheat with agility, Kazu and his bullshit anime physics supersonic nonsense would be forever beyond me. I grinned and treated myself to a mango-flavored garlic. Man, garlic? Sounded stupid, I'd take it. My experimentations in genetic engineering had really begun to take off. Now, I was able to flavor the skin as well as the flesh. As for why I decided garlic peels should taste like chic herons. I coughed and made a face, spitting out the peel and bits of the clove. Saint? Please remind me that pork rinds and mangoes do not go well together. Pori, he trilled back. The pulse that echoed through the bond left me with the distinct impression that the little shit was laughing at me. Gone. Gone. Shut it, I was curious, all right. Fine, fine. You're smarter than me. Happy. Porygon. Smug little. I walked over to my costume and dressed myself before hefting the pledge regalia behind me. I held a hand out and deployed its primary function. Ring in, infinite scale. As much as I'd like to be done with my new regalia, I couldn't pass this off as a finished product. Regalias were powerful enough to make modern military technology look like toys in comparison. Hell, there was an actual aircraft carrier made with a tech in the canon storyline. In exchange for that power, they had extremely specific maintenance requirements or they'd never perform at their optimal level. Usually, king-level riders sought out talented tuners who could synchronize the regalia's internal mechanics with the unique biometrics of the individual wielder. The relationship between king and tuner was so tight-knit that it had been compared to marriage on multiple occasions. This was one of the main reasons I'd begun by building the pledge regalia. Without proper tuning, everything I built would break down in short order when forced to a king's standard of performance. I hadn't bothered to tune the water regalia because I knew I'd need to do it all over again when I finished incorporating Key Mother. Now that I had, it was time for me to truly make it mine. 7 cross-like amplifiers hovered in the air, splitting off from the main body of the pledge regalia. Normally, Kururu would have had her subordinate tuners manipulate each one. I wasn't sure I had 7 friends, never mind 7 highly talented tuners at my beck and call. So, I improvised. Saint, come here and help me tune this. Pori. He dropped the half-finished black rhino, the third he'd made today, and sank into my helmet. I saw him integrate seamlessly into my Pokénav before taking over the internals of the regalia. Yayoi, Agito's tuner, was said to possess an eerily accurate internal clock, so much so that she could tell time down to the precise second no matter where or when. She wasn't unique in this, all of the better tuners in Tool 2, Kururu's team of tuners, could do the same. As ungodly gifted as they were, it stood to reason that they couldn't stack up to a literal AI designed for precision. Ha, eat your heart out, Kururu, Saint can tell time to the nanosecond, I laughed smugly. So what if I couldn't beat bullshit anime people? I could build a Porygon that could beat bullshit anime people. Yes. Saint was truly best duck. I let out a pulse of sonic vibrations that peeled my man garlic for me with only minor pulping. We only had half an hour before I'd have to return home for dinner, but I wanted to get a start on tuning. Then, just to prove that Earthbet would fuck with me in even minor ways, my Pokénav began to ring. Porygon. Saint asked as the caller ID popped up onto my UI. I sorely wanted to ignore it, but the caller ID said it could be important. We'll have to tune it later, I replied with a disappointed sigh. Start packing up. We'll go home after this call. Oh, right. I'll go home. You keep messing around with the drone. Make sure the fabricator keeps spitting out more Wapometal and stack them in storage, alright. Pori. I detached the Pokénav from my wrist and placed it on the counter so I could look at Amy properly. The chin guard of my helmet detached with a pneumatic hiss and wrapped around my neck. Then, staring directly at the camera, I popped a clove of raw garlic in my mouth. Yo. How's it climbing, oh horny one? I greeted cheerily. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, ass, came her immediate response. I mean, if you want. Phone sex isn't really my cup of tea, but I guess I could give it a shot. Our relationship was built upon a foundation of shit-talking, and we'd build this pile until it reached the fucking moon. You wish. Okay, obligatory snark fest done with. What's up? Need me to bust some kneecaps for you? Because I kinda had plans. You're not a mafioso, you dingus. True, but you literally called me to kick the shit out of the Empire a few weeks back. To save civilians. Not the same thing, she shot back dryly. Anyway, it's not that. Answer me honestly. I always am. Are you a thinker? Me? Or are you working with a thinker? No, I'm not working with a thinker. What brought this on? Kidwin found his specialization the other day. It's modularity apparently, whatever that means. I took my patented teaching position number 1, with my right hand pointing for emphasis and my left hand cradling my right elbow. I pushed up an imaginary pair of glasses and said, modularity is a design principle focused on the deconstruction and reconstruction of a machine and its components systems into variable configu. Yeah, whatever, nerd. She gamely ignored my exaggerated pout. That's his specialization. He discovered it from playing with Legos apparently, Legos you gave him. Was this an accident? If I say yes, will you believe me? Not a chance in hell. Figures. Zero trust, Ames. Creed. Fine. How'd you even hear about it? Gallant told Vicky who told me, she said simply. To be fair, that should have been obvious. I popped a garlic clove in my mouth and chewed. Well, congratulations to Kidwin. I'm happy for him. Are you just here to drop me the PRT scuttlebutt? Creed, this is serious. Do you have any idea how much of a hornet's nest you kicked off? I do, Yes. PRT is probably poring over every single one of my faux posts. They're likely to think that since I am a confirmed tinker, either the goat or another one of my associates is a thinker. Sound about right? Yet. Last I checked, they were trying to connect the dots between Monsters Incorporated and Uthula because you called her Wazowski once, she said with a chuckle. So you're a thinker. Si, Senora. Señorita, you turd. If you're going to speak Spanish, stop butchering it. Ja, compadre. That's not even the same language. I know. And stop distracting me. Why? Why let people know you're a thinker? If I had to be honest, I wrote that stuff on faux because I thought it was funny. Still did, to be fair. A part of me wanted to help Chris reach his potential as a tinker. I couldn't just say that I did it for shits and giggles though. Besides, I could use the chaos I'd generated. Let me ask you something in turn, Ames. Tell me, what's keeping Creed independent? What? You heard me. What's keeping Creed independent? Creed is an established villain with roguelike tendencies. He is a mercenary who isn't above selling his tech. He's confronted both heroes and villains now. So what's preserving his neutrality in all this? Your tech. You have a bunch of tech that everyone wants and can use it to keep yourself safe. True, but then what's keeping me from getting swarmed by the Empire and being overwhelmed with numbers? Or Arms Master from trying to take out my tech via EMP and forcing me into the wards? I don't know, is there a point to this? Of course there is. It's fear. Fear is what's keeping me free. Not fear of me directly, I made it clear that I'd restrain myself, but fear of who I might have in my corner. Right now, the PRT thinks that I have outside support and that support is heroically inclined, which makes them less eager to directly engage me. Shouldn't the Empire and ABB want to crush you quickly if they think you're an immigrant cape? They'd want to cut off any influence from outside, especially if it's heroic. I'm sure they do. A big part of what keeps me safe is my ability to camouflage and pick and choose my battles. I can't beat all of them at once, but I can pick off who I want and that makes them cautious. There's also the fact that the PRT leaks like a sieve, so both Kaiser and Lung should know everything the PRT knows. So what you've got is a flamboyant tinker who seems to be the primary face of some shadowy organization with at least one thinker and seemingly very deep pockets. With me so far. You're saying they're afraid of what this mystery organization might do. Maybe fear isn't quite the right word, I conceded. They're cautious. At the same time, since they know that Creed will follow the rules and seek to keep the base stable, they're willing to take a wait-and-see approach. Amy huffed. So you let people think you have thinker support for street cred? That's fucking stupid. Maybe you're right. There is always the possibility that one of the gangs will go on a rampage to try and flush me out, but keep in mind that stability is good for the gangs too. For the most part, neither Kaiser nor Lung want a gang war. It doesn't matter how much Kaiser postures like a peacock, in the end, he doesn't want to throw down because that's bad for business. Sure, there are grunts on both sides who want to prove themselves, but gang wars are expensive, in both the financial sense and the human lives sense. I'm counting on both leaders being self-interested enough to take the cautious road. Really? That's a hell of an assumption to make in the Bay, Amy pointed out, not incorrectly. Irrational stupidity was basically our city motto. You think that's going to keep Hook Wolf from ripping your ass a new one? No, of course not, I scoffed. He's one of those unpredictable elements I talked about. What it does do is keep Kaiser from reinforcing Hook Wolf or publicly condoning his actions in a way that mobilizes the entire empire. Sure, he'll sing Hook Wolf's praises and say he's the Aryan ideal or what other tribe, but he won't move the gang. You know what? Here's another question for you, why knights? Why does Kaiser take a knightly aesthetic? She thought about it for a moment. I could see the moment light bulbs lit up in her head. Image. You're saying mobilizing the entire gang to flush you out looks bad for him, or any gang leader. This is especially true of the Empire though because they're supposed to be defenders of white people or some shit. Exactly. They can't initiate is what I'm saying. Or they can, but only to a point. Otherwise the foundation they've built their reputation on starts to crumble. I still don't like this. You're playing with fire. This all depends on the assumption that Kaiser and Lung are reasonable people. Think about that. Repeat it to yourself and if that makes sense to you, maybe you're the crazy one. If it helps, the city isn't any more likely to blow up than it was before. Think of it like a stack of Jenga blocks. Every robbery, every drug dealer posturing on his street corner, that's all slowly crumbling away at the foundation. All I did was give everyone a reason to stop pulling the blocks apart for a while. I don't think it's going to last, Ames, I said solemnly. I wasn't delusional. My amateur try at realpolitik could only stem the tide for so long. If there was one inevitable truth about Brockton, it was that someone somewhere would do something monumentally stupid. My goal was never to forge a lasting peace anyway, it was to preserve the peace long enough for me to come into my own as the tinker of fiction. Amy sucked in a breath and released in an exasperated sigh. Is this coming from your thinker powers? No, for that matter, what are your thinker powers? They're your powers, right? You don't have anyone besides me. It wasn't as though I could tell her about Saint, who'd easily qualify as a thinker now that I considered it. I placed a hand over my heart dramatically. You're my one and only, Ames. You, don't ever say it like that. I wiggled a hand in front of me in a so-so gesture. Anyway, yes and no. I don't know the future if that's what you're asking. I'm acting on information provided by my powers about the key actors in this city. Which isn't to say it's absolute, but, think of it like receiving a dossier about each person. Some people's files are more complete than others. And this file told you that Kidwin's specialization is modularity. Yes. Do you know how big a deal that is? Huge. Kidwin is a genuinely heroic person whose power could potentially rival heroes once he has time to mature. Seriously? Comparable to Hero? The hero. Yup. Mr. Zebra Snacks himself. She let out a snort of laughter. You're fucking awful. I am shameless. But seriously, Winman is going to be great. Not if he calls himself Winman. Hey, don't diss Winman. It's part of his brand. Only losers diss Winman. Of course, she said, eyes rolling like pinballs. Did you know that there is no precedent for someone else discovering a thinker's specialization? It's usually considered something personal to them. Either the specialization is super obvious, like force fields or something, or they have to spend months figuring it out on their own. I scoffed. And that's likely the problem. Tinkers are cagey about their power and methodology, and each individual is different, so no one bothered looking at Kidwin's tech. Would it have helped? I don't know, but me being the first doesn't mean other people couldn't have come to the same conclusion. If anything, that I'm the person to find out first should be embarrassing for the PRT. God knows I'm not that bright. Oh hey, humility. I didn't know you knew what that was. I flipped off the smug bint and started to peel another man garlic clove. Fuck you kindly, my dear lady. Is that Garlino? Never mind. It's a big deal because they thought thinkers couldn't figure out specializations either, but sure, just casually append everything the PRT thought they knew about tinker powers, why don't you? What can I say? I shrugged. I'm one of a kind. So, besides the PRT rumor mill, what's up? I'm watching my idiot friend eat garlic. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Garlic tastes like mangoes to me. Got it. I'll bring you some crayons for lunch. Thanks, I love the purple ones. Idiot. Say, Creed. Yo. What do you know about me? Like, my power. Yet. You said you had a dossier on people, right? Do you have one on me? Her question sounded innocent enough, but I could plainly hear the landmines hidden beneath. I needed to be careful not to set her off. I settled on honesty, it really was the best policy where Amy was concerned. That you are my friend, you are a woman of unyielding moral fiber, and that you are the hero I admire most. Now how much of that did you mean? Every last word. You did the lie detector thing on me, remember? Trust your power if you don't trust me. I trust you. Or, at least I trust that you are not a bad person. And that's progress, I thought ruefully. As minuscule as it seemed, that she considered a known villain like me a good person was already a huge leap forward compared to the black and white morality she had in canon. Of course, she was far more morally flexible in Ward, but the point was to not have to go through the shitfest that got her there. Amy, do you think I've been manipulating you? Have you? No, but I can't convince you with words alone. You're going to have to decide that for yourself. The freckled healer was silent for a long time. Then she let out a resigned sigh. I think everyone manipulates everyone else. With love, with words, with social expectations. I don't think you're special in that way. Thanks, I appreciate not being accused of mastering panacea, I replied dryly. Say, Creed. Yes, Pan. Can I ask you something? I opened my mouth. And if you say, you just did, I'm going to grow a cactus up your ass. I winced at the image. That girl was becoming uncomfortably creative with her threats. Fair enough, shoot. What do you know about me? I told you, you're the bee. No. None of those platitudes. Yes, I know you mean them, but don't think I didn't notice how you hide behind sincerity. How much do you know about me? She asked a third time. I wasn't sure how much I should say. Was she ready to hear everything? For that matter, was I the right person to hear it from? In an ideal world, Carol would have sat her down and talked her through her adoption status and her origins like a mature adult. Carol should have been the one to guide Amy through the responsible use of her powers. Carol should have been the one to teach her about moderation. But this was Earthbet, where Carol was every bit the bundle of issues as Amy herself. Which was why this was now my problem. The truth was that I'd been manipulating Amy far more than I'd let on with her. I'd been doing my best to nudge her moral compass in a healthier direction. It was why I was so insistent on being a criminal, even if my crimes barely counted. It was why I'd allowed myself to be chained down by Amy. Yes, for my own sake, but also for hers. I'd made her the goat, and in doing so, I'd made her complicit in all my actions. I'd placed her in a position in which she had to consider different perspectives and outlooks. I'd forced her to think about the outcome of different actions outside of the unambiguous goodness of being the world's best healer. By giving her a say in my actions and catalogs, by becoming her friend, I'd ensured she'd be morally and emotionally invested. Even the experimental fruits and vegetables I kept eating in front of her had their purpose. I wanted to use them to desensitize her to the idea of biokinesis for a purpose outside of healing. I wanted to rouse her curiosity while pushing the envelope for what she considered harmless, and I was willing to literally reward her with peanuts like a circus elephant to do it. I was training her like a rat using what amounted to a real-world application of the intermittent schedule of reinforcement. It was all for her sake, for the world's sake if I was being honest. She needed a new perspective if I wanted to prevent her descent into becoming the Red Queen. But I wasn't delusional. I had been manipulating one of my soul friends, using what amounted to a thinker power to groom her into being a different version of herself. A part of me felt disgusted with myself. This, more than any heist, was why I insisted I was a villain. I acted with good intentions, but so did Taylor. How much do you want to know? I asked quietly. Everything, she replied firmly. Amy, I know a lot about you, about a lot of people. But I also don't know them as people, I know them as data points, words on a page. The truth? The truth is that the more I learn about you, the more I admire the person you are now. So fine. You want to know what I know? I'll tell you, but only what I know about you, no one else. Just make sure that you really want this. I do. I let out a sigh of resignation. All I could do was trust that I'd had a positive impact on Amy thus far. Okay, no lies. No tricks. Shoot. She took a deep breath to center herself. Who is my father? I should have expected that to be your first question, I said with a rueful chuckle. I guess you're not going to accept Mark Dallin as an answer. No, she insisted. You said no tricks. That means not twisting my questions. I meant my biological father. I did say that. Marquis. Marquis is your father. Your birth name is Amelia Claire Lavere and you are the biological daughter of Marquis. A dozen different emotions flashed across her face. Fear. Anger. Resignation. Acceptance. I should have known. You know that doesn't make me think less of you, right? You knew. You've always known. Since I had powers. There are no lame powers, only lame people, she threw my words back at me. You told me that once. You knew. I nodded. Yet. I know you can do a lot more than heal. You let me touch you anyway. I did. Like I said, I trust you. Why? She burst out. Why do you trust me? Because your power gave you a sign. Because you choose to be a hero. Because your parentage doesn't define who you are. I knew plenty about Amy Dallin, but I didn't know her as a person until I met her in September, I said honestly. And, what can I say, I liked what I saw. I need to go. Sure, but remember what I said. I know you, and still think you're worth knowing. Yeah. Thanks, she said softly. Then the call disconnected. I let out a sigh and slumped back into my chair. I tried to be as positively affirming as I could, but that was really all I knew how to do. All things considered, I thought that went well enough. I'd somehow managed to keep her from asking about her pseudo-incestuous attraction to Vicky, so there was that. I glanced at the clock, almost 6. I stood and dusted myself off before activating the cloaking function. Saint, I'm off. Pori, he trilled. He sounded concerned. Don't worry about it. I think that chat went about as well as it could have. No tinkering tonight. I'm going to go home and stay on top of my schoolwork. I don't think I can focus on tuning right now. Porygon. Yeah, stick around if you want. If you want to come home, remember to travel via the DSS. Gone. Author's note. Much talking. I did say Bryce's relationship with Amy is complex. In the end, he's a grown-ass man who decided to outsource his moral compass to a 17-year-old girl, and he's fully aware of what a scumbag that makes him, extenuating circumstances aside. Nothing much to say, so have an animal fact. The Korean national bird is the Asian magpie. Though magpies are known for being selfish and annoying, they have a much more positive reputation in Asia and Korea especially. This is because magpies are also fiercely territorial and will loudly cry out when strangers approach their nests. Korean people used to take advantage of that by using the birds as early alarms. In fact, it was considered great luck if a magpie built a nest above your home. Search 3.12. 2010, November 10, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I received a politely worded warning from Mr. Mori, my homeroom teacher, telling me that I should find a tutoring student by the end of next week. Otherwise, he'd be forced to report my inactivity to the administration and I'd be voluntold to work in group study sessions with a much larger audience. I wasn't against the position necessarily, but more students at once would mean I wouldn't have time to do my own homework or plan out my tinkering during tutoring sessions. I gave him my thanks for the heads up and moved on to Algebra 2 and AP Bio. Math was as mind-numbingly dull as always, though seeing Chris so happy did make me feel a bit more lighthearted. The boy's notebook was filled with doodles of robots, laser guns, jets, and who knew what else, so much so that it barely had room for the math problems he was supposed to be doing. Clearly the high hadn't quite worn off yet. In AP Bio, we had our first dissection of the year, one of 3 throughout both semesters. Mrs. Pierce had trays with scalpels and dissection scissors out on each lab table, one for every 2 students. Pair up, she said as we walked in. The rail-thin woman was as stern as ever. We'll go over lab safety one more time before I cut you loose. Remember, if I find any of you playing with the cow eyeballs, you will go straight to the principal's office and receive a week's detention. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am, we chorused back. She was one of those teachers who would hound the principal until she made good on that threat. Stephanie and Chelsea immediately paired together, sending me an apologetic smile. I waved them off. They were my friends, but only in that tangential way that lacked true familiarity. I was about to join one of the few freshmen nerdy enough to be in this class with me, but before I could, someone else grabbed me by the sleeve of my sweater and gently tugged me to his desk. I blinked in surprise. He looked vaguely familiar, though that wasn't saying much. You're Brian, right? The tall boy gave me a lopsided smile. Hey, yeah. Bryce, right? Mind working with me? I shrugged. He was as good a lab partner as any. I sat at his table and pulled up the worksheet. I'd been a physician's assistant in my past life and regularly played Dr. Frankenstein with random foodstuffs for my own amusement. It didn't matter who I worked with. We went around the classroom and grabbed our eyeballs. Brian Jones, probably? James Johnson? For the sake of being a good lab partner, I proposed we take turns making the incisions to answer each question on the worksheet. Luckily, neither of us were particularly squeamish. So, what's up? I asked as I grabbed the eyeball like a small apple and began to peel the fat tissue around the sclera with the scalpel. It was tough and a little stringy, but where the blade caught, subtle application of force via psychic let me cut through easily enough. Hey, you're really good at this. I like science, I replied with a non-answer. Well, you eat with Chelsea at lunch, right? He asked, voice subdued so the other tables couldn't hear us over the low drone of the class. I let out an internal sigh. I remembered him now. Yup. You went to the dance with her. Yet. Hey, you know if she's single? As far as I know, yet. Sweet, is she interested in anyone? Not a clue. She doesn't talk about guys with me, man. I rolled my eyes when he was distracted with peeling the lens out from inside the iris. From what Chelsea said, they'd agreed to be friends, but he clearly didn't feel the same way. He probably thought he was being smooth, using this lab as a chance to get some intel about the girl he likes. Chelsea probably figured him out the moment he dragged me off. I didn't want to be stuck in this weird high school drama. It wasn't as though I knew anything important about her in the first place, so I couldn't help him even if I wanted to. Brian gave me what I assumed was supposed to be a friendly punch on the shoulder. Come on, man, help a brother out a bit. What's her favorite food? If I asked her out, where should I take her? I decided to throw the guy a bone. If Chelsea wanted to go out to dinner on his dime, that was her business. She said she likes Thai food one time, dunno if that's her favorite or anything, but I guess it's a safe pick. Brian, it's not that I don't want to help you, I lied, but we don't really hang out outside of school, you know? Chelsea and I are friends in the sense that she's a really friendly person, took pity on the lonely freshman, and we now eat lunch together. He sighed. We'd completely forgotten about the eyeball now, but I'd filled out my worksheet while he'd talked. I know, it's just, the dance felt like a good opportunity, and when she said yes, maybe I got my hopes up too high. And what happened after? She said she wasn't looking for a guy and wanted to be friends. Look, I don't know much about dating, but I do know that chasing a girl when she says she's not interested isn't going to make her like you. This isn't a rom-com where the guy wins her over after some funny hijinks. But what if she's playing hard to get? Again, not a ROM. Mr. Jones, Mr. Killy, care to share with the rest of the class? Mrs. Pierce interrupted us, to my silent thanks. Brian wasn't a bad guy, as far as I knew, but this conversation had been getting stale. Sorry, Mrs. Pierce, I apologized politely. I picked up the scalpel and finished laying out the back of the eye, removed the optic nerve, and put a pin on where the fovea should be before sliding my worksheet to Brian. There. Retina. Optic nerve. Fovea. Fovea has cones, rest of the retina has rods. Shit, thanks. You're really fast. I like science, I said again with a nonchalant shrug. We finished up with lab. As I was packing up to go to lunch, Stephanie poked me on the arm. So, what did he say? She asked with a knowing smile. Don't ask things you already know. He's still interested, told him it wasn't my business. Oof, cold. No respect for the bro code. What bro code? More importantly, what could I tell him about her anyway? No offense, Steph, but leave me out of Chelsea's love life. Fair point. You look like you have enough troubles of your own, she said leadingly. What are you talking ABO? I was cut off by Stephanie pointing to the door of the class. There, one of the most recognizable faces in the city waited. Amy Dallin stared at me with an arched brow. The come hither was implied. Thank God I wore a sweater today, I muttered. It was November, cold enough that I could cover up without looking out of place. After our chat last night, I'd reaffirmed my decision to avoid letting Amy touch me. I didn't know how she'd react if she ever found out about me being a gravity child, but I sure as hell didn't think she was ready for that particular bomb. You say something. I said it's cold. Glad I wore a sweater. Anything you want to tell us about you and our prickly healer? Chelsea said, eyebrows wiggling suggestively as she caught up to us. The girl was like a bloodhound for potential gossip. We're planning a June wedding, I replied dryly. I walked up to Amy and before she could take me by the hand, I instead grabbed her shoulder and pushed her out into the hall. What's up, Ames? Do I want to know what that was about? Chelsea's love life. Oh, yuck. Let's go somewhere quiet. Ames, there isn't really anywhere in school we can talk. Just call me like you always do. She didn't look like she'd let this go, so I walked a step ahead of her and out into the quad. It wasn't empty by any means, there were the usual cliques, skaters practicing tricks against the fountain, jocks tossing a frisbee around, and some other students catching the sun, but at least we'd see anyone coming to eavesdrop. She let out an explosive sigh and allowed herself to flop onto the manicured lawn. She stared up at the sky for a long minute before looking at me. Did you mean it? What you said yesterday. Did you mean it? I sat down by her head, close enough to be familiar and far enough to avoid accidentally touching her. Absolutely. It doesn't matter who your dad is. That doesn't define you, Amy. I don't think less of you. Even if I'm not just a healer. Even then. They say powers run in families. If anything, I like that you've built something positive out of your father's legacy. You don't get it, Bryce. I'm the biokinetic. I can make Bonesaw look like an amateur. I rolled my eyes. Who's the thinker, me or you? And yes, you can be much worse than Bonesaw. But you've also chosen to be much better. If I asked you to make a superfood grain that could grow in all climates, was immune to mundane diseases and parasites, and had high nutritional value, could you? I'm not going to, she huffed. No, you're not, because you've decided somewhere along the line that every use of your power besides healing is wrong, even if it means making a dent in world hunger. Or making a super penicillin. Or a cure for cancer in pill form. Introducing new species or drugs like that could have unpredictable effects and you're not equipped to be the judge of that, I finished for her. I get it. But let's not pretend there aren't ways to mitigate the risks. You could work with thinkers who can simulate stuff like that. There are entire universities dedicated to ecological and economic impact. You could get the PRT and the Guild to help distribute them to where they're most needed. I don't know. I rolled to face her. I decided to back off for now, there was no point in pushing someone who was already so set in her ways. And that's okay, I told her sincerely. I'm not saying you should march up to the PRT and shoulder even more responsibility than you already do. That sounds like a nightmare, honestly. My point is, your power isn't evil and you're not going to become a villain just because your dad happened to be one. You really believe that? Yup. Besides, if you ever do join the dark side, you can be my sidekick and we'll conquer the city in the name of universal healthcare or something. She let out a derisive snort. Who'd want to be your sidekick? You'd make a terrible supervillain, so of course you'd be the sidekick. A real supervillain needs flair, vision, gravitas. That ain't you, Ames. Of course, that's what I'm lacking. Style. First step to a solution is admitting you have a problem, I nodded sagely. She rolled her eyes and sat up. Her hand lashed out in a whipcord slap over my unguarded stomach, making me cough. Oof, why? You're such a dick, Bryce. You'd be more convincing if you weren't smiling, I replied with a groan. Whatever. Come on, let's go eat before lunch ends. Sure, did you tell your sister where we'd be? I said I had to talk to you about something. If she asks, I healed a little girl in the hospital who fell behind on her schoolwork. I wanted you to tutor her, got it? She had that dangerous gleam in her eyes that promised unfathomable pain if I didn't go along with her story, so I decided on the better part of valor and nodded. Yes, ma'am. Tutoring some kid. Good. And Bryce? Yo. Thanks. She said hesitantly, a single word laden with meaning. Naturally, I couldn't keep things too serious, so I did what I do best. Whatever keeps you from growing a cactus in my rectum, Pan. I laughed as my words registered and her face went red. We raced through the halls towards the cafeteria, me cackling like a loon and Amy threatening increasingly anatomically impossible punishments on my person. Since I didn't have a student to tutor, I shot a few quick emails to potential clients before shifting into my costume and heading off to the lab beneath Harvey's. Harvey's Bar and Grill had been doing well enough from what I'd been hearing. Its location near the college made it reasonably popular by default, and the traditional Irish pub aesthetic was a timeless classic for a reason. But that was in the evenings. Just after school, the bar was all but deserted, with only a handful of people inside working the dead shift between lunch and dinner. There were a few college kids waiting around and watching the rerun of some basketball game or other. A few more hung around a dartboard, probably killing time until happy hour so they could grab some grub on the cheap. I pulled up the face of the out-of-state owner on my UI and took on his appearance with the suit's texturing function before waltzing in through the back. The line cook looked at me funny, he'd never met the owner before, so I was a stranger, but shrugged and went back to frying up a basket of fish sticks for the basketball crowd. I'd come in using a key, so as far as he was concerned, I belonged here. He wasn't paid enough to care beyond that. I nodded to the manager, who did know what the owner looked like. Galen had come recommended by said owner, Faultline's business partner who'd also helped her set up the palanquin, and was read in on enough of the details to not be surprised. He had a cushy job here, $130,000 in benefits to run a mildly busy bar and not ask questions about what was in the basement. He was an oldish fellow in his late middle ages with a salt and pepper beard. According to him, he'd had his excitement and now wanted something nice and stable, like managing a bar. How he thought Brockton could be stable was beyond me, but he'd moved from upstate New York for the job, and the fact that he was an out-of-towner made him more trustworthy by default than any Brockton native. I gave him a quick wave before making my way to the basement. In the end, whether he was or was not trustworthy didn't matter much. If he sold information to one of the gangs, the most they'd learn was that Creed had a lab here. If they raided the place, I'd lose very little while gaining some valuable intel about my opponents. The most they'd find here was some wapometal, which I stopped by once a week to upload to the DSS. After digitizing everything, I hung around long enough to exchange a few quick words with Galen. I also got myself a late lunch in the form of a chicken pot pie. Amy and I had not arrived at the cafeteria fast enough to eat anything substantial. While I was still downtown, I decided to have a bit of fun and try something I'd seen Icky, the protagonist of Air Gear and the Storm King, do fairly often. The Wing Road was the most elaborated upon road, not least because both the main antagonists and the protagonist used it as their foundation. It didn't make the rider an airbender from Avatar, but it came pretty close. Like the other roads, it took generally accepted physical principles and extrapolated them to the point of hilarity. For starters, the Wing Road allowed the rider to break the barrier front, and run at an extremely low pressure, minimizing air resistance and maximizing jump time. This was also somehow used to minimize blunt impacts by distributing force throughout the rider's entire body rather than a single point, though for obvious reasons I didn't feel the need to test it. Any impact that could hurt me through the expansion suit, I wouldn't be able to shrug off like this anyway. Masters like Icky, Sora, and Nike were said to catch moondrops, using differential pressure to create a surface of air to skate on. They could effectively replicate the Germa hover boots through raw skill alone. Thankfully, seeing how I had the boots anyway, I didn't need to master the Wing Road to that degree. I'd be happy enough just learning to grow wings, a phenomenon by which a rider could enhance an existing tailwind. I revved my new regalia and jumped into the air until I stood just above the rooftops. Then, dipping down, I skated atop a power line and kept going. I felt the wheels catch on the line and skate forward. There wasn't any chance of getting shocked so long as I only touched one wire, not that my suit couldn't handle it anyway. Then, gingerly, I shut off the pyrobloin valve. There was nothing keeping me in the air except this one line. It was an exhilarating experience. I knew of course that I couldn't lose my balance anymore, but knowing in my head and doing something like this, something so hilariously dangerous and impractical, was entirely different. Sure, I'd raced faster while trying to pick up Afterburner. I'd climbed higher into the sky while fighting the Empire and merchants. But this was different. Then, I'd been relying on my hover boots or agility. That wasn't the case here. It was just me, a set of wheels, and the wire stretching out like a path before me. I felt the wind flatten my suit against my chest. I wanted to pull up my helmet and feel the breeze on my face. I understood now, that inexplicable, instinctive love of the sky that Icky felt when he first took to the air. To fly under your own power, to rely on your own skill and travel as you please, this was freedom. Whew! I let out an excited yell as I skated through a residential district. I drew a lot of attention, especially when I passed by an elementary school, but I couldn't find it in me to care at the moment. It would be one more way for me to advertise my ATS for the catalog. I purposely caught the treads of my back wheel on the edge of a wooden telephone pole and allowed the sudden jolt to rocket me into a seemingly suicidal flip. Twisting with cat-like grace, I alighted atop another pole across the street before skating along its connected wire. Someone wolf whistled and I laughed before twirling atop a street lamp and collapsing into a deep bow. I'd strayed far from the boat graveyard now. I was still headed in the same general direction, but I zigzagged every few blocks. I wasn't going very fast, nowhere near the top speed of a regalia, even untuned, but seeing the city below me and the sea stretching past the horizon lightened my heart in ways I couldn't quite put to words. It was nice. Until now, every time I went riding, it was for some specific purpose. It felt good to put it all aside for a few minutes and simply luxuriate in the freedom of this bird-like mobility. This was what I was about, the joy of creating and the wonder of delighting in my own creation. More than being a hero or villain, more than playing the great game of cops and robbers, more than being Creed even, this was what I wanted to do as the tinker of fiction. A wide grin threatened to split my face and I found myself laughing as I flipped through the air. I raced on a rooftop before launching myself into a 720-degree rotation that ended with me landing on a power line to continue skating forward. And that was one of the simplest tricks I could pull off now. Soon enough, the residual trepidation was washed away and I was performing tricks straight out of one of Tony Hawk's video games, if on rollerblades instead of a skateboard. I was mid-flip when I saw someone rising towards me, or falling given how I was oriented at the time. Dauntless, the only flight-capable member of the Protectorate, had arrived. He raised his arc lance in salute. "You look like you're having fun." "I was, thanks for ruining it, Kronos," I drawled as I landed softly on a street lamp. "Ah, don't be like that, Creed. I came by to say thanks. Heard what you did for Kid Win." "What did I do?" "You're really gonna play dumb?" "I was playing until you showed up. And now I'm not, but I still don't know what you're saying, Kronos." "Fine, be difficult. Why do you call me that?" "Not that I mind being compared to the god of time and all." "Well, he did eat his own kids, so there's that." "What?" "Yeah, that's his most famous legend. Kronos was the son of Ouranos and Gaia. He murdered his own father via dismemberment and castration because his mother told him to. There was a prophecy that said Kronos would go the way of his father and he really didn't want to die by his own kids, so when Rhea, his wife, birthed them, he swallowed them all. And then Zeus came along and killed him, so, prophecy fulfilled." "Neat, hey. That's... I don't think I learned that in school." "Yet. Greek mythology gets pretty dark. I mean, there's more context behind it, but that's the gist." I could see him frown under his helmet. "What are you getting at? What do I have to do with Kronos?" "Nothing. You grow with time, get it? Then why'd you tell me all this?" I gave him an exaggerated shrug. "Who knows? Maybe I just like mythology. Or maybe someone asked me to tell you. Or..." I leaned in as if to whisper. Dauntless found himself doing the same. "Or maybe, I just like fucking with you. Wah hey. Toodles." And with that, I was gone. Dauntless was one of the few capes I wasn't eager about fighting, not just because he was powerful, but also because he was the hometown hero and I was trying very hard to manage my image. Win or lose, it'd be a net negative for me. That said, for all his power, he wasn't much of a censor, so he could do little but stand around looking constipated as I vanished from his sight. I arrived on the goal rest with a few hours to spare. I doubted I'd get much done today, but I didn't regret the time I'd spent zipping around the city. If I was honest with myself, I needed that more than I cared to admit. I tossed Saint a bag of almonds I'd bought at a 7-Eleven on my way here and picked up the drone. Big Rig's drone obeyed instructions incredibly well, a given considering what it was made for. The crab-like creature was built for construction, so its chassis could take a few hits. It had some rudimentary sensors to determine which material or tool was what. Strider would be by tonight at 1 a.m. to deliver $60,000 worth of materials, but there was no reason I couldn't supplement my metal reserves using this drone. I slapped one of my old expanded bags on its back and sent it off further into the ship. So long as the outer hull was intact, and there were enough support beams left to withstand the water pressure, there wasn't any reason for me to leave the ship untouched. Better, by hollowing out the ship, I was making room for me to build my own ship directly inside, kind of like one of those parasitic hornet larvae that grew inside a paralyzed caterpillar by eating it alive from the inside out. I set what used to be the mess hall as its storage and set it to harvesting. Then I turned to my partner. Saint had polished off the whole bag in the time it'd taken me to give the drone its marching orders. "You're lucky you can't gain weight, buddy." He trilled defensively. "Yeah, you'd still be cute even if you could get fat. Rub it in. You ready to get to work?" "Pori." He cheered before slipping into the Pokenav. I saw a cute, chibi duck icon light up on my UI showing me he was fully connected. Good. Let's get to tuning the regalia. I doubt we'll finish today, but I want to make some progress on it. Porygon. The pledge regalia hummed to life, splitting into 7 cross-like amplifiers that spread out across the room. Its sensors came online one by one and I could feel my control over the surrounding vibrations increase. I turned my attention inward, receiving a full scan of my biometrics. It was all here, from my heart rate to the rate at which each individual muscle passively twitched and spasmed. My body, laid out before me in more detail than I thought I'd ever know. Saint trilled happily and took control of the pledge regalia. He began to filter out all unnecessary information, feeding me only what I needed to tune my regalia. As always, creation was far trickier than destruction. Dismantling something via sonic vibrations was easy compared to tuning the regalia. I resigned myself to a grueling, tedious process. The two of us worked in companionable silence. Key Mother and the unnamed water regalia had to be completely in sync, so I began with that. Tuning the two together was a challenge, not just because they were incredibly complex pieces of machinery, but because I'd made the frames of my skates out of sea stone. Suffice to say, a material as unyielding as diamond made scanning what lay beneath a challenge. It wasn't impossible by any means, especially thanks to Saint keeping meticulous calculations of every single system contained within the regalia as well as its internal dimensions, but the whole thing was still an exercise in patience. After tuning the regalias to each other, I had to tune them to my body. Apparently, there was a way to cancel or heavily diminish the stresses my body felt by adjusting the regalia's operational wavelengths compared to my own body's. It was complicated physics about reciprocal wavelengths cancelling each other out, treating everything from sonic booms to friction as just another expression of those same wavelengths, then applying the concept to the way energy was transferred up my legs through my skeletal structure. Wave motion physics and ergonomics, but kicked up to hilarious, sci-fi levels. So basically standard air gear nonsense. I huffed out a laugh, more out of frustration than anything else. The task was mind-numbingly repetitive and not even the fact that I had Saint's company slowed it down much. In the end, I expected this to take several more days. Until then, I'd just have to satisfy myself with thinking of an appropriately hammy name. Author's note. Could the AP bio scene have been cut entirely? Yes. I ended up including it because I enjoy writing slice of life, especially from the perspective of someone who's much older emotionally. High school was like that for me, not that I was more mature or whatever, but that I feel like I paid a lot of attention to things that didn't matter in the end, and not enough to the things that really did. I also feel like it's a decent contrast to the talk with Amy. She's coming out of her shell and the seeds for being more than just panacea have been planted. Is it tactless to call someone by their pseudo-Endbringer title? Probably. Is it a fun Easter egg most of the fandom doesn't know about because a grand total of like 12 people actually read Ward? Yes. Is Bryce going to keep doing it? Also yes, because he's a tactless shitheel who likes feeling smug. Search 3.13. 2010, November 14th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. The rest of the week passed in that paradoxical way that was both a blur and a lazy lull. Strider's delivery went well. He delivered $60,000 worth of various materials for construction, the bulk of which was volcanic ash. The fabricator I purchased from Big Rig and the forge beneath Harvey's were now running near constantly to produce a constant flow of sea stone. In fact, I had to build yet another foundry in the Gull Rest to convert the volcanic ash into usable pyrobloin so I could keep the fabricator running efficiently. The one in the Gull Rest was several times larger than the one beneath Harvey's as I was not constrained by basement floor space. I also asked the para-human porter to deliver the black rhino to Mr. Staber and promised him a small cut from the proceeds. Said proceeds were then immediately used to make yet another order of volcanic ash alongside a second fabricator and 3 more drones from Big Rig. I didn't have quite enough money to purchase everything from Big Rig, but he was happy to do another tech swap, 3 more engines for 3 more drones. All told, I had north of $200,000 and lost it all in less than 10 minutes building up my pipeline. Tinkertech was expensive. I knew that, of course. I also had a general expectation that construction materials could command some hefty price tags, but I wasn't anywhere near being able to build heavy industry yet. At the rate I was producing sea stone, I could maybe build a house in 1 week. It was a lot for my personal use, but only just barely enough to meet Big Rig's quota in making some rich cat's personal survival bunker. My ship? I could forget about that for now. The amount needed to build a boat out of sea stone was absolutely monstrous, which was probably why even the Marines never did that, they only lined the bottoms with the wonder material. Didn't matter. Price was no object. I could be patient. My production was starting to ramp up, which meant I could have Saint take on catalog orders for me and oversee manufacturing. Hopefully, I'd soon reach the point where I could accept jobs online and only provide one final quality assurance check before shipping them off via Strider. That'd be the key to having a near passive income, which I would of course reinvest into more and more fabricators. I just had to make sure Saint and I were up for management roles. Little else of interest happened on Friday and Saturday. I spent those 2 days training with Saint and finishing tuning my regalia. Saint's progress was smooth and steady, especially for a Pokemon with only a singular sparring partner in myself. He'd mastered almost every move in his arsenal and had no trouble using them in combat. His Protect could withstand the detonation of a Muggy Ball, though just one at a time. I was so proud of him that I told him he could have the upgrade when he finished 2 more tasks. First, customize Protect until it could be used to cover a larger surface area, enough to shelter 1 or 2 people. And second, use Psychic Aura to develop a barrier. Were those standards arbitrary? Absolutely, but since I lacked the Pokemon World specialization, I had to set those standards somehow. My words and the clear promise of reward seemed to motivate him and he redoubled his training. In particular, I suspected it would be the second challenge that would be most difficult. Thus far, Saint had had all his moves downloaded into his programming. He'd been asked to modify them slightly or even use them in conjunction, as he did with Magnet Rise and Agility to move, but never had he been asked to create a new move altogether. He had everything he needed. He knew how to solidify Aura into Protect. He knew how to generate Psychic Aura. All he needed to do was to put those things together, to apply his knowledge in a way beyond the scope of his own programming. That's ultimately what I wanted from him, organic growth. Everything I'd seen of him thus far told me I wouldn't be waiting long. The reason I was having him focus so heavily on defensive growth was singular, Eviolite. I'd made one for him months ago knowing that I'd never make a dubious disc. In lieu of his final evolution, the stone that could make Porygon 2 such a defensive powerhouse seemed like a no-brainer at the time. By having him learn these defensive options before he evolved, I hoped to give him a strong foundation to build from. Zap Cannon? It was great, immensely powerful, but Saint's role as floating artillery would always come second to his role as my shield. As for my regalia, I finally gave it a name after much thought, Crown Chimera of the Mirage Road. It was a Frankenstein's monster of a regalia, one forged using not just multiple regalia cores, but the technology and materials of an entirely separate universe. It was a hybrid, a true chimera of different technologies much like the Tinker of fiction, one that could only grow as I did. I took deep, measured breaths as I ran along the sidewalk. This was my 3rd mile this morning and I was starting to feel the strain in my lungs. After months of consistent cardio, I could officially count myself as respectably athletic. Alright, so get this, Brockton, came the voice of Kevin Hartley, host of the Foghorn. The sleazy radio host wasn't exactly good entertainment, but he was usually the second to know about things that went down in the city, the first of course being the ever-enigmatic Bagrat on Foe. So I've been talking about the new gang of thieves called the Undersiders, right? They've done a lot of smash and grabs? Well, they've started a feud against Hook Wolf of all people. Now, don't any of you call me a Nazi sympathizer, but the Undersiders are trying to punch way above their weight class. I frowned as his hot take on the city's geopolitics washed over me. According to him, the Undersiders, who'd been mostly hitting small jewelry stores, pawn shops, and the like, were getting too big for their britches. They were looking to carve out stable territory of their own and losing sight of their main strength as capable escape artists in favor of greed. Apparently, this had been the trend for a week now, though I hadn't noticed as things hadn't escalated much. In other news, several courageous PRT officers led by Protectorate Power Couple Assault and Battery busted a dogfighting ring near the train yard the other day after receiving an anonymous tip from a concerned citizen. The ring is suspected of having ties to the Empire and the public is advised not to stay out after dusk. In fact, coming from me, just avoid the whole area altogether if you can. I scoffed. No doubt the concerned citizen was Tattletale. I knew that bitch, Rachel, took it upon herself to rescue dogs from Hook Wolf's dogfighting rings, but I didn't think she'd moved this early in canon. Was it a coincidence? Or was Coyle indirectly pushing the Undersiders into conflict with Hook Wolf? There was no word about a confrontation between Hook Wolf and Assault and Battery, so someone was clamping down on his leash, likely Kaiser, but for how long? I didn't want to deal with this. Just the thought of getting involved in this mess sent spikes of suspicion through my mind. My first thought was that Coyle didn't like this tenuous peace. He was much like Baelish from Game of Thrones. For him, chaos very much was a ladder. This made me wonder if he'd finished whatever observation he thought he needed to make and was now ready to act. By pushing the Undersiders into a collision course with the Empire, or at least Hook Wolf's faction, he could be looking to destabilize the region in small ways, seeing what I'd be willing to act on and what I'd be willing to let slip through. Or maybe, he wanted to recruit me into the Undersiders by urging me to encounter them in a sympathetic light? Bitch was right to free abused dogs, no questions about that. If I had to choose, of course I'd choose to help the Undersiders. It'd be an easy way to open dialogues with a self-professed mercenary. Then again, this could all be a coincidence on Bitch's part and I could be overthinking this. In some ways, that made me even more paranoid. I wasn't dumb enough to think a tinker on Creed's level would go ignored by Coil. If this wasn't part of his plan, then what was? I grunted in annoyance as I reached the Lord's Street Market. I did a quick about-face and began to run home. This was far enough for today. Shit, I'm really not cut out for this, I thought, frustrated with myself. I was a physician's assistant, not a security analyst. Should I just out-coil and be done with this mess? Tell everyone who Thomas Calvert is. I considered the scenario. There was nothing keeping me from doing it. I could even assure anonymity by having Saint do it for me from a public IP address. It would utterly cripple him. Coil's best defense was that no one knew about him until too late. Right now, he shouldn't have had the time to set up as many failsafes. Or if he did, he certainly hadn't had time to recruit the travelers in Noel. So what's keeping you? I asked myself. Air left my lungs in ragged breaths now. Really, why didn't I? Shouldn't I do this before the Echidna incident became a possibility? What could go wrong if I drop Coil's name like that? For starters, he could clear his name. Quite easily, I'd imagine. Whether through his own resources or through connections like Accord, I didn't doubt that Coil could easily shovel a great many inconveniences under the rug. And that wasn't getting into any favors he might be able to wheedle out of Cauldron. They'd be his last resort, but I didn't want their attention any more than he did. Or he could fully embrace his inner warlord. He could launch his failsafes and hold the city hostage via planted bombs. Or out the Empire and throw the city into utter chaos. Or invite Heartbreaker here by releasing Regent's identity to do the same. Or any number of things that didn't include directly striking at me. Hell, it wasn't impossible for Coil to have tortured Faultline for information already. She didn't seem like a woman who'd break easily, but the snake could try as many times as he needed. She'd talk, perhaps if not for herself, then for Elle. Or Gregor. Or Neuter. Her crew that she considered family. Fuck, I'm regretting going to her, I swore. It was necessary when I started, but I had to admit that any public connection could be a potential vulnerability. At least I didn't unmask like a fucking dumbass. Coil had to go, but he had to go at the right time, when I was ready to pull his organization out root and stem in one smooth stroke. The cleanest way to do that would likely be to steal his files, hack his comms, and build an airtight log of his crimes before attacking both his identities at the same time. But that was easier said than done. The only way I could think of to acquire that kind of information while coordinating an attack like that would be if I had the help of a software or cyber warfare tinker, or dragon. Or Saint. Teresa Richter wasn't the only AI around. I could have Saint do the hacking for me. I'd just have to find Calvert's house. I think Coil's bunker was beneath Forsberg. That was the smart move. As far as I knew, Coil had no protections against an AI just digging through his systems to make copies of incriminating evidence. Technically, illegally obtained evidence wouldn't be admissible in criminal court, but if Canary's trial taught me anything, it was that no one in Earthbet gave a damn when it came to capes. I could publicize whatever Saint found while conducting a raid on Calvert's person. In which case, outing him wouldn't be necessary in the first place. Trouble was, this was all predicated on what I knew. Coil was a regular customer of Tinkertech in Canon. Who was to say he didn't have some form of network security that Saint couldn't brute force his way through? In a city with a protectorate team led by a nationally recognized tinker, that'd be the first thing I'd invest in if I were a crime lord. Worst part was, even alerting him might make him tip some dominoes to send a message. Was Saint a good enough hacker? Was I strong enough to handle the fallout? Maybe. And I don't like maybe. But he almost certainly will be if he evolves, I told myself. Porygon 2 were improvements in every way from the standard Porygon. They were specifically designed for space exploration and could process appropriately massive quantities of data. Even better, they were capable of growth beyond their programming in a way that a standard Porygon found difficult. If Saint became a Porygon 2, he should be able to adapt to and bypass anything Coil has. I reached home and gave Mom a quick hug before climbing into the shower. The hot water poured down over me as I considered my options further. Should I evolve Saint now then? My conditions were arbitrary. He could probably do just fine even if I gave him the upgrade now. No, Pokémon need a foundation. Even without an organic body that needs to mature, he'd probably benefit from mastering Aura. I think. I have time. It shouldn't be too long before Saint learns to modify Protect and builds a psychic barrier. I washed up and went about my day, still conflicted as all hell. In the end, what I knew for absolute certain was that I couldn't meet the Undersiders. I didn't know what Tattletale could glean from videos of me, but the last thing I wanted to do was make things easy for her. After all, anything she knew, Coil knew. Hey, bro, morning, Sierra greeted as we gathered around breakfast. She had her teased hair in a sloppy ponytail. Her pajamas of choice was an oversized sweater with a stylized print of Rhyme's face on it. She offered me a lazy smile that transitioned into a yawn. Hey, sis. You look tired. Because I am tired. Seriously, why did I choose engineering? I shrugged. You used to like playing with Legos when we were kids. Like, you stole all my Legos and gave me your Barbies. Yeah. Good times. Real-life engineering is too much work though. Maybe I should change majors. Mom set 2 plates laden with waffles in front of us. Stick with it, Sierra. You're going to be in high demand when you graduate. Ugh, I know, but is it worth this torture now? She moaned. Well, what would you major in if you changed now? Philosophy. Mom, don't diss philosophy. Some of my best friends are in it. And I'm sure they'll have a very fulfilling life working at McDonald's and asking people why they want fries with that, she replied dryly. Sierra clutched her heart in mock horror. Oof, that's cold. Very possibly true, but damn, didn't know you had it in you. We had our stereotypes in college too, you know. You kids don't have a monopoly on sass. Point. I guess I don't really know what I want. I mean, engineering is okay, I'm just not sure if it's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Sounds rough, I said. I sympathized. I'd been there as well in my past life. Truthfully, the reason I went into medicine wasn't so I could help people. It was because being a physician's assistant paid very well without nearly as much medical debt as a full-fledged MD. Everyone has different priorities, sis. I think college is supposed to be about new experiences. As you experience new things, you'll figure out what you want. Give yourself time. Sierra hummed appreciatively before reaching over to ruffle my hair. What do you know about college, little bro? I don't know, heard the line from porn. It sounded nice though, I shot back. You. Bryce, don't be crass, Mom chided. But he's not wrong, Sierra. Maybe you can audit a few courses. Try to get a taste for different classes outside your major. Maybe. Thanks, Mom. And I guess you too, Bryce. You're welcome, sis, I nodded happily. What brought this up though? You haven't always been satisfied with engineering but you've never considered changing majors before. Oh, that, you remember Sabah? Arabic, about my height, really pretty? Of course I do. Of course you do, she rolled her eyes. Stupid horny teenager. Hey, it's not all hormones. She's really nice, helped me with homecoming and everything. Yeah, sorry to break it to you, she's gay. I slumped in my seat exaggeratedly. Damn. All the cute ones are gay. Whatever, bro. Well, she's thinking about changing majors to fashion. Follow her dreams, you know. That got my attention. Did that mean she triggered already? Or that she was close? I had to admit I hadn't been keeping an eye on her. Hey, she'd be good at it, I said uneasily. When I first met her, I'd told myself that I'd let the chips fall where they may. It'd practically been my motto until before I triggered, don't get involved, let people live their lives. Good or bad, I wasn't responsible. If I could keep my head down, I could muddle through past all the incoming tragedies and disasters. I could survive gold morning and live my own life. Even after I triggered, my plan to keep the bay as stable as possible could be seen as an extension of this mentality. If I could keep the city from blowing up and waited, I could ultimately become powerful enough to be untouchable. As of yesterday, I was very close to that point. Now that I had fully tuned Crown Chimera, there were vanishingly few who could pose a threat. There were arguably stronger capes, but I now boasted a versatility that just couldn't be matched. Question was, what did I want to do now that I could afford to act more brazenly? Bro, you okay? Sierra called, breaking me from my contemplation. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. You were pretty out of it. I just have some things I need to think about. You can come to your big sis for advice, you know that, right? I do, I said with a wan smile. I think it's something I'll have to work out for myself. Alright, you do that. X. 2010, November 15th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I shut my locker and headed for first period. I still didn't know the answer to that question. It felt as though the sky had opened up before me, as though I was a frog who had just left his well. I could continue to be the comic, hold off on making sweeping changes until I had my ship, but I felt that if I made excuses now, I'd never stop. I was the tinker of fiction, with all the endless potential it implied. I'd never run out of new projects. I felt simultaneously like I was being overly cautious and not cautious enough, restless, but as though I stood on a cliffside and a single misstep could send me tumbling down. This time, I was the one waiting outside Amy's class. No matter my decision concerning Broad or Brockton, I could help Saba without any consequences to myself. All I had to do was convince Amy to take a personal request. The juniors and seniors that made up her class shot me strange looks but otherwise left me alone. In less than a minute, the grumpy healer stepped out. She spotted me and, for a moment so brief it may as well have been a dream, her lips twitched into a smile before settling back into their usual scowl. "What's up, Bryce? Let's talk somewhere quiet," I said as I grabbed her by the shoulder and began to usher her outside. The two of us made our way to the courtyard, the same place by the fountain where we spoke before. Amy glared away any curious onlookers. It was honestly kind of impressive the reputation she'd managed to cultivate at this school without any of the usual bullying behavior common among teenagers. "All right, Bryce, what do you want? I know you don't take healing requests," I started. Her big, brown eyes narrowed into suspicious glare. Before she could cut me off, I said hastily, "It's not for me." "Of course not. It's never about you. Who is it? Who paid you to give me their sob story? And how much?" She huffed angrily. "No, I don't care. It's the luck of the draw, no matter who it is." She glared back mulishly. There was anger, frustration too, but most of all, betrayal. It made me hesitate. How many friends had she lost this way? How many blamed her for not saving everyone? How many tried to buddy up to her just for this conversation? She hadn't been a hero long in the grand scheme of things, only a few years, but even with Vicky watching her back, it likely wasn't a small number. I suspected that this had as much to do with Amy's self-imposed isolation as any real introversion on her part. "No one approached me about anything," I promised. Her glare softened until she slumped with a sigh. "Oh, Bryce. It's not family either," I hurried to correct her misconception. "Mom and Sierra are fine, as far as I know." "So what then? You just heard something on the news you want me to fix. What if I told you I know of a few people who will trigger very soon? Would you help them then?" "Bryce, no one can predict triggers. Not even the entirety of Watchdog. I don't predict them, at least not directly. I know of actors on the stage, remember? I know they have powers in the future, but if they don't now, then they trigger sometime in the near future. And what do these actors do? Am I going to create the next Bonesaw if I don't help them? No, they're both. I couldn't rightly call Saba a hero. Nor Taylor. They have their hearts in the right place. And one of them can't really be helped in the medical sense." "Bryce," she stressed. "Look, we can have this conversation later, preferably not in school, but just keep this in mind, okay? The person I want you to heal is her father. She's not perfect, but she's a genuinely good person who I think doesn't deserve to go through a trigger. I hate you, Amy. I'll think about it, okay? And I'm going to want a full explanation. None of that, it's not my story to tell, crap. It really isn't." She glared heatedly. "Yeah, well, if you're trying to get me involved in her story, then I deserve to know what I'm getting into." I looked into her eyes and saw equal parts determination and irritation. Finally, I let out a sigh. "Fine. I can't make you use your power for anything. I'll just tell you what I know." "Good." I skipped to my feet and made my way back to the cafeteria to join our friends. There was an uneasy silence between Amy and I. I knew I'd be pushing one of Amy's big buttons, but I felt I had to try. I liked Saba, and not just because she helped me shop for a suit. She was a genuinely kind woman who felt a great deal of responsibility for those under her care. She didn't need to step up after Leviathan, she was no hero and owed the people nothing, but she did anyway. Even if that was by joining the villains, even if all of that hadn't happened yet, I felt I owed it to the older girl to intercede on her behalf to Amy. I finished up and shipped off another 2 black rhinos, hybrid soda engine included, for a cool $600,000 total. Likely still undercharging, but they were easy enough to make with my fabricators and drones, so I considered it worthwhile to draw in more customers. Despite the relatively easy load over the past few days, I felt emotionally drained. I explained the situation with Saba to Amy after school, but the best I could get from Amy was an "I'll think about it." I wanted to press, but that would involve giving her more specific details like, Levi might be coming around May. I hadn't told her that much because doing so raised a whole slew of questions I wasn't ready to answer. If Amy knew, so did Shaper. Would Shaper communicate with the other shards? Would Endbringers still hit where I knew they would? Could the Cymurk see me? Did I even have a normal shard, or did whichever godlike entity who put me here activate the Tinker of Fiction power when Dad died just to stay on brand? If I told Amy, and that in turn caused behavioral changes in the Endbringers via Shard network, how long would it take until Contessa paid me a visit? Hell, all that was even with the unlikely possibility of Amy choosing our friendship over telling the PRT an admittedly game-breaking piece of information. The only conclusion I could reach was that it was better not to mention it at all. And so, all Amy knew was that Saba would trigger while frustrated and alone, largely in part due to her father in the hospital. She would abhor violence and remain one of the city's few true rogues until people forced her hand. Then she would become a leader and fierce defender for all who came to her. I let out a groan of frustration. Enough. I'm just going around in circles. Saint, wanna come help me blow off steam? Pori. My partner trilled. He vanished into my helmet and a picture of Amy's mug popped up over my UI. No, it's not Amy. At least, not completely. I guess I'm starting to realize that keeping a lid on this city is way harder than I first expected. I clicked my heels, feeling for a moment like Dorothy, and allowed myself a small smile of satisfaction as Crown Chimera sent silent vibrations up my legs. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm going to clear my head, see how Crown Chimera handles now. Ready? Porygon. Pori. Yeah, I know what I said. But it's not good to just wallow in despair either. Sometimes, you need to come back with fresh eyes. Pori. I kicked off, sending us skyward and out of the hatch I'd carved into the hull of my lab. Instead of inland, I headed out to sea. I needed to do so many things. Blow off steam. See how it felt to perform the martial arts trickling in through the inorganic net. Make new tricks for the Mirage Road. Hell, maybe that was what I needed, to be loud. To blow up shit with zero regard for my surroundings. To really cut loose and make increasingly ridiculous names for my finishing moves like a shitty shonen protagonist. If the US could test nuclear bombs in the ocean, surely I could do the same. Saint, lock Pokenav coordinates to Brockton, I told him. Then, once we were several dozen miles off the coast, I stood atop the water and pumped aura through my feet. Chart a course southeast. 400 miles out. Saint manipulated my UI until a map appeared showing the pristine blue of the North Atlantic Sea. Aura induced afterburner included, it should take no more than half an hour to reach my destination. If anyone managed to find me so far out at sea, I figured at that point, they'd deserve my time. With the boom of a collapsing vacuum, we were off. Author's note. According to Home Advisor, you can expect to pay $50 per square foot in material costs, or about $75,000 for a 1,500 SQFT house in the US, if you want to build a single-family home. Though Bryce lost $260K, that was so he could acquire the capacity to make a house out of bedrock each week. All things considered, he's coming out far ahead of the average. He still thinks it's crazy pricey because he has no frame of reference for this stuff. On another note, reading the cost of homes makes me depressed because it reminds me that I'll never own one lol. Shout out to Zurich for the name of the road. Oof, definitely the angstiest chapter to date on this FIC I think. But then again, I don't know how I could have avoided this confrontation. Like any teenager, or adult, with shitty coping skills, Bryce is doing what he does best and kicking the can down the road by heading to the open blue to test out techniques. Speed of sound is roughly 767 miles per hour. Afterburner, Kazu's low-end sprint speed, clocks in at slightly north of that, so yeah, about half an hour to travel 400 miles. Be honest, how many of you forgot that Pokenav stands for Pokemon Navigator? It's one of the first things he ever built, he may as well use the damn thing for its intended purpose. Feel free to suggest Chiyuni attack names. Air Gear had some weird move names, Leviathan's Fang, he's not shouting that on Earth bet, lol, St. Elmo's Crossfire, Moonstruck Drop Bagram, Gungnir, Astromagus, and my personal favorite, Thunder Road Final Form, Electric Titan Thunderbolt Snowman. I shit you not, that's an actual attack name. It's even funnier because Nu was honestly such a badass. Search 3.14. 2010, November 14th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. It took me exactly 32 minutes to get where I wanted, though I supposed I could have stopped at any point past 100 miles. The ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, blue and grey and ominous and majestic all at once. The waves roiled below my feet and I was struck by the eerie silence of it all. When the sea was mostly calm like this, without any waves high enough to slap back against the surface of the water, the ocean was as quiet as the grave. I'd never experienced this level of quiet before, in both lives. I'd gone camping sure, and there were quiet nights spent staring up at the stars, but the forest wasn't ever truly quiet. Crickets. Owls. The wind playing its melody through the branches. The forest wasn't quiet, not like the sea. I turned on my helmet cam and spent several minutes recording, just looking up at the sky, then at the horizon where the blue of the sea met the blue of the sky. It was pristine, untouched by man since Leviathan's arrival. No, even prior, we were merely guests, using this stretch of sea as a simple thoroughfare. I wondered if any sailors ever got to appreciate the silence like this, or were their boats too loud? I too was a guest here. I came to test out some of my more destructive techniques because I feared that even the hull of an oil tanker wouldn't be enough to contain them. Truthfully, a not insignificant part of me felt like a big fish in a little pond, powerful enough that should I go all out, no one in Brockton could afford to ignore me. Looking out at the tranquil sea around me, I realized now how arrogant that line of thought was. I was so small. Hell, with Air Gear's modern tech, I could build hydrogen bombs, the Tsar Bomba even, but they'd still be small compared to the breadth of the sea stretching out beneath my feet. And Sion was so much bigger than this. One step at a time. I took a deep breath and called to my most treasured partner. As much as I cared for Amy, our partnership was built on manipulation, world-ending secrets, and a constant tug-of-war between our moral compasses. I loved her dearly, but there was only one person I could unreservedly trust. You ready, Saint? My HUD burst to life as the greatest mallard of all blipped onto my screen. Lego Duck appeared a little pixelated, like one of those old Pokemon games, an aesthetic filter he liked to mess around with. Porygon, Pori, he chirped. Alright, Afterburner is more or less mastered, I figure. I'm pretty low on aura, but if I can do it for half an hour, it's probably good to go. I know, I made sure to keep enough in the tank to run back. If all else fails, I can just float along for a few hours before heading home. It's not like I have anything to do today. Porygon. Right. To start, I want to go through some of the basic capoeira forms that been trickling in through the inorganic net. I picked capoeira specifically so I could incorporate it into my run after all. A little clip art of Disco Stew from The Simpsons popped up on my screen as the theme song for So You Think You Can Dance blared into my ears. Cheeky fucker. Yes, Saint, I'm going to dance. Pori. No, you may not get out so you can record me. Pori. Fine. You may pick the music. As soon as the last word left my mouth, the tranquility of the open ocean was shattered by my heart hysteria. Really? Why gym class heroes? Fine, whatever floats your boat. I connected the suit to Crown Chimera and triggered Whole Nine Heavens door. Idiotic name that could only sound cool to a Japanese mangaka aside, I felt something shift in my regalia and a deep connection form between writer and it. The data sticks inside my regalia processed the stored information and sent cues to my helmet, allowing me to act out forms and routines I'd never experienced before. I allowed my body to go limp and followed along with the bambas, what you call a capoeira master apparently, movements. The sound of a dozen birimba, the main, single-string percussion instrument in capoeira, filled the air as gym class heroes faded into the background. Still weird, but I couldn't fault Saint's music choices. Slowly, beat by beat, I swayed to and fro like a reed in the breeze. Or more accurately, like a buoy upon the waves. I took an hour just to get used to the motions. Just because my suit could do them didn't mean I wouldn't pull a muscle or something if I wasn't ready for it or tensed at the wrong time. I allowed myself to relax and let the foreign memories guide me through the proper motions. My footwork became rhythmic, sending ripples along the surface that merged seamlessly into the waves. I transitioned first to cartwheels, sweeps, and then winding kicks that I'd never be able to do without instruction. My torso twisted and burned with the exercise as muscle groups that I didn't often use got put through their paces. Soon, I was moving so quickly that my feet kicked up streaks of water and made the air whistle as they swung past. Then I shut off the door. It wasn't like I needed to know every little thing about capoeira after all. In the end, I just wanted it to give me the foundation so I could adapt it to my own style. The martial art's primary purpose as a medium of dance made it so only selective portions of it were applicable to me. I continued dancing and kicking, turning a maialua to compasso, a quick, spinning kick, into a martello, a very strong kick typically used to drop someone in one stroke. I danced until I could perform the moves even without my suit's nudging. It was an amazing feeling, never losing balance despite the constant motion. The enhancements of a gravity child helped me get the hang of these foreign movements far faster than a normal person. I could already tell, even though I could do the moves individually, I'd have to spend some time and effort to incorporate them into my muscle memory. It wasn't enough to just dance after all, I needed to be able to use this in a fight, to fall back on these movements with instinctive familiarity. Another hour later, I plopped down onto the water and let the cool current ferry me along. The seawater felt wonderful on my burning muscles. I wish I'd brought some snacks, I told Saint. I was getting a little peckish now that I wasn't doing anything. He trilled as an image of fish popped onto my screen. I guess I could. Crown Chimera could probably be used to cook something in a pinch, I replied with a chuckle. Don't worry, I'm not that hungry. After a few minutes of rest, I hopped back onto my feet and kicked off. This time, I activated Crown Chimera in earnest, adding its power to the routine I'd been practicing. I grit my teeth and bore the strain as my ATS bit into the condensed water vapors beneath my feet. Instead of sailing free through the air, they were still running on misty clouds, still accelerating even mid-kick. The repetitive swaying motions layered vapor trails behind each skate until I was going fast enough to turn it all into steam from friction alone. Then, when I felt I'd built up enough momentum, I skipped into the air and twisted with my lower core, whirling into a spiraling snap kick that launched the condensed vapor like a lash. Or, a thorn. Crack. The compressed water pulled and strained against its pyrobloin bonds until it all struck with the same, sharp crack of a ringmaster's whip. Unfortunately, I didn't get to appreciate my handiwork. The water wasn't the only thing that cracked. Gah! I cried out in surprise and pain. I fell like a stone into the ocean below. Before the weight of my suit could drag me to the bottom of the sea, Saint's psychic took hold of me and raised me to the surface. I felt like a rod of molten iron had been inserted into my spinal column. There was a detached feeling in my pelvis. Tears rose unbidden to my eyes as my HUD blared with enough warning lights to remind me of a dance club. Saint, status. I gasped. I blinked away the tears and watched as a model of my body took up the screen. Crown Chimera built up friction via compressed water vapor and harnessed that friction for both flame and lather road tricks. The empowered kick had been so sharp that my torso couldn't keep up, Germa suit be damned. I didn't just twist my spine, I twisted it off like a screw cap while simultaneously dislocating my right leg from my pelvis. Germa engineering was phenomenal at keeping external impacts from getting through, but internal tensions were a different story apparently. Well, that explains why I feel like dying, I groaned. I laid there, breathing deeply until I could compartmentalize the pain. When I could breathe again, I called up my well of aura and whispered, recover. I let out a groan of relief as I felt my spine stitch itself together. As horrible as the injury felt, it was easier to repair than a severed finger, simply for the fact that all the pieces were where they needed to be already. All right, I muttered as I stood atop the water again. My hip felt a little tender but I got to my feet anyway. Let's try that again, this time with a bit less power and a bit more mist. Porygon? Gone. Yeah, I know. We're still doing it until I can make a proper thorn. The Sonya Road is probably going to be beyond me, but if I can incorporate it into my run, I can make Mirage Road techniques based off the same general principle. Gone. I don't need to puncture reinforced steel with a kick, Saint. I just need to harness friction and sound and be able to use it to shape mist into tangible clones. Okay, yeah, that sounds way complicated when I say it out loud, but everything I need is right here. I can do it, I just need more time. Gone. You know what I need? I need a shonen training montage. Gone. I know. School and family and all that. That just means we need to get started now. Ready. X. In the end, I broke my own spine a half a dozen more times before I managed a proper thorn, sort of. If anything, it wasn't a thorn as much as it was a wave, something akin to the Renkeku of Rokushiki fame. It was something I realized about my regalia. Ringo's thorn regalia was uniquely suited for shaping sound into these needle-sharp points. Crown Chimera? Not so much. Mine took its energy not from the speed of my run, but the water vapor being condensed and rotated at high speeds in my heels. The vibration against sea stone and the friction it harnessed was my source of power. And like the Lather Road, Crown Chimera wanted things to behave like water. Bursts of mist? Massive fog banks? Or even OM's bubblegum crisis? All great. Blades of water that Saint estimated could cut steel? Difficult, but doable. Thorns? Nah. After a while, I realized I was getting too hung up on copying Ringo much as I had been too hung up on copying Kazu. I took a deep breath and allowed myself to relax. I tuned my own regalia. If anyone knew how it worked, it was me. So why was I so insistent on riding someone else's road? After that, things became a lot more manageable. Watch this, Saint. Lather Road, bubblegum crisis. I grinned childishly as a huge bubble of water formed with both of my heels as the frames. With a leap and a front flip, I slammed it down towards the ocean. I'd made it twice my size, big enough to look like Naruto's Otomura's Nan. The spiraling orb ripped through the ocean's surface tension before detonating with a deafening boom that could be heard for miles. For several seconds, my attack carved a crater the size of a small garage into the ocean. Then the water came rushing back and slapped a column into the air, drenching me again. Yab. Definitely can't use this at home, I said. We'll file this under fuck you in particular tricks, okay, Saint. I cackled like a proper supervillain at the destruction I'd caused. Was the name stupid? Absolutely. But why shouldn't I embrace it? I made steak-flavored apples for fun, dressed up as a bootleg Power Ranger, and planned to build myself a Megazord of my own as soon as I could swing it, because there was no way in hell I was going to settle for just a boring boat. If there was one truth in Shonen, Pokemon, One Piece, and Air Gear all, it was that freedom and self-expression always lent itself to personal growth and power. That's right, fuck what people think. Right, Saint? Porygon. He cheered. No matter how lame I became, it was good to know I'd have the world's greatest duck in my corner. Bubblegum Crisis was actually surprisingly versatile, for something launched out of my heels anyway. I could also choose to spout a torrent of smaller bubbles instead of one large one. I'd probably do that most of the time because an attack like this. I didn't think even the E88's twins could tank hits like this without getting horribly maimed. The smaller bubbles that blew up like grenades were already bad enough. I then started working on a technique of my own. By layering mist at different densities, I could make hazy mist clones, which were a far cry from Spitfire's realistic illusions, but could be an excellent base for them in the future. They looked like hazy silhouettes at the moment, as though someone was standing behind layers of fog and their features couldn't be made out. I likened them to Skitter's own bug clones, useful but not as much as I'd prefer. Although simple and incomplete, combined with my own texturing and invisibility modules, I considered the skill an excellent investment. I also made a third trick, Lather Road, Bubble Prison. It was admittedly just a ripoff of Zabuz's water prison from Naruto, just a stabilized ball of water that could hold a person. Still, what was the tinker of fiction if not the greatest plagiarist of all time? The only difference between his technique and mine was that instead of intentionally suffocating people, I made the insides hollow and swirled the bubble in a way that minimizes friction inside. The idea was to create a jail that offered its prisoners zero leverage. It'd come in handy for non-lethal takedowns if nothing else. I could capture multiple people and take them all out of commission via thunder wave into the bubble. Really, tricks were so much easier when I stopped fighting my own regalia like a stubborn dumbass. All this came after hours of practice that would have been ruinously crippling on several occasions without the help of Recover. The Germa expansion suit was phenomenal. It could withstand hilarious amounts of punishment even without the barrier module. What it couldn't do? It couldn't protect the wearer from himself. If I twisted so hard that I ripped my own spine or landed in such a way that I tore my ACL to shreds, well, that was all internal. A big part of this training exercise was as much about learning my own body's limits as it was about mastering the roads available to me. All things considered, I believed I made great strides. I would have liked to learn more about the Flame Road, maybe even figure out Time and St. Elmo's Crossfire, but I simply didn't have the time. Having a usable repertoire of tricks was more important to me than knowing a single, overwhelmingly powerful finishing move that I wouldn't be able to apply practically. We're doing this again, I told Saint as we skated back to shore. Maybe not every night, but definitely on the weekends. Maybe I can tell Mom I have a sleepover and find an atoll to camp out at or something. Pori, he trilled in affirmation. Next time, once I better mastered Crown Chimera, I'd have Saint come out so we could spar without concern for anyone overhearing us through the tanker. I'm so sorry I couldn't get back to you until now, said the figure on the other line. She was a woman with snow-white hair kept in a tight bun. Over her face was a white and silver mask that complemented her hair and crystal blue eyes nicely. Fractals reminiscent of snowflakes dotted her mask and hairpin and hints of blue glitter accented her rosy cheeks. All told, my first Cape client looked like a fairy tale princess. She was very pretty but the outfit didn't fit with how haggard she looked. There were deep bags under her eyes and a slouch to her posture that she tried but failed to correct. Her makeup was all over the place and it was clear she'd only just rolled out of bed before hastily throwing on her costume so she could be halfway presentable. That's no trouble at all, Glyph, I reassured her. She didn't owe me anything. More importantly, the young woman had legitimate cause to delay. Saint had been thorough in his assessments. I understand people have prior commitments. You were active in a joint mission in Bosnia with the suits and just returned to Canada the night prior. Villain I may be, but well done, Glyph. You did great work out there. She looked visibly surprised. You're well informed. Most people don't even know who the suits are in America. My tech is valuable, I replied simply. To be fair, she wasn't wrong. Without Saint, I wouldn't have a clue either. The only reason Saint found out about her activities was that it wasn't classified. Most guild missions weren't for the sake of international accountability. It's imperative that I know what my clients are up to. While I am primarily interested in business, the one holding my leash is rather particular about who uses my tech. Right, the goat, she said dryly. People still have no idea what kind of thinker they are, or if they're just one person. Hell, I don't think Dragon knows, though I doubt she bothered to dig too deep. And we appreciate her respect for the unwritten rules. In any case, rest assured that you have been thoroughly vetted and deemed heroic enough for me to sell to. Now, if you don't mind, step back from the camera and show me what I'm working with. While you're at it, tell me what you want in more detail if you please. We discussed a shield module but nothing beyond that. She backed away, revealing a svelte young woman clad in a white and blue suit with the same snowflake fractals running along her sides as her mask. There was a complex logo on her breastplate, but she wore little else for protection. The fabric did look sturdy, but I didn't think it was Tinker Tech, probably a stab-resistant weave of some variety. As we talked, I sent Amy a full profile of Glyph's activities as compiled by Saint. Everything save her personal information was there, from her suspected age of trigger to her brief history with the Winter Maples, an independent team from her hometown, and her many missions with the guild. Her cute, Disney princess aesthetic was great for PR, and she started off in mostly non-combat roles but had recently stepped in to fight alongside Narwhal as one of the premier defensive and utility heroines in the organization. She'd shed the ball gown of her early days in exchange for the outfit I was seeing now. All things considered, what she had was a great costume that showed she now favored freedom of movement over simple aesthetics. In a word, Glyph was perfect. She was respectably strong, versatile, and had a nearly spotless career with a demonstrable history of saving lives. She deserved my help, and as annoyed with Amy as I was right now, I didn't think she'd find a problem with me selling to Glyph. Helping out the heroine would be a good way to show Amy I was still committed to our partnership. Okay, that's great to hear, I stopped her. She was a bit chatty, maybe because this was her first commission and she felt a little nervous. Any specific designs you want? She did a final twirl for me, getting into the conversation now. How about a cape? I couldn't resist. It had to be said. The Mim Lords demanded sacrifice. No capes. Why not? I think I can pull it off. No. Capes. You have a cape. Do as I say, not as I do. Isn't the shield tied to your cape? You swish it around to block. And I'll give you something else. Maybe a brooch. I don't see why I can't have a. No. Capes, I declared imperiously. Then I changed the subject to something more productive. What's your current costume made of? I don't know. Dragon had one tailored for me after I sent her my sizes. It's pretty durable though. I haven't had any wardrobe malfunctions. Not good enough. Tear and stab resistant isn't enough for a hero. If your glyphs fail or you need to be up close and personal for whatever reason, you're going to want something more than that. That's why I'm buying a shield thingy. Maybe, but even that's not perfect. Glyph, you're in the big leagues now. That's why you're here, isn't it? Narwhal doesn't fuck around, and I can't imagine someone on her team is going to have the safe missions. That's true, but it'll cost more. It would. It was my job to upsell after all. And? Is that worth your life? Hey. How about you? You're a villain, right? Shouldn't you be afraid I'd come back to beat you with your own tech? Ha ha ha, no. The guild isn't likely to intervene in my affairs unless I go international, and that's not in my plans at the moment. At the moment, she repeated, eyeing me suspiciously. Really, what do you get out of helping a hero? The goat. Yes, the goat, whoever that is. But what do you get out of it? Why work with them in the first place? If you really cared about money, you could probably join up with the elite or something. True, true. I have my own reasons. You'll just have to be satisfied that I'm on the side of angels, sort of, I said with an exaggerated wink, then felt really stupid because she couldn't see through my helmet. Whatever. Dragon's going to go over your tech with a fine-toothed comb to make sure you haven't slipped anything in, you know. Of course. I'm counting on it, in fact. If anything, I'd be very curious to see what she makes of my gear. Now, as I was saying, my own suit is made up of something I call Germa fibers. They're completely bulletproof up to and including most assault rifles. You'd need a sniper round to pierce a shirt made of this. Or a Walker pistol, I didn't say. A big enough impact can still leave bruises and crack ribs, but you won't be bleeding out or anything. It's an additional layer of protection I have beyond the shield module. That does sound nice. I won't have to look like a Sentai Elite cosplayer. Super Sentai, I corrected automatically. The team is themed around the show. And no, I can make you a Disney princess again if you want. She made a face. Yug, no thanks. I need to be a serious hero now. I can't just twirl a wand around and pretend I'm at a ball anymore. Fair enough. Can I interest you in a set of new boots? Boots. Mobility is everything, and these babies will let you walk on air. Or you can add in my ATS, air tracks, to skate faster if you want. Definitely no to the skates. I have horrible balance, I don't even like wearing half-inch heels. I'd just embarrass myself if I wore those skates. The boots though. I've seen videos of you running on air. How long does it last? 6 hours of operational time. After that, give it an hour to charge. How do you charge it? I'll include a canister that your suit collapses into. Just plug it in, it's idiot-proof. Lovely. You know, every time a tinker says that, the world will just invent a better idiot. I snorted. A hero with a sense of humor? My, Canada does make them different. Anywhere not Brockton, you mean? Anyway, you're being awfully generous. Generous? Sweetheart, we haven't even begun to talk about price, I exclaimed. The more I give you, the fatter my paycheck becomes. She let out an audible groan. Lovely, how much is a suit, boots, and shield going to cost me? I leaned forward and steepled my fingers ominously. In lieu of facial expressions, body language was critical to setting the right ambience. And now we're at my favorite part of this conversation. How does a nice, round 8 mil sound? Cheap, right? You're fucking with me, she deadpanned. What kind of trust fund baby do you think I am? Yes, I am. I want to impress upon you the true value of my suit. Once you have it, I can guarantee that it will not require maintenance unless you decide to go wrestle the ash beast or something equally stupid. In fact, the suit is far more likely to outlast you than the other way around. And if you do somehow manage to damage the suit, first 10 maintenance sessions are free of charge. Now compare that with the conventional cost of weapons development borne by standard militaries and governments. Because let's face it, this suit isn't just a suit, it's a weapon. 3D mobility, protection that would make you a high-end brute. This is the kind of thing nations would spend hundreds of millions developing. You're not paying for a fancy new jacket, you're paying for something you'll be trusting with your life. Well, I don't know what to tell you then. The Canadian government doesn't subsidize our costumes, at least not to the tune of millions. And a full member of the guild makes $140,000 Canadian dollars per year unless we contribute something else. I mean, I do, and I make a bit more, but you're crazy if you think I have hundreds of millions to throw around. Or even 8 million. I know what you make. Again, I'm trying to show you monetarily what my suit is worth. She frowned but nodded. Well, that's development. Not production. Each individual weapon is much cheaper even for a conventional military. The development cost isn't the same as the price tag on an individual product. Good, I'm glad you know how to negotiate. Now that you know what it should cost, tell me what you can afford. I quickly ran into a problem. Heroes were poor. Well, not really. They made good money and had their housing and many other costs of living subsidized by the government. But they weren't rich enough to afford even the heavily discounted price I'd laid out. I'd sold the Black Rhino for $200,000. Surely a tailor-made costume had to be worth more than that? Except, that was more than Glyph's entire annual salary and she was understandably not eager to dip into retirement funds or take out a loan, even if she thought Dragon might be willing to do her a solid. In the end, we reached an impasse. I wanted to help her. It was an unambiguously good thing I could do. But it'd mean building a reputation for myself as a bit of a sap, not a real villain. Aren't I already that? I wondered. How much money do I actually need to build a base anyway? The answer was, not this much. Certainly not enough that I couldn't do a good woman a favor. Volume of sale could make up for an individually larger payday. I'm willing to be talked down, I admitted quietly. The businessman in me rankled. Then. Not by you though. Frankly, you've got very little ground to negotiate from. I'll chat with the goat. There are things they can do for me that might sweeten the pot. Oh, okay. I'll get back to you soon. Yeah, thanks for hearing me out. Likewise, Glyph. For what it's worth, you do good work and I honestly do want to help you. I cut the call and sank into my seat. Ugh, why is everyone so poor, Saint? He typed into the computer, they are not. Statistically, the average Canadian has a median income of $27,500, maker-trainer. Glyph is actually quite wealthy compared to the vast majority of Canadians, sir. Could it be that you have unrealistic expectations? Probably. What will you do now, maker-trainer? Will you speak with Amy? No, I said she can have a say in who I sell to, but I'm not going to let her set the price. If I did that, she'll make me give my tech away for free. You told Glyph you would speak with the goat. That's you, I said semi-truthfully. The goat is anyone that isn't Creed, or really an excuse for me to behave one way or another. Do you still intend to sell to Glyph? Of course. I guess I need to give myself some time to be convinced. I mean, even 50 grand is probably too much for her to comfortably afford, never mind the millions I should be charging. This is likely. Considering the cost of living and any extenuating circumstances, $50,000 is likely to be a significant sum of her savings and represent multiple years of disposable income, Saint typed into the chat. He then brought my attention to several studies on economic trends and the spending habits of a mid-20s woman in stressful occupations. That's what I was afraid of. What do you suggest, Saint? How can I help heroes while still being a mercenary? I do not know, maker-trainer. A mercenary mindset which prioritizes personal gain is fundamentally contrary to altruism. Things aren't quite that black and white. I can make money and advance my own tech tree while still doing good in the world. It's a balancing act. Which I guess is the whole point. Thanks, Saint, it helps talking to you. A pleasure, Maker Trainer. I look forward to the balance you set. Author's note. Remember when gym class heroes used to be on at every goddamn school dance? The 2010s man. Not gonna lie, I still listen to them sometimes for nostalgia, and because I haven't cleaned out my Spotify in about that long. Saint Erasmus of Formia, whose name sounds way cooler than its abbreviation, is the patron saint of sailors, and St. Elmo's fire was a phenomenon first recorded by sailors atop masts. They believed it was a warning from God of storms on the horizon, hence a sign that their patron was looking out for them. Glyph's appearance and powers were heavily inspired by the Schnee family from RWBY. There is very little information about Glyph in canon besides that they're a frontline combat-capable member of the guild, not even their gender, so I just went with whatever came to mind first. Edna. Mode. For real though. $140,000 CAD is way high. Search 3.15. 2010, November 16th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Hey, Bryce, got a minute? Dean called as I got out of English Lit. I'd been looking forward to finishing up a few more commissions so I could get big rig to make me more fabricators and drones. Alas, Dean seemed rather insistent on a quick chat. I turned to our ever-upright student Prez with a smile. Yo, what's up, Dean? You need something? Not me personally. Walk with me a bit. Sure, why not? He nudged me towards his Acura TSX. Is there something going on between you and Amy? I'm sorry. I blinked in surprise. That wasn't where I expected this conversation to go. I had multiple excuses and deflections for any suspicions he might have concerning Creed, my after-school activities, or even should he think I had the hots for Vicky, but not this. In hindsight, this should have been obvious. Dean wasn't the best at interpreting his power, but he was at least sensitive enough to discern emotional distress, even if he had no way of knowing the details. You and Amy. She's been scowling a lot lately whenever she looks at you. Dean, she's always scowling, I waved off his concern. I love Ames, but grumpy is kind of her default state of being. Fine, she's scowling more than usual. And she's generally happier when you're around, he said. He ran a hand through his hair and gave me a sheepish smile. I'm not blind, you know. Amy doesn't like that Vicky and I are together, never has, really. So I think I've gotten pretty good at telling her moods apart. You used to make her happy. I stared at him skeptically. Really? I'm serious, Bryce. Can we stop pretending Amy Dallin is the embodiment of the Grinch? Yes, she's moodier than other girls, but let's not act like she's incapable of happiness. I'm not. It's the part where I'm involved that's the novelty. Well, you are. Or were. She puts on a show, but she liked trading insults with you. And then now you're not. I just want to know what happened. Did you ask her out and get rejected or something? I looked at him carefully. Dean Stansfield was as conventionally handsome as a high school boy could be. He had a strong jaw and deep, expressive brown eyes framed by wavy brown hair. His appearance was a tool as useful as his power. He had a way of looking so damn caring, like telling him to stop being nosy would somehow make me the bad person. Worst of all, I knew what he could do and I still couldn't hate the guy. He genuinely wanted to repair a perceived rift between his friends. Anyone ever tell you that you're really nosy, Dean? I deflected. All the time, he said with a wry smile, but if caring too much is my big character flaw, so be it. Now stop deflecting. I considered my friend. I had to play into his perception of me. What was his power seeing in my aura? Irritation, with him for sure, and not a little with Amy. Frustration that I couldn't do more for Saba without replacing her dad's heart with an it. And, if I was honest with myself, satisfaction that I received confirmation from Gallant that my efforts to befriend Amy were bearing fruit. What do you want me to say, Dean? Amy and I had a fight. It happens. Friends disagree sometimes. What was it about? Can I help? I rolled my eyes. Having Dean Stansfield button on our tiff? Yeah, that'd make Amy want to concede. Not a chance in hell. Look, you just told me Amy didn't like you. Do you really think you being nosy would help anyone? She's more likely to dig in her heels because of you than talk things out. And no, this isn't because of a bad date or anything like that. What about Vicky? I could maybe get her to play the middleman. Nope. Never. Dean, I get that you're trying to help, but the last thing I want is for Amy to think I'm trying to manipulate her using her sister. If she thought I was using her captivation with Vicky to get what I wanted from her. Never mind starting back at square one, I'd be in so much shit I may as well build a castle out of it. Just trust that we can hash this out ourselves, alright? Alright, fine, just don't be afraid to come to me or Vicky if you need a second opinion. Right, thanks for caring, I said as I tapped his windshield. I surprised myself a bit, I meant it. Dean cared and it was. It was refreshing in its own way. In a city where empathy was an endangered species, here was a boy who did his level best to make everyone around him happy. Did that make him a people pleaser? Yes. It certainly wasn't a good thing, but I couldn't quite hold it against him as a fault either. We parted and I stuck by the library for a bit so I could schedule my third tutoring student, some kid by the name of James O'Melveny. He said he just wanted a tutor to help him cram for finals, which was great because I also only wanted a student for the end of the semester. I just made it to my lab when Amy called. I answered and pointed the camera facing down. Ames? Sorry, I'm not dressed. What's up? Dude, most people have the decency to not answer the phone while jerking off, she sniped. That was probably a good sign? I activated my quick change canister and pulled the camera to my face. Very funny. This about Saba's dad or Glyph? Both, she paused. I'm really glad you're helping Glyph. So am I. She's a good person, take it from the guy who knows what she had for breakfast last Wednesday. That's kinda creepy. My background investigation was very thorough. I know where she worked, more or less everyone she's ever fought alongside and against, and could probably make a more than fair guess at her identity, not that I ever would without damn good reason. Anyway, she does good work. I'll give her a hefty discount. That's good. You're really serious about the only selling to heroes thing. Of course I am, Ames. We made a promise, and what is creed if not a promise? Yet. She shuffled nervously. So. About Saba's dad. I could already tell the answer by the guilty look on her face. Amy. Hear me out. You said that when Saba triggers, she becomes a hero, right? No, she technically becomes a villain actually. Yet, but a villain like you? Not like Hook Wolf. I'm not seeing the relevance here but yes. The city goes to shit and she gets put in a position where she holds territory and protects people under her rule. What happens for the city to get like that? Bakuda. Coil. E88. Leviathan. A part of me wanted to tell her, blow her mind with the sheer magnitude of everything that was coming, but I couldn't risk it. I took a deep breath and shrugged helplessly. Dossier, remember? Not a movie. Besides, not a single dossier mentions me, which means you die. Oh, Bryce. What? No. Why is your first conclusion that I die? And it's creed. Use the name, woman. Oh, relax, Vicky's out with Dean and Dad's shooting the breeze with Neil. Mom won't be home until 8 at least, she scoffed. And because you're a big deal in the city. If your power doesn't mention you then it's because you're not there. Or, I've left the city for some reason. Or here's another idea, I'm my own blind spot. The dossiers are filled out as though I was never around to make changes. Oh, that makes sense. Don't go killing me off just cause you're upset with me, Pan, I scoffed. Point being, since my power gives me intel without my involvement, a lot of events might change. Well, Saba's a good person who tries to do what's right is what you're saying, right? Yet? So? Please don't tell me you think we should let her trigger because you want her to be a net positive for the city. Hey, you said it yourself, she protects a lot of people. Yet. People I could just as easily protect in her place. What about her fashion? Didn't you say she wanted to unmask one day to make a comment on racial discrimination in the industry? She can't do that without getting famous as a cape. That whole plan's idiotic. Sure, let's pretend to be white and blonde then suddenly take off my mask and show a city full of Nazis that I'm Arabic. What part of that plan sounds healthy to you? Her girlfriend, Amy tried. She was starting to sound desperate now. You said she'll meet her girlfriend who's also a cape. Would she meet her if she didn't have powers? That brought me up short. Lily was important. Not only was she one of the few good people in the world, she was genuinely vital to any attempt at Sion's life. Having Parian in my corner would also make getting my hands on foil a far easier task in the future. I immediately hated myself the moment I thought about it. I wasn't thinking Saba could have a mostly happy ending, I was thinking I could charm Lily to my side by manipulating Saba. Some friend I was. Amy, enough. You call me on my bullshit. It's what you do and I love you for it. So let me do the same for you, I said softly. I took off my helmet so she could meet my eyes. Not Creed and the goat, here and now, we were Bryce and Amy again. You're telling me all these reasons but you don't believe a word of it. No more excuses. No more justifying why you won't fix Saba's dad. This isn't about who Saba is or who she might become anymore, tell me about you. A dozen emotions flashed across her face, too fast for me to read. She took a shuddering breath. Like this the perpetual bags under her eyes looked even more pronounced, bloodshot in a way that said she'd been crying. I can't, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. I can't. Bryce. Does your power tell you what my rules are? It does. No brains. No biokinesis beyond healing. No payment or commissions. Yet. 3 rules. I once healed someone in the street, you know, back when I first got my powers. I couldn't leave the boardwalk for 4 hours. That's not what we're talking about, Amy, I rebuked gently. The real tragedy of it all was that I could see a lot of parallels between Saba and Amy. Amy herself had triggered when she thought Vicky would die to the chorus. Please tell me what's wrong. I'm afraid, okay. She yelled with surprising force. I'm scared. Scared that if I heal her dad, I'll never be finished. Scared that breaking one rule will make breaking all the others easier. Do you have any idea what it's like? When I touch people, I don't just see a button in my mind I push to make them better, Bryce. I get ideas. I want to give them subdermal armor to reinforce their organs. I want to make acid pods that clear blood vessels on their own. I want to split their hearts into 12 different pumps in their bodies so they never have to worry about one going down. I want to make them like Crawler. She took huge, staggering gulps of air as she tired herself out. I'd never seen this side of her before. I knew this was hiding beneath, but I wasn't ready for the explosion of emotion. She kept herself so closed off normally, wearing her scowl and sarcastic wit like a suit of armor against the world, or perhaps to protect the world from her own perceived imperfections. She couldn't be panacea right now. For that matter, I didn't think being Amy Dallin was a good thing either. She needed to be Amelia, a fresh slate, someone with no reservations or burdens. And that's okay. I admire you. I respect you. That hasn't changed, Amy. Do you remember when I said you aren't your father? I spoke gently. She sniffled and nodded shakily. Well, you're not Carol either. Nor are you your power. They're parts of you, but none of them define who you are. You set those rules, but they don't have to be an anchor dragging you down. You can choose. I believe in you. Really? I believe in you. You sound like a bad Protectorate Pals episode. Maybe, but that doesn't make it untrue. Amy looked down at her hands, utterly exhausted. She whispered finally, Why? Why do you believe in me? You know what I can do. Better than you do, I thought wryly. The shadow of the Red Queen loomed overhead, but I'd already promised myself not to let it take hold. She wouldn't ever be that person if I could help it. I do. I know. And I refuse to let who you might become weigh down the person you are now. Promise. I promise. Bryce. Yes, Amy. When does it stop? She asked quietly. You'll say this is the only one, but will it really? I frowned in thought. She wasn't wrong to think that. Eventually, I'd develop healing tech on my own. Hell, I could heal myself already, and others too if I wanted to unveil my trademark interface. But what if something happened to Sierra or Mom before that? I'd happily come clean and tell them about Aura. What about Michelle, Sierra's other friend? She'd been good to me too. Would I ignore her personal tragedies simply because I didn't think she'd trigger? Because she wasn't narratively important? Would I be willing to out myself to her? I asked myself the question and once again found that I didn't like who I was. But in the end, I wasn't ready to tell Saba. Or a hypothetical Michelle. I tried to hear the words Amy wasn't saying. Her problem wasn't with healing someone with a heart condition, of course not. Her problem was that the request came from me. I was a friend, maybe her very first friend that wasn't part of New Wave since she got powers. Hell, maybe even her only friend. I heard the unspoken accusation, are you using me too? How long until the next time? Will you abandon me if I don't do what you want? I'd never seen her this vulnerable before. I doubted anyone else had either. I can't push her, I realized. It was like a bucket of ice water dropped on my head. If I push her any further, she'll close herself off. Everything I worked for goes up in smoke. I racked my brain for a solution. I wanted to help Saba, but the thought of losing Amy was viscerally unpleasant. I cared for her. Somewhere along the line, she'd changed from my moral leash and compass to someone I was proud to call a friend, someone I didn't want to lose. You won't lose me, Amy, I promised her. I won't stop being your friend. I won't make our friendship transactional either. It's easy to say that. A compromise. What? A compromise. You're my friend, and so is Saba. I want to see her happy, but I also don't want to make demands of you. Then what, Bryce? No commissions, fine. Saba's dad has a heart condition. He's been in and out of the hospital for months now. Would you be willing to visit the cardiology ward after every shift? Heal a few extra people before you head out. I looked at her pleadingly. This was it. This was the best I could think of in the moment. If she said yes, there would be a good chance Saba's dad would get caught up in the healing. If she said no. 1 breath. Then 4. Then finally, she said with a watery smile, no commissions. I could do that. Heart disease is awful even if it doesn't kill right away. It's not weird for Panacea to pay a few visits. A wave of relief washed over me. Thank you, I said sincerely. I know what I'm asking. Thanks for listening, Amy. Yeah. Bryce. Yes, Amy. We're cool. I couldn't stop a snort of laughter. I waved my hands apologetically at her scowl. Sorry, cool. After that heart-to-heart, you're going with we're cool. Fuck you, Bryce. I was being serious. I know. And yes, Amy, we're cool. Even if you sound super lame. Shut up. And remember to give Glyph a discount. She snapped before ending the call. Just before she did, I thought I could spy the ghost of a smirk. Give Glyph a discount, hey? I was already planning on it, but I guess it wouldn't kill me to be extra generous, just this once. Maker Trainer's biorhythms show signs of relief, Saint typed into my laptop. You could say that. Will you proceed with making Saba's father an artificial heart? That was something I'd been considering. Air Gear did have artificial organs. In fact, there was a villain who replaced his lungs with a variant of the Rumble Regalia. He was powerful enough to face Lind on even ground, though he did end up losing in the end. Modifying the Remjet into a set of miniaturized pumps to replace a human heart wasn't impossible. Strip away all the combat techniques and what I'd be left with was effectively just a better version of any artificial heart on the market. I could probably make it look less disgusting than the literal turbines Arthur had coming out of his chest, but some exhaust was necessary. That kind of energy couldn't be stored in the human body safely, at least, not as I was now. No, I told Saint, Saba would never go for it. A part of me wants to kidnap her dad and give him a new heart, but that won't solve her problem. If anything, the stress is more likely to force a trigger and I'll gain a mortal enemy where I was trying to make a friend. She would hate Creed even if you solved her problem? That's likely. It's not only important to solve problems, but to solve them the right way. That seems needlessly complicated. It is. Now come on, I want to spend the rest of my specialization mastering the roads. I think I have enough on my plate without adding even more to it. Saint jumped out of the computer and into my arms. Soon, we were racing along the tanker hold. I couldn't use Bubblegum Crisis without causing enough noise to wake the dead, but I could practice making what I'd begun to call mist clones. The two of us played an elaborate game of tag using thunder waves, protects, and mist clones until we tired ourselves out by dinner. My family and I sat around the dinner table, the TV set at a quiet drone in the background. Sierra, in a sudden bout of industriousness, decided she wanted to try her hand at making something edible. The resulting loaded mac was, surprisingly not awful. So, what do you think? She asked with a smug grin on her face. Can your big sis cook or what? It's mac and cheese with stir-fried onions and chorizo mixed in. Let's not get a swelled head, sissy. PSH, you're just jealous. Children, my mom said tiredly. Must you two bicker? I just want Bryce to say my food is tasty. Fine, stop pouting. It's good, I said with a small smile. Finally, it's like pulling teeth with you. I'm your kid, bro. Deflating your ego is practically my sworn duty. Yet. We fell into a comfortable silence, only for the contents of the news to fill the void. This just in, a violent confrontation between the Empire and ABB ravaged Charlton Boulevard north of Westmark Lane. 17 gang members engaged in what police on the ground are calling a turf war, which only ended with the arrival of ABB Lieutenant O.N.I. Lee. We will not go to our camera crew on the ground to spare you the graphic aftermath, but the battle resulted in the deaths of 8 suspected members of the Empire and 3 suspected members of the ABB. The gangs dispersed shortly after. We have reached out to the PRT for comment but have received no word as of this live broadcast. By our count, this is the latest of 4 violent conflicts between the rival gangs in the past month and the first time a Cape Lieutenant has directly involved himself. We here at BB News strongly urge all to avoid the area should you be commuting from work. Hey, where is Charlton Boulevard? I asked curiously. I hadn't even realized there were 4 such conflicts, though I supposed if this was the first with a Cape, the others couldn't have been too bad. A little southwest of Winslow, Mom answered me. She twirled her fork into her bowl of mac with concern. I know people who live around there. Call them and make sure they're all right. I think I will after dinner. I finished up dinner and volunteered to wash the dishes since Sierra cooked. As I ran the dishes through soapy water, I wondered what caused this. The gangs were always squabbling, it wouldn't be Brockton otherwise, but that didn't mean there wasn't a cause. Typically, These things were small and mostly non-lethal. People didn't just drop dead every time some pimp or drug dealer wanted to expand to another street corner or back alley. Things were shifting in the background. The Brockton Bay I thought I knew was eroding away as the butterfly that was my presence flapped its wings. Author's note. There is a distinct chance that Dean thinks that if Amy gets laid, she'll stop mad-dogging him and Vicky. It wouldn't work, but Dean sees what he wants to see, which is kind of the problem with the guy. Hi cha, low WIS. Ugh, still bad with emotions. Here's the expected angst of Amy being Amy. On the plus side, I think this chapter is a hell of a shift from the beginning of the story when Bryce wanted to let the chips fall where they may. In the months since the start of the school year, he's thoroughly been shaken from his apathy, at least where his friends are concerned. Even weeks after writing this, I still don't know how I could have done better, just that I'm not satisfied with the scene. Does that make sense? Anyway, here's your animal fact. In 2007, a 16-year-old boy was stabbed through the heart by a needlefish while diving in Vietnam. These fish are roughly a foot long, with needle-sharp bills, and are known to fly out of the water like darts when startled. Though 2007 is the one that's lethal, it's not the only instance of fish doing the spearing. In 2004, someone took a fish through the eye socket. In 2009, another man had one pierce his nasal cavity. And that is why the ocean sucks. Interlude 3.15.5, Various. Melanie Fitz. 2010, November 9th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I looked out over the Palanquin dance floor as I filled in an acquisition form for yet more liquor. The club was a never-ending gullet. More than $7,000 per month on alcohol alone, never mind food, payroll, utilities, and other costs of business. Luckily for me, the club was also a highly profitable business, especially in a city like Brockton Bay. It wasn't uncommon for the Palanquin to rake in upwards of $36,000 per month. And of course, that was discounting my other activities. The last mission had been a relatively easy one. I'd chosen it specifically so I could test out Creed's tech in the field. The mission was a simple matter of theft and corporate espionage. We were tasked by a mid-sized robotics and computer manufacturing company to steal relevant files on proprietary technology from Yale University's computer engineering labs. The client wanted files on what was supposed to be a new model of photolithography machine. From what little I could glean about the tech, it was a machine that made microchips on silicon semiconductors. The technology was old, but the new model was inspired by a more advanced variant used by some tinker or other that could consolidate and integrate more circuitry in a much smaller area. By acquiring the schematics, and preventing the university from patenting and selling it to their competitors, they hoped to corner the market while jump-starting their own R&D branch. The job was a bit of a departure from our standard missions, contraband delivery and bodyguarding, but I felt that we were well equipped to handle it. It was a simple, straightforward job that didn't even have us leaving New England. The mission itself went off without a hitch, though there was a minor bit of trouble in the aftermath. I was impressed with Creed's bug box, the all-purpose digital lockpick that he claimed could bypass any electronic lock in seconds. The university's state-of-the-art security was rendered helpless, and without leaving the slightest sign of forceful entry. Securing the paper files in the lab director's room was a simple matter of picking the lock and making copies before storing them into my expanded bag. The electronic files ended up being equally easy to acquire when Neuter found the man's password taped to his monitor, like an idiot. Though to be fair, Yale CS 2011 was hardly going to stop a dedicated thief. He probably never bothered changing whatever the IT department gave him. Our mission completed without any snags, we returned back to our hotel room. The next day, when we were getting ready to head home, the heroes found us. They were led by a thinker named Intuit, a minor thinker who received varying intensities of shivers and goosebumps when he stepped near events he found morally objectionable within 24 hours. He could also use that power to track the culprit apparently. I considered the likelihood that he'd be around the lab to be negligible, but looking back on the circumstances and his age, he was likely a student or lab tech at the university. In hindsight, I should have prepared for such an eventuality. Fortunately for us, Labyrinth was having a good day. Gregor, Neuter, and I held the local team off for several minutes, giving her the chance to set the stage. She turned the hotel into a giant maze made of sandstone bricks reminiscent of the tombs found in the Valley of Kings. We phased through the walls while the Protectorate had to break through or go around. In the end, we were able to reach our rental car and make our getaway, leaving them stuck and waiting for reality to reassert itself. That was admittedly closer than I'd have preferred, and all because of chance. As powerful as she was, I did not enjoy inserting Labyrinth into our missions. I knew she was more aware than most assumed, but that didn't mean I could shake the near-instinctive need to view her as a little sister that needed to be protected. In that sense, her shield module and invisibility cloak were a huge source of relief for me. With them, it was possible for her to sit around and change the battlefield as she pleases while remaining all but undetectable. That extra protection was something I wanted for the rest of my team, but I wasn't certain if I could get Creed to accept more commissions from me. He promised to give commissions through me priority, and while he did seem like he valued his word, it wasn't lost on me that he had distanced himself from me somewhat. No, I was not in the habit of self-delusion. Creed had outgrown me. I'd initially thought I could have a tinker on call for years thanks to Newter's initial kindness and our deal over Harvey's, but he managed to surpass what I could provide him in a short few months. I wondered which it was. Had the goat reached out to Creed after our deal? Or had Creed acted independently before the goat reprimanded him? Ever since he'd made his association with the mysterious thinker public, he'd acted with a more heroic lean. That he had two catalogs was telling. Creed was a hero, or at least heavily influenced in that direction. Question was, where did that leave our relationship? I was brought out of my thoughts by a phone call from a familiar name, Coyle. He'd called twice before, the first to ask for my services and the second to pass on a commission request to Creed. I'd refused the former and Creed hadn't even considered the latter. The young tinker had been uncharacteristically emphatic about not forwarding any requests from Coyle, no matter the promised price, and had suggested I too have nothing to do with him. Fault line speaking, I said, voice firm and crisp. Evening, fault line. Coyle's voice was smooth, deep, and buttery like a man trained to be an orator from a young age. It sounded a little too oily for a villain. No one in our line of work should sound so charismatic. Congratulations on a job well done. Coyle. What can I do for you? I have a proposal for you. I don't take on jobs in the city. You know that already. Nor would I ask that of you, he said smoothly. I do have a different business proposition, fault line. I rolled my eyes skeptically. Coyle was every bit the snake he dressed as. He did however have deep pockets, as well as a professional demeanor about his organization that I appreciated. It likely spoke poorly of the city that Coyle's organization was the best of the gangs, but that chaos was part of why I moved here in the first place. Go on then. What is it? I would like to purchase information from you. As I understand it, the goat is a thinker with designs on this city in the form of their proxy, Creed. I would like to know more about them. That is not an unreasonable request, I admitted. In hindsight, it was a little surprising that it had taken a gang leader this long to approach me. I decided to press him on it. What changed? You could have come to me when Creed first appeared. Why the sudden interest? Hardly sudden, fault line. I like to consider myself a man who is well informed of local powers, so when a tinker with the resources Creed has appeared out of the blue, well, that was reason enough to begin digging. But you've dug up nothing. Indeed. Creed's organization is exceptionally well hidden. As Creed seems to have spurned my attempts at communication, I have decided to look for the goat directly. You're not alone in that, I told him honestly. It wasn't as though I hadn't tried to find more information myself. And like Coyle, I'd unearthed absolutely nothing. It was enough to make me wonder if the goat existed at all. And yet, they existed. Beyond Creed's own word on the matter and ridiculous crime spree that no sane villain would attempt otherwise, the fact that he was willing to split his catalog between heroes and civilians implied outside influence, not to mention the information alluded to on Creed's first faux post. It garnered an unusual response from Miss Militia of all capes, which indicated either a talented hacker who could access her personal files or a social thinker who could read the normally unflappable woman. Then you can understand the frustration. In the interest of full disclosure, I suspect the goat of being a powerful thinker capable of discerning the underlying mechanics behind powers. How so? I hadn't realized they'd given the game away. Quiet chuckles sounded through my phone. They did. Are you aware that Kidwin finally found his specialization? The ward? No, I didn't know that. It's good business for mercenaries like myself to stay away from the wards. True enough. Then allow me to share, Kidwin was given a set of Legos by Creed, perhaps because he felt his faux post wasn't being taken seriously. He discovered his specialization, modularity, that same day after playing with those blocks. You're certain? That sounds ludicrous. I am confident in my sources, yes, he said dryly. Either Creed himself has a second thinker power, or the goat instructed him to assist Kidwin. I would like to know why. I quirked a brow in interest. That was unusual. Was the goat the type to hate being ignored? Most people were, thinkers especially. It was possible that they urged Creed to act when they realized the PRT wouldn't follow through on that cryptic faux thread. Or perhaps they never intended for the PRT to act on the original post and only posted a month in advance just to prove how great their power was. I scoffed. Thinkers. Egomaniacs, the lot of them. It wasn't worth trying to wrap my head around their thought process. That explains why you want the information, not why I'd want to dig deeper. As I mentioned, I've already failed on that front. I am willing to provide 10 grand per piece of useful intel, no matter how small, as a base. 25 for any indication of the goat's true motives. A full 100 for details on their power and location of their headquarters. I stilled. That's a lot of money. I do not like unknowns, fault line. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to decline. As lucrative as this sounds, I wouldn't know where to begin searching. I told you already, I've already exhausted my own network trying to find out more. Not all of your network. I understood what he was getting at immediately, Creed. I could just ask him to put me in touch. In fact, I was probably the only person in the city whose request might not be rejected offhand. It was a tantalizing proposition, and not just because Coil had deep pockets. It wasn't lost on me that the goat knew powers, and in a way that had stumped the PRT. If they could help a tinker like Kidwin figure out his specialization, what else did they know? Did they know where Case 53's came from? Or maybe they had a way of finding out a cape's personal history. Or, dare I hope, some secret that might hint at reverting back? I shook my head. It was unlikely in the extreme. It was far more likely that the goat's understanding of powers was narrow and applied only to tinkers, which would explain how they earned Creed's loyalty so quickly. But what if they know more? A niggling thought in the back of my mind whispered. Could I deny that chance? Could I deny my family even the slightest chance at closure? If not Neuter and Gregor, perhaps they could advise me on how to keep more present? That alone would be priceless. Pressing Creed for a consultation could get me his enmity with nothing to show for it. Or it could change everything. I wouldn't have to tell Coil anything. No, the payout would be icing on the cake. Now that the idea was in my head, I couldn't readily dismiss it. Creed was a valuable connection, maybe even a friend, but my goal has always been singular, the secrets behind Case 53's. I'll consider it, I told him finally. No promises. Of course. Good day, fault line. Consider this a standing offer. The moment the call cut out, I called everyone to my office. They arrived a minute later. Gregor strolled in with his typical grace that belied his size. As he crossed the door, Neuter hopped to the wall and scurried along the ceiling before flopping down onto his favorite couch. Elle was comparatively more sedate. She carried a Rubik's Cube in her hand, having something to fiddle with helped her concentrate. This was my team, my family. Creed was a valued ally, but the goat could be a precious font of new information. I had to at least run the idea past them. Everyone, I have a proposal for you all. X. Brian Laborn. 2010, November 17, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I paced around the base, trying to clear my head. Things were getting hot, hotter than I was comfortable with. Yesterday, the news talked about a shootout between the ABB and E88 that ended with the arrival of ONI Lee and the deaths of a bunch of gangbangers. It was described as the proof of mounting tensions despite the best efforts of the Protectorate, tensions that we'd strained. I'd had my doubts about targeting Hukulf's dogfighting rings before but went ahead with the attacks on the boss orders. He had us attacking the Empire almost exclusively now. They were morally guilt-free targets, hell, basically a public service even, so what did it say that these jobs made me more anxious than anything else we'd done so far? It's exactly what you're thinking, Tats, Lisa now that she was out of costume, said. She sat at the kitchen table, sipping some blend of herbal tea that was supposed to be good for migraines. I doubted it'd help, nothing ever did. She continued when I looked over. Empire sent people into the area to scope us out. ABB didn't take kindly to it. ONI Lee sent a message. Thought the gig was too good to be true. Just because we vanished in smoke didn't mean people couldn't tell the general direction we disappeared to. Our hideout was technically near ABB territory, even the skinheads could put two and two together. She snorted. $100 for each dog freed? Per person? Yeah, no shit, Brian. So the boss is trying to what? Start a war. Probably. He doesn't tell me everything. Guess, then. Your hunches are usually right. Ah, thanks, boss, love you too, she said with her trademark teasing smirk. As much as she liked to make light of it, stroking her ego really was the best way to get her to cooperate. It was like managing Aisha, but admittedly smarter and with less drug money involved. So yeah, boss wants us to fight Hook Wolf. Or get Hook Wolf to act more blatantly. He's not selling us out or cutting us loose. But yet, he's making us goad the most violent faction in the Empire. Why? I spat. We're not a combat team. Is anyone our age? She retorted with a shrug. As for why, one word, Creed. He wants to start a gang war because Creed said he'd come down on any instigators. He didn't say that. He said he'd keep the balance, which isn't quite the same thing. But basically, yes. He wants Creed to act. I'm guessing because he wants to know more about his new abilities. Guy's been building, fast. That couldn't be it. That seemed too simple? Or maybe too high level for us. I didn't know which, but it felt like there should be more. And where are we in all this? You know that already. We're the match that lights the fuse. He'll probably have us back off once the ABB and Empire are at war. He's stoking a long fight. Maybe? I think he'd be happy with Creed taking on Hookwolf and Oni Lee. If Creed shows, and he wins, the boss gets a better idea of his tech. If Creed shows and dies, the GOAT loses their agent in this city. If Creed doesn't show, then everyone knows his ultimatum was just hot air. No matter what happens, the boss gets to see some chinks in the ABB and Empire armor. He wins either way. And now that Oni Lee got involved, Kaiser has to throw capes at the problem or he seems weak, I sighed. I was no thinker, but it wasn't like I was ignorant of the city's geopolitics either. Image was just as important as power, and Kaiser, the man, cared about image. Yup. Even if he doesn't do anything, Hookwolf will. He's the impatient type, and that means Storm Tiger and Cricket will likely move with him. At this point, Kaiser can't give orders he knows won't be followed. The boss is playing this city like a fiddle. All this just for Creed, hey. Not just for Creed. I'm pretty sure the boss wants to take over the city, sees us as investments. Weakening the gangs is the natural way to go. But yet, pretty sure the boss tried to buy tech from Creed without any success. I let out a groan of frustration and walked to the corner. I kept a heavy bag and some weights here, they were good for stress relief if nothing else. 3 jabs. Right cross. Left upper. I lost myself in the pace of my routines. As frustrating as it all was, the boss had all our numbers. By giving us a commission per dog, he turned it into a game for Alec. He didn't care about animals, but he'd help to try to get a high score. Kid wouldn't know caution if it crawled up his ass, I thought. It sometimes felt like he didn't take anything seriously, like life was all a big game to him until that final game over. If he was more serious, he'd try harder when I tried to teach him boxing. And Rachel. The boss had Rachel at the word dog. He probably didn't even need to pay her for her to participate, but did anyway so she could keep her growing illegal shelter funded. Rachel was a remarkably simple girl in that sense, keep her dogs happy and she'd be as loyal as could be, just like a dog. Then there was Lisa. She seemed to do whatever the boss wanted, whoever he was. I didn't know what he was giving her, but whatever it was enough. She knew too much and shared too little, though I gathered that was just a thinker thing. It all left me feeling like I was the leader in name only. I couldn't say no. Even if I wasn't outvoted, there was Aisha to consider. The money I got went to making sure she had clothes, making sure I had a clean apartment I could present to caseworkers. Just a little longer, I told myself. If I can get an apartment set up, I can have Aisha move in with me. Author's note. Just something short to close out the arc and specialization. Mind the dates. Melanie's interlude takes place 2 days after Kid wins. A mid-sized club or bar can spend anywhere from $6,000 to $13,000 per month on alcohol. In 2011, that would be roughly $4,400 to $9,600 after adjusting backwards for inflation. In that sense, Melanie's palanquin is doing quite well, as you'd expect of an alcohol vendor in a city as depressing as Brockton. Yet, Coyle is interested in Creed for sure, but between a tinker who's, sorta, a known quantity and a shady thinker in the background, he's going to fixate on the thinker every time. Call it thinker-induced hubris, but he tends to think highly of people he views as similar to himself. And he sounds so darn reasonable, too. There was supposed to be a faux addition to this, but I decided against it when I realized I got a bit carried away. That omake is spontaneous duck, which is either in the index somewhere or in the separate omake thread, if you're reading this from FNet or AO3. Seal 4.1. 2010, November 18th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Good hustle, Killy. Coach Miller called as I ran by on my 6th of 8 laps. 2 miles was nothing to me at this point, so I just grit my teeth and chalked it up as some extra cardio. Maybe it was small-minded of me, but I couldn't deny a pang of smug satisfaction as I blew past some of my classmates. My performance was mediocre compared to many athletic adults, but it was still tangible proof that my months of rigorous exercise were paying dividends. Coach Miller had pulled us from our regularly scheduled game of flag football for a surprise fitness drill. Apparently, last night, a handful of idiots had tagged the Arcadia Gymnasium. Not with gang signs thankfully, but it pissed off the coach something fierce. As typical of teenagers, no one came forward, not that I knew anything myself. And since the coach was ex-army, he firmly believed in collective punishment. 2 miles, 30 push-ups, 30 sit-ups, 10 chin-ups, and 10 burpees for all. Joy! I heard him yelling at a trio of girls who'd slowed to a half-hearted jog. He threatened to extend our punishment to another 2 days. Whether it was the threat itself or the unanimous glares of everyone in class, they picked up the pace. Once that mess was over, I grabbed a quick shower and headed back out to World Issues with Mrs. Curry. It felt weird, going about my school day normally like this. There was so much going on in the background. Amy was an emotional minefield. Saba desperately needed help. Coyle was doing something. There was a budding turf war between the ABB and E88. I needed to master the Crown Chimera, make Glyph's costume, stockpile materials for my ship, actually design my ship, and more. And I was in school running laps because some chucklefucks tagged the walls. It felt remarkably petty. Sheltered, that was the word, like going to the good school meant we were by default isolated from the broader world. Then again, maybe that was the point. Maybe that was what I needed. A dash of normalcy to balance out the craziness of being Creed and help me keep the knives I was juggling in the air just a little longer. I was walking to class when I felt someone yank on my backpack by the handle, tugging me to the side of the corridor. I turned around to find a short, Japanese girl staring up at me with a cheeky grin. She'd dyed a hot pink streak into her bangs and swept it to the side. "Yo," Grace said, "what's up, Bryce, buddy oh pal?" I quirked an eyebrow. Grace Kanda. We shared math class and she was dating Eric Pelham. She also had an iguana named Lung and brought it to school a few years ago for show and tell, officially making her the ballsiest Asian kid I knew. We knew each other, but more by association than anything. I didn't think we were on casual speaking terms. "Hey, Grace. Nice bangs. Very anime. Thanks. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it or not. I mean, Eric dyes his hair blue but it's a ton of work to maintain, especially since my hair's dark and I need to bleach it first to get the color." I nodded agreeably. "Sounds like a pain. So what's up?" "Oh, my iguana's sick. He's really hacking up a lung. You're really not as funny as you think you are. Bitch, please. I'm hilarious. No need to raise a skink. Puns are the shit-filled ass Sirac of comedy. Puns are the highest form of humor and you are an uncultured rube," she scoffed. "Anyway, iguana ask you for a favor." I let out an exaggerated sigh. "God, fine. Anything to make you stop. You play music, right?" "Yes. Something portable? Like a guitar? Or a uke?" "Guitar. What's up?" "Sadie Hawkins." I stared at her blankly. She stared back at me, realized I had no idea what she was talking about, and threw her hands in the air. "Ugh. This is why you're lonely, Bryce." "Who's Sadie?" "And I'm not lonely. Really, I just spent most of my time talking to my duck, that I totally couldn't show anyone. If anything, I had far too many demands on my time." "The dance? It's the dance where girls ask the guys. And you're asking me? Did something happen between you and Eric?" "Ew. No. Okay, yeah. That one kinda hurt." "No, I mean, you're cool but Eric's one in a chameleon," she tried to diffuse with her terrible humor. "If he thinks you're funny, he'd have to be. Anyway, everyone knows you're Amy's squeeze." "Excuse me?" I squawked. Bryce Kelly wasn't anyone's squeeze. Yet. You went to homecoming with Amy Dallin. You're like the only guy she hasn't threatened to castrate. We're not never mind. What do you want, Grace?" "I want you to play the guitar for me while I serenade my man. Gotta start things off right from the get-go, you know. If I say yes, will you please stop making lizard puns? PSH, I'm a gem. Come on, Bryce, help your favorite gal pal out." "Favorite?" Someone thinks highly of herself. Mama Kanda always said I should have more confidence. Just gotta scale up to greatness, Right. I sighed but couldn't suppress a smile. Grace Kanda had a way about her that was equally infuriating and endearing. Besides, it wasn't as though it'd take any time out of my other projects. I could just bring Dad's guitar to school and play for 5 minutes at lunch. When? How long would it take you to learn the chords to a love song? Depends on the love song. All of Me by John Legend. I looked at her judgingly. Hey, don't knock my song choices. I said nothing. Your face speaks volumes, Buster. Fine, whatever. It won't take me long. Monday at lunch. Sure. Tegu so much. She squealed, then promptly punched my shoulder. I rubbed it with a win-ce. That was probably a type of lizard? Shorty can throw hands. Second Dan karate black belt, bitch, she said with a cheeky grin before skipping off. She called over her shoulder, thanks again, Bryce. I shook my head and walked to class. Hopefully, Amy wouldn't be going to Sadie's this year. I couldn't see her being the type anyway and, if I was being selfish, I wanted her in the hospital as often as possible so she'd treat Saba's dad. I'd told Sierra that Amy spontaneously decided to do a few tours of the cardiology ward and she promised to pass it on to Saba. I'd done what I could, hopefully, something would come of it. X. 2010, November 20th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. The rest of the school week passed with little else of note. The 18th was Dean's birthday, his actual birthday not his party, so Vicky led us in singing our best wishes for him at lunch. She'd also managed to procure a silly hat for him to wear, which he bore with good grace. The cloying sweetness of it all made me want to get checked for diabetes, but I was too scared of Amy at the moment to ask. We did get to commiserate and practice synchronized eye-rolling, so there was that. Thursday and Friday nights were spent designing a ship and making Glyph's costume. There was a lot I could learn from the scale model of the 1000 Sunny I'd made, but I didn't actually want a 1000 Sunny of my own. For starters, I didn't think a 17th century pirate ship would fit in with the image I'd painted so far. Though maybe I could pretend to be a different tinker in the organization. Aesthetics aside, there were plenty of reasons for me to forego a sailing vessel, even one as magnificently crafted as Frankie's masterpiece. It did have a rear-facing cannon to launch itself, but that wasn't enough. I wanted something that could float and fly. It'd take me much longer to build an airship that leaned more sci-fi than fantasy, and air gear wasn't the best specialization for it, but I could sketch out a few designs. All ships had some basic necessities after all, like a command center, engine room, lab, training hall, canteen, storage, lounge, lodgings, and of course, sanitation. I kind of felt like I was playing Kingdom Hearts and designing a gummy ship again, albeit with a bit more practicality in mind. No dildo ships here, no sir. In the end, I swallowed the pill and decided to give it to her for 20 grand. It was criminally low, I was practically robbing myself, but I could do the most good this way. Like with the rich man and the black rhino, I decided to make an advertisement deal with her. The contract stipulated 4 additional conditions. First, the back of her new jacket would be embossed with my emblem, a stylized black sea inside a cobalt blue background and bordered by a sea green hexagon. My name and protect. Simple, clean, and more importantly, impossible to mistake as a cauldron sea. Second, the source of her costume must be a matter of public record. I didn't want the guild to try to hide that she'd gotten the suit from a nominal villain. Third, she was to recommend my services to additional heroes with good records. Her end of this bargain would be considered fulfilled when I completed 3 initial consultations, even if I dropped them for whatever reason. Lastly, she would have a month to test the suit's capabilities before she would be required to complete a video review of my product for the catalog as an additional way to prove I'd sold to a hero and done so in good faith. I contacted her as the GOAT and made the transaction. It was all a bit more involved than I wanted initially, but I couldn't deny that this would be better for me in the long run. More customers, more legitimacy, and an implicit understanding between myself and the White Hats. When I wasn't doodling designs of my eventual ship or Glyph's new suit, I practiced the guitar for grace, brainstormed potential Mirage Road tricks, and picked up some more capoeira techniques. Then I woke up on Saturday morning and my world had completely changed again. There were certain immutable truths about life: humans age and die. Earthbed is a shithole and Brockton Bay is the deepest part of that pit. Matter and energy can neither be created nor destroyed, merely converted from one to the other. Never had that final rule, the first law of physics, loomed over my life so ominously. Rather than a law, it was more like the edict of a tyrannical king, an unconditional, inescapable truth. Equivalent. Exchange. And just like that, my head was filled with ideas. Fancy gloves with the most intricate designs embroidered into the cloth. Unique prosthetics that connected directly to a patient's nervous system. The manipulation of ley lines and dragon veins for use in healing and sympathetic purification arts. The creation of new life at the sacrifice of countless others. The unspeakable horrors inflicted upon fellow man in the blind pursuit of knowledge. Full Metal Alchemist was my specialization for the month and I truly had no idea how I should feel. On one hand, it made material collection trivial. So long as I knew and could envision the chemical and physical properties of any material, I could make it. Wapometal? Sure, why not? Sea stone? Trickier, but definitely doable. Gold? Ha 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 ha, what was wealth? Edward Elric turned several train cars full of coal into solid gold. By the same token, everything I'd done, including the catalogs, meant fuck all. There was so much junk in the boat graveyard that I could easily transmute anything I wanted, with some study. On the other hand, this single specialization had managed to trivialize anything resembling a material pipeline and a part of me hated it. It felt like I'd wasted a shitload of time when I could have spent that learning new techniques. I'd also have to push back my designs on an airship for another month at least. The best I could do was build stockpiles of materials. That's what I should do, I figured. I should learn some general transmutation principles, figure out how to customize some circles, and then spend the month mastering the Pledge and Mirage Regalius. Take a month to become a better rounded martial artist. Except, was that really the best choice? The alchemy I knew of was far more versatile than that. Even if I never learned combat alchemy like Roy Mustang or Louis Armstrong, I could still do a great deal by picking up alchemy, rentenjutsu. Scene's purification arts were nowhere near as comprehensive as Amy's healing, but with it, I could maybe take a load off her shoulders. I can fix Saba's dad by myself. It'd be hard. There were a lot of steps between points A and B. Not to mention, alchemy wasn't some one-size-fits-all solution to medicine. In fact, I could say with confidence as a former PA that much of what was in the manga was just plain wrong. Ed's famous quote, water, 35 liters, carbon, 20 kilograms, ammonia, 4 liters, lime 1.5 kg, phosphorus, 800 grams, salt, 250 grams, saltpeter 100 g, sulfur, 80 grams, fluorine, 7.5 grams, iron, 5.6 grams, silicon, 3 grams, and 15 other elements in small quantities. Was wrong. Hilariously wrong. Never mind that he determined this amount for an adult of average size and not his mother specifically, the fucking midget added 4 liters of ammonia. No fucking wonder the transmutation failed. Then there was that time in Seing's history when they lost 3 generations of Imperials because they all decided to drink mercury like Gatorade. Someone told them that mercury was the key to longevity and that person was either the most idiotic doctor in history or the world's greatest assassin. And this was the parent country of alchemy. I bolted up and booted up my computer before opening several Word documents. On each, I typed the names of different alchemists: Xiao Tucker, Mei Chong, Tim Marco, Hohenheim. Okay. First things first. I'm going to transcribe everything Ames tries and Seing knew about human transmutation. Then I should be able to go through them with a fine-toothed comb and edit out all the incorrect bullshit. Anything I don't remember from my time as a PA, I can probably look up online. After that, I'll have to find out just what's wrong with Saba's dad. Run some scans? Do I need to kidnap him? No. The pledge regalia should be capable of getting me all the information I need. And then I need to actually learn alchemy beyond just book knowledge. Saint materialized out of my computer to the tune of Pac-Man dying. Why he chose that SFX, I had no clue. He vibed with it so I let him be. Pori. I've got a lot of work to do, buddy. Gone. Pori gone, he trilled, shaking his head. He dove back into my computer and my calendar popped into view with today's date circled. Oh, right. Dean's birthday party. Gone. Yeah, I'm going to go. I guess that means I've got a lot of work to do before that. Porygon. Pori. Porygon. He tugged on our bond and I briefly saw the image of an hourglass. How long will it take until I'm good at human transmutation? Gone. Ah, well. Tim Marco alone had enough notes to take up an entire cabinet and then some. Same with Xiao Tucker. Mei Chong didn't have any notes as far as I know, but there's an entire nation's worth of literature to copy. The less said about Hohenheim's shit the better. Even if a lot of basic information is redundant, that's still way too much to type out. I'll have to try out some formulas and whatnot while I do that so. Saint, wanna help me out? Gone. I need mice. Pests that no one will miss. Go to the goal rest and have the fabricator build a cage. And then go hunting so I can jump right into experiments as soon as I'm ready. Think you can do that? Gone. Pori. He vanished into the internet. No doubt he was already halfway there to the laptop in my lab. Just then, I heard Mom call Sierra and I down for breakfast. I worked from 8 to 3 in the afternoon. I stopped briefly for a quick ham and cheese sandwich for lunch but otherwise forced myself to slog through. I felt a bit like a court scribe listening in on a gruesome murder case, except I wasn't getting paid for the mental trauma of recording this shit for posterity. It was equal parts mind-numbingly boring and soul-crushingly horrifying. I began with Tim Marco's research as he was the one we saw working as an actual doctor after unsuccessfully retiring, fleeing, to the countryside. He was, by all accounts, a brilliant man who fixed many of the ills that came with a farmer's rough living. But typing it all out, I was given a grim reminder that every ailment he treated, every injury he mended, he did so on the backs of countless bloody experiments. How long can a man live without a heart? Can you replace the heart with another material? What if you only collapse one chamber? What sorts of chemicals keep a body alive mid-vivisection the longest? Is there a way to chemically fool the nervous system into thinking all the right hormones are triggering? What quantity of blood can force a man to retain higher brain functions? What is a soul? Is there a variance between sexes? Age? I now knew the answers to those questions as well as Dr. Marco ever did. I knew of course that modern medicine was no different. There were some truly horrifying experiments conducted on people. Nazi wartime atrocities did advance science. By the end of the war, they likely knew more about brain anatomy than any other country. Milgram's shock experiment taught the world about humanity's willingness to blindly obey authority figures. Zimbardo's Stanford prison experiment gave us a chilling look at in-group out-group psychology. I learned about them in graduate school as part of my studies, but I'd always been removed from the experience. Modern practitioners reap the benefits of these inhumane experiments while never having sown the seeds. Not so in Ames tries. Tim Marco and others who worked to develop the Philosopher's Stone were at the forefront of scientific understanding. My knowledge of his research came directly from his journals, the same journals Ed read. Copying it all down felt as if I was translating an autobiography with nothing sugar-coated for the masses. I couldn't even pass the buck to Saint. He knew what my specialization was, but he didn't actually have my power. He wasn't the tinker of fiction, he couldn't envision the research notes. And so I was stuck doing it all by hand. I separated the material into 3 categories. The first was garbage. Things I knew for a fact wouldn't work, like introducing mercury into the bloodstream or simple daily observations Marco made regarding his lifestyle as a state alchemist. Some of those were interesting little anecdotes, but they were all useless for research purposes, so I schemed and didn't even bother typing them out. The second was research that was questionable but could have outsized implications. Which hormone regulated a specific immune response? What amperage of electricity was best to stimulate the human heart? I didn't know those answers off the top of my head, so I jotted down his observations and made notes to go back and cross-check them with modern medical journals later. The third category contained information I either could not verify but had to accept as factual, or information I knew to be certain. Most of the former was in regards to alchemy. Which symbol meant what? Why? Why circles? Or triangles? Or some other polygon? How intricate did my writing need to be? Could I engrave it via laser? I was certain other alchemists had their own ideas, but all of this I considered to be valid for the most part. He was still an expert in his field after all. I felt like I'd gone back to my final year of grad school, back when I wrote my thesis on the multicultural causal and preventative factors of suicide ideation with regards to patients recovering from major surgeries. That had been both a fruitful and thoroughly depressing year. By the time I stopped, Dean's birthday party seemed like a God-sent distraction from the general shit show that was alchemy. The worst part of it all was, after 7 hours of solid work, I still had half his shit to get through. Then several more alchemists. Then cross-referencing and validating their research, both with each other and with my understanding of modern medicine. And then of course came the practical application of it all. Maybe I'd then go about forging Mei Chang's little kunao so I could heal at a distance. Through it all, I came to one critical realization: Amy Dallin must never read my journal. Even if I brought her to the goal rest again, I'd have to be careful with my information. Fortunately, Full Metal Alchemist came with some interesting ciphers. Alchemical knowledge was a closely guarded secret, even among alchemists, and it wasn't unusual for alchemists to develop their own ways of disguising their research. Many of them were incredibly complex and nearly impossible to decode for anyone who lacked the same frame of reference. Marco's was relatively simple, a series of recipe books for what seemed like innocuous cooking recipes. Even that had taken the Elric brothers working together a full 10 days to decipher. Ed disguised his research as a series of travel logs that were so intricate that not even Al, who traveled with him, could read it. Hell, Roy Mustang had an entire system that masked his research as names of women and dates he'd been on. It had made him infamous as the Playboy Colonel, though Riza Hawkeye, his aide-de-camp and daughter of his alchemy instructor, was likewise fluent. It allowed him to chat in public about how pretty Josephine's eyes were or what flowers Stacy liked best, all while carrying out clandestine missions. Note to self, I muttered as I tucked Dean's present in my backpack. Make a cipher that'll keep Amy from reading further out of sheer humiliation. X. The Stansfields didn't live in the good part of town. It'd be more accurate to say they built the good part of town. As the largest real estate development, management, and holding company in the state and one of the largest in New England, they quite literally owned a sizable chunk of the city. Oh, it was covered up using proxy property management companies, investment groups, joint ventures, and the like, but the Stansfield Holding Company was one of the entities at the end of the paper trail if you followed it long enough. Compared to that, Dean's house was fairly mundane. It was definitely on the pricey end of things, with 5 rooms, a deck, and a sprawling backyard with a pool, but nothing I'd expect of a multimillionaire. He lived in a gated community near the southern end of the city, about 10 minutes away from the downtown area by car and only a quick drive to Boston. Wow, and I thought we were well off, Sierra whistled as she waited for the gate guard to let us through. We are. There's a difference between upper middle class and actually rich. True that. Hey Bryce. Yo. Thanks, she said with a soft smile. I know Panacea didn't just magically decide to visit the cardiology ward. Saba's my friend too. Amy. She still doesn't do commissions or favors, not even for me. This was the best I could get from her, sorry. No, you did good. Saba was super stoked. They have a monthly check-in with a cardiologist. I think she's trying to get her dad's appointment expedited. Yet. Hey, Sierra. Yo. If you could do anything. If you had godlike power, what would you do with it? She snorted. Pay off my college loans. It was such a sassy answer. Not kill the Endbringers. Not world peace. Just something small. Flippant perhaps, but, but there was nothing wrong with small dreams, was there? Even post-Leviathan, Sierra had chosen to focus on the little things by taking in all the local orphans. I knew that couldn't be me. I had access to so much potential now. If I studied and worked myself like a dog for just 1 month, I could render every material concern a thing of the past. I could set the foundation for absolutely anything I wanted to build in the future. Full Metal Alchemist had the potential to be the source of my exponential growth as a tinker. That's fair, I told her with a smile. The reason I hadn't told her about my power yet, the reason that made being Creed worth it, wasn't it so Sissy could afford to have small dreams? My heart felt a little lighter. After recalling all the bullshit that came from Ames tries, I really needed this. Author's note. I thought the past few chapters were getting too serious ergo, Grace. Grace might be my favorite side character in this FIC. Yes, she shares the same last name as Aaron from Spoon. Kanda means God Valley but the name has no significance. This isn't MHA where everyone's parents were precogs with their quirk predictions. Have a biology fact in celebration of FMA, if you haven't guessed, you do not have 4 liters of ammonia in your body. You only have about 5 liters of blood. As little as 30 micromoles per liter of blood, assuming adult, will get you diagnosed with hyperammonemia and is indicative of liver disease. It's revealed in the manga that Ed did not bring back Trisha, but that's probably a good thing. He'd just have given his mom a few brief moments of unspeakable agony. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Seal 4.2. 2010, November 20th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I entered the house a little bit after my sister dropped me off. I'd timed my arrival to be about 15 minutes past 4. Hopefully, that'd be enough to give others time to arrive. I didn't fancy being alone with the birthday boy. As much as I considered him a good person, I didn't really click well with Dean, even more than other kids my age. I considered him a little too much of a white knight. That wasn't a bad thing on its own, but the man was a little too naive, a little too regimented in his morals. We didn't argue much about Creed's role in the city over lunch anymore, but it wasn't as though he'd completely changed his mind or anything. I had enough trouble trying to make Amy's morals a bit more malleable, thank you very much. I had no interest in getting involved with yet another person who saw the world in blacks and whites. My dilly-dallying at home paid off. I was among the last to arrive. I was surprised at the number of people there were. Granted, I'd never been the type for parties, typically keeping my own birthday celebrations to family, but the house was filled with a lot more than our own lunch crowd. That made some sense in hindsight. I saw members of the student council, of which Dean was president, as well as several upper-year boys from school. I walked up to a table laden with presents and placed my own among them. It was being watched by a pretty, middle-aged woman with sandy blonde hair and green eyes. She looked a little bored but was friendly enough. "Hello, dear," she said with a happy smile. "Friend of Dean's?" "Yes, ma'am," I said, cutting down on the snark. This was his birthday party. Wasn't everyone? "I'm Bryce." "Oh, he's mentioned you to my husband. He says you're a very smart young man." "Thanks, I think he's pretty cool too." "Go on then, you don't have to keep an old lady company," she said, shooing me off. I nodded and walked over to join my regular lunch group in the living room. Carlos, Stephanie, Chelsea, and Dennis occupied the sofa, the girls chatting among themselves as the two wards played some co-op platform shooter on a massive TV screen. Amy took an entire love seat to herself and had a plate full of nachos balanced on her lap. She did the bro nod when she saw me. "Yo, Bryce." "Yo, Amy." "Steph." "Chels." "Dennis." "Carlos," I greeted. "Where's Vicky and the birthday boy?" "Probably sucking face on his balcony," Amy said with a disgusted scowl. "Lovely. So what's everyone up to?" "You're welcome to join us and hang. There are also a few guys playing water polo in the pool in the backyard if you want to join them," Carlos said. "It's November. Pool's heated." I glanced down at my arms. "Do I look like I can play water polo?" "Heh, you're not that bad, Bryce. You want the controller?" "Maybe later. I'm gonna grab some snacks first." Dean's parents had enough food catered to feed a small army. Rather than designate a set dinner time, there was a sign that read, "Cake at 7. Everything else was shoved next to one wall of the dining room in a buffet style. I smiled, if nothing else, they knew their audience. Most of the food was Super Bowl fare, wings, a nacho bar, little meatballs on toothpicks, salad, and the like. Dinner, still being heated in a buffet tray, was some kind of pot roast in horseradish cream. I loaded my plate with wings, good wings were surprisingly hard to find in the Bay, and sat in front of the sofa so I could use the coffee table. "So, Bryce, Chelsea called. Yo. How was your Saturday? I paused, a buffalo wing halfway in my mouth. Thoughts of Marco's best and worst works flew through my mind. I could make an actual buffalo with wings. It wouldn't even be that hard. I just finished up a writing assignment, I told her. Kinda boring, honestly. How was yours? It would have been fine if someone didn't ditch me to suck face with her boyfriend. Hey, I told you about our date 4 days ago, Stephanie complained, shoving her friend with a shoulder. Yeah, I know. I'm messing. I just helped Mom take care of some errands at home. We're getting all of our extended family coming over for Thanksgiving, so Mom had us go shopping today. Nice, mine are usually small, just me and the fam. What about you guys? No one's coming from out of town or anything, but most of my uncles and aunts live here, so that's not saying much. My uncle makes pernil, this slow-cooked pork shoulder thing. It's so good, he said as he set his controller to the side. He'd lost to Dennis, again. He leaned forward to snag one of my wings. Oi, get your own. Come on, Bryce. Food's all the way over there. Lazy bum, I grumbled. How about you, Bryce? What do you do over Thanksgiving? It'll just be me, Mom, and Sierra this year since Dad's passed. He used to be one of those guys who tries a new turkey cooking method every year, you know? Vats of boiling oil in the backyard and everything, I said with a bittersweet smile. Those were good times. Mom would demand a copy of whatever bullshit recipe Dad pulled from the internet a week in advance. Then, if it didn't pass her muster, she'd make reservations with a restaurant the day after just in case so we could have a turkey dinner even if Dad's experiment blew up in his face. The reservation typically ended up being a wise idea. He almost burned down the house a few times. It's why we have a fire pit in the back actually, Mom insisted he dig one in case of oil spills. Hey, smart lady. Sorry for bringing up memories, Carlos said awkwardly. It's fine. I can't not think about Dad over the holidays. Too many memories, you know. Yet. This year, we're probably just going to skip the experimentation and eat at a restaurant. How about you, Ames? What goes on at the Dallin house? I passed the buck before it got too awkward. We just meet up at Aunt Sarah's, she said with a lazy shrug. Uncle Mike might show. Who? Dennis asked. Lights star. Nice. He's kinda met. Recently got married. He's as much of a hardass as Mom. I tuned them out in favor of seeing what I remembered about the man. Unfortunately, it wasn't much. Cannon had very little to say about the guy. Mike was in his mid-30s, worked with the cops, and had a power that let him make slow-moving, concussive light balls. He was a bit like Flashbang in that regard, which said everything about how much time Wildbow spent on creating his character. A duplicate of an already minor character, yeesh. He had an estranged relationship with his older sisters. Honestly, I was surprised he'd show for the holidays at all, not that I was interested in asking. The 6 of us chatted on our own for a bit until Vicky and Dean came down the stairs. If Dean's normally immaculate button-down shirt was a little ruffled, no one commented on it, though I did catch Amy shooting him a disgusted glare. We shot the breeze for a few hours, taking turns playing video games, and when that got boring, switching on a movie. I wasn't sure what I was expecting out of a high schooler's birthday party, but I probably shouldn't have been surprised. Dean bounced between our group and the group out in the back, playing the gracious host and making sure everyone was happy. He was good at that, and not just because of his power. Seeing emotions could only get you so far after all, there was an art to holding conversation without things getting awkward, and he'd clearly worked to learn it. Eventually, after all of us had our fill of the buffet, his mom gathered us for cake and presents. Dean sat at the head of the table as she brought out a large, chocolate cake. Right, thank you all for coming to my son's birthday party. Do you think we should sing the song first or open presents? She said with a cheery clap. We really don't need an MC, Mom, Dean said, a blush crawling up his face. He tried to hide it, but his mother's mothering was getting to him a little. His usual placid smile was a little strained. Based on how often he let Dennis drag him to the arcade, he seemed the sort to want what we'd been doing, a casual kickback sort of deal rather than a semi-official event. It was honestly kind of refreshing, seeing the unflappable president embarrassed. Judging by the looks on everyone else's faces, I wasn't the only one to think so. We sang the customary song, ate cake, and cleared out the table so Dean could open our presents one by one. His father wasn't around, business trip in New York or something, but had gotten him a full, 14-piece golf set. It was a joint present from his mother too apparently. We guests went after that in no particular order. Vicky got him a pair of winter gloves with her initials embroidered onto the edges. Carlos and Stephanie got him a year-long subscription to an online movie service. Amy got him a hat that matched Vicky's gloves, though she didn't look particularly enthused about it. Chelsea got him a set of air fresheners for his car. Dean shook Dennis' gift. Seems solid. Dennis did his best to look offended. What? You thought I'd get you another gag gift? You got me a box of ramen last year, so yes. He tore open the box to reveal another box, perfectly sized to fit inside like a Russian nesting doll so it wouldn't shake. Of course. How many layers are there? Hey, give me some credit. You have any idea how long it took to find perfectly sized boxes? You're impossible, Dennis. 6 more layers and a lot of paper waste later, Dean held out a ring box. He opened it to reveal. It's a mood ring. You got me a mood ring. Carlos, who'd brought a glass of Coke to his lips, started to choke on the drink. Mrs. Stansfield looked at the ring, then at Dennis with a disapproving frown. I wondered when she found out about the wards, or if it was just these 3. Was there some sort of wards PDA? Or was that just the youth guard? Stephanie clapped her boyfriend on the back. You all right, babe? Why yeah, sorry, Coke went down the wrong pipe. You sure? Want some water? I'm good. Dennis, what the hell, man? The resident clown laughed. He dug around in his pocket to produce a gift card to Pixel Palace, his favorite arcade. I'm kidding. Of course I have a normal gift. I mean, I was going to go for the real stuff, gold and all, but Vicky would twist me into a pretzel. Damn straight, Vicky said with a laugh. Still could have done without the gag gift. Hey, comedy's an art, lady. Whatever. Who's left? I think just Bryce from our lunch table. I slid mine over and put up the innocent doe eyes. Yeah, man. Happy birthday, Dean. Vicky told me you were a huge fan of the wards so I went to one of their signing events. Hope you like it. Dean's smile turned brittle. He knew what was in the box. He looked into my eyes and saw the shit-eating grin on my face. What did he see in my aura? Happiness? Laughter? A bit of teasing? I'd seated myself to go after Dennis for that reason. He looked around, searching for any excuse to avoid the in-joke but could find none. I could see the moment he resigned himself to being the butt of Victoria's little prank. With a resigned smile, he reached for my box. Oh, wow, that's actually really well made, Chelsea gasped. I know, right? I said proudly. It really was. Its outer shell was gleaming metal, aluminum so it wouldn't block a damn thing, but still. It could easily be part of a winning costume at a Comic-Con. Took me a bit to find the perfect one, but Vicky said Gallant's your favorite so I had to get this for you. See? He even signed it. Thank you, Bryce. I love it, he said woodenly. Next to him, Vicky, Dennis, and Carlos were doing their best not to bust out laughing at his expression. Even Amy cracked a smile. I zoned out a bit after that. A combination of good food, friends, and people I didn't give a damn about left me clapping politely while my thoughts wandered. It was about 8 when Sierra came by to pick me up. Carlos offered me a ride but he was already dropping off Stephanie and Chelsea so I didn't want to impose. X. 2010, November 22, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. It was grueling, tedious, and macabre, but I finally finished copying down Marcoa's notes. I then pulled an all-nighter to validate his information with modern medical knowledge. I'd wanted to head out into the sea each weekend but decided to reschedule in favor of mastering medical alchemy as quickly as possible. I planned to spend a few days working with rats until I could practically apply everything I'd learned from Marcoa's notes before moving on to Mei Chang's alchemy. Hopefully, that would give me some basic skill in medicine by the end of the week. I'd like to think I could skip straight to manipulating Mr. Azimi's heart, but that was unfortunately far too risky for me to consider. Though the creation of alchemical circles, written language, and scientific knowledge could all be copied from prior minds, the truth was that alchemy was as much an art as it was a science. It was not unlike learning the tricks from air gear or mastering Pokemon moves. Harnessing the energies inherent to the practice would take me a while, tinker of fiction or not. According to Marco, Amistris' brand of alchemy used the circles to channel the massive energy generated by the shifting of the Earth's crust. It differed from alchemy in that Seeing's variant used ley lines, rivers of power, that flowed in the earth. They sounded the same to me at first glance but there was a big enough distinction that when Father blocked the capital's access to tectonic energy for a time, Scar and Mei Chang were able to continue using alchemy while Ed, Roy, and the others were not. All of that left me scrambling to learn to manipulate 2 different forms of energy. More, it raised some interesting questions about whether or not I could substitute a different source of energy to transmute. If I kidnapped Sundancer, could I make her my personal alchemical battery? Regardless, alchemical mastery wouldn't be something I'd accomplish in a few days. I allowed my mind to drift idly, thinking of stupid questions as I doodled in Mr. Khalil's Algebra 2 class. I drew various cyclic polygons, equilateral shapes inscribed so all its vertices touched the circle. Or, I tried, drawing a perfect circle was honestly kind of difficult, as was drawing a perfectly inscribed polygon. I didn't mind who saw, it was distant enough from tinkering that no sane person would ever think what I had was a blueprint for fucking the laws of chemistry up the ass. I'd probably use the fabricator to engrave circles for me, the less I had to deal with my own subpar art the better, but I was bored. When the lunch bell rang, I slung Dad's guitar over my shoulder and wandered off looking for Eric to serenade. He wasn't like his cousin in that he didn't hold court at a specific lunch table like a little queen bee. Though he did have a core group of friends he often hung out with, it wasn't uncommon to see him wandering amongst different social groups. It was probably why he was so popular, that in the whole real-life superhero thing, he wasn't too hard to find. Semi-nomadic or not, the guy had bright blue hair. He was sitting with a solid mix of drama club and basketball team members, with Grace leaning into his side. She caught sight of me as I began to pull my guitar from its case and nodded. I pulled out a plastic pick and began to strum. E minor. CGD. 3 down strums per chord. The song wasn't hard to learn even slightly out of practice as I was. All eyes fell on me as I began to play the intro to the song. Grace got off her boyfriend and fell to one knee as she held out a hand to him. Eric's eyes widened in panic as he glanced at me, then Grace. Dots connected and he looked like he was considering floating off somewhere to avoid the incoming embarrassment. Grace couldn't have that. She took hold of his hand with her own and grabbed a celery stick to use as a mic. With a shit-eating grin that Jack Slash would have been proud of, she began to sing. What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in, and you kicking me out. You've got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride. And I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. As the first verse came to a close, this part of the cafeteria fell silent to watch the crazy lizard girl. I saw more than one camera and I knew Eric wouldn't be living this down for months. Shameless as ever, that only seemed to encourage her. My head's underwater. But I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. As the lead into the chorus began to play, some of the drama club kids began to hum or mumble sing along. Oh, God, I can't believe you're doing this, Eric groaned. He looked an even mix of resigned and pleased. The guy enjoyed attention in his own way, had to with his life the way it was. Cause all of me. Loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges. All your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. Cause I give you all of me. And you give me all of you, oh. I circled back into the chords of the verse only for Grace to shoot me an awkward smile. How many times do I, something. You forgot the lyrics, hey. Eric said with an exasperated smile. He, shut up. You know you didn't need to do this, right? This about Sadie's. Damn it, Eric, you're supposed to wait until I ask you before bringing it up. Then you shouldn't have had such a long lead up to it. Yeah, but this is more fun. She turned to me. Thanks for playing, Bryce. You're pretty good at the guitar. Yeah, no problem. Embarrassing Eric's always nice. Oi. The hero protested. You two have fun. I'm gonna go get lunch now. You can stick around, you know. Hang around others of your kind once in a while. Others of my kind, hey. Yeah, you know, freshies. I returned the guitar into the case and considered it. It really didn't matter who I ate with. Chelsea dragged me off to her table at the beginning of the year, then I just sorta made it into a habit because I didn't care. I shrugged. Sure, why not? I still need to go buy lunch. Watch my guitar. Sure. Can I play with it? Go ahead, but be careful. It was my dad's. I returned a few minutes later with a slice of cheese pizza and a little plastic cup full of peas, the state lunch veggie option. Eric had passed my guitar to one of the drama kids who was strumming it to the tune of Avril Lavigne's Complicated. The song was meant for the electric guitar so it sounded a tad off on the acoustic. He looked like he knew what he was doing so I left him to it and dug into my lunch. So Bryce, how long have you been playing guitar? One of the boys asked. I didn't recognize him in the slightest, which probably said more about me than him to be honest. He was tall, freckled, and wore a basketball jersey so I could only assume he was on the team in some capacity. Off and on since I could walk. Dad played a lot so it started as something to do while hanging out with him, you know? He used to play in an amateur band when he was younger apparently. Damn, he must be pretty great then. Was. He died this summer. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, not your fault. Which is why I'm asking you guys to be careful with the guitar. It was my dad's, I said a bit louder so the one trying to tug the guitar out of someone else's hand could hear. He smiled apologetically and withdrew. All right, no more depressing talk. Bryce, spill, another student demanded. This one was a short, wayfish redhead with inquisitive grey eyes. Spill what? I asked. Jenna, shut up, Grace grumbled. What? I'm just asking, Jenna defended. She thinks she's the freshman gossip queen. Ah, I nodded. I still have no idea what she's talking about. She wants to know who's going to the dance with who. And where the after party is for seniors. And I'd know that because. Jenna rolled her eyes. Come on, Bryce. You sit with Glory girl. Of course you know. You'd be surprised. They have to have mentioned something. I'm sure they have, I said, taking a big bite of my pizza, but you're not taking into account how few fucks I give about that. Vicky's going with Dean and Stephanie with Carlos since they're dating. Beyond that, I honestly have zero clue. I was even being honest. Considering the other boys at the table were wards and one of the girls was Panacea, they probably considered themselves too busy for things like an after-party. Amy would rather be in the hospital or at home reading trashy young adult novels. Dean, Carlos, and Dennis were either spending time with their respective girlfriends, patrolling, training, or doing some shitty PSA about saying no to drugs or something. Really, the only one who was likely to care about anything outside our little circle was Chelsea. Ugh, you're no help, she grumbled in disgust. I'm proud of my social crippleness, thank you very much. It takes a lot of work to give zero fucks, I nodded sagely. Truly, the best way to deal with high school at my age was to ignore everything and hope for the best. I wanted to head back to my lab immediately so I could get to work, but I had responsibilities both in and out of costume. To start, I met up with my third tutoring student, an Irish boy by the name of James O'Melveny. I found him at the principal's office of Lafayette Middle School like all the others. He had black hair left to grow into a mullet, pale skin, and enough freckles that I could almost imagine he had a tan from a distance. He also had enough pimples that I confused them with freckles at a casual glance. Hey, James, right? I'm Bryce, your new tutor. He shrugged and offered me a fist bump. Sup, man, nice to meet you. We doing this at my house or the library? I've reserved one of the study booths here. Walk with me. Right, so. I just kinda need help with math. Alright, anything specific? I read your file. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who needs a tutor. You know I'm a GATE student then. Yup. GATE, or Gifted and Talented Education, was a national effort to identify and encourage gifted students starting from 4th grade. Kids could take honors classes in middle school to be put into AP tracks in high school right from freshman year. I knew because I was part of the program both lives. In reality, like with most national programs, it had its ups and downs. Lafayette and Arcadia definitely handled it better than schools in my past life. You're in advanced pre-algebra, right? Yeah, and I've just not been doing too hot. I don't know what it is either. I did well, math was easy, and then, it wasn't. I just want to do well in the finals so I can stay in the program, you know? Mom's never gonna stop chewing me out if I fail out. I nodded. That sounded about right. It sucked, being labeled gifted and then finding out that you didn't actually know how to study all that well because you cruised by on your natural intellect. It happened to pretty much every honors student at some point, usually in college but sometimes sooner. It sounded like James actually wanted to learn something, which already made him miles better than Hannah. I could teach study habits. I couldn't teach a desire to learn. It sounds like you've never had to study too hard before, I told him honestly. You're smart, got placed with all the smart kids, and then realized the pace gets a lot faster when the teacher doesn't have to slow down for the dumbest kid in class anymore. Yeah, I guess. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to review all the notes and formulas for the semester final coming up. Then I'm going to teach you how to take notes so this doesn't happen next semester. Cool. Cool. Author's note. All of Me was honestly the very first love song I thought of and didn't feel like spending too much time on it. I don't know why either, I can't name a single other song John Legend sings, but this one came to mind. Animal fact? Sure. Female ferrets will die if they don't mate while in heat. This is because they remain in heat permanently until they mate, causing a persistently high level of estrogen in their bodies. High levels of estrogen will suppress their bone marrow functions, one of which is the creation of red blood cells. Obviously, any animal that doesn't replenish its blood cells isn't going to live long. This condition in which the body doesn't produce new blood cells is called aplastic anemia. So yes, there are animals that will literally die without dick. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Seal 4.3. 2010, November 22, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Tutoring James netted me an awe-inspiring sum of $40. Truly, I was the embodiment of wealth and prosperity. Sarcasm aside, it was refreshing to have someone who was willing to listen and didn't brush me off like some kind of chore. I promised myself I'd put in the work for him. As much as I wanted to jump right into alchemy practice after Mom and Sierra fell asleep, I could not. This time, it was my own conscience that convicted me. I didn't want to become a monster like so many researchers in Ames tries. Saint had acquired plenty of rats, even fed them and kept them in individual cages mass-produced through the fabricator, but it was ultimately my responsibility to treat them humanely. I didn't doubt most of these would die, but that didn't mean they ought to suffer needlessly. Which was how I found myself riding across the Brockton skyline, completely invisible to the world below. I was out to commit some larceny, but not for my own gain. I was after a chemical compound called xylazine hydrochloride, a commonly administered anesthetic used by vets and researchers. 13 mg per kilo of rat would be enough, which meant about 4 mg per rat since they seldom weighed more than 0.35 kilos. As far as reasons for theft went, research ethics and animal welfare seemed like pretty good ones, at least not one Amy could condemn out of hand. To avoid fucking with vets, I even headed straight for the biggest pharmaceutical supplier in the city, Medline Pharmaceuticals. Not only did they supply hospitals and pharmacies, they also acted as the distribution arm for many varieties of animal medicine, which presumably included xylazine HCl. That they were the distribution arm of Medhall and their president just happened to be James Fleischare, also known as Krieg, made them a particularly guilt-free target. This wasn't a Krieg job, I sure as hell hadn't told Amy where I'd be tonight. Paradoxically, that meant I needed to bring more of my gear with me, not less. I didn't want a reputation for theft, so I had everything with me, from my invisibility shroud to the bug box I'd made for Faultline, the pledge regalia, and of course, Saint. Finding Medline's headquarters was as simple as a quick Google search. I alighted on the roof and decloaked before calling Saint to my side. He popped out of my helmet cam with an eager trill. Saint. Pori. Please stop humming the Pink Panther theme song. Pori. I leaned down from the roof and pointed out a security camera. See that? I need you to go down and enter their security network. Disable all cameras, then replay a loop of the footage so nothing seems amiss. Gone. I waited atop the building for a few seconds before Saint reconnected with my suit. I then skipped down to the rear entrance. It was secured with a mechanical lock, so I deployed the pledge regalia. Information flooded my sensors as the 7 cross-shaped amplifiers expanded around me, all easily visible to the naked eye. They were the main reason I needed the cameras offline. Despite my best efforts, my invisibility module didn't encompass most things away from my person. Keeping the tombstone-like regalia shrouded while it wasn't deployed was the best I could manage. The regalia let out a series of soft vibrations that pervaded through the door. By analyzing the way sound interacted with the air, it created a 3D model of the lock's internal mechanisms. After that, I had the lock open in a matter of moments. I was no locksmith, but since I already knew the lock had 6 tumblers and I could see the internals in real time, I just replicated a raking pattern using compressed vibrations until all the pins slotted into place. No fingerprints, no signs of forceful entry. I collapsed the pledge regalia and reactivated the cloaking function. I whispered into my internal mic, I'm inside. You can drop the loop, Saint. A helpful floor plan posted next to each elevator pointed out the records office. The locks here were more sophisticated, requiring an electronic pass to enter. Paradoxically, that made things simpler for me. Instead of busting out the pledge regalia again, I just had to slip a bug box onto the lock and wait a few seconds as it ran through combinations on a proxy server. From there, I had Saint go through their files and locate the xylazine HCl. Apparently, Medhall didn't directly manufacture it. Instead, it was one of the chemicals imported from out of town. I had Saint fudge all records to indicate that the chemical had never been ordered in the first place. So long as Saint followed the electronic trail to edit the logs on the other end, it'd hopefully be chalked up as a clerical error. Having located what I wanted, I headed back out to a Medline supply depot before breaking into that one as well. Within 2 hours, I had enough anesthetic to drug the Pied Piper's whole entourage. I wasn't done with my little outing, however. Before I could start experimenting on rats, it'd help a great deal to know just what Mr. Azimi was sick with. If it was something like a slightly misshapen pacemaker or maybe a constricted aorta, fixing it should be relatively simple. But if it was something genetic with underlying causes that would resurface in a year or two no matter what I did, I feared only Amy could help him then. That was why I snuck into Brockton Bay General Hospital at 1 in the morning, though snuck was a bit harsh for what I did. I just trailed a patient and used them to mask my entry into the ER. After that, going to the records room was just a matter of stropping into the stairwell. Saint, go. We're looking for a Hamza Azimi, late 30s to mid-40s in age. Male. Iraqi, I told him. While I sent him off, I headed back up the stairs and ducked into a supply cabinet to nick a syringe and a set of needles. I needed a way to administer the anesthetic after all, and medical supplies hadn't been big on my list of priorities during the hillside heist. I returned home after my less than legal escapades. Saint was off in the lab, drawing a transmutation circle for organic matter based on a picture I'd shown him. Circles were a lot easier to draw on MS Paint than by hand with chalk. He'd have the lab ready for me so I could hop right to it right after school. All told, not a bad way to start the Thanksgiving week. 2010, November 23, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I looked over the organic transmutation circle one more time. It looked rather different from inorganic transmutation, which in turn looked different from Roy Mustang's gaseous transmutation. The circle before me had been engraved by one of Big Rig's construction drones into a sheet of metal with exacting precision. It consisted of a set of concentric pentagons and circles, with each circle formed by connecting the corners of each pentagon. This was the formula used by Marco and his associates in the creation of a philosopher's stone, but could also be adjusted for healing and the like. I put on my costume, I forgot to grab an apron, and pulled a rat from the cage. Now that I knew what was wrong with Mr. Azimi, I could work on my own control, slowly refining the process until I could reconstruct a heart. Unfortunately, that meant I'd need to find rats with the same condition. Or, as it turned out, make rats with the same condition. "I'm sorry," I whispered as I sank the needle into the rat. It squeaked in distress for a moment, but its protests quickly died out as the drug kicked in. I laid it out on its back and shaved its belly first so I could cut it open. Then, with a reluctant sigh, I reached in and grasped its heart between my fingers. It was about the size of my thumbnail. A part of me wanted to ask Saint to do this instead, to give each rat crippling heart damage so I didn't have to, but I couldn't. Equivalent. Exchange. There was always a price to pay. In life. In alchemy. In the pursuit of knowledge. I wouldn't feel right if I asked Saint to do something I couldn't. The heart squelched in my fingers and I suppressed the desire to vomit. Right. Heart reconstruction alchemy, test 1. Begin, I stated clinically for the recorder. I pressed my hand onto the metal sheet and channeled my aura into it. Unfortunately, Full Metal Alchemist was frustratingly vague about the mechanics of alchemy and what about it made it a science as opposed to sorcery with chalk. Yes, it was the manipulation of tectonic energies, but how did a person use chalk outlines to access and shape that energy? That vagueness also ended up my saving grace. I didn't know if the Chi Mei Chong talked about was at all like aura from Pokemon, or if my power simply decided they were one and the same so I could use it, but I had no trouble catalyzing the alchemical circle. My aura flowed into the circle and reached out, connecting with something below, a massive pool of energy born of the planet. It was indescribable. A part of me expected it to feel like roiling magma, or maybe the immense grinding force of tectonic plates. It was dense and heavy, warm, with the promise of unstoppable violence lying beneath the surface. I tugged upward, drawing it out like one might water from a well. Tectonic energy filled the circle, flowing through the markings as if they were irrigation channels and I was watering a farm. In a way, I was. There was an expense, a price to pay in the form of energy. The rat wasn't magically getting better. I marveled as the rat's heart slowly reformed. Tiny muscle fibers that looked like bits of string came together again. The heart inflated like a balloon and, for a moment, I thought I'd succeeded. I could officially add Bumbling Alchemist to my admittedly pitiful list of accomplishments. And then the rat exploded. It was as fascinating as it was revolting just how much fluid was in a single rat. I sighed. On the plus side, I had a power washer I made using a soda engine way back when I first sluiced out the hold to use as my lab. Cleaning wouldn't be any more complicated than the first time. On the downside, I had rat intestine splattered on my helmet. 2010, November 25, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I let out a dejected sigh as Lily number. I lost count, died on the operating table. I had the day to myself before I had to attend Thanksgiving dinner, not that that was a hardship. I didn't know how many rats I'd gone through, but I did know Saint had restocked the holding cages more than once. For my own sanity, I chose not to confirm the numbers. Even in grad school, dissections were the absolute least favorite part of my curriculum, and what ultimately convinced me to switch from the surgical track to pediatrics. Kids didn't usually need slicing open, and if they did, they were the problems of someone far better paid than I was. Despite my distaste, I'd made a lot of progress. For starters, my rats weren't exploding into meat confetti anymore. I'd gotten to the point where the rat would survive for a time, only for its heartbeat to progressively weaken and expire. I wasn't entirely sure what it was. I'd narrowed things down to some sort of chemical imbalance as opposed to mechanical error. The formula was right, the heart was physically perfect. My understanding of anatomy and physiology was, frankly, a hell of a lot better than Edward Elric's, arguably better than Marco's too. Maybe I was missing something, a signal that reminded the brain systems, hey, you have a heart again. You can stop shutting down now. For only a few days of work, I was mostly satisfied with how far I'd come. Because the formula was already verified to work, and because I could throw in medical knowledge from my past life and Google, operation of the circle was an exercise in control and focused imagination as much as it was technical know-how. Which was likely why I needed to actually practice this rather than simply build a single model and be done with it. I picked up the rat carcass and tossed it into the trash to dispose of later. The bay was great for that. The phone rang, so I wiped down the circle, what I'd been calling a transmutation slab, and checked the caller ID, Amy, which meant this could be good or bad. I tapped the voice modulator in my helmet and answered the phone with a blubbering sob. Please, I have the money. Just let him go." Amy's nose scrunched up in confusion before she barked out a laugh. "Ha. All right, I needed that. What are you up to right now? Dumping a body into the bay. How's Turkey Day going?" "Sure you are. I'm getting ready to head to the hospital. Was home. Vicky's going to be here in a few minutes to ferry me there. I thought you skipped major holidays." "I do, just not this time. Check the news, all right? I think Creed might need to make an appearance." I frowned. She'd only called me to act once, but if she thought it was worth me moving. "Is that an order, oh mighty goat?" I could see the worry on her face. Whatever this mess was, she thought it could get bigger. "No, not yet. It's complicated and I want to talk about it after, okay? Keep a line open for me." "I always do." "Yeah, later." Later. Curious now, I had Saint pull up the local news on my HUD. A burly man in a fitted suit stood outside what could have been a small apartment building, or perhaps a scaled-down office space that doubled as a storage depot that was common in the docks. Whatever it used to be, it was all rubble now. A cordon had been set surrounding the disaster. I could spy 6 patrol cars and 4 ambulances. More were arriving as the reporter spoke into the camera. "HT, Hook Wolf raided what has now been confirmed to be an ABB brothel. This attack was met by ONI Lee and the 2 capes engaged in an explosive battle across the street, completely demolishing the brothel and killing more than a dozen people by the most current count. This is the latest in a string of gang violence between the 2 biggest gangs in the city. What's worrying is that this is a clear escalation from their usual posturing and occasional firefight. So far, every conflict has been incidental as 2 parties met on the street. This is the first time in months that one gang actively struck out against one of the other gang's affiliated establishments." I frowned. That certainly explained why Amy was called back to the hospital. The body count seemed low too. Brothels weren't exactly known for having alert defenders. I couldn't imagine the ABB would sit still after this, they'd lose way too much face for that, which meant I could expect more violence, maybe even Lung stepping up himself, exactly what I was supposed to stop. Amy wasn't stupid, this was probably what she meant when she said Creed might have to make an appearance. Question was, why? Why did Hook Wolf hit a brothel of all places? What did he gain out of it? Money? No amount of loot he could have gotten would have been worthwhile. Women? No, Hook Wolf wasn't the type as far as I knew. He sure as hell wasn't doing it for the sake of women's rights. I thought back to the things that had been happening so far. Did Hook Wolf think the ABB were responsible for hitting his dogfighting rings? Surely not. He had to know about Bitch, her lizard rhino dogs weren't exactly subtle. But it'd be good enough to use as justification anyway. I knew little about Bradley Meadows as a man, but he was ultimately someone who lived for the fight. He truly enjoyed the violence, enough to consider the slaughterhouse viable employment. Paper-thin as it was, I didn't think Hook Wolf needed much of a reason. I tried to insert myself into Kaiser's shoes. I imagined that I had a battle-hungry lieutenant who could potentially act out if left unsatisfied. I imagined that said lieutenant had his holdings attacked, something he took as a personal insult. I imagined that his men would think the same, that Bitch's actions were a direct call-out against the Empire. As far as the Empire was concerned, they weren't the ones who escalated. Whether the Undersiders were working with the ABB or not was irrelevant. By harboring them in their territory, the ABB made themselves targets. I could see Hook Wolf's twisted reasoning and I hated it. Porygon. Pori, Saint trilled. He opened up the Brockton Bayfo, often as reliable a news source as any traditional media. I ignored the wasteland that was the Cape FIC section and moved on to the news. And there it was, blowing up at the top of the thread, someone with footage of the Cape fight. I watched as Hook Wolf made zero pretense as to his purpose in the brothel, charging in mid-transformation. There was a lot of noise, more screaming than I was wholly comfortable with, and not enough people fleeing. Then, almost a minute later, ONI Lee appeared, grenades already primed. The fight was mostly off-screen. Sergeant_Cricket had enough sense not to go into the fucking brothel with a murder blender and a teleporting terrorist. Whatever happened in there, the building didn't last long after that. But what caught my eye was another thread, one that had nothing to do with the ABB. Topic, guys? I'm afraid of the dark. In Boards United States New England Brockton Bay. Making_orphans, original poster. Posted on November 25, 2010. So, to add yet another to the pile of reasons to consider moving, this is going on outside my house. I heard gunshots in a building across the street. When I looked outside, that giant column of smoke covered everything. The smoke's been getting larger and wider and I can't see the building anymore because it now covers a good third of the block. You'll also notice the eerie silence. I don't know if that worries me more or less. Anyone have a clue what the fuck's going on? Preferably while my sanity's intact, please. Showing page 1. Cock_my_doodle. Replied on November 25, 2010. Cape shit. Cape shit is going on. Making_orphans, original poster. Replied on November 25, 2010. No shit, fuck nugget. Anyone with something to contribute? Because shit's seriously freaking me out. Smoke is spreading. It's getting close to my apartment and I'm not sure if I should evacuate or hole up. White Fairy, veteran member. Replied on November 25, 2010. Personally, the silence would creep the hell out of me too. For the record though, you're probably not in much danger, at least not from the smoke. The only smoke-using cape in the city is Gru of the Undersiders. They're a gang of petty thieves that started out in July. Here's his wiki page for reference. Keep low and avoid the windows and you should be fine. Making_orphans, original poster. Replied on November 25, 2010. General shooter protocols, got it. Thanks, Fairy. Good to know I'm not going to get gassed to death in bed or something. Still, what the fuck are the Undersiders doing near my house? Acri. Replied on November 25, 2010. Dunno, where is it? Making_orphans, original poster. Replied on November 25, 2010. Bayview Drive, near Coral Cove Park if you know it. Sorry, but I don't really want to list my specific address on the internet. Acri. Replied on November 25, 2010. Understandable, sir. Do you know who the Undersiders are fighting? They've been fairly low-key in terms of violence so far. Making_orphans, original poster. Replied on November 25, 2010. I mean, this is technically Empire territory. Kind of the outskirts though, so I can keep my head down and be left alone for the most part. But come on, there's no way they'd fight the Empire, right? They're not Lung. White Fairy, veteran member. Replied on November 25, 2010. Who says they had a choice? Making_orphans, original poster. Replied on November 25, 2010. Shit. I'm going to pretend I saw nothing. White Fairy, veteran member. Replied on November 25, 2010. You do that. Stay safe, orphan. End of page. 1. I let that sink in. The only reason I could think of for the Undersiders to be in Empire territory right this moment was that Coils was using Hukulf's own raid as a distraction to get the Undersiders a clean score. Was it a dogfighting ring again? Or maybe a drug distribution point? Firearms? I didn't know, but it didn't really matter in the end. They were intentionally fanning the flames. I was reminded that reputation was a double-edged sword. I'd been using Kaiser's reputation against him while stoking my own as a mercenary rogue. Now, that same reputation forced me to act or I'd be labeled a paper tiger. I waffled on what I should do. No matter what I told Amy, I wasn't a precog, I didn't actually have all the answers. When forced to confront situations like this, I had nothing to draw on save for my own questionable intelligence. In the end, I tabled the subject and headed home. If nothing else, I could expect a call from Amy, today if she wasn't burnt out after the hospital and tomorrow if she decided to head straight to bed. We'd go over our options then and perhaps putting our heads together would give us a solution. This night ended with more questions than answers. Just about the only upside to Thursday was that I'd programmed the fabricator to make me sets of throwing knives and had begun to read into the Seeing Empire's notes on alchemy to augment my experiments. It was cold comfort not knowing what might be going on in the background. X. 2010, November 26, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. As I'd thought, Amy didn't call last night, likely exhausted from running damage control. I took a shower, grabbed a Pop-Tart for breakfast, and threw a banana into my backpack before heading out to the lab for the day. On the way, I opened up my phone and browsed through the faux threads I'd followed the night prior. Nothing from Amy, but I had 2 private messages, one from Faultline and another from the giver of gifts. Naturally, I checked out what Faultline had to say first. Creed. I'm sure you've heard the ruckus tonight. I'm also sure you're aware of how I feel about getting involved in this city's affairs. Please keep that in mind and know that I do not enjoy being used as a messenger by the ABB. Yes, The ABB. No, it's not your fault in the strictest sense, but I would appreciate it if you made some other means of contacting you available. You have a faux account, but your inbox has been full to bursting since your debut and you have already built a reputation as being nearly unreachable save to capes who catch your interest. As neither Lung nor Oni Lee have accounts, one of their unpowered lieutenants felt that using me to pass on a message to you directly would be the fastest way to catch your attention. In short, Lung would like to inform you that he has placed a bounty on the Undersiders. He would like them brought to him alive so he can make an example of them for their actions. He will offer $30,000 per member. Should that be infeasible, he is also willing to pay a consulting fee of $10,000 for the location of their hideout should the goat be capable of discerning such. He also promises favors, protection, and future prospects. I don't have to tell you what will happen to them should they be taken to him. I admit I am somewhat grateful to you as without your presence as an independent mercenary, Lung may have seen fit to press me to act. I would not have regardless, but your presence saves me the inconvenience. Still, you have taken it upon yourself to be the keeper of the balance of power within this city. Now you must make a choice. On another note, I too would like to speak with you concerning the goat. Rest assured my query is independent of the current chaos in the city. I would appreciate an introduction with your enigmatic sponsor and would be willing to pay a consulting fee for the chance. If you don't see this until tomorrow morning, call me back in the afternoon, I'll be awake by then. Regards. Fault line. P.S. Labyrinth really enjoys her shawl and would like to say thank you again. The bug boxes and expanded bags have likewise made our jobs much easier. I hummed in thought as I continued walking. On one hand, that Lung of all people reached out to me through fault line implied he took my claim seriously. Or at least, he didn't want to deal with whatever nuisance I'd cause for him if I decided to attack on top of the Empire. Considering the lack of capes loyal to him, this wasn't entirely unexpected. On the other hand, fault line was clearly annoyed with me. She had warned me against being too flashy and felt I'd bitten off more than I could chew. It wasn't even strictly about my ability to fight either, as she'd made clear in her letter, interfering here would mean influencing the lives of the Undersiders, maybe to cut them drastically short. Then there was her final note. She wanted to meet the goat? For the briefest moment, I considered giving Amy a voice modulator and setting her up on a phone call with fault line. Then I stabbed the idea to death and buried it in the furthest reaches of my mind. Letting the two meet could only end in disaster. Or, they might actually get along and decide they both needed to keep a leash on me. I wasn't sure what possibility scared me more. Still, I did respect fault line a fair bit. She'd been the one who first guided me as a cape. She dealt with me in good faith when she held all the cards. I felt I owed it to her to answer. At the very least, it was easy enough to tell what she wanted. She only really cared about one thing, finding the truth behind Case 53S. I supposed she could be reaching out for some thinker help on an upcoming job out of the city, but seeing how the goat's exact powers were a mystery, that was unlikely. On paper, it was a noble thing, what she was doing. She wanted to find answers for her friends, the family she'd adopted. Problem was, I couldn't give them to her. I knew where Case 53S came from. I knew who was responsible. And if I told them, that information would get them all killed. I'd have to lie to her as the goat for her own good. I schemed the second message I received, this one from the giver of gifts. She was Athela. I'd verified that back in September. Seeing how it was already compromised, it made sense that the Empire would use the account to contact me. The details differed slightly, but the proposal was in more or less the same vein as Lung's. Krieg, who'd adopted Athela's account for the purpose, called the Undersiders instigators and disruptors of the balance. He then offered $45,000 per head, alive or dead, as well as facilities and resources for my cooperation, claiming that working together was the fastest way to return things to the status quo. As if their help wouldn't come with a noose around my neck. No, neither path was right, morally, or for my own continued security. With the beginnings of a plan going through my mind, I set myself to work. Author's note. You know, I still have no idea what to call whatever the fuck the pledge regalia does. Is it still sonar if it lets the user view the internals of the human body and complex machinery like an X-ray machine? I decided that any fantasy energy source is going to be compatible with aura from Pokemon. Bleach's Ryuryoku? Fine. Naruto's chakra? Great. Dragon Ball's ki? Super, het. I don't care because keeping track of half a dozen different mana pools is silly. That also means Bryce's control exercises and constant sparring against Saint helps out immensely, even if that wasn't my motive for consolidating it all. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my link tree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Seal 4.4. 2010, November 26, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I tried to work, to be productive. I thought I gave it a solid effort considering everything on my mind. Then the Endbringer alarms went off. Seeing how the city sirens hadn't gone off, I allowed myself a relieved sigh. Had Behemoth or the Cymurg appeared here early, I would have been forced to find Sissy and Mom and Dip Town, no matter what that did to my identity. As it had been explained to me by Vicky, the one who took college-level para-human studies classes, the PRT had a multi-tiered approach to Endbringer alerts. Oh, lots of things happened at once, but the alerts had been streamlined thusly. Tier 0, the first to hear about any attack, was Dragon. It didn't surprise me that she was the linchpin to the whole thing, which made it all the more idiotic that Cauldron let Saint and the Dragon Slayers live. She was responsible for sending the alert to every world leader and jump-starting the logistics process. Tier 1 was not in fact Protectorate heroes. It was a network of powerful movers, those who could cross continents. Strider was the most famous of these in the current climate, but before him, there was Kieran White of the Sentai Elite, Warp Tech of Geartown, Gatekeeper from MS-13, and others. They each had their own areas they were responsible for, and by working together, they were responsible for getting all volunteers to the city under siege. Then came Tier 2, the Protectorate and Guild heroes, the brave, suicidal fools who had volunteered to participate in Endbringer battles. Lesser movers would ship them off to gathering points like Houston and New York for Tier 1 movers to ferry to the site. Occasionally, when parental permission could be obtained or when parents were absent altogether and the state could sign off guardianship, wards were permitted to travel outside their cities as well, as Weaver had in New Delhi and Canon, but those tended to be somewhat rare. Then, finally, came Tier 3, everyone else in staggered waves. Organizations such as the Elite and some of the bigger gangs around did participate in Endbringer fights, though with spotty membership for obvious reasons. The Empire always sent at least a small team. Uthula and Victor won a lot of goodwill for the gang by acting as healer and triage after battles despite being unrepentant Nazi trash. Dragon notified Tier 3 capes primarily through a series of verified accounts on Foe. There was no other way to reach the thousands of capes who weren't part of the Protectorate Guild network otherwise. This, more than any other reason, was why villains were allowed on the site, and why capes were seldom banned permanently. Which explained my Pokenav blowing up to Kingdom Come. I'd received notifications as both Creed and the Goat. The notification sent to Creed was generic. Seismic activity consistent with Behemoth's previous appearances was detected near Damascus, Syria. Considering Behemoth's tendency to target infrastructure over people, it was thought that his target was the Arab gas pipeline that ran east of the city. Capes in New England were expected to gather in several way stations for transport via Strider, the closest being Boston. Brockton Bay Capes could expect transport to be provided from the local PRT headquarters. In contrast, the notification sent to the Goat was far more personal. Dragon, the _Goat, I hope this finds you well. Behemoth has targeted the Arab gas pipeline near Damascus, Syria. I understand you are not a combatant, but as a thinker with proven insights, any information you can provide on the Endbringer would be greatly appreciated. If you or anyone in your organization require transport to Damascus, I will personally arrange a vehicle. I should have seen that coming. Ambiguity protected me, but it also drew the eye. From their perspective, since I was able to analyze Kidwin's specialization without ever meeting the boy, they were naturally wondering what other information I might have about powers. It was a Hail Mary on their part. Tinkers and Endbringers weren't anything alike, but asking cost them nothing. Which begged the question, what did I want to do about this? Behemoth. Hero killer. First of 20, not that anyone else knew that. Even for me, an Endbringer was a big deal. A part of me wanted to stay out of it completely. It was a douchey thing to think, but the Syrians weren't my problem. I wasn't responsible for them, nor did I swear to uphold liberty and justice for all or whatever tripe the heroes swore to do. I didn't want to go. No, to be honest with myself, beyond all thoughts about morality and the human condition, I was scared. The thought of going there left a pit in my stomach that refused to leave. I was stronger than Taylor in canon. Or at least, I had much better protections, the expansion suit, force field, DMS for recover and protect, and the crown chimera for mobility. Unless Behemoth struck at me directly or I was stupid enough to enter his kill aura, I'd likely be fine. There were countless other capes who were willing to go who had less than what I had. But fear gripped me anyway. I had to admit it in the here and now, Taylor Bear was a braver person than I, and any talk about this not being my problem was just my attempt at absolving myself of responsibility. I loved reading the Endbringer fights, both in canon and fanfictions. I thought that Wildbow did a wonderful job of depicting the human experience in all its rawest emotions. The despair and fear, the willingness to fight on for that tiny glimmer of hope, it all spoke to me when those scenes were words on a page. No matter what I told myself, it wasn't about responsibility. A part of me, that tiny, childish part that still idolized the likes of Superman and Spider-Man, wanted to see that visceral struggle for survival, wanted to be part of something so unambiguously noble. In the end, Self-interest won out. I wouldn't attend the fight. There was simply too much to lose. If something happened to me, I'd effectively out myself to Sierra and Mom at best, maybe the world at worst. It could mean getting injured and letting Amy touch me to find out about my gravity child experiment. And all for the zero gain of scuffing Behemoth's paint job. I couldn't do a damn thing to the Endbringer as I was. But that didn't mean I couldn't help. I didn't have to go right this instant, there would be multiple waves of capes. Aid workers worked for days or weeks to get things in order after an attack. In fact, I could probably do more good if I never saw Behemoth at all. I looked to the near wall, just above my desk. There was a magnetic clip there, with a set of ornate throwing knives made just this week. I made them more for the sake of completion than anything, and because putting the plans into the fabricator cost very little on my part. They were Mei Chang's throwing knives, the very same used for alchemy. I didn't need them right this moment, but they reminded me of how alchemy came to be. I could heal. I'd been improving all week. And wasn't this the perfect chance to test my skills on humans? Wasn't this the perfect time to get Amy to help me refine my art? Amy wouldn't be attending the main fight either. Of course not. Carol was a bitch, but not even she would push a teenage girl to commit elaborate suicide. But she'd likely attend the cleanup alongside Victor and Uthula. If I joined them, I could ask her to check my proprietary technology. And if I got good enough to treat major injuries, I could fix Saba's father on my own. It would have been horrifically traumatizing if Creed the mercenary randomly kidnapped her dad, but if Creed the cape who healed at a Behemoth fight volunteered to do some work at the hospital, that little nudge might give me what I needed to approach Saba. Thusly decided, I reached out to Dragon. The _goat, Dragon, I apologize for making you wait and I'm sorry to say I will not be making an appearance today. However, I did spend some time on this and I can indeed provide insights that may be helpful to you. Endbringers are like onions. No, not because they make people cry, because they have layers. The first layer of an Endbringer's skin is as dense as aluminum. The next is twice that, and so on. The _goat, an Endbringer's density defies physical laws. Its weight remains manageable despite this because its anatomy is spread across multiple overlapping dimensions. This dimensional folding allows it to exist without collapsing into a singularity. Dragon, that is, disturbing. I will pass on your information. Is there anything you can tell us about Behemoth specifically? The _goat, getting to that. Endbringers have a core from which all mass is extruded. It is what gives the body shape and regenerates any damage. If it is broken, the destabilization will cause an explosion that is likely to wipe out the local theater of operations. Behemoth's core is buried somewhere near its throat. The _goat, his kill aura has a radius of approximately 30 feet, but I think you knew that. I'm sorry, there is little else for me to say. Please keep me abreast of when the battle ends. There is some healing technology I would like to debut through Creed following the fight. Dragon, thank you. This gives us a target to focus on. Excuse me, my mechs have arrived in Damascus and I must take direct command from now on. Was I stealing Lisa's thunder? Absolutely. But this was information that could maybe save lives. Damascus was 7 hours ahead. It was 10 in the morning right now, which meant the attack happened at 5 in the evening there. How long would it take for Behemoth to be driven back? The Cymurg usually went in and out, but that was because anything longer than half an hour was considered a loss for the defenders. Khonsu took 3 days as he teleported around the world. Leviathan and Behemoth were somewhere in the middle, but how long was that? The specifics didn't matter, I had to prepare. I set up the alchemy slab and got ready to work. I needed to refine my technique as much as possible, finish polishing it until Amy would have nothing to complain about. While I did that, I had Saint make a miniaturized version of the same alchemy circle onto my gloves, the beauty of having an AI assistant and a fabricator. Before that though, I needed an excuse to attend. If the battle ended in a few hours, I should at least stay overnight. I dialed Mom, a regular phone call, nothing video obviously. Bryce? What's going on? Hey, Mom, can I stay over at a friend's house this weekend? Why? Because it's Thanksgiving weekend. I tried. She said nothing but I could practically hear the suspicion in the silence. Bryce, sweetie. Do you even have friends? Wow. Ow. Love you too, Mom. That's not what I meant and you know it. Yeah, fair, I'm not exactly a social butterfly. She wasn't wrong. Dean's birthday party was the first birthday party I'd attended in years, not counting Sierra's. But that's why you should let me. I'm making friends like you wanted. Over a Thanksgiving weekend. It's a holiday miracle. Bryce, who are you staying with? She said in that warning tone all mothers Pavloved us into fearing then held over our heads for the rest of our lives. Bryce. It's not what you think. I'm not going out to party or get late or whatever else you think I'm doing, Mom. Then what are you doing? Using a socially acceptable environment to conduct human experimentation while putting pressure on Panacea to perfect my work, I didn't say. Instead, I leaned on the excuse I came up with. It made me feel manipulative as hell, because I was, but I didn't see any other way. Even if I outed myself, she wouldn't just let me fuck off to Damascus at the drop of a hat. Look, I'm just going to stay with a friend tonight. Maybe tomorrow night too. Why? Who? I don't want to say. Bryce, is it a girl? No, God, that'd make things so much easier. I can tell you're serious. Please tell me there's an adult. No. No parents. Won't be for a few days, I said leadingly. What are you? Oh. I'm just saying, some people get to play the big damn heroes, and other people have to cope with getting left behind. She was silent for a long moment. Keep your phone on. I will. You need money? Get your friend something nice. I'm good, Mom. Don't worry, I reassured her. Okay, sweetie. I'm proud of you. I know. Love you too, Mom. I hung up the phone with a guilty sigh. She didn't deserve that. Mom was. She was a good mom. She cared and loved me and did everything a mom was supposed to do. Back when I was a kid, she put her career on hold because she and Dad agreed that Sissy and I should be able to come home from school to a mother who'd make us snacks. I felt like shit lying to her. This, more than the late nights or the business or the fighting, was my least favorite part of being Creed. And I wasn't done, I dialed Amy. She picked up on the second ring. Brockton Pediatrics. You beat M, we treat M, came Amy's acerbic voice. That got a surprised bark of laughter out of me. Wow. That was dark as fuck. And that's coming from me. You need a shrink. Get bent, Bryce. What do you want? I'm busy. What are you doing right now? Trying to sleep before I get called to go to Damascus. They'll call me once the battle ends. I was supposed to do a Thanksgiving run but I need to prepare for a weekend of this shit. Then it'll be a few all-nighters. Don't expect me in school on Monday. That's fair. I'm proud of you. Are you? Yes. Mom, Dad, Uncle Neil, and Aunt Sarah are gone to do search and rescue. Cries, Vicky, and Eric are going to go after the battle to help out with me but Aunt Sarah made us promise to wait until Behemoth left. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. It was a relief to hear. We weren't close, but Eric was my friend and I knew what happened in canon when he did face an Endbringer. Guy didn't have a good track record against one of those. Good. I need a huge favor. What? Let me know when you head to Damascus. I'll join you. You're going? Yup, that's what Damascus needs, Creed's brand of chaos. Bryce. Why do you sound like Mom? Don't sound like Mom, I complained. Have you considered, maybe, that it's not a coincidence? Ames, I'm serious. I'm going. Oh really? What did you tell your mother? That I'm staying the weekend with someone whose parents are capes so they don't have to be alone. Wow. You're a douche. Agreed, but for good reasons. I can help. I know, it's just. It's not a game, Bryce. You think I don't know that? I asked, a little hurt. You treat being Creed like a joke sometimes, like it's all one big joke and you're just out to have fun rollerblading around town and fucking with random people. Endbringer fights, even the aftermath, they're not like that. I know, Ames. It's why I need to go. I have healing tech. You? Healing? You're a biotinker. Figures you'd zero in on that. I'm an everything tinker, with some conditions. But yes, I have healing gloves. I can do a lot to help people, Ames. Fine. Are you sure you can heal? You can check the first few if it'll put your mind at ease. It's really not as fun as it's cracked up to be, you know, she warned. Being a healer. Having people need you. It sounds great, like you belong somewhere, and then you realize how exhausting it is. And Endbringer fights are the worst. Well now I'm doubly sure I'm going, I told her gently. Can't have my best friend go through that alone, can I? Dick. How? Corny, cheesy dick. I think dick cheese is called smegma. Are you calling me smegma? That's very rude, Ames. Fuck off, Bryce. I'll see you later. I ended the call and took a deep breath. That was everything squared away. Now it was time to work. I put on my gloves and dosed the rat before cutting into it. The alchemy circle on the back of my hands glowed dully as flesh began to knit back together. When Amy called, I'd be ready. It was 2 in the afternoon when I received the message to head out. Between the week's worth of practice, my past as a PA, and research notes from the master alchemists of Seeing and Aim's tries, I felt reasonably sure I could translate my work from rats to humans with minimal complications. There was always the risk, of course. I couldn't account for every variable, but that was why I was doing it now. This was my chance to build my reputation and receive Amy's help, publicly, for the world to see. Things would change. Amy probably felt a dozen conflicting feelings knowing I was a biotinker. The Cape community would recognize that there was a third healer in the Bay. Most of all, Creed would no longer be a local power. People outside the city would now take notice of me as more than just a novelty. More attention would be a mixed blessing. Maybe Uppercrest would finally see fit to answer my messages. Or, Accord would decide he didn't want to leave Brockton to Coil after all. I took a deep breath and steadied my heart. There was no use worrying about what might yet be. I'd made up my mind to attend, and that was that. The bulk of these preparatory hours were spent testing out my new gloves, but I did have some time to make several thermoses full of coffee, all laced with enchanted honey. I also double-checked to ensure that my helmet was fully soundproof from the outside when I switched the mic off, just in case I needed to chat with Saint in private. 10 minutes till pickup, I strapped the still unnamed pledge regalia to my back and headed out. I hadn't initially planned on taking it, but Saint reminded me of the in-depth biometric scan it was able to provide. Given its range, he suggested I use it for search and rescue, and he was right. By using the vibrations to scan beneath rubble, I ought to be able to pick up the heartbeats of those who were still living. Unlike my usual MO, I didn't bother to cloak as I approached the PRT building. I could see that I was the last to arrive. Truce or not, there were clear lines drawn between the factions. Arms Master, Dauntless, and Velocity made up the Protectorate heroes. Next to them stood Gallant, Clockblocker, and to my surprise, Kid Win. My fellow tinker didn't look any different. Then again, it had only been a few weeks since he figured out what his specialization was. It wasn't as though he intended to rebrand or anything. He also had that teleporter thing in canon, so I didn't count him out. Standing with them, and sending suspicious glances towards the Empire contingent, were the newest wave. Every one of them wore resolute expressions, having steeled themselves for what they'd see when we got there. On the villain's side, the Empire contingent was made up of only 3 people, Athela, Victor, and Rune. That was more or less what I'd expected. They sent a team either to or after every Endbringer fight to prove the superior race would fight for humanity, but the composition and quantity varied wildly based on where the attack occurred. Damascus? Brown people? The bare minimum would be fine, Victor for triage, Athela for healing, and Rune, probably to accompany her cousin than for any specific purpose. No, what really caught me by surprise was the woman in a welder's mask and an orange lizard boy leaning against a street sign. Seeing how I wasn't officially invited to sit with the heroes and the Empire was the Empire, I opted to join them. Creed, just in time for the party, Neuter offered me a fist bump. He glanced in askance at the man-sized tombstone on my back. I didn't know you were religious. I reckon we're a few hours late actually, I replied. I didn't expect to see you two here. And I'm agnostic, but that's not what this is. Fair enough. Charity's good for business once in a while. It's good advertising. Faultline inclined her head in a professional nod. We're a business. Everything is a message. I think Neuter can do a lot of good pacifying civilians, and I will be joining the hazard management team to help clear rubble. I paused at the way she said that. She'd never cared enough to show up before. Melanie Fitz wasn't heartless, far from it, but she was nonetheless a viciously pragmatic person. You were part of her crew, friend, client, obstacle, or a non-entity. I didn't think she gave a damn what civilians in Damascus thought of her, and only marginally more about the PRT's opinion. Everything is a message, which meant, in this case, this was a message for me. You knew I'd show. I could guess. You're not someone who can resist making an appearance. You make me sound like a diva. Are you not? She spoke calmly, but I'd interacted with her enough to hear the light teasing in her voice. I'm not, I just happen to have some tech that might come in handy. Like you said, it's free advertisement. Ugh, is it always about money to you? Victoria glared. She hovered a foot into the air. With her arms crossed and aura flaring, she cut an imposing figure. People are dying and you think it's a chance to make money. Her revulsion washed over me like the rising tide. I didn't think I could remain stoic without the face-covering helmet. It stung a little. Vicky was a friend. She was a horrifically flawed person, but also someone who really believed in being a hero. If there was something Carol did right, it was instilling a sense of justice in her daughter. The accusatory glare she sent me made me feel like garbage. Then I allowed a weak thunder wave to surge through my body, zapping me back into focus. The aura was still there, but the jolt was enough to reorient my focus, remind me that this feeling wasn't real. Please mind your aura, Glory Girl, I chided firmly. I couldn't be her friend, not now, not here. Others might consider that an attack. You're lucky we're under a truce. I'd twist you into a pretzel. Enough, Arms Master barked. We are attending a humanitarian mission. The heroes will not be the ones to break the truce. The Empire abides by the truce, even to uplift lessers, Victor scoffed. Behind him, Rune shuffled nervously. She didn't look happy to be here but stuck close to Uthula anyway. Can I trust the mercenaries to understand the terms? The three of us nodded. Faultline spoke for us, we're mercenaries, our word is our law. We are defined by the contracts we make, and the least likely to break it without cause. The leader of the Protectorate studied us closely but nodded. It wasn't his place to deny help, no matter how much distaste he held for villains. He looked between me and Faultline and decided she spoke for me. I knew what she was doing, Faultline associated me with her organization. Like she said, everything was a message. In attending, in responding for me, and in me not correcting her, she was telling the world I was her ally, and that our interests were aligned closely enough that she could speak on my behalf. It should have annoyed me, but it didn't. She'd done a lot for me and I did consider Neuter a friend. Just as important, this was a message to me as well. She'd been chiding in her previous letter, rightly so considering Lung turned her into a messenger, but was reaffirming our alliance. Or maybe she was reminding me that we were allies at all. We hadn't interacted in a while after all. Then Strider appeared and I shelved thoughts of Cape politics and implicit messages. He looked as he always did, like a hotel concierge or pilot with his expanded luggage. He did look a little tired though. I didn't know what toll his power took with repeated usage, but it couldn't be nothing, shards just weren't that nice. Hey everyone, he greeted. Ready to go? We are, Arms Master took charge. What can you tell us about the situation? There are 3 groups right now, healers, rescue, and hazard management. I don't know much about that though, I just drop people off. There'll be people to get you sorted there. Understood. Good, then hold hands for a moment and we'll be off. X. 2010, November 26, Damascus, Syria. Strider's teleportation was surprisingly uneventful. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe those streaks of light that sci-fi movies always used to denote warp travel? Or maybe feeling like being squeezed through a tube like with Harry Potter's apparition. There was none of that. 1 minute, we were standing outside PRTHQ holding hands in the most awkward kumbaya I'd ever experienced, and then it was dark outside. Then a wave of vertigo struck us, forcing most of us into a queasy crouch. Arms Master remained standing, but I was fairly certain it was his armor's exoskeleton doing the work. A quick use of recover put me back on track. I looked around and the city was, in one piece. A man in military fatigues and a sky blue helmet walked over to us with a clipboard. Capes form Brockton Bay, right? He asked. Yes. Arms Master, Miss Militia, Dauntless, Velocity, Kidwin, Clock Blocker, and Gallant from the Protectorate and Wards. Laser Dream, Shielder, Glory Girl, and Panacea from New Wave. Victor, Uthula, and Rune from the Empire 88. Faultline, Neuter, and Creed are independent mercenaries, Arms Master introduced us, gesturing to each as he spoke. The man introduced himself as LT. Torres of the Guild's non-cape arm. He passed out a bracelet to each of us. These lacked the bombs for Cymurg battles, but were otherwise the same as communicators used during the fights. After a quick tutorial, he began to describe the situation. Landing Zone Delta, here, has been established a half-mile from Behemoth's trail of destruction so as to be close enough to coordinate relief efforts while remaining away from irradiated areas, he explained as he ushered us away. There are 3 groups, medical, rescue, and hazard management. The latter 2 will be provided with hazmat suits. If you can locate or stabilize people, you belong in rescue. If you can remove obstacles or put out gas fires, you belong in hazard management. If you do not know how to help, speak to one of my assistants, they will sort you out. Otherwise, please separate yourselves accordingly. As they did that, I flagged down an aide. I shrugged off the pledge regalia and lodged it on the ground. I unhooked the Pokenav from my costume and held it out to him. Given the circumstances, I felt it was best to loan the pledge regalia. Please bring me a guild cape on search and rescue. Or an unpowered aid worker is fine too. I have tech that belongs there but will be joining the medical team. I can help, Kidwin volunteered. He looked at me with a complicated expression. It wasn't animosity, not quite, but there was an intensity there. Not a chance. No tinkers. I don't trust one of you to try and fiddle with the settings or enter a fugue in the middle of operations to try and dismantle my work. We'll find someone, the aide said. He spoke into a mic for a moment. Is Wheeled Maiden acceptable? I nodded. That's fine. She has a solid reputation. We hung around for a bit while Wheeled Maiden got back to us. She rode a motorcycle that looked like it had been taken from someone local. Not all capes were movers. Her costume had obvious Nordic or Celtic influences, though I wasn't cultured enough to say which beyond vaguely fantasy barbaric. She looked more or less like the Valkyrie twins, but with more layers. There was a haunted, bone-deep exhaustion in her body language, but she did her best to offer me a tired smile. So you're the one Glyph's been on about, hey? Hello, Wheeled Maiden. I'd like to join the medics, so let me brief you on how this works, I said in a no-nonsense tone. Brockton Bay knew me as a bit of a joker, a troll, and I was happy with that, but this wasn't the time or place. I activated the hologram on the Pokenav and interfaced it with the pledge regalia. A map of the local surroundings appeared. Slapping the tombstone, I said, "This is the pledge regalia. It's a high-end scanner that should be able to detect the heartbeats of those buried under rubble. I trust you to direct rescue efforts accordingly." Sounds good. How do I use it? Activation phrase is pledge regalia, access. It will then unfold and scatter, forming nodes to amplify its sensory capabilities. Say pledge regalia, collapse, to bring it all in again. Heartbeats will appear on the map here. She nodded gratefully. Good, easy to use. Please be advised that if you attempt to tamper with it, you will be locked out and incapacitated, I warned her. Then, shutting off my mic, I spoke to Saint, go with her and filter the data for her. Stop anyone who tries to study it. Pori. That settled, I skated to catch up to the medical team. It was finally time for a little bit of aggressive experimentation. Author's note. People were asking what happened to Behemoth. Well, here he is. And yes, that was a Shrek meme. Would Bryce give up the chance to make a Shrek reference? Sky blue helmets are unique to UN peacekeepers. I doubt they exist in the same capacity on Earth since Leviathan more or less ended globalism, but I thought it was a nice homage. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Seal 4.5. 2010, November 26, Damascus, Syria. Brockton Bay's medical contingent consisted primarily of villains, Attila, Victor, Neuter, and myself. By contrast, only Panacea and Clock Blocker represented the heroes. All the others had gone to the Hazard Management or Search and Rescue Division, including, to my surprise, Shadow Stalker. She had apparently insisted on attending the fight, not just showing up after the fact like us prey animals, so she could see the best predators in the world in action, or something. Regardless of her motivations, it was just about the only unambiguously good thing I'd ever heard of her doing, so out of character in fact that I actually forgot she attended this in canon, if this wasn't some weird butterfly effect. When I caught up to the others, they were in the midst of receiving another explanation from a different volunteer who spoke in a thick accent. Behemoth emerged 30 miles from the pipeline and walked due east through the city, he said. Once he reached the pipe, he traveled north, breaking everything for another 20 miles before the heroes drove him off. A series of medical stations have been set up framing his trail without entering the irradiated area. Where does that leave us? Victor asked. You will be working at Medical Station B3 and rotate with the team there. If your power needs special preparation, tell the volunteers at the station. Things moved swiftly after that. The station the guide mentioned was the picture of organized chaos. The lobby of a conveniently located hotel had been stripped of all furniture in favor of laying out more beds and portable dividers for triage purposes. Volunteers hauled everything from pallets of water bottles to extra blankets and bandages. Medics shouted for one thing or another but were drowned out by the groans and screams that made up the general drone of the atmosphere. There, one of the tired nurses recognized Panacea and rushed over. Oh, thank God you're here, Panacea, she said with a relieved sigh. We'll get you a station immediately. Do the rest of you know what you should be doing? I can do anything, Victor said smoothly. Triage, surgery, doesn't matter. Attila can grant low-level regeneration and will assist me. Very well. Bilal. Come here. She yelled. A young man who couldn't be older than 20 rushed over. Get these 2 space. Surgical tools. Room for 2 beds. Clock Blocker stepped up next. I can stop time for whoever I touch, but I won't know when they'll unfreeze. Can be 30 seconds or 10 minutes. They won't get worse, but no one else can treat them either. Go back to the front. Tell them Mariah sent you for emergency triage. Explain to them what you can do. They'll put you to use. And you, Orange Boy. Ah, I put people to sleep. If you touch my sweat, it'll knock you out for a few hours. No side effects. Tested against medication. All the common ones in America, he confirmed. I believed him, Faultline was thorough if nothing else. Actually, do you have a jacket? So I don't rub my arm against anyone on accident. Yes, stay. I will lead you to the beds and you will put them to sleep. Then go join the clock boy outside. Maybe I can hear myself think then. And you, Sentai boy. Amy spoke up for me. He's with me. Says he has healing tech. I'm going to make sure he doesn't kill anyone then send him back to you. Good. Good to work with you again, Panacea. Now let's move. She rushed us to a corner occupied by a conventional trauma nurse of some stripe. Samuel. You've been working too long. Panacea is here to take over, get out. The nurse, a bleary-eyed blonde with a German flag on his lapel, nodded. He dropped the sutures where he was and allowed Mariah to manhandle him out of the partitioned room. Amy turned to me with her typical scowl. She tapped the man who'd been getting sewn up on the spine, sedating him instantly. She then proceeded to rip up the sutures with careless disregard. It didn't matter anyway now that she was here. Alright. Cliff notes. What the fuck is healing tech? Alchemy. Turning one thing into another thing. Transmuting someone's injury into regular flesh and bone, I said hurriedly. As long as all the pieces are still here, I should be able to put it all back together. I can't regrow anything though. I'm also uncomfortable doing brains. Good. You should be. Heal him. I studied the patient on the table. There were multiple lacerations on his body, from what, I didn't know. I hated blood back in my old life, but the knowledge I gained from Marco and other flesh-crafting alchemists took over. I quickly diagnosed him to the best of my abilities. I didn't need to fix everything, just fix enough to keep him alive. I put my hands on his chest and began to draw the energy from the Earth's core. Funny, that the lava monster who caused this mess and the power to heal him came from the same place. The back of my right glove began to glow with a silver light. Overlapping circles and pentagons, each inscribed with script too small to see, came to life and acted as channels filled with the planet's energy. How this shit wasn't magic was beyond me, but according to Full Metal Alchemist, it was science, with clear laws and principles that had to be obeyed. As we watched, the man's wounds began to stitch themselves together. In a matter of seconds, he was whole again. Amy took her hand off the patient. Okay, that was fucky. But congratulations, you can fix lacerations. You didn't do anything about his liver, I noticed. He had a bad liver. Drinking. Shit's not our problem. You need to be told what the problem is? No super Google to diagnose for you. Gave that away for search and rescue, I said with a shrug. Dumbass. Nah, it'll save more people out there. Besides, it's two big ones unfolded to fit here. Fine, whatever. She peeked outside and yelled. Next. Two volunteers rushed in and picked up the man. They must have run out of gurneys because they just grabbed him by the arms and legs and hauled him out of there like a sack of rice. Another pair immediately came back, this time with what looked like a piece of a fence rammed through his chest cavity. Amy touched his head. Brain death hasn't set in yet. Fix him. I nodded. There was no time to argue. I ripped out the fence post as gingerly as I could and began. Collapsed right lung. Sternum broken. Coastal ribs, third, fourth, and fifth shattered. I continued to examine and recite the wounds. It took me a minute. Without Amy keeping him stable, there was no chance in hell I would have saved him in time. Did I get everything? Yet. Now do that glowy thing. All the pieces are here. Okay. Inflating lungs. Connecting blood vessels. Nerves. Restructuring muscles. Bones. Good. You can remake organs and bones. Yeah, that's all I'm comfortable doing. I could eliminate diseases and cancers too, I told her. Diseases and cancers were easy. Just find the cells that didn't belong and convert it all into red blood cells. Or constituent compounds. Or any number of harmless chemicals the body can process on its own. I'd need to be told where and what's wrong though. If they bring you someone without an arm, can you close the wound? Yeah, I can. I can build them auto-mail later. What? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Burns? Yes. Poisons too. She nodded and rushed out again. Mariah. Creed's good to go. Give him someone to triage for him. I walked out with her. The chaos hadn't died down any, but the lobby was infinitely quieter. Or maybe not, but it seemed that way without all the screaming. I was quickly given a separate bed next to Amy and told to get to work. We had no time to talk, my first patient was already being rolled in. She was a cape of some stripe with an eye-searingly yellow leotard. That it had been melted to her skin didn't exactly make it any more endearing. A medic stepped into the room to greet me. He set a walkie-talkie onto a shelf. I'm Patrick Wilshire, a paramedic from Britain working with the suits. I'll be outside to prognose incoming patients. You'll hear it through the walkie-talkie as they come in to save us some time. Thank you. Creed. Glad to have you, I spoke as I alchemically separated the cape's costume from carbonized skin. Her suit was still a lost cause and the regenerated skin was as pale as my Irish ass, but she'd live. Done. Gotcha. Next. And so my day passed in a blur of patience. It was exhausting. I was once again reminded why I'd avoided the surgery track in school. Maybe because this 15-year-old body wasn't as used to the all-nighters of grad school, but I didn't remember my ER rotation being half this bad. Then again, my world didn't have endbringers. They didn't completely trust Amy at her word. Panacea or not, world's best healer or not, we were rushed and power testing in under 10 minutes would be unreasonable at the best of times. Throughout the day, they brought in a variety of different patients, each with unique injuries ranging from conventional trauma to radiation poisoning. The only two rules they kept in mind were no brains and all the pieces must be here. I forced the bile back down my throat and continued to work. I'd adapt. It was amazing what the human body could get used to. Entrails now out trails? That's fine. Shove it back in and move on. Electrical burns leaving fractals that weep blood and pus? Just fix the internals and leave them with a sick scar to show off. Move on. I didn't know how many people I saw by the time my shift ended 5 hours later. It could have been only a few dozen. It could have been thousands. They all blurred together until they became as featureless as truth. I failed a couple times. No, more than a couple times. Sometimes, I was too late and they'd already succumbed to their injuries. Other times, both Patrick and I missed one critical injury or another that continued to fuck them up even as everything else was fixed. Alchemy wasn't Shaper's miracle biomancy, no matter how many times people compared me and Amy. It relied on my knowledge, not some eldritch alien whale fragment. Those were the hardest to accept. Those were the ones I could have saved. If I had more knowledge, more experience, I knew some of those people would be alive. Had Behemoth attacked even a week later, I would have gotten fully through everyone in Ames' tries, maybe even started on Hohenheim and Father's knowledge base. But he attacked now. Today. And time was one of the few things I couldn't bend with alchemy. On the plus side, at least they'll get to look pretty for their funerals, I thought tiredly. Then I immediately felt like scum for thinking it. There was something about this bone-deep weariness that seeped into my head and brought out the worst in me. I stayed on shift for 5 hours. Then I went back to Amy's section and watched as she damn near brought someone back from the dead. She was about to stick her head back out to call the next guy when I jabbed her in the side with a weak thunder wave, just enough to give her an unpleasant jolt. I grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and began to drag her out of the hotel. "What the hell, Creed?" she yelled. "Nope. We're taking a break. Mariah. Patrick. We're gone for an hour," I called. "The head nurse? Operations director?" She just nodded and waved us off. "Waters to the left. Got some granola bars and coffee too. Bathrooms to the right. Good work, kids." Amy hung limply in my arm as I skated along. Her arms were crossed in an annoyed pout but didn't actually struggle. Personally, I thought she wanted it this way, wanted someone else to understand the experience, and for that person to still tell her, enough. Because then, it wouldn't be some nobody. It'd be someone who knew what this was like. I was still tired, mentally as much as physically, but I allowed myself to feel a little better about today knowing I'd gotten a bit closer to breaking through to my best friend. I ignored the refreshments and led Amy to the resting area set aside for the volunteers. Halfway there, she started to walk back. "Amy. Bathroom. Or are you going to follow me inside and make sure I don't start healing people's period cramps in there?" She bit back. "Fine, but don't you go back to work. 1 hour. Ugh, I'd say you're as bad as Mom, but we'd both know I'm lying." "You're worse." "Good. Because I'm sure your sister would do the same here," I said. Was it emotional blackmail to name-drop Vicky? Absolutely. Did I care? No. A few minutes later, Amy joined me as promised. The resting area was a small coffee shop set aside next to the hotel lobby. It hadn't been stripped down when the lobby was converted into an impromptu hospital because the booths were too heavy and even medics needed to sit down once in a while. The cafe was filled with people from our shift who'd likewise decided to take a break for a bit. The two of us probably looked a little strange, one of the most respected heroes in the world getting forced into timeout by a self-professed villain. Granted, most people had better things to do than pay attention to us, but I felt like it'd get on that we got along a bit too well. Panacea and Creed weren't supposed to know each other. "Thank you," I said, a tad louder than strictly necessary. Amy raised an eyebrow in unspoken question. "For agreeing to validate my healing tech. I owe you for that, as does every person I saved today." "What are you talking about?" "It's truce." "That's what I'm supposed to do," she scoffed. "True enough, but this is about more than the truce. You know how rare healing powers are. Yourself excluded, healers almost always do so incidentally, as a side effect or unorthodox application of their powers. Today has opened up a market I could not capitalize on. People would naturally be suspicious of any form of biotin curing. But with your validation and this trial by fire. You're a greedy son of a bitch. I am a mercenary. This is business. Is that why you came? To meet me? For a business opportunity, she interrogated. There was real hurt in her eyes and I realized I was laying it on a bit thick. I tapped the table with a finger. When her eyes trailed to my glove, I pointed subtly at the people who were watching. To meet you? Yes, I suppose that's one reason for my sudden bout of charity. There is a great deal I can gain from events such as this that cannot be bought with money. Amy gaped like a fish. Her mouth moved up and down but no sound came out as she connected the dots. Bryce Kelly and Amy Dallin were friends. Creed and Panacea? The merc and the single most altruistic cape alive? Logic said we ought to be at each other's throats. What do you want? She growled, a little less overtly hostile now that she knew what I was doing. Her annoyance was still very much audible. To express my gratitude, I said again. I dug around in the expanded bag on my hip and pulled out a sandwich and thermos before offering them to her. Want one? I owe you a fair bit more than a meal, but this is a start. What's in it? Pastrami, Swiss, grilled onions, sauerkraut, and horseradish mayo on a ciabatta roll. She eyed the parchment-wrapped bundle as if it was a pipe bomb. Still, she knew the food was fine. Even had I not been a friend, poisoning Panacea at an Endbringer cleanup would be the single fastest way to get on everyone's shit list. Just as well, because I happened to know this was her favorite sandwich. Fuck. Fine, yes. Thermos. Coffee. Enchanted honey mixed in, should give you a lot of energy. Drink sparingly. Amy narrowed her eyes. Clearly, she'd put together that this was technically a biotin-cured creation but was too drained to bite my head off over it. For the moment. I figured that now, when she was tired and had already accepted my bullshit alchemical healing as being an objectively good thing, was the best time to force open her doors just a bit. Besides, she clearly needed the drink. She poured out a few drops onto the table. Then, as if it was a puddle of lava and not sugary caffeine, she stuck her pinky in it. Her eyes flew open with naked surprise. What the fuck did you make? It's coffee, as promised, I said, allowing my voice modulator to carry a bit more of my usual smugness. You made a complex sugar that wraps around itself, sheathed it in an enzyme that regulates its access to free-floating water molecules, and arranged it so that it dissolves over time to extend the sugar rush for hours. There's also an enzyme that keeps the body from getting desensitized to it. This complex sugar is a chemical chain of hundreds of simple sugar molecules. How? Is it dangerous? Creed, how the fuck did you make this? Island. It. Dangerous. I know. It's not, it's just an insane energy boost. With a crash that isn't any worse than from a normal sugar high. You. How long have you had this? It's a tinkering aid, I said evasively. I wondered just what Shaper felt seeing this. I hated to rely on a shard's goodwill, such a thing didn't actually exist, but hopefully, seeing this would make Shaper nudge Amy in positive directions. You know, for late nights. She poured some out into the cap and raised it gingerly to her lips. It was like she didn't trust her own power. No, not like, that's exactly what this was. She didn't trust herself to have missed something that might fuck her over later. I pulled down the chin guard of my helmet, wrapping it around my throat like a gorget. I then reached over and took the thermos before taking a nice gulp. The comforting aroma of coffee filled my nose as the intense sweetness of the honey sank in. I'd only included a fraction of a teaspoon for this entire bottle, but the flavor of the enchanted honey, man-made but processed using royal jelly harvested from Vespican hives, still came through. Amy eyed me carefully, probably to make sure I wouldn't turn into an alchemical monstrosity like lab rat. When nothing happened, she took a tentative sip. Her face lit up. For the briefest moment, so fast I would have sworn I'd imagined it, she smiled. Smiled. At a biotin-cured concoction. I couldn't keep the smug, self-satisfied grin on my face. I'd done it, something almost as impressive as healing. I made Amy appreciate a biotin-cured creation. Then she saw my smirk and the smile vanished like the morning dew. Shut up. I raised my hands in defense. I said nothing. Fuck you, you were thinking something stupid. I am grateful that you have validated yet another marketable product. She raised a middle finger and pulled the thermos to her side with a scowl. Fuck off. This is mine now. Of course, please enjoy your lunch. X. I then got up and began to serve the other volunteers on break from the spare thermoses I'd brought, a cup per person. Eventually, halfway through her sandwich, Amy saw that she was the only one with a full thermos and grudgingly began donating her share as well. I slid 2 paper cups to the Nazi pair. Oh? Are you done networking with Panacea? Victor asked smoothly. His voice struck that delicate medium between respectful and amused. I wondered if he'd stolen the skill from an orator of some sort or if he'd always been this naturally smarmy. I have. Tinkered coffee, verified safe by Panacea. Tad sweet. Don't drink it if you're diabetic. Otherwise, it's an effective energy boost, I said with a professional nod. I'm surprised you would offer us your products. We've tried to reach out and you have been silent. Don't get your hopes up. Like Faultline said, the truce is a form of contract. And we can expect the mercenary to respect the contract. Of course, how professional of you. Speaking of contracts. I held out a hand. No, my pipeline is rather full at the moment. There is much left to do to refine my healing tech and several professional obligations I must juggle. Pity. May we know what those contracts are? Or perhaps who holds them? The goat. All the rest are confidential, I said flatly. I began to walk away. If you'll excuse me, I owe Neuter and Clock Blocker the same. I found the pair outside, leaning against the hotel's fountain and pointedly not looking at the incoming patients. Their work wasn't physically draining, both could activate their powers with a touch, but it couldn't have been easy for the two most jocular capes in Brockton to be here. Clock had his faceplate off, revealing the freckled ginger I ate lunch with. His only nod to the unwritten rules was a domino mask that was more about the message than any real attempt to hide his identity. He had a granola bar in his mouth and was doing his best to joke with the merc as if this was a normal outing. For his part, Neuter looked almost as drained as Clock. There were a handful of volunteers laid out around him, their minds somewhere off in outer space. Do I want to know what happened to them? I gestured to the volunteers as I skated over. We're on break and we can all use a little relaxation, Neuter said with a nod. He flicked his tail at me. Want a lick? Pass. I came to give you drugs of my own, actually, I chuckled. I quickly explained what my coffee did and handed both capes a thermos and a sandwich each. I swear, man, you make something new every time I see you, Neuter grumbled good-naturedly. Seriously, what the hell is your specialization? Bullshit. My specialization is bullshit. I can make anything so long as at least one cape around me would look at it and say, fuck, that's bullshit. Wait. Is that possible? I don't actually know how specializations work. Clock shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm not the tinker on my team. Actually, about that, Kidwin has the biggest man crush on you. Or the goat. Or he wants to kill you. I'm not sure which anymore. Just thought I'd let you know. That's fine, I shrugged. It was bound to happen. KW's got the potential to be one of the greatest tinkers, alive and dead. He deserves a bit of a leg up. Why? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm happy you helped him out, but doesn't helping the heroes hurt you? Not as much as you'd think. I'm all about selling tech and keeping the balance in the city, remember? I'm thinking that if the heroes get a little stronger, the gangs will be that much less likely to start shit. Makes sense. Say, about your healing. Yes. You take jobs, right? I frowned. Did Dennis have anyone he needed healed? Then I remembered. He did. His trigger. He got his power when he felt helpless to save his dad. His dad had cancer? Something like that. Dennis wanted to fix his dad but got a power that only lets him stop the situation from getting worse for a few minutes. I felt like an idiot for forgetting. The worst part was that I vaguely remembered thinking about this at some point. It was in my notes somewhere, had to be, but that didn't help if I didn't review them often. In the end, I decided to let him speak. I could speak over him. Or maybe receive a call from the goat using the voice modulator to increase the mystique of the thinker persona, but that didn't feel right. Dennis was a friend. We weren't close, but he tried his best as a hero and had gone out of his way to help me make an exercise plan when I first became a cape. I owed it to him to hear the story from his mouth. I do, I said, and with Panacea's green light, I suspect I will be able to charge a premium. How much? How much would it take to cure someone's cancer? That depends on the person. I take it this is someone you know. He nodded shakily. Sorry, I can't say exactly who. He's someone important to me. This power. Say no more. I get the gist. If I remembered correctly, Amy would fix his dad following Leviathan's arrival. Except, that wasn't a future I could count on anymore. Have you not asked Panacea? She is the better healer between us, and will always be for that matter. She doesn't take requests, he said with a sigh. Fear. That's what it was. He was terrified of rejection, of finding out just how much their friendship was worth to Amy, of her deciding that it wasn't worth more than her personal creed after all. I wondered if he'd seen something similar play out before. He'd known Amy long enough for that. Maybe he was afraid of what he'd do, the things he'd say to her when she said no. And she would say no, just like she rejected helping Saba's father directly. Canon Amy had slowly begun to break down her moral walls. Her respect for Dennis as a hero had likewise grown following an Endbringer. But the way she had been a few months ago? She would have definitely turned him down. I'd help, I wasn't heartless, but I did have an image to maintain. I hummed quietly as if in deep thought. Finally, I raised a single finger into the air. One life, one favor. You won't know what this favor is. My only promise is that it will not be illegal. It may be unpleasant, humiliating, or even morally wrong despite its legality. However, you will do it. Yes or no, clock blocker. There are rules I abide by, my creed if you must. The foremost of these is reciprocity. There must be an equivalent exchange. Fine. Yes, he said with an explosive sigh. He muttered something about a deal with the devil. Then send this person's hospital room number to my faux account. I will handle the rest within a week of our return to the States, I promised. I didn't have a favor locked down, for him or Glyph, but I had some vague ideas, things I couldn't do on my own. I'd simply have to learn to prioritize. Thank you. It is a transaction, no more and no less. Neuter chimed in at that. So. Do we get the same deal? Can you speak on behalf of Faultline? I asked him in turn. She has already expressed the desire to meet with me after. Yeah, that's fair. But she'd probably like a deal like this. I am open to such an arrangement. I could see the hunger in his eyes. It wasn't hard to figure out what he was thinking. I had to pop that bubble. However, I am incapable of fixing case 53s as I am. Your atypical biology will likely require case-by-case study on my part. He looked disappointed. Could I make him a new body? There was an alchemical circle for soul transferal after all. Alphonse Elric. Barry the Butcher. It'd been done before. No, that was a terrible idea. As much as I didn't want to disappoint him, bodies actively decayed and went mad when inserted with a soul that wasn't their own. I knew that for a fact from back when they found Barry's original body. There had to be a way though. Just one more project to add to the pile. Author's note. Yes, I know Sophia attended the behemoth fight. Yes, I did forget. Shout out to Youth on Patreon who pointed it out to me. Radiation isn't like a virus. Someone who is poisoned by radiation isn't himself radioactive. The material will continue to be radioactive, but so long as he's not bringing that into the hospital, it's fine. I'm sure that's not really how the body processes sugar. Please don't crucify me, nutritionists. As always, I don't need to be accurate with my technobabble, just good enough to sound plausible to a middle schooler. On another note, how many of you forgot that Bryce made this weird honey thing during his very first month? Seal 4.6. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. We didn't go home that night. After our hour-long break, we jumped right back to treating the wounded, physically energized thanks to the honey but still mentally exhausted. When Mariah retired for the day, she was a local and had been one of the first to respond. Victor stepped up and replaced her as the operations director of Station B3, slotting into the role annoyingly smoothly. There must have been some communication between the stations because rather than die down, the stream of incoming patients only seemed to pick up. Panacea had arrived, so it was natural that the worst cases got sent our way. The presence of myself and Athela only made that tide worse. We worked until 3 in the morning local time, roughly 2 5-hour shifts from when we arrived. I'd long since run dry of coffee despite the expanded bag and had neither the time nor materials to make more. On the plus side, finding a place to sleep was as simple as grabbing some keys from the concierge desk, heading upstairs and claiming a room. Patients got shipped from where we were to a number of refugee camps after they were treated, but there wasn't anyone willing to tell us we couldn't sleep on site. The station being a commandeered hotel, several of the search and rescue teams also came here to rest, kind of like bees coming back to the hive. They kept us sorted according to our location for convenience. Our hotel was mostly filled with Brockton and Boston capes, but had the presence of mind to separate the villains and heroes. Truce be damned, some of the capes were eyeing Victor, Athela, and Rune with less than friendly intentions, not that I blamed them. After our shift and a hasty dinner of cup ramen and protein bars, we sat around waiting for our separated companions to return from their own shifts. First came Glory Girl, Laser Dream, and Shielder, floating in and still somehow looking like they'd popped out of magazine covers. Then came Rune, reclining on a comfy-looking office chair she'd picked up somewhere. The Protectorate, led by Arms Master, came in as one group, shepherding the wards with a gentle hand. They offered Gallant and Kidwin proud smiles before dismissing them to their rooms. Though I couldn't see their faces, the two had a haunted gait about them and barely reacted to Clock Blocker's admittedly weak attempts at lightening the mood. Then my UI sparked to life as the best duck in the world returned to me. I quickly muted my external speakers. Saint Pori. He trilled excitedly. Through our bond, I felt relief and happiness wash over me. I realized that this was the first time we'd been separated for so long. Good to hear from you, buddy, I said, sending back the same. How is Wheeled Maiden? Porygon. Pori. Pori. A series of images and expressions followed. Some arrived through the bond, mostly emotions like respect and admiration, while others came in the form of pictures that popped up on my HUD. Someone tried to take the regalia. Pori, he denied. Someone asked to examine it. Gone. And she refused. Gone. She didn't try to fiddle with the settings. Gone, he shook his head in denial. Good. What do you think? Is she trustworthy? Or should I find someone else to loan this out to tomorrow? Porygon. There was a sense of approval. It seemed Narwhal had an eye for integrity as well as talent. Or maybe she had the basic common sense not to fuck with Tinker Tech. Either way, she seemed safe enough. Alright, I'm glad you approve. Tell me about your day, bud. What was it like being on search and rescue? We chatted amiably as more people came in. Weld of the Boston wards, Bastion, head of their protectorate, and more drove through. They'd apparently met up with Faultline somewhere along the way and had opted to give the striker a ride. The steel-like Case 53 seemed happy to chat with Neuter for a time, but Bastion called him back for something or other. There were others, such as Chain Gang, Morticians, and the Impersonators, as well as smaller groups of gangs and independents that lacked the members to warrant a group name. I found it funny that this lobby was as friendly as Capes got with so many different factions in the room. There was no real goodwill here, we were all just too tired to pick fights. After a time of admittedly half-hearted posturing, people began to retire for the night. Because of secret identities that had to be respected, I saw a few choose to find their own accommodations. Even when they chose to remain in the building, they made sure to demand their own rooms. Which was how I found myself in one of the hotel rooms in the early hours of the morning. Back home, it'd be about 9 at night, nowhere near late enough to be bedtime. There were 2 beds and 2, cheap, faux wood desks with matching swivel chairs. I wasn't sharing, the only person I'd be comfortable bunking with was Amy, which would raise some hilarious questions if I tried. I did have Faultline and Neuter in the room across the hall though. Or, they were supposed to be. Neuter was currently making a mess of my unused bed. Faultline sat on the corner, careful not to touch her subordinate directly. So, why are you both in my room? I asked the mercs with a stifled yawn. I was tired but could not force myself to sleep. So instead, I'd been performing checkup and maintenance on the pledge regalia. There wasn't much that needed doing, it wasn't as though she'd gotten into a fight with it or anything, but it was something to keep my hands busy. Saint was off doing something. I'd asked him to help sort the health records of missing persons while no one was looking, figuring that Dragon's eyes would be on more immediately impactful tasks and, like Saint, she couldn't fork. He knew how to keep himself hidden and knew to withdraw immediately if he suspected he'd been noticed. I wasn't sure he could beat Dragon in cyber warfare, but he should be good enough to at least leave. Anyone else? Not a concern. You don't look like you're ready for bed, Faultline observed with a wry smile. She'd gone for a domino mask similar to clock blockers, there was someone giving them out to Capes who wanted one, revealing her high cheekbones and hawk-like brown eyes. Rather than whatever pajamas or nightgown she typically wore to bed, she'd settled for a comfortable set of sweats. Is the time difference messing with you? Yet. I'll get over it. How about you? How were things out there? Chaotic. Exalt from Houston stuck around and coordinated us from the air with Dragon. She wants to talk about that scanner you gave her friend by the way. For good reasons I hope. I'd heard it all from Saint but it didn't hurt to make conversation. Yes. Wheeled Maiden was able to find dozens buried under the rubble we might have missed otherwise thanks to you. There would have been more but they were long dead. That was a sobering thought. And I was sure Neuter as well, noticed that a great many people were coming in with radiation poisoning, burns, and crushed limbs after a while. Everyone in Behemoth's path died, but his kill aura actually had a fairly small diameter. Outside his aura, blasts of fire, lightning, and concussive force collapsed buildings on top of helpless civilians. A decent chunk of the people we treated were probably people Wheeled Maiden and her team dug up. Just that small fraction was enough to leave us feeling like shit. I couldn't imagine what the scene looked like out there. I see. That must have been awful. Sounds like search and rescue wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. Hazard management in my case. I mostly just helped cut down rubble to more manageable pieces so we could clear the roads. But no, it wasn't pretty. Yet, I saw a fair bit of the output come my way. So, how can I help you, Faultline? I didn't think you'd be the type to show for events like this. I'm not. There's no money in being here and though I agree there is worth in charity, I have my own concerns that take precedence. No, I'm here for you. I figured as much. Well, message received. You're a friend and I appreciate that you value our relationship enough to step up just because you thought I might. She nodded magnanimously. You're welcome. I'd like to speak to you about your organization. Oh boy. Where do I begin? At the beginning would be nice, she said with a small smile. When Neuter first found you in the junkyard, you did not seem particularly powerful. You quickly became a force to be reckoned with, and I can only assume this is through the GOAT and whatever organization they represent. It is, I confirmed, leaving out the obvious, that I was my own organization. I didn't even have a name for it yet. I understand you want answers, but I'd prefer to do this some other time when we're not all dead on our feet. Our arrangement stands if that's what you're concerned about. Can't we pick this up sometime over the week? That's good to know, but we're already here. This isn't just about the GOAT, this is about your role in the city and what you intend to do about the gang war brewing between the Empire and ABB. Have you had time to consider what you want out of the Undersiders? I thought you didn't care. I didn't until Lung decided to use me as his mailman, she said with a pointed frown. And, I understood. Her original intent was to use the city's chaos as a smokescreen. No outside party could just barge in to chase them down because of the delicate balance of power between the heroes and villains, and so long as she refrained from taking jobs inside the city, the local powers lacked the bandwidth to attack them on their own initiative. And then the kitten Neuter adopted turned out to be a tiger. I'd initially been a tinker she could have on demand, a useful resource. I was still that, but I turned out to be far more powerful than she expected, and from her perspective, because a hitherto unknown party snapped me up. She was doing her due diligence, I could respect that. Seen in this light, her dislike of thinkers in general made a whole lot of sense. I'm sorry about that, I said sincerely. It wasn't my intent to drag you into the city's affairs, even indirectly. I know. Look, Creed, you're not a bad kid, not a villain, not really. You're a rogue, if that. It's clear to anyone who looks that you have heroic inclinations. I don't know if this is due to whatever arrangement you have with the GOAT, but you're sending mixed signals to all of the factions in the Bay, and I wanted to know your objectives moving forward. Yeah, man, things are getting a bit hot in the Bay right now, Neuter joined in. He picked up one of the spare pillows and tossed it between his hands and tail. You're my friend, you know? I mean, I know we haven't hung out in a while, but I don't want you to just die off or anything. However, that isn't to say we're going to be sticking around. I intend to accept a job out west for a few weeks to let the heat here die down. I felt we should have this conversation before I left, see if there is anything we can do to make things easier. So you're here to learn more about the GOAT and give me some advice about how I should handle being a not hero. I summed up. It was cowardly? No, that wasn't right. They didn't sign up for my shit, and Faultline would always put her team first. The team lacked heavy hitters without Labyrinth, and she was a toss-up at the best of times. Still, I couldn't help but feel a little bitter about it. I'd known they avoided conflict in the city, but I'd hoped to have them in my corner if push came to shove. That's right. Behemoth attacked at the opportune time for the city and you. The truce puts Cape activities on pause for a few days, but I suspect things will return to business as usual by Tuesday or Wednesday. And that means that, like it or not, you're going to have to make a decision regarding the Undersiders. How is that a decision? I'm not going to give them to Lung. Besides, if I do, the Empire will assume I've sided with the ABB. They offered a similar contract, but with more money. Faultline nodded expectantly. I assumed as much. Congratulations then. You've officially painted yourself into a corner. I must point out that had you taken the path of an independent hero, you would not be asked to face these moral quandaries. I know, but being a rogue gives me freedom to act and retaliate without restraint. It's better for the city. Or at least, I thought it'd be better. On paper perhaps. People seldom behave rationally in reality. Life can't be broken down to realism, deterrence, and game theory. So I've learned, I muttered. In an ideal world, the ABB and Empire would stay in their territories, Lung lacking the numbers to push and Kaiser lacking the power to contend with Lung. But an ideal world didn't have Coil. I turn the Underisders into either gang, they'll die. Worse, I know that both contracts are just ways to start leashing me into their camp. I'm glad you're aware of this. So what are your options? She asked pointedly. Faultline was apparently a fan of the Socratic method of teaching. With the Undersiders? Handing them over to a gang is out. Taking them down myself and turning them into the PRT isn't ideal either. They'll either get killed off in custody or be out within the week because the PRT leaks like a sieve. At best, the PRT is good for a stay of execution, but removing the Undersiders at this point wouldn't end the fighting because Kaiser can't afford to look weak. Correct. Hook Wolf will likely act with or without Kaiser's permission, and the more violent elements in the gang will flock to his banner. Kaiser isn't a fool, he will not give orders he knows won't be obeyed. Lung won't stand idle for similar reasons. Capturing the Undersiders is likely to discredit your status as a mercenary, as you'll have shown that you are actively ignoring contracts in favor of siding with the law. And a merc's only law is his word, I finished for her. Somehow, I doubted my usual excuse of the GOAT made me do it, wasn't going to cut it this time. Overly dramatic, but yes. What if I target Coil? She blinked in surprise at the apparent non-sequitur. What does Coil have to do with this? He's the one who's bankrolling the Undersiders. I have enough information on them to know none of them wanted to start a gang war. He's a thinker. His power, he's a precog who can run 2 parallel simulations to observe 2 different outcomes. He selects an outcome he prefers and his power puppets his body to enact it. Because he retains knowledge of both simulations, it looks from his perspective as if he can split time into 2 branches. He used this power to gain leverage over the Undersiders. The goat has been busy. Yes, they have. Coil is the primary destabilizing force in the city, despite the apparent size of his organization. That's valuable information, and confirmation that the goat's knowledge extends to more than Tinker's. Are you sure you were supposed to tell me this? I don't see why not. Call it a sign of trust. Those don't mean as much when a thinker is involved, she said wryly, but I'll take it as it was intended. Right. Back to the point, I'm thinking about just breaking Coil's organization. Releasing his power, connections to the Undersiders, that sort of thing. Why would that matter? I am now not going to meet with him in person for obvious reasons, but that wasn't something I would have done without significant precautions anyway. Those who were already cautious will simply acknowledge his short-term predictions and remain cautious. Those who were opportunistic would consider allying with him because he seems easier to control than Lung or Kaiser respectively. You would turn him from a non-entity into a potentially valuable asset in the eyes of the gangs. The Undersiders can all be made up of poor orphans just trying to steal to keep their ailing siblings fed, and it wouldn't change anything for the same reason having them arrested wouldn't end the fighting. This isn't about them anymore. At best, I suspect that Coil will need to act more carefully due to increased part oversight. At worst, it's his word against yours and you'll have strengthened an enemy's position with little gain. Yeah, dude, and you look shifty as hell, Neuter joked. He thought about it for a bit longer and said, I mean, you're a mysterious tinker representing a mysterious organization headed by a mysterious thinker from out of town. And if you do manage to knock Coil off, then it could be seen as you deflecting, or making a power grab of your own in the middle of the chaos. I grunted in annoyance. I didn't like it, but the ambiguity I'd purposely cultivated was coming to bite me in the ass. It'd been useful to make the gangs cautious, but I was starting to wonder if it served its purpose. You're right, I do look pretty shifty from the outside. Coil's still on my list for starting this shit though. I might deal with him first just so he doesn't make things worse. Oh. Faultline hummed. Are you going to start a second gang war against Coil's faction? It'd certainly be one way to avoid the contracts. I don't know. I'll have to talk to the goat. Coil's, bad news. Anything I should know about? You seem extraordinarily wary of him, more than you are of the 2 bigger gang leaders. No? Yes? Nothing that's a threat to you. He's just a much bigger deal than anyone gives him credit for, and a lot more willing to do things that would be considered a violation of the unwritten rules. Enough that the goat thinks he is a priority. Yes. Fine, I'm leaving the city anyway. I don't have the right to tell you how to handle things here while I'm gone, she said with an explosive sigh, washing her hands of it. You're still a lot more experienced than I am. What do you think is the best way to stop the fighting? That ship sailed the moment you declared yourself the balance keeper. I never said that. But everyone heard it. You appeared to stop the fighting, protect civilians, then proceeded to go out of your way to commit nonsensical crimes to distance yourself from the heroes. Actions speak louder than words, Creed, and though you may have never voiced it, the fact is that you've taken the role of Great Britain in European history. Hey. Not a fan of historical geopolitics, I take it. It's fine. I'm not going to give you a lecture on European history, but to oversimplify a millennium of conflict, Britain was a fickle ally. As a maritime power, its interests were best served when there was no continental hegemon in Europe. So, it sided with whoever was weaker, lending its navy to best fight against whichever country was most powerful at the time. France? Spain? Prussia? Didn't matter. Britain wanted a divided Europe and, more often than not, they got it. And you're saying that's me? And the goat? That has been the impression I got. I suspect others have come to similar conclusions. Fine, no good options. So what's the least shitty option? Stop with this technically a villain nonsense. Choose whether you're a hero or villain because one way or another, you're too invested into the city to not get involved in the fighting. I understand why the ambiguity might have been useful, but it's not anymore. If you decide to become a villain, take over territory. Recruit. Get your backers to send you mooks and powered subordinates. Use that territory as a buffer between the Empire and ABB. Give them a reason to stop fighting. Start with the merchants. Clean house and expand. Be brutal and overwhelming, but ensure that everyone knows that you follow the rules. If you do this, lots of people are going to get hurt. Dozens will likely die from the fighting. But it'll be brief. The city will settle into a new normal in which you become the third gang, one with enough real power to make the others not want to leave themselves open. How very realpolitik of you, I said wryly. I remembered the Bakuta incident from Canon, how the Undersiders and Empire worked with each other to get rid of the Mad Bomber. Like ripping off a band-aid? You're assuming they won't form a united bloc to deal with me. That is a possibility, yes, but only if you go too far. That line is somewhere between the teeth and the slaughterhouse. For the various factions in the city to unite against you, you would have to cause widespread chaos and civilian casualties the likes of which would warrant an A-class response from the heroes. Are you going to be as bad as the slaughterhouse? Of course not, but I still don't think this is the right answer, I said, not least of which because I simply lacked the manpower Faultline thought I had. If I just fucked off to do nothing but create, if I really embraced my biotinker side, I could probably finish the Zoan fruits, use alchemy and the biological knowledge of Ames tries to make it a fully functioning Zoan, not just a smile. I could then give it to the disenfranchised, the hungry and desperate. There were plenty of those if I so wished. A part of me wondered if I should hire the dock workers and homeless people, start giving them armor and have them act as a neighborhood watch, make them Zoans so they can fight capes on even ground. But that was obviously fraught with problems, both in the security sense and reputational sense. No, if I ever empowered someone else, it'd be in small amounts. I didn't know what might get Cauldron to intervene in the bay, but an independent power broker would be likely to force their hand. I wanted their attention even less than Coil did. I wouldn't mind a lieutenant, but it'd have to be someone I could trust. Or someone I could control. My thoughts immediately swerved back to the Undersiders. I could control them, flip their loyalties. It wasn't an attractive option, but it was an option. Lisa would be a bitch and a half to manage, but it was doable, especially if I promised her Coil's head. Brian was easy, altering records to legitimize his income stream while dolling up caseworkers' reports to make him seem like a more attractive caregiver wasn't beyond Saint's abilities. I feared Saint encountering another tinker, not conventional security. Considering the gold I'll soon be able to make at will, funding the Laborn family wouldn't even be expensive resource-wise. Alec. He was a hedonist through and through. Keeping him happy was as simple as hiding him from his dad and giving him video games. For the low price of a few grand per month, I could adopt my own basement goblin. And Rachel. She was simultaneously the easiest to understand and hardest to care for. Dogs were expensive, but the resources weren't what worried me. So long as the dog-fighting rings were operational, she'd feel compelled to attack Hook Wolf. Which brought me straight back to square one, conflict. Not for the first time, I wished I could just put them all in timeout, slice up the city into different territories and wall them off. In the end, it came down to the simple fact that I didn't like them. They were fraught with problems and though I could control them with a dozen different leverages, both social and physical, I just didn't want to bother. They weren't worth the hassle of micromanaging them. Faultline saw the distaste on my face. She sighed and continued her analysis. If you don't like the thought of becoming a warlord, be a hero. Take down Hook Wolf, Cricket and Storm Tiger when they continue to rampage around the ABB territory. You won't be holding territory so it'll be less resource intensive, but it'll also put you in the line of fire more often. You're going to have to take on capes from both gangs, arrest them without resorting to lethal force, protect civilians and ensure that they will not simply walk out of prison to try again. I don't need to tell you that holding back is far more difficult than fighting all out. If you go down this path, any resources or connections you may have been cultivating with the gangs will likely go up in smoke. But there are advantages to becoming a more established hero. It will make negotiating with the PRT easier. You may even get more customers for your catalog if people are confident they won't be funding a villain. You'll likely have an easier time working with Panacea in the future, should you ever desire to again. I nodded slowly. Faultline had a gift for breaking things down. Hearing it all laid out like this made it seem more manageable. The simple truth was that there was no clean answer to my problems, but I did feel like I knew what I had to do now. I wanted peace in Brockton Bay. The easiest way to do that was to be so powerful that no one wanted to mess with me. More importantly, I needed to get to that state without being labeled an S-class villain, as would definitely happen if I started making chimeras in Pigot's turf. I wanted safety and comfort for my family. I wanted Amy's help, and to help her in turn. I wanted lots of money and prestige so I could tinker as I pleased without a dozen paranoid idiots screaming how I'd start the apocalypse. In the end, none of these things were possible as I was now. Well, I have no plans to become a warlord, so I guess I'm a hero now. Please remind me to send you a consultant's fee of some sort, I told her with a wan smile. Whether it was expected of me or not, it was a tangible sign of my appreciation, a message of my own if I wanted to use Faultline's parlance. Good. Always a pleasure doing business with you, she said with a satisfied smirk. And speaking of business, I heard a great deal of praise about your new healing abilities. How much? If you mean to purchase the gloves, they're not for sale. It's not that I don't want to give them to you, I actually think either Neuter or Labyrinth would make fine medics given their terrain control and maneuverability. It's just a lot more complicated than anything I've shown. Training isn't really on the table either. And wasn't that a pity? I genuinely wouldn't have minded giving a set of gloves to Faultline. In fact, I technically only needed one glove, just like Scar and Mustang only needed one hand to use their own techniques. It cost nothing on my end to embroider both gloves and my OCD kicked in, that was all. Unfortunately, even if I gave Neuter a glove right now, it wouldn't change anything. He lacked access to aura, which was what I'd been using to bridge the gap between the alchemy circle and the geothermal energy it drew upon. I didn't think this was how alchemists in Ames Tries did it, but aura was me, what I used to facilitate much of what I did. Not to mention, while the gloves let me fix almost anything biological, they didn't tell me what was wrong in the first place. I wasn't sure I was ready to part with a regalia. That's too bad. How much per healing then? Faultline asked, pivoting seamlessly to something she could reasonably ask for. I liked that about her. When she couldn't get something she wanted, she didn't throw a tantrum, she found the next best thing. How does 10 grand per session sound? Unfortunately, I'd have to deny her again. I don't think that's going to help. Let me explain. I tapped the pledge regalia. This thing? This wasn't originally made to scan through Rebel. I didn't just have something so perfectly suited to search and rescue lying around. It was made to scan people, and usually at close range. What does that have to do with healing? Neuter asked. Weren't you doing fine without it? I was, but that was with a professional EMT shouting out prognosis before I saw the patient. And even then, there were some patients that I just couldn't save. The gloves let me manipulate organic matter, but everything else is on me. Scanning. Diagnosis. Manipulation. Proper structure and chemical balance to prevent complications. The whole thing. It's why I can't just give them to you, you'd be more likely to turn Faultline's heart inside out than actually help. Oh. And Gregor and I. Yet. Not really ideal. I mean, I'm not going to drug myself touching you or anything, but by the same token, I don't have a clear understanding of your biology. But you could, Faultline cut in. That's a problem for every doctor, para-human or not. If Neuter and Gregor were willing to submit to medical examinations to establish a baseline, would your answer change then? I thought about it. Of course I'd say yes, that wasn't the question. The question was what I'd ask in return. Not money. I looked at Neuter. He fidgeted nervously, getting a doctor must have been tricky being a case 53. I didn't want to rip him off, but Faultline wouldn't accept charity, she just wasn't that kind of person. Then I realized something, wasn't the exam itself payment? I could do so much with a sedative as powerful as Neuter's. In another time, Skitter would dip one of her bugs in his sweat, only to jab said bug into Lung's eye. That minuscule amount, traveling directly from his eye to his brain, would be enough for Lung to take a second L to Skitter. She then carved out his eyes like the psycho she was, but that was another matter. Point being, Neuter's sedative was powerful. And I didn't doubt that Gregor had similar marvels hiding in that body of his. If I could get permission to experiment freely on samples, then maybe Zoans weren't off the table after all. Not mass-produced, I wasn't crazy, but maybe something in reserve? I want the right to experiment on an attempt to replicate Neuter's physiology. Gregor's too, I said. In exchange, I'll forego all payment. Whoa, what does that mean? He exclaimed. It means your sedative is extremely potent and I want to learn to make my own. Faultline frowned. I understand the appeal, but do you know what you're asking? Yeah, I know I'm asking for a lot. Considering case 53's probably came from some biotinker, I can see why you'd be leery about it, but it's not like I won't have access to this information if I do the checkups anyway. I really just want your permission. I'll leave that to Neuter. The boy looked conflicted. On one hand, free healthcare. Great healthcare. On the other hand, he probably felt all sorts of insecure about what a biotinker might do with the data. Finally, he nodded. You can't make a clone of me. I won't, one Neuter's enough for this world, I said jokingly. Even a Zoan wouldn't be a clone, more of a powered template people could switch in and out of at will. Then fine. I'm trusting you. I better not see any mini-mess around. You got a deal. Things settled into more comfortable conversation topics after that. We ended up just shooting the breeze for another half hour because none of us could do much sleeping, what with Faultline and Neuter working a nightclub and this being their usual operational hours and me being the unfortunate victim of jet lag. Teleportation lag? Telelag? That. I learned a fair bit about the woman, like how she preferred whiskey to wine but liked a very particular brand of brandy, because she was classy like that. She and Neuter had some interesting stories about their jobs. A lot of the identifying information had been obscured for confidentiality's sake, but I was fairly sure I could pinpoint some of her clients if I wanted, not that there was any worthwhile payoff for me to make the attempt. When they finally left, I put up a quick post on FO announcing my newly confirmed healing abilities in a raffle for the residents of Brockton Bay. 2 of those prizes were spoken for already, Saba and Dennis, but this would be a good way to disguise my relationship with them. Now that the excitement of the day was over and done with, I found myself gravitating towards the whole reason I came here, healing. Or more specifically, healing Saba's dad. Maybe because it was something I could do in the moment, maybe I really didn't want to know what I'd dream about tonight, but I felt it needed to be done, to come full circle today. As awful as today was, it was without a doubt a big step forward. Author's note. Long chat with Faultline. She's an interesting foil for Bryce, I feel, not because she's evil or morally at odds with him, but because she's so much more experienced and unlike him, knows what she wants and isn't afraid to chase her objectives. Bryce sees himself in her in many ways. When he started out, she was the kind of cape he wanted to be, respected and beholden to no one. Now that he's actually powerful in his own right, he's finding that her style of intentional isolation isn't good enough for him. Amy's changing him just as much as she's being changed by him, and it's most apparent when he compares himself to who he once wanted to be. We'll get to more of the behemoth aftermath, but I see this chapter as an important return to start moment for Bryce, that moment when the high-level hero comes back to the starting village and looks back on what he was. Remember, I decided that instead of keeping track of aura, haki, and alchemy, it'd just be simpler if Bryce used aura for everything. It'd be kinda weird if his power wasn't compatible with itself is what I'm saying. Animal fact? Autocannibalism is a thing and most famous in snakes. The Greek image of the Ouroboros, the serpent biting its tail, is the best known example. It's supposed to symbolize eternity and the cyclic nature of things, but the truth is that snakes eat themselves when stressed. This seems to be more common among snakes that eat other snakes, which suggests that another cause for autocannibalism is a snake simply mistaking their own tail for prey. They can get quite far too, to the point that their own digestive fluids can begin to dissolve their tails. It's also a thing in humans, but that's a whole different kin of worms, snakes. Seal 4.7. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. We woke up at 10 in the morning after a restless 4 or 5 hours of sleep, which meant about 3 back home. I didn't know if someone on the Syrian side was making a joke about us being Americans or if it really was what they had available, but breakfast was a few boxes of frozen waffles heated in the microwave for speed. At least there was some simple syrup from the bar to go with it. We got dressed, ate, and rushed to relieve the night shift. I took a few extra minutes to track down the Canadian camp so I could give the pledge regalia back to Wheeled Maiden. Saint went along with her just to make sure she didn't try to pass it off to anyone, but she seemed like the trustworthy sort. Just the fact that she worked for the guild as opposed to the protectorate made her more trustworthy in my eyes. Then, when I returned, I was greeted by one Luke Jameson of the PRT who was responsible for communications between different medical centers. It was clear that he didn't typically spend his time on humanitarian missions abroad. The man was rail-thin, pale, and looked like he was being carried by a metric fuck-ton of coffee. I respected him more for being here. Creed of the Creed? He asked, stuttering a bit when he realized the goat and I technically never named ourselves. That's me. How can I help you, Agent Jameson? We'd like you to move to Medic Station C1. We usually like to keep people from the same cities nearby, but with your healing tech and panacea already being here. I frowned in my helmet. Getting assigned elsewhere would kind of defeat the purpose of doing this alongside my best friend, but I could see their logic. If there were 2 effective healers, it was natural to spread us out so we could maximize the number of patients treated and decrease the distance they had to be ferried. I understand. Come on, I want to tell Panacea I'm gone. I ushered him towards the buzzing volunteers. Tell me more about it. Where is C1 and who's in charge there? He pulled out a map for me to look at. On it, a long gash had been painted cutting through Damascus, reaching east to the pipeline, and then cutting sharply northward. 3 colors, labeled A, B, and C, marked the 3 different sectors. We're in B3, here, and about smack dab in the middle. C1 is here, on the far outskirts of Damascus. It's directly adjacent to the largest refugee camp and is being overseen in a joint venture by the Syrian Republican Guard and the New York Protectorate. Arsalan and Ursa Aurora are the respective capes in charge. He began to fill me in. From what I could tell, C1 was a solid 24 miles away in a straight line, if I didn't mind going through irradiated areas. I guess the higher UPS figured one of you could handle the refugee camp and take a load off that end of the theater of operations. We heard you were mobile. Yes. I am. I'm not familiar with Arsalan though. And wouldn't the one in charge of the New York delegation be legend? Arsalan is the head of the Lion Guard, one of several powered divisions of the Syrian Republican Guard. Their primary mission is to resist foreign influence, particularly from Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service. If you think of them as a more militarized version of the protectorate that handles internal investigations within the government of Syria, you wouldn't be incorrect. They've got a lot of power around here. At the moment though, they've all been called up as security. As for Arslan himself, he's one of President al-Assad's most trusted field commanders and has a similar prestige as the triumvirate in America. Or perhaps Murden or Arms Master. As for Legend, he was injured during the battle with Behemoth and is recuperating in New York. I heard he's still busy helping streamline the logistics of all this. I see. Thank you. I'm going to have to circle around the irradiated areas, but I should be there in 10 minutes. Please let them know. I took off after telling everyone where I'd be. I also had someone from the guild pass on my location to Wield Maiden so she'd know where to return my gear. I still had no idea how germafibers would deal with radiation, so I instead skipped into the air. The quiet hum of Crown Chimera as it processed water vapor into a solid surface beneath my feet filled the air. However brief, the thought of racing through the sky again brought a smile to my face. It was a welcome distraction from what promised to be another nerve-wracking day. With a hard kick that sent a plume of mist behind me, I climbed into the sky and headed westward so I could circle around the irradiated area altogether. When I was far enough away, I popped agility, holding back just enough to stay within the sound barrier. There was no way to be kind about it. The spontaneously sprouted tent city looked like a chaotic mess. It wasn't just the people who'd been in Behemoth's path who had to be evacuated. Such a large swathe of destruction also caused significant damage to the city's infrastructure such as roads, power lines, and water and sewage mains. That led to widespread rioting, both powered and unpowered crime, and a host of other issues exacerbated by human factors. Despite the capital city not being the primary objective of Behemoth's attack, it nonetheless had an outsized effect on the population. The north end of the camp, nearest to Behemoth's trail, had been converted into Station C1. As one of the largest refugee camps, it made sense then that there was a lot more going on than just medics trying to treat people fished up from the ongoing search and rescue efforts. One area, a sprawling dirt lot, was clearly set aside as a supply depot to distribute necessities like blankets, water, food, and vital medications. A series of giant bulletin boards had been set up in another and a man was shouting over the crowd with a megaphone in Arabic, probably about pertinent news or a list of missing persons who had been recovered. A third area that looked to be a bit more put together was guarded by armed soldiers bearing the Syrian flag, presumably where the console and command center were. All told, I arrived at a picture of barely contained bedlam. I chose to drop down near the medical tents. Unlike B3, there were no readily available buildings to use on the outskirts of the city, so hastily constructed tents would have to suffice. My arrival wasn't exactly subtle. A column of mist swirled around me as I alighted softly onto the dirt road. Immediately, I heard people shouting in Arabic. Half a dozen soldiers pointed their guns at me, though none of them violated the truce by firing. Still, I kept the hem of my cape close and my aura ready to flare into a protect. I held up my hands, palms out to show I wasn't armed. I then pointed at myself and introduced myself. I am Creed, a tinker with healing tech. Is there anyone who speaks English here? After a bit, a familiar face came running. Patrick Wilshire, the medic I'd worked with yesterday, had likewise been reassigned, probably so I wouldn't have to get used to anyone else. He and an interpreter said something to the soldiers that got them to relax. You really know how to make an entrance, Creed, he said. I heard you were assigned here too and figured you'd be coming on a jeep or something. Sorry about that. I skate faster. So, how are things here? I don't know much either. I actually arrived 5 minutes ago, but I can take you to the coordinator in charge. I was about to follow Wilshire when I heard several sets of heavy, grinding footsteps. I turned to find a tall, tan man in armor made of grayish-brown sandstone. In full regalia, he stood about 7 feet tall and the sandstone around him was shaped into a lion so the jaws opened to encircle his face. He also had a mane of dark brown hair and beard that fit his motif. In one hand, he carried an oversized scimitar with a large emerald embedded into the pommel. His other hand was clad in an oversized sandstone gauntlet that ended in claws reminiscent of Wolverine. Behind him were a series of sandstone statues, all shaped like lion men of course. They had a similar build as him and marched in lockstep. Then, as one, they stomped the ground and arrayed themselves into neat columns. I counted 24. Though they held no weapons, they were an impressive sight. What's going on here? The lead lion man asked in thickly accented English. He had a bit of a husky growl to his words, though one I was fairly sure was affected rather than natural. It made him sound like a teenager trying to emulate a smoker. I'm Creed, a tinker with healing tech. I just arrived to get sorted, I told him. I am Arslan, captain of the Lion Guard. I am in charge here. Hello, Captain. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes. You are healer, yes. I am. You should have received notice from the PRT over in B3. He shouted something back in Arabic. Someone said something else and he nodded. Yes. Boy in grey and orange wearing silly cape. That is you. I nodded agreeably. I wasn't the one in a fursuit made of sand, but that was no reason to make an enemy today. I had to remind myself that I was a hero now, sorta. That is indeed me. Where is my station, Captain? Go with the medic. We will send you patients. His piece said, he stomped the ground and did an about face. His stone soldiers copied him with perfect synchronicity. It looked like something out of a military parade. I turned back to Wilshire. So that's why they're called the Lion Guard, eh? So I'm told, he said with a wry smile. There are other members, but I guess the captain got to name the unit. I saw a few more but I think they left to patrol the camp. Come on, I'll show you where we're set up. Same deal as yesterday. That's right. He seemed kind of stiff though. Yeah, though we can't blame him too much. He did just see his city get razed to the ground. Point. Needing to look professional is probably his way of coping. I also heard something about New York here. Ursa Aurora, Prism, and 3 wards led by Juster. I frowned. They're a bit young, no. And you're not. I could just be a really short adult. Not a chance. It's in how you act around Panacea and that orange, lizard boy. Fair enough. Let's get to it then. X. Lily Tonda. 2010, November 27th, Damascus, Syria. This blows, Juster, Ethan, muttered darkly as we hung out on the roof of the distribution center. The distribution center was one of 3 set up in the makeshift tent city so aid workers could pass out food, water, medication, blankets, and the like without getting too overwhelmed by people. It occupied one of the few buildings that were available. If what I saw now was supposed to be just a third of the people who needed help, I didn't want to think about how many were already crammed in this camp. This one where my teammates and I found ourselves was the closest to the command and medical centers. The other 2 were watched over by members of the Lion Guard and Ursa Aurora and Prism respectively. It does, I hummed in assent. It was better to let our captain talk his frustrations out than the alternative. Juster was a great leader, but a tad too gung-ho. As his power suggested, really. He was a lancer, a charging knight who really only knew how to handle his problems one way, by lunging at them until they stopped being his problems. He wasn't stupid or anything, just very straightforward. I thought that was both his best and worst trait. Unfortunately, this under-the-breath griping was the result whenever he encountered a problem he couldn't skewer on his lance. Such as our current marching orders. I didn't hold it against him though, I got it. We were all stuck here beneath the Syrian sun after all, and it was lost on none of us that we'd been given the safe depot once again, the one closest to reinforcements. Juster thought he was being coddled even so far from home, but I didn't mind as much. It's hot. It is. And dusty. Yup. Why are we up here? We volunteered for this. You 2 can come down anytime you like, Andrew, Shelter, grumbled back. Seriously, Joust, I made us a shaded dugout to keep watch from. You're the one who decided to go up on the roof. I came out for a smoke, our grumpy leader muttered. You shouldn't be smoking anyway. And I'm here for the view. The skyline's really quite pretty. I've never been in the Middle East before, I added. The city had a lot of mosques, which meant stone towers, domes, and other architectural features that weren't exactly common in New York. Or maybe they weren't mosques. Was it racist to assume all domes and towers here were from minarets? Either way, they were interesting to look at, especially with the rising sun framing the skyline, and I wished I'd come at a better time to tour the place. Besides, it helped for us to be seen. Para-humans in Syria weren't really superheroes, at least not as I was used to seeing in the States. Most of them were part of the Syrian Republican Guard. A few were criminals. Others were social dissidents. Revolutionaries? Something of a nature I didn't feel qualified to comment on. All I knew was that there was some tension and that our presence was expected to smooth things over, at least for a time. After a moment of silence, Shelter spoke up, mostly to pass the time. So, I've been thinking, after we're through here, I want to try working with Kidwin again. Who? Juster asked. Sounds familiar. Brockton Wards. He's that guy with a hoverboard. We met him briefly during the joint training exercise over the summer. Hey, isn't he that kid that was super into hero-themed stuff? Paints all his stuff gold. Yeah. He was new to the hero thing then. Why him? He's been messaging practically every tinker in New England saying how he found his specialization and wants to try collaborating again. We tried that for a bit, but he didn't really know what he was good at so it kind of fell apart then. Now though, I'm thinking about giving it another shot. Think the bossman will go for it. Definitely, I added, you know how big they are on cooperation. What's his specialization? Modularity. It's a good one. That's Sorry if I'm wrong, but isn't that like replaceable parts? At its most basic, sure. Rather than replaceable, interchangeable is the better word, I think. Parts he makes for one thing can be rearranged or slotted into another thing to fit the situation. I messaged him a few days ago and he was working on a teleporter that automatically warps his tech to him from his lab in prearranged configurations. It's fascinating stuff. I hummed with interest. I wasn't particularly tech-savvy, despite the Asian stereotype, but I did have some interest in the subject. The arbalest resting against my thigh was Tinker Tech after all. It wasn't great Tinker Tech, nothing like Armsmaster's halberd or Dragon's million-odd mechs, but it was made for me. Besides, with my power being what it was, some basic understanding of physics went a long way to increasing my effectiveness as a heroine. That sounds neat. I'm glad he found his specialization, but what does that mean for you? You know how I make hard light generators? What if I made a bunch of little generators and teleport them onto the battlefield? Instant castle. Or dugout. Or bridge. Whatever we need, and done in a way that lets me change the environment on the fly. Right now, I'm stuck carrying around a battery and only a few generators so I can keep them all charged. That'd be really useful, actually, Juster said, our chat bringing him out of his griping. It synergize well with me and Flechette. Funnel people so they can't escape me. Or just give her a camera on a drone and let her shoot through walls. Exactly. I mean, I can't carry that many and my armor's bulky enough as it is. But if I can get a teleporter set up from HQ? It'd be game-changing for me. And I think I can give Kidwin a few tips on how to funnel energy into shaped. Whatever else he was about to say was interrupted by the sound of raised voices. Soldiers and aid workers were always shouting at the crowd to do one thing or another, but this was different. Juster and I looked at each other and nodded as one. We quickly headed down from the warehouse roof. I stepped over the edge and charged my boots and gloves. They made contact with the wall and left noticeable divots into the stonework as if the wall was made of clay. Gently, I loosed my hold on my power and allowed myself to slide down the wall. Doing this always reminded me of Mufasa dying, as morbid as that was. For his part, Juster simply leapt down, the point of his lance angled towards the ground and glowing softly. There was a reason he was the captain of the Lancers, New York's rapid response team. He could imbue the point of his lance with a seemingly unending variety of effects. Elements like fire, ice, and lightning were fair game, as were explosive kinetic force, disintegration, and even suction or repulsion. He even had a mover power that gave him short-lived bursts of speed. His lance met the earth and bent slightly, the metal and plexiglass body absorbing the force. His power discharged as he turned his skewering maneuver into a swing and bounced forward like a pole vaulter. I hopped down the last few feet and kicked off before completely removing the friction on my shoes, sliding forward to catch up. Juster was faster than me in short bursts, but I could keep up over longer distances because I didn't exhaust my own stamina sprinting after him. We followed the noise until it led us to the partially unloaded truck at the far end of the makeshift parking lot. There, 4 aid workers had set up stations to pass out things like thermal blankets. People had been forced to evacuate with nothing but the clothes on their backs, and Damascus could get surprisingly chilly at night. These workers were guarded by 6 armed men carrying assault weapons and bearing flag patches I didn't recognize. They looked angry and were loudly shouting at the people, though their weapons stayed firmly pointed at the ground thankfully. A middle-aged man with a full beard and a receding hairline came forward. He shouted something in Arabic that had the workers hand him a vacuum-sealed blanket. He held out his arms in a clear demand for more. None of us spoke a lick of Arabic, but the urgency in his eyes was unmistakable. Juster reported back to console while I stepped over to see if I could help. "What's going on?" I asked them. "He needs 8 more blankets," an aid worker yelled back. "He has 6 children and 2 nephews. He's refusing to leave without them." The man yelled something and tried to snatch a sealed blanket from the box. The aid worker slapped the hand away and yelled back in Arabic, gesturing to the angry murmurings of people behind him. Before this could continue, a soldier stepped forward. He held his rifle horizontally and used it as a bar to shove the man back into the crowd. The other soldiers followed his lead and took up the same posture, standing shoulder to shoulder to create a human barricade against the desperate. This sucked. Shelter would have been better to deal with things like this, but his dugout was deployed next to the pharmaceuticals and water, the supplies we thought we needed to guard carefully. Things like blankets had been taken to a separate area to make another line so the crowd would be easier to manage. The soldiers stood firm, but that only riled up the people behind them more. I wasn't sure what was said, but there was additional shouting. "What do we do?" I asked the worker. He at least seemed like he understood what was being said. "I don't know. We're going to run out in an hour if we just give them out in batches like that." "Shelter, can you make something to separate them?" I yelled back into my mic. "Not off the cuff." He yelled back. "Why do you think I want Kidwin's teleporter? Give me 5 minutes. I can relocate." I groaned. "Don't do that. Stay where you are. We really weren't cut out for this. Juster handled rapid response. Shelter was too slow. Me. My power had no business being pointed in a civilian's direction. It wasn't like we could be the first to swing either. Faced with a problem we couldn't fight through, we were reminded that at the end of the day, we were just a bunch of kids. Juster got off the phone and looked at me. I knew that look. It was the I know this is stupid but I'm going to do it anyway because I don't know what else might help in this situation, look. My captain could be annoyingly expressive sometimes. He channeled his power until his lance glowed with a blue light. Ice, which, might help here? Then, with a shout, he leapt into the air. People hurried to make room for the descending cape. When he came down, it was on the other side of the human barricade, point first as he was wont to do. Seeing no better options, I took an armful of those sealed thermal blanket packets and ran out to join him. A wreath of icicles sprouted from the ground in a small circle around him as people backed up in alarm. His power took hold and froze the ground further out, creating an impromptu ice rink. It made a few people stumble but the density of the crowd meant they just leaned against each other rather than take a bad fall. I quickly shoved a packet into each person's hand and began to push them outward, forming a ring. Get the crowd under control. I yelled back to the aid workers. I didn't know what I wanted them to do, but anything was better than nothing. Then the man who'd been up front was there. He grabbed me by the arm and snatched as much as he could from me. That ended the brief reprieve Juster had managed for us. Suddenly, everyone was swarming and pushing and pawing at me. I heard words I was fairly sure weren't nice to say to young girls. My world became a confusing mess of bodies and hands. Someone grabbed me by the hair and yanked painfully. I panicked. Instinct took over. I lashed out, a practiced elbow behind me at what should be nose height for most people. I felt the crack of cartilage breaking and took momentary satisfaction in it as the fingers entwined in my hair loosened. Then I immediately felt like crap because I remembered they were civilians just trying to keep their families warm. My head whirled on a swivel. I saw one of the soldiers slap someone back with the stock of his rifle. He was a boy, about our age, maybe younger, but he collapsed to the ground with a broken nose. That only seemed to enrage the others. The press of bodies was stifling. Before I knew it, someone tried to snatch the blanket from another person's hands and the whole crowd erupted into a brawl with me and Juster in the middle. It was like being in a mosh pit at a concert, only with more sand and no one willing to look after the injured. Flechette! I heard Juster yell desperately. Before I could say anything in response, I heard a man shout in pain. He was the boy I'd seen take a rifle stock to the face. He'd scampered to his feet and was now stuck between the soldiers, Juster's ice, and the press of hundreds of bodies. Shadows began to encroach on my vision. I saw my captain go down out of the corner of my eye, then the darkness claimed me. I dreamt of a sea of dazzling stars and some great creature that swam through the sky like the ocean depths. It spun and swirled into an impossibly elegant spiral. With every spin, it spawned countless stars that glittered in the night. I saw the stars fall to the earth like a meteor shower, each descending to hear the plea of a desperate soul. It was the most hauntingly beautiful thing I'd ever seen. And when I awoke, I remembered nothing. X. Andrew Carr. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. Fuck. Juster. Flechette. Come in. I swore. I was far enough away that I hadn't been caught up in whatever that was, but that left me too far to help. Then my training kicked in and I barked into the mic as fast as I could. Console, Juster and Flechette are down. Cape activity likely. Some kind of master effect. This was the worst. The depot was too spread out. There were only so many hard light generators I could keep on my person, they were slow to deploy and dismantle, and they stopped working when they were 50 feet away from me. I was the exact opposite of Juster, terrible at offense or mobility, great at holding a position. Juster had me build a dugout near the food depot because that was where he thought we'd be needed most. It was also the place where over-the-counter medications like insulin were being passed out, the kind that people couldn't do without for even a few days. Turned out, Damascus got colder than we really knew and those thermal blankets were in heavy demand. Sure, insulin was critical, but only to a few, while blankets. Everyone wanted those. Which meant I was left scrambling to rejoin my team. I had a few drones for force projection and surveillance to complement my bread and butter, but I didn't want to be the tinker who fired on civilians. What few Confa-Am grenades I had attached to my drones could only grab a few people at a time and they only seemed to make things worse by riling up most everyone else. I finished disengaging my hard light shields and began to sprint over. Flechette told me to stay back, but I couldn't afford to. I had to go help my friends, they were my priority. I heard Ursa Aurora come online. ETA 4 minutes. Powers? What took down Juster and Flechette? I don't know. They were fine one moment and collapsed like puppets the next. Some kind of master effect. Stay in position. I'm already halfway there, I told her. Shit. Do not engage. Prioritize keeping your teammates safe. Yes, ma'am. It was only a minute later that I saw them begin to stir. The guards had dragged them to safety, leaning them against the truck tires. They're up. Flechette. Juicer. Come in. Fuck, what hit me? I heard Flechette mumble. Ow. Shit. That was. New Tigger, Juicer came to the same conclusion she did. He was pointing back to the crowd, where a man skated along the ground. It didn't matter whether the ground was Juicer's ice or gravel, he seemed to treat friction as a suggestion. Prism, Ursa, we've got a new trigger on the loose. Even as we watched, he clawed at the air. From his fingertips, ribbons sprouted like razor wire, leaving bloody lacerations on anyone nearby. The striker effect lingered, forming ribbons of blades even after the new cape had passed. He wasn't the only one. I saw a brute who made gauntlets of ice, a shaker who seemed to rob things of momentum, and a striker who conjured a whip that looked like he'd braided those ribbons. They all looked like they were sliding on the ground, though ribbons was the fastest. Cluster trigger, Flechette whispered in horror. She had experience with those. People were shouting in terror now. The ones around ribbons scrambled away as best they could, only to run into walls of flesh around them. Other parts of the crowd hadn't noticed what happened and were behaving as they'd been before, surging forward, brawling, arguing amongst themselves as people died not 10 feet from them. It made me want to throw up, but I had to act. I laid down a series of walls with my hard light generators and called the soldiers and aid workers to us. Then Juicer, Flechette, and I started to lob our arsenal of Confa-Am grenades at the capes. Clear them out, Juicer shouted. Get me a shot at the new capes. I can take them down. Then everything was obscured by a localized sandstorm that tore through the area. The winds weren't strong enough to pick anyone up, but the sand stung like a bitch. The sudden wind paused the fighting. For a moment, I thought the Lion Guard had arrived ahead of Ursa and Prism. Just as quickly as it came, the wind died, revealing a group of armed men and women. At least one was a cape obviously, but every last one wore a dirt brown shroud over their faces so we couldn't tell. They weren't in any uniform I recognized. A loud crack rang out, striking the first soldier to raise his weapon. I saw one of ours slump to the ground, a hole in his throat. Hostiles. Sandstorm shaker, Juicer shouted as he reached for his lance. Fuck. Flechette laughed in that delirious way that desperate people did when they had nothing else. Yeah, we're so fucked. Author's note. This is 2010. Social unrest began in March, though underlying causes trace back longer. In 2011, a series of civil rights movements would explode throughout North Africa and the Middle East known as the Arab Spring. The Syrian Republic cracked down hard on those, starting what would become the Syrian Civil War. Arsalan means lion. The character is referencing Amir Arsalan, or Prince Lion, a Persian hero akin to Arthur, El Eloy, Jamung, or other mythical kings. He had a sword called Shamshir-e-Zamarad-Negar, the emerald-encrusted sword. Yes, Syria is Arabic and that's ethnically different from Persian. Yes, I'm doing it anyway. Lily has no last name so I made one. Shelter and Juicer don't have civilian names at all as far as I can find. They are the only members of the New York wards we know, even though New York is confirmed to have multiple wards teams. Damascus in November can get as low as 38 to 40 F at night. A lot of Westerners think of the Middle East as desert, and that's true in some portions, but deserts can get really cold at night. In fact, Damascus sees roughly 11 snow days per year. So, riot. I don't think I did the chaos of a riot justice, especially not one orchestrated by someone else. The new trigger was obviously an accident, but the distraction was not. No animal facts. The entire A/N is basically one big political fact anyway. Seal 4.8. Bryce Killy. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. Wilshire wheeled in a patient, the 19th since I started this morning. We worked like a well-oiled machine by now. This one was clearly an emergency worker in her own right. He didn't need to say much given the obviously crushed rib cage, thankfully the right side, so whatever did this missed her heart. He recited his prognosis anyway and I made sure to pay careful attention. We'd lost patients because we'd missed something before. Part of me wished I'd retained the pledge regalia for the second day, but it was better used out there, especially now that the people who could be found with a cursory glance had already been rescued. Rescue workers were now having to take greater risks to find those who could be saved. I'd rebuilt her skeleton and begun to knit the muscles and sinew around them when I heard shouting outside. Not 10 seconds later, Wilshire barged in with a grim frown. "We need to go," he said. "There's a riot outside. Big fight, capes involved. The entire medical tent is being relocated." "Well, shit. Go. I'll fix this one and join you." "Where's the rendezvous point?" "A mile west. There's another lot they're using to hold out. It should be far enough from the riot." And the ones that can't be moved? We're loading them into ambulances as we can, but there aren't enough, so a few are getting ferried on truck beds. I grunted in understanding. He didn't say it, but it was implied. Once all the medicine, personnel, and tools were loaded up, they likely wouldn't have room for all the patients. Some would be left behind, whether on purpose or accidentally in the chaos. Seeing people get abandoned like this, the riot would naturally get worse as outrage fueled the fire. I could leave. No one would blame me. But before I was Creed, wasn't I a Pa? Pa didn't swear to the Hippocratic Oath like doctors, but we did at least promise something similar during our graduation ceremonies. It didn't feel right to leave when I had a suit like mine. No, I wasn't in danger. Not from a riot, nor the vast majority of capes. Unless someone outside triggered with an annihilator effect or ash beast strolled in from the desert, I wasn't worried for myself. I wouldn't gain anything from staying, but I couldn't leave people in good conscience either. Faultline was right, I really am a shitty mercenary, I muttered with a self-deprecating chuckle. The sigil embroidered into my gloves shined as I rain-flattened my patient's lungs. This research that had been nurtured like a sapling on the blood of countless victims, Marco had wanted to redeem it. Go, I'll fix up the ones I can and carry the others to join you. You're staying. Yeah, my suit's pretty impressive, you know. Alright, Creed, be careful. X. Lily Tonda. 2010, November 27th, Damascus, Syria. Mob mentality was terrifying. When one of the soldiers died, the others opened fire even as a sandstorm engulfed us all. I saw several people go down, people whose only crime was desperation. I grabbed a civilian and yanked her back behind shelter's hard light constructs before reaching down to grab a handful of pebbles. I imbued them with my power and lobbed them one by one through the soldiers' assault rifles, shattering them into 1,000 pieces. These soldiers were nominally on our side, but I couldn't have them shooting into the crowd. A soldier cussed me out in Arabic, but I didn't pay him any mind. It wasn't like I understood a word anyway. They ran back behind cover, leaving the crowd to fend for themselves. Two of them drew their sidearms, but Juster quickly slapped them out of their hands. The fresh trigger, the one we'd started calling ribbons, had whipped a circle of empty space around himself, marked by people on the ground bleeding from lacerations. They thankfully didn't look deep, but there was still a chance they could still bleed out. I saw that the brute of the cluster, one with ice gauntlets, was about to swing on a defenseless man. I whipped my arbalest out and fired, nailing him with a tranquilizer bolt. Being a brute, it took 3 for him to finally go down. I winced. I didn't have nearly enough of these, and unless they had the durability, I'd be leaving them to be trampled in the chaos. The one with a whip instead of a ribbon quickly went down to Juster charging out. He grabbed the fresh trigger and slung him over his shoulder before racing back behind the barricades. That left the slowdown Shaker and Ribbons, and whoever the new guys were. One of the people who'd caused the sandstorm ran around and tried to get into the driver's seat of the truck we'd been using, maybe to hotwire it. A taser from shelter solved that problem. I didn't know why they were here. Alongside the Dust Devil, there was someone who made spikes of glass, another who phased through walls, designated Quartz and Genie respectively. More soldiers arrived in jeeps and vans, and we found ourselves in a firefight to keep them from shooting into the crowd. Dust Devil and a few of his cohorts were firing at both sides indiscriminately, their bullets pinged off shelter's wall like a drumline. On the plus side, most civilians were running away, but there were just as many men who lashed out randomly in a blind panic. We have to take them down, Juster yelled. Belay that. Ursa roared through comms. Do not engage. Stay put and keep yourselves safe. Bulletin. That's an order, Juster. Pull back. We're not going to sit here and watch people die. You don't even know how many capes there are. EDA 1 minute. Just stay still. He was about to shout back when I saw something shimmer in the air. It had a metallic shine and swerved in an arc, striking one of the newly arrived soldiers. My power kicked in. I knew a thing or two about aim and trajectory. That angle was definitely impossible. We've got a blaster, I cut in. Shaker, maybe. Telekinetic that uses bits of metal like homing bullets. Unknown location. Who? Never mind, got it. Shit. Shelter, can you cover me? My captain said. I held out my arbalest at the ready and looked for priority targets. Shelter shouted as another man went down, and we decided to call the curving bullet man Deadeye. I still had no idea where they were, they could be anywhere at all. Even the non-capes wore those tan shrouds. This was nothing like the conflicts I was used to. I'd seen Epic and the Adepts. That crazy bitch, March. Even Onimos of the Teeth once when I was way cockier than I should have been. Those conflicts were so much more structured than this. Everyone wore easily distinguishable outfits, colorful masks that told me they were enemies I could shoot at. No one intentionally shot at crowds of civilians, even those lunatics from the Teeth. Other than Dust Devil's group, and I still had no idea which of them was Dust Devil. Not a single person wore any kind of costume. I saw another man go down to what I now recognized was a bullet being manipulated through the air. I had to do something. My power kicked in. It felt a bit like a subconscious nudge here, an extra moment of clarity there. I had a knack for physics, especially trajectory, and I used it now. The arbalest was slow, but my targets weren't going anywhere. I loosed one bolt after another. Each shot was aimed for the shoulder or arm to avoid the vitals, just in case. 4 of Dust Devil's men went down, but either I didn't hit the right one or the storm didn't need conscious upkeep. A moment later, a whirling sandstorm covered everyone and I couldn't aim for fear of striking someone I didn't mean to. I heard another scream near me and I knew dead I had struck again. Where were they? They'd yet to take shots at us, but that could change at any moment. They clearly didn't need to see to aim. Then I heard 3 familiar roars, ursine roars. Ursa Aurora's projections came into view, stomping through the sandstorm and barreling people aside to reach us. She and Prism were riding 2 bears and they looked pissed. The sight struck some sense into a few of the rioters and they naturally parted ways for 3 furry tanks with claws. If nothing else, there was a certain primal part of us all that looked at 3 chunky bears in full sprint and decided, nope. Their arrival filled me with relief. I'd never been good at this part of the job. PR? Great, I was just about the only ward who didn't mind talking to people. Telling kids not to bully people or do drugs. Wonderful, I agreed with the message. Fighting? I wasn't afraid, but I was hesitant. Afraid I'd go too far. Imbue the wrong physics breaker into my bolts. My biggest fear wasn't death, it was the thought of having to live with causing so much of it. Wards, take people out of here. Grab a group and escort them back to the command center. Protect civilians that run to you but don't engage capes, Ursa said, immediately taking charge. She and Prism jumped off the bears and directed them into the crowd. The bears began to body check people, separating those who were fighting. Go. Yes, ma'am, I yelled back. It was calming, finally having someone tell me what to do, how I could help. Seizing the initiative wasn't my thing at all, especially when all I could do was shoot at people, but now that I had my marching orders, things became so much clearer. I watched as Prism divided into 3 copies and began to herd people with a mixture of electrified batons and containment foam grenades. She worked to establish a loose perimeter as the bear projections bodily separated people. Then a bear popped like shattered glass as someone emptied a clip into it. Come on. We have to go. Shelter yelled. He pulled Juicer in one hand and one of the aid workers in the other. I followed but found myself looking back. Prism, Ursa, and the soldiers were fighting to contain the riot, but there was a clear difference in their willingness to escalate. My seniors now struck with breaking force, strikes that would have definitely invited an investigation in New York. But this wasn't New York and the soldiers were far more brutal. The dust whirled and cleared and I saw a soldier mount a civilian so he could beat him bloody. A few of them shot at us but I loosed a clip of tranq bolts in their direction, taking them out of the fight. If I had to leave, the least I could do was even the numbers a bit for Ursa and Prism. A man barreled one of the jeeps towards us, but Juicer saw it. He shrugged off Shelter's grip, took up his lance, and charged to meet the car. The point of his lance glowed purple as night met jeep. My captain won. The tip of his spear detonated with immense repulsive force, crumpling the jeep like an aluminum can. I knew that the driver would be lucky to get out of that alive. I winced. My captain, my friend, just killed someone. He wasn't a bad guy. He talked about doing what needed to be done a lot, but I knew this would fuck him up for a while. Live combat or not, I saw him stare at his weapon as if he'd never seen it before. I grabbed him and kept following Shelter. Dust Devil's men shouted something at Ribbons and the slow guy. They exchanged rapid-fire Arabic that had him turning his attention on the soldiers. He ducked low, vanishing into a conveniently rising cloud of dust, and reappeared like a shark. His hands clawed at the soldiers as he slid by, too fast to aim at, leaving the men with bloody wounds and at least one with hanging entrails. What are they saying? I yelled at one aid worker. I don't know. He yelled back. My Arabic isn't that good. Something about killing the president? Taking down the government? Shelter groaned in frustration. You're fucking with me. Someone's using the Endbringer attack to start a revolution. Makes sense. Damascus is the capital. The SRG is split up managing a bunch of foreign elements. There's no better time than now from their perspective, Juicer added. How does that make sense? This is the Endbringer truce we're talking about. And not every faction obeys that. If they think they can get away with it, they will. Or they think that drawing international attention to their revolution is worth it. Fuck. I agreed. This was a decision only a fanatic could make. Whoever orchestrated this truly believed that they were in the right, that the foreign governments who saw would side with them in the end despite them so blatantly violating the Endbringer truce. It was insane, I breathed. This is fucking insane. Yeah, we've got people at the food depot too. Let's escort the civilians out, then see which side needs reinforcements. X. Bryce Killy. 2010, November 27th, Damascus, Syria. I fixed up the emergency worker and got to work on those that remained behind. Or, I tried, but immediately ran into a spot of trouble. All the interpreters bailed. No, that wasn't right. I wasn't being fair to them. Of course they'd leave when people were being evacuated. They weren't capes and sure as hell didn't have a supersuit. They couldn't heal themselves with a word or go toe-to-toe against brutes. I wheeled my patient out and left her in one corner before yanking someone towards me. He had a leg that had been recently amputated. Though the stump had been bandaged, the work had been hasty and I could see splotches of brown where congealed blood seeped into the cloth. He struggled and shouted something in Arabic, but I held him down with suit-grounded strength. I'm trying to help you, I said calmly. I was told during medical school that tone was just as important as the actual words I was saying. I hoped that was true. That didn't work, of course. In Worm Canon, the part was said to favor masks that exposed at least a part of their heroes' faces because that bit of exposure humanized them and made relating to the general populace easier. I never thought I'd need something like that, but in a foreign country without even the most basic language skills, I decided to rely on whatever I could. I pinned him by the shoulder with one arm. Pointing 2 fingers at his eyes, I gestured to my face. Then, when the man calmed somewhat, I disengaged my chin guard with a pneumatic hiss. I want to help you, I repeated. He looked at me. I looked at him. We had a real connection going, intent conveyed through the divide in language and culture. Or, I thought we did. Then the bastard punched me in the mouth. Gah. Fuck. I reeled back, more in surprise than pain. Still, he managed to give me a split lip. I spat a bit of the blood pooled in my mouth. That broke the spell. The others in the room, some of those patients well enough to move, lashed out in defense of their own. They shouted and threw whatever they had on hand at me, but I gamely ignored them. I jammed a finger onto his chest and called, "Thunder Wave." Maybe not my most morally upright moment, but I took no small amount of satisfaction watching his body seize up. His eyes widened in alarm as I stared him down through my visor. Then, just to prove a point, I tapped my bloody lip. "Recover," I intoned. "Why the hell would you think that's a good idea?" "No, wait. That's a wonderful idea." I wiped the blood from my lip, spitting out the metallic tang to show there was nothing there. I gestured to myself again. "See? Nothing. Healed. I can heal." The man stared at me with fear. He clearly didn't understand a word I said. "Healer. No. Doctor. Recognition. Doctor. Doctor. Good, you know that word. Now hold still, not that you can move much right now." I grumbled swears under my breath as I undid his bandages. Amy would probably chew me out if I provided non-consensual healing, but I didn't care. At this point, my goal was to fix everyone up and get them moved to the secondary base as soon as possible. I held a hand to the man's weeping stump and channeled my aura into the glove. Bit by bit, the flesh knit itself closed. I saw the man's eyes calm as he finally fully realized what I was. "What the hell are you doing? Get away from him!" I heard someone scream behind me. I turned around to find a dark-skinned woman in white with the world-famous Red Cross on her chest. I didn't even know the Red Cross was a thing anymore. She'd picked up a folding chair and brandished it like a pro wrestler ready to come in for a surprise bash. Under different circumstances, it would have been hilarious. In the moment, I had to admire her gumption. Staying behind mid-riot was one thing. Picking a fight with an obvious cape with unknown powers and motives? Brave. Stupid, but also incredibly brave. I did my best to explain. "I'm Creed, a tinker with healing tech. I came here with Medic Wilshire from the British hero team, suits," I rattled off. "Suits, hey. And actually, sure. I work with Wilshire," I said, not bothering to correct the misunderstanding. The suits were an internationally recognized heroic team. If that meant she'd trust me more, good enough. I gestured to the man's stump. "I closed the bleeding, that's all. Do you speak Arabic? Enough to get by. What do you need? Start organizing them based on urgency. You could have left. So could you, and you don't have a Tinker Tech suit. Someone's gotta make sure nothing happens. The symbol of the Red Cross still means something. Sometimes, people behave themselves more because they see it. And other times." Her silence was answer enough. "Pam Johnson, American Red Cross. Atlanta. You. Creed. Tinker." We worked in relative silence after that, our peace broken only by quiet mumblings in halting Arabic or her English translations to me. Occasionally, the gunshots outside would get loud, but we did our best to tune them out. What would you have done if I left? You don't speak Arabic. I scoffed. Paralyze them all and treat them anyway. It'd take longer, but I'd manage. You can't just taser your patients. Sure I can. It helps that I'm not a doctor. You're not a suit, are you? Not even a hero, I admitted as we finished fixing the last patient. Figures. It's a villain that sticks around, she says, rolling her eyes. She punched my chest, right over my heart. Well, you're a hero to these people, kid. There are plenty of heroes outside trying to protect them. And there's one here, saving their lives. Then what's that make you? Correction. 2. I laughed. Point. So, got a plan to move them out west. We looked around. They were fixed, or at least not in danger of dying mid-transit, but I didn't think most of them would be up for a trek right now. It was about 2 or 3 in the afternoon and the heat was stifling. I was reminded that my armor needed better temperature control. The two of us looked around for any cars we could take, but found none. You're a tinker, right? She tapped a party-sized coffee machine and a bunch of plastic crates lying around. Make us a car or something. That's so not how this works. Well, guess we're holing up here and hoping no one shoots our way. I looked around at the crates. Then, at the people. Actually, I have an idea. Look, Creed, I've known you for less than an hour and I already hate the way you said that. I explained. She was right, she hated it. Johnson looked up at me with a mixture of raw disbelief and hatred in her eyes. You are a terrible person. I am, I agreed easily. I kicked off, climbing into the air. I'm also carrying you all 100 feet off the ground. This is mortifying. Yup. What the hell did you do to us? Thunder wave. I use it to stun my opponents. Done right, it stiffens the body. Think of it as temporary rigor mortis, but, you know, with less of the dying. That doesn't make me feel better. You can see why that doesn't make me feel better, can't you? I also used my biotin curing gloves to further stiffen your body so you guys don't loosen up mid-flight. That'd be annoying. You're a terrible person, she repeated. You said that, Al. I know I said that. You can't stack people like Legos. I mean. I looked behind me. I always carried several spools of germa fiber, durable rope was dead useful to have and I had an expanded bag so there was zero reason not to. I'd paralyzed them all, stiffened them into boards, and laid them on top of each other like so much firewood before strapping them together. I seem to have succeeded. You have the worst bedside manners. Me? You should meet Panacea. She threatened to grow a cactus up my rectum. The most altruistic cape in the world threatened grievous bodily harm upon you, she said flatly. That doesn't set off warning bells for you. Yeah, fair point. In my defense, I really can't think of a way to move you all without this. It's not like there were any trucks left behind that I could hotwire. Ugh, just get on with it. I did so, skating along the sky with them hanging off my shoulders. A trail of pyrobloin left behind allowed me to drag them along like a sack of potatoes on a road made of condensed vapor. Only a few people were left behind, 14 all told, but that was still too many to just walk, freshly healed as they were. Assuming 150 pounds on average, that was a little north of a full ton. A little heavy on me, but not impossible given the bullshit built into One Piece and Pokemon-derived technology. I began to hum Christmas carols under my breath. Santa's coming to town. God, please kill me. Despite her bitching and moaning, Johnson said something to the patients that made them mostly cooperative. We headed to the rendezvous point without any problems. As I landed in the middle of the busy lot, I mused, you know, I do believe this means I've officially engaged in human trafficking. I hope you get arrested, Johnson drawled. I laughed and began untying them. One by one, I repaired their strategically severed nerves and passed them into the care of more conventional medics. You know, I do too. If the local protectorate can arrest me, it'll mean they're finally getting their shit together. What city? Brockton. Figures. You Brocktonites are a different breed. What now? I looked back towards the refugee camp. Even now, we could hear gunshots ringing every several seconds. There were more cars headed towards the riot, each filled with regular police and soldiers. I didn't know what kinds of riot gear police in Syria were provided, but I had a feeling they wouldn't be sticking with rubber bullets and confam, those guns looked big and mean. I think I should be there, I said. I didn't have to be, but... What fault line told me rang in my mind. Maybe it was time to stop pretending, stop acting like I didn't care. You sure? You think you can calm the fighting there? I still didn't like the idea of calling myself a hero. The word was overly burdened with meaning and hypocrisy on Earth bet. But wasn't I a huge hypocrite too? I barked out a laugh. Here I was, letting someone else define me all over again. I did it with the regalia, with Kazu and Ringo and Agito. I allowed people I'd never met to shape my perception of my own regalia, acting like chains that restrained my road. In the same way, I'd allowed what I knew of Worm to define my understanding of heroes. Meaningless. Utterly meaningless. If I didn't like what heroes represented in this world, the answer was simple, I'd just have to be the hero I wanted to see. So long as I could look at myself in the mirror with pride, what more did I need? My power had grown exponentially. Maybe, the scope of my protection could increase too. Mom, Sierra, they were the ones I wanted to protect at all costs. But my reach was a lot longer now. I could do so much more. Maybe, but I want to try. Then go, kid. SOP for rogue capes is to put themselves under the command of the local power, but Arsalan. I think you should find Ursa Aurora first. What's wrong with Arsalan? He's not out here for the people, she said with a scowl. And I don't mean that he puts the country above individual citizens. Look, people were terrified to talk about his power, and not just in the usual over-aggressive police sort of way. I thought about the impression I'd gotten of him. In the brief minute we'd met, he came off as a highly militaristic man, someone who put a lot of emphasis on appearances and duty. Or maybe on the way he was seen to contribute. On the other hand, I knew Ursa Aurora. She, alongside Cash, Prism, and the Big Sparkle himself, would be one of the capes to reinforce Brockton Bay when the slaughterhouse hit post-Leviathan. I didn't recall her taking one down, but she'd seemed like an upright sword in the serial, someone who was in it to save lives. I nodded. Fair enough, I'll ally with Ursa, just this once. Author's note. This was always the plan in a way, and something no one should be surprised by. A running theme of this story has been Bryce slowly making Amy more flexible. By the same token, he can't help but be influenced by her either. Neither of them were the same people they were in September, and this is a natural evolution of that character development. I'm of the opinion that Amy and Carol's black and white understanding of morality is wrong, or at least misguided. Similarly, I'm not a fan of those super edgy "there's no such thing as morality so just do what you want" types either. I think morality is a spectrum that is colored by motivation and context, and my writing reflects that in both this story and Legendary Tinker. Anyway, I have a favor to ask you guys. Can you please recommend Iceguy/Reincarnation FICS into Azof/Got? I've read Deeds Not Words, Dread Our Wrath, and a few others. I really enjoy reading about minor lords who aren't obsessed with the game and just want to start a brewery or introduce the wonders of pizza to Westeros or something. Please? I really need something to help me procrastinate. Animal fact? Sure. The Syrian national animal is the Syrian brown bear, so let's have some bear facts. Bears are born during the winter denning period, around January-February. They are born in litters of 1 to 3 hairless, blind, and about 0.5 pounds. Yes, this means that hibernation as portrayed in cartoons is a bit of a myth. Bears can in fact remain active throughout the winter, though mostly for foraging. The average lifespan of a bear is between 20 to 30 years, but Lady M, a bear in a Ukrainian reserve, lived to the age of 43, making her the oldest rescue ever. Seal 4.9. Bryce Killy. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. Racing back to the refugee camp took me less than half the time it did ferrying the patients and Nurse Johnson. Without a literal ton of bodies to hold me back, I hopped into the air and cast agility, leaving the fallback point in a streak of condensed vapor. I returned to a scene of utter pandemonium. Rather than die down, it seemed like the inclusion of SRG reinforcements had only added to the violence. How many different factions were there? I saw the ghostly, ursine projections of the Protectorate leader, the grey and desert tan uniforms of the SRG, and several figures who wore dust-brown shrouds over their faces. Beyond those three, I could see at least a dozen people in civilian outfits doing whatever they wanted, lashing out at whoever was closest. From the north and east, the golems of Arsalan were making steady headway. I couldn't see much from above because of the dust clouds, but they looked to be grabbing and throwing people down, incapacitating them with what would in America be considered excessive force. They were bulletproof, the muffled pinging sounds from their stone armor made that clear. They were also supported by a flying figure and a pair of movers who fought with the men in shrouds. As I got closer, I found that the flyer was either a changer or a Case 53. He had 2 sets of large, insectoid wings like a dragonfly. His spine protruded from his back around and over his neck, framing his head and looping out until it formed a spiraling spike of bone. He looked like a cross between a dragonfly and a unicorn, and I named him Flygon in my mind. He was fast, zipping back and forth to skewer or pick up anyone who aimed at his leader. Even if he missed, a cyclone of wind followed his wake, leaching chaos behind. The 2 movers weren't as fast, but they made up for that with area denial. One generated flaming trails with his footsteps, leaving behind a column of fire 9 feet tall. The other had a force field that grew bigger the longer he ran, creating a mobile barricade and corralling everyone. To stay on brand, I labeled them Rapidash and Rahorn. Now that I was closer, I saw that neither Arsalan nor Flygon seemed overly concerned about leaving people alive. Flygon ripped through an assault rifle and the arm that was carrying it. A spiraling barrier of wind protected him from gunfire. Arsalan's stone soldiers had some kind of physics-bending effect, or were just that strong, because they left visible indentations in flesh and bone where they gripped. Then I heard more gunshots and saw one of the men who'd been distributing supplies, identifiable by a sky blue handkerchief wrapped around his upper arm, fall in a shower of blood. The kicker was that the bullets came from the direction of the SRG reinforcements. I was appalled by their callousness. These idiots couldn't see well through the intermittent sandstorm, and rather than take care, they were choosing to fire blind. It was all overwhelming. What had started as a riot had devolved into a true battlefield. Even civilians who had no powers were picking up dropped weapons, lashing out at the Syrian guard to defend themselves. This was riot breaking as they knew it, and it made me sick. I had to do something. I stood up in the sky, overlooking the battle for the place where I could make the most difference. Then Nurse Johnson's advice rang in my head: find Ursa Aurora. She was clearly the more palatable leader here. If anyone could get me a handle on the situation, it was her. I found her after a moment. Unfortunately, she was currently directing her bears to defend against a brute in civilian clothes, a hidden cape who'd decided to unmask in the chaos, or possibly a fresh trigger, while trying not to harm him. She was fighting like a protectorate hero, to incapacitate and restrain, while the man was clearly fighting to end her. She could have dogpiled him with 3 bears, but was forced to split her attention to protect civilians who were still caught in the battle. Around them, Rahorn and Rapidash worked together, using Rahorn's force field like a bulldozer to shove people together while Rapidash encircled them in a wall of flames. It was effective at keeping people in one place, but it didn't remove them from the battlefield. Worse, the flames covered the ones inside, making it harder to aim around them, and sent the rest panicking. I couldn't dive in. Aurora had no reason to think I was an ally in this situation. If I dropped down on top of the riot, there was a good chance I'd only add to the chaos. Worse, I might distract the heroes, getting them hurt or killed. I looked for somewhere else to land. Off towards the edge, what had likely been a safe distance away before the battlefield expanded to sweep him in, another tinker had deployed some kind of barrier. His safe space was like a calm in the storm, and I could see aid workers and capes dragging down people behind him. Thankfully, it seemed like there was some tacit agreement to not shoot at the barrier because no faction was trying to focus down the obvious medics. I braked sharply, causing my torso to continue forward into a front flip. With my head pointed at the ground, I kicked off again into a sharp dive. I punched through a cloud of swirling sand and landed just in time to shield someone else, a civilian who'd fallen and had chosen wisely not to get up for fear of the flying hazards. Swirling my cape in front of me, I triggered the shield module and watched as a hail of bullets made my force field ripple. The civilian shouted something at me in Arabic, but I ignored him. I picked him up by the scruff of his neck and skated backwards until I was behind the other tinker's bunker. What the hell happened? I yelled. I don't know. The tinker shouted back. He was young, about my age, probably a ward then. I pitied him. This was a shitty situation to be in for someone who probably couldn't even drink yet. I at least had my past life to fall back on. I'm Creed, independent. You. Shelter, Flechette, and Juicer from the New York wards, he said. His voice was cracking, just on the bridge of hysteria. I swore. Flechette was here? Lily. Foil. Sting. The closest person Earthbet had to a chosen one. The stakes just got way higher in my eyes. More or less every cape in Gold Morning was replaceable, except her. I didn't know if she was here in canon or not, but if she died, we were so fucked it wasn't even funny. That did it. Even had I not had that chat with Faultline last night, Flechette's presence here would have forced me to take their side. She was just too vital for me to do anything else. Report to Ursa Aurora. Independent, putting myself under the command of the local protectorate leader. You've got to have SOP for this. The imposition of protocol seemed to have helped him get himself in order. He nodded and spoke quickly into his mic. Shelter to Ursa. Indy Creed is here, placing himself under your command. You have a radio in that helmet. He then rattled off a channel number I linked my Pokenav to. A moment later, I heard a woman grunt into the mic. Shit, she swore. There was more fighting in the background. What can you do? Medic. Ranged stun. Personal force field. I can fight too, I rattled off. Heal the ones near shelter first. Then go incapacitate who you can and evacuate the ones who need it. Keep this line open. Obvious, but that was fine, simple was good. I just needed the protectorate to know not to take pot shots at me. I nodded towards Juicer and Flechette, the latter drawing my eye more than once, and did my best to slot into their teamwork. We quickly fell into a rhythm. Juicer dragged Patience towards me, Flechette took pot shots at people to keep them off his back, and I laid hands on the patients. We were making good progress. Slowly but surely, we were thinning the number of civilians. Even if they had lashed out in the chaos, we dragged as many behind shelter as we could and fixed them up before shoving them away from the riot. It wasn't like they were going to charge back into the melee now that they'd been fished out. Several minutes in, when a decent chunk of the fighting had died down, we heard our radio crackle to life. "What do you think you're doing?" came the guttural crackle of the SRG leader. "Us? What the hell are you doing shooting at civilians?" Ursa Aurora said hotly. "They are not civilians. They are terrorists. They became terrorists when they picked up weapons. You're hitting civilians in the crossfire. They hide behind human shields. That is not our problem. That's not how we do things. That is how we do things." Flygon swept down and tried to wrench Flechette's arbalest from her. She yelped but held on. "You foreigners need to stop interfering with my soldiers. Your soldiers need to stop firing into civilian crowds." One of Prism's clones had come over and shoved a Confa-Am grenade in Flygon's face, forcing him to fly away in a shower of scattered foam. Flechette simply removed the friction between her and the foam and slipped it off like she was taking off a sweater. Prism's other two clones were trying to corral a man in civilian garb who seemed to be skating around with ribbons of scything energy in his hands. As I watched, one clone distracted him while a ghostly bear bowled him over from behind, a Confa-Am grenade in its mouth. Then, that bear's head burst into light as a shrouded man helped up ribbons. "My men are keeping the law. They are terrorists, so we shoot them. We are not soft, girl," I could hear the sneer through the radio. Syria wasn't exactly known for women's rights. I wondered if it had been a mistake for Legend to send Ursa as the leader of his contingent. By the growl coming from Ursa's end, the dig hadn't gone unnoticed. It probably wasn't even the first time. "We're not letting you kill them, Arsalan. You are under my command in Syria. You don't let anything. Pull back. We will subdue the riot and take in the terrorists." The connection fell silent for a few seconds. "What now, Ursa?" Prism asked. I realized Shelter had cut Arsalan out of the channel on Prism's orders. "Some of these are probably political dissidents," Ursa said. Her voice sounded tired, her fire gone out now that it was just her team and me. "We're pulling back. Syria's issues aren't our job. Not all of them. Most of them are just desperate," Flechette cut in. "I'm aware, but I can't risk you guys," Ursa said. "Bullshit. The one I took to be Juster said fiercely. He looked like he was a second away from charging the SRG, the definition of a gung-ho cape. "We're heroes. I don't give a damn what the fucking pussycat says. I'm not going to stand around and let him kill people because it's convenient. Or arrest them so they can be killed quietly. It's protocol. You're more important. Between you and them, I'll choose you every time. And fuck protocol, Ursa. We're here to save lives. There's nothing normal about this situation. I say fuck him. We take him down and take care of this our way." She was silent for several seconds. Judging by his reply, I wasn't sure if her orders to stand down would be followed. Truthfully, I wasn't sure what I wanted them to do. Part of me wanted them to pull back, it'd be the simplest way to keep Flechette safe, but another part empathized with the Juster and the people here. I idly knit someone's lacerations together and watched as 3 more bears materialized in the distance, creating a barricade as she and an aid worker pulled someone my way. Ursa let out a defeated sigh. It was the sound of a parent who knew she'd lost control of the situation. "And the rest of you? Do you feel this way?" "You know me," Prism said with an audible smile. "I'm with my leader," Shelter added, though with a nervous gulp. Lackluster response aside, I glanced his way to find eyes full of conviction. "Yes, ma'am." And Flechette made 3. Ursa took a deep breath and stood up straight. I heard Shelter open up the comms again. "No," she said firmly. "No." Arsalan asked. He'd reached the end of his patience. Like it or not, he did have the legitimate legal authority here. "If you assist them, you will be considered enemies of the state." I'd heard enough. They'd made their decision, so I'd have to go along with it. Once again, the gung-ho heroes made things more complicated than they needed to be. I couldn't say I entirely disapproved. I cut in with my customary shit-eating grin. "Well, that sounds grand. Medic. Creed. Get the name right, pussycat. You will return and treat my soldiers." That caused everyone to look my way. I didn't appreciate the sudden spotlight, but it couldn't be helped. I was being told to pick a side. I could do the legal thing. Or I could join Ursa and effectively become an enemy of the state. Or, and this was always an option, I could just fuck off out of here like this wasn't my problem. I'd promised Faultline. And Amy. And myself. I was Creed. When I first started out, I took up that name because I wanted people to know, no matter whether I stood as a hero or villain, I was a cape with principles. I knew, at least in the abstract, what Earthbet did to Capes, and wanted a reminder to be someone who could look himself in the mirror when all's said and done. In light of that, my choice was obvious. I'd never been the legal sort, anyway. My wards don't answer to you, Ursa snapped, and I realized I'd not spoken in too long. The medic is not a ward, Arsalan growled. Go heal the soldiers. There are men who deserve healing, not terrorists. I took a deep breath to calm myself. It barely worked. I'd seen this man stomp into a riot and instantly start putting people to death. Then he had the gall to demand that the only medic here, who wasn't even Syrian, be reserved for his men, as if they weren't responsible for half the bloodshed. Faultline was right. In the end, I wasn't fooling anyone, not even myself. The mass-murdering fuckwit could die in a fire. With deceptive calm, I finished up healing the patient and spoke, Nat, I think I'm good here, pussycat. You will go join my men, boy. See, I'm no friend of Ursa's. I'm actually something of a villain, but I happen to agree with the heroes for a change. It's in the name. I'm all about contracts. Oaths. And I see the laws of war as a contract of sorts. It's not hard, you know? Don't shoot civvies. Don't disrupt hospitals. Generally don't be a dick. I stood, pulling my patient to his feet so he could stumble away to his co-workers. My body was tense, Crown Chimera primed and ready to burst at speed. This would be my first battle since I crashed the Empire and Merchants. The stakes were so much higher than just a tussle between the gangs. The way I see it. Your men shot civvies. Your men made the riot worse. Your men forced the medics to evacuate, denying your own people life-saving treatment. You broke the rules, Arsalan, so the rules don't protect you or yours. Then you will die with the rest, he swore. Then, louder so his men could hear, he shouted something in Arabic. I didn't know what he said, but the way they looked at us made the intent clear. I skated back until I stood shoulder to shoulder with Prism. You could leave, New York's second-in-command suggested. I could, but I don't think I could face the goat if I did, I replied with a wan smile she couldn't see. So, Ursa Aurora, Shelters said so before, but I'll make it clear, until we head stateside, I'm under your command. Much obliged, Creed. Do what you can to help. I don't know enough about you to command you. She quickly took control and began to bark out orders. She quickly had her group pull back and take cover with shelter. With our side made up mostly of aid workers, we didn't have the manpower or weapons that the SRG did. They had a lot of soldiers, but we had a far better defensive encampment thanks to shelter. The rebels? Rioters? Terrorists? Had largely set aside any quarrels between them to consolidate into a third faction, led by the men in tan shrouds. They included a shaker who made sandstorms, someone who could make glass constructs, someone who could phase through solids, and a blaster who could make all bullets track a target. A few of the recent triggers, or capes who'd been going plain clothes, had sided with them. Their lack of uniforms made it hard to tell who was and wasn't a cape, but most all of them had picked up at least one type of firearm. A few people had upended some cars to use as cover. They looked like they were more likely to fight the SRG and the Lion Guard, but would likely take the chance to take us out too to secure supplies if they saw the opportunity. I didn't know how this mess started, but they didn't seem like a priority compared to the actual armed soldiers. If we can convince them to work with us, we could subdue Arsalan, Ursa said to an aid worker. How's your Arabic? I couldn't hear the other end, but her curse made the answer clear. I doubted words alone would work anyway. That was all I could glean before Flagon swept around again. He headed for one of the rebels while ignoring the bullets that seemed to ping off a wind barrier emanating from his horn. He was fast, far faster than I'd given him credit for earlier. A scream of pain filled the air as he skewered a man on that horn, ferrying him into the sky. Then, with a contemptuous laugh, he threw him down on top of a car. The sandstorm started to die down, which meant he was the shaker. He was too fast for anyone to strike at directly, and both Ursa and Prism were ground-bound. It'd end in a second if Flechette could land the hit, but she didn't look like she could make the shot, or would be willing to given the lethality of her power. Guess I have my opponent, I muttered. I kicked off, heading straight for the injured cape. Ursa, I'm taking Flyboy. Got it, see if you can save Dust Devil while you can. That might get them to work with us, she barked. Yes, ma'am. I cloaked and cast agility, racing over just in time to kick Flygon on the side. I felt like I'd kicked the oil tanker back home. He felt so dense and the barrier of wind around him automatically parried my foot, making it grind its skid away along the spin. Still, he was kept from diving back towards Dust Devil to finish the job. I landed on top of the shaker and began to repair his vitals before he bled out. It wasn't easy, alchemy wasn't an instant magic spell. Every time I tried to focus, something would distract me. A bullet I had to shield us from, juiced a running lance first into Rahorn, the flaming cyclones caused by Rapidash running in an overlapping circle, healing in the middle of a battlefield was a far different task than healing in a medic tent. I couldn't do this alone. I reached for my Pokenav and pressed the recall beacon. When I built the device, I'd made it with Saint in mind. The Pokenav wasn't just a place for Saint to interface with my helmet, it was Saint's home. There was, for lack of a better phrase, a Porygon-shaped hole in its programming. I used it now to call him back. Coupled with our burgeoning aura bond and the pledge regalia's function as a scanner, he'd be able to hear it. "Please tell me I can trust you, Wheeled Maiden," I whispered. I scooped up Dust Devil into my arms and leapt, spinning in the air to avoid Flygon's horn by inches. We settled behind an upended truck. A few of the men shot at me, but I let the Germa-suit tank the bullets and got to work. I just needed a few seconds without having to focus on my shields. "How is he?" someone asked in a thick accent. He was almost incomprehensible. In the din of combat, it took me a second to realize he was speaking English. He shouted something and got people to stop shooting at me. "Spine's a mess. I'm just going to rebuild his internal organs," I said quickly. "He won't walk, but he'll live. Give me time." The man nodded stiffly and began barking orders. I noticed that of the men in tan shrouds, he was the only one unarmed. Then he reached into his sleeves and drew out some bullets. He placed them on his palms and flicked each, launching them to seek out the soldiers in curving arcs. That made him the one the wards called Deadeye. I opened up my suit mic. "Ursa, I've located Deadeye and Dust Devil. You're on speaker. He speaks English. Talk." I didn't know what was said, I was too focused on treating Dust Devil. All the pieces needed to be there. They weren't. Flygon had ripped a hole clean through his stomach. The wind barrier had only widened it, ripping up internal organs and turning the spine to so many splinters. I had to work with what I had. I first converted his wool shirt to skin, melding it to his abdomen so he wouldn't bleed out. The result was a grey, hairy thing, patchy and disgusting, but it'd hold until this shit show was over and I could heal him properly. I then converted all the fragments of his spine into blood to replenish what he'd lost. Lastly, I tackled the task of slowly reconstructing his damaged organs. He wasn't fixed, not by a long shot, but he wasn't in danger anymore. "I'll come back to regrow his spine later," I told Deadeye. "Thank you." He was about to say more, but Flygon was back. He'd flown up high in a giant loop like a roller coaster before using gravity to empower his charge. He let out a bark of wild laughter that sounded like the howling wind as he rushed our position. Deadeye tried to shoot him down, but the barrier of wind kept him safe. "Duck." I stepped forward and swept my cape in front of me. My shield module came to life, forming an array of yellow hexagons before me. I tacked on Protect behind it and the world took on a greenish tint as the move took hold. Flygon could have gone around, he was incredibly agile. But he saw me take a defensive stance and took it as a personal challenge. His entire body straightened out, becoming a spear shrouded in spirals of wind. We clashed with a deafening roar and I winced as a pressure like a meteor shoved me into the ground. I gritted my teeth and watched as my shield's integrity dropped rapidly, from 98% earlier to 60-20. Then it was gone, the shield module overwhelmed in a single, overwhelming strike. Protect took the rest, but I could feel my aura straining to contain the force. It reminded me of that time I'd punched into Skidmark's dump dozer. In a fit of pique, I'd called it Giga Impact. Except this time, I was on the receiving end and Flygon's move was unlike my own in one respect. He'd turned himself into a drill rather than a hammer, concentrating all the force of his momentum onto a single point and making himself exponentially harder to guard against. I felt my Protect crack. The move was demanding at the best of times, there was a reason Pokemon didn't use it constantly. I readied myself. There wasn't a martial art on Earth that could deflect what was effectively a miniaturized rod from God, but I did have recover. If I let him skewer me and launched myself to the side with Afterburner, I could probably drag him with me, redirecting his momentum from those behind me. It hurt like a bitch, but I had self-healing, these guys probably didn't. Then I saw something that made me delirious with laughter. Off in the bottom left corner of my UI, a tiny, pixelated figure of a duck poked its head. Saint had arrived. And judging by the emoticons he kept spamming, he was pissed. Without orders from me, he popped out into the world as Flygon broke through my Protect. Then, despite his best efforts, he came to a screeching halt as he was met horn first against yet another Protect. Porygon! Saint cried out. The eviolite hanging from his neck shone brilliantly. Aura was fucky and right now, I was all for aura-based nonsense. Saint was not a Porygon Z. He had an eviolite. Ergo, he was a tank. This little, blocky duck was built like a vault door and I was all for it. His Protect covered a small hemisphere in front of himself. He watched, thoroughly unimpressed as the rest of Flygon's momentum fizzled out. Then I had the pleasure of watching the cape's eyes widen in panic as Saint charged up a thunderbolt. That got him to abort a punch towards my face, as if Saint would let that connect, and backpedal into a steep rise. I'm going to follow, I told Deadeye. No one else can keep up with him in the sky. He nodded grimly. We have no flyers. Saint, you with me? Pori. I shot off into the air. It was unfortunate, I didn't want to reveal Saint like this, but it couldn't be helped. There would be questions, but I'd just have to deal with those as they came. If push came to shove, the GOAT's organization would gain a new member. I'd underestimated these guys. Though Flygon seemed to be their only flyer, he was a heavy hitter, fast and strong like very few capes in the world. I'd also failed to account for how willing they were to get lethal. It was one thing to know or even see, another for that killing intent to be directed towards me. I wouldn't be making that mistake again. Author's note. Saint Ex Machina. He is truly the best duck. And you thought Bryce was the star of this show? Am I setting up a Dragon Slayer arc? Random fact? Sure. Everything has a different terminal velocity, defined in layman's terms as the point at which you physically can't fall any faster, no matter how high the drop. This is because as you gain speed, you also press the air beneath you faster, building more resistance until the two forces, gravity and air resistance, balance out. That should be intuitive, but what isn't obvious is that some animals can survive their terminal velocity. The most famous of these is the humble gray squirrel. Yes, that's right, squirrels don't take fall damage. Unlike cats, those lying bastards. Seal 4.10. Bryce Killy. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. The dragonfly bastard rammed me, shoulder-checking me as I climbed into the sky. I twisted around the blow and created a platform of condensed air perpendicular to the ground. I kicked off it, skating UST fine despite the impossible angle, before flipping into a kick that had Crown Chimera grinding futilely against his wind wall. He turned and cursed me out in Arabic before dodging a thunderbolt from Saint. Then he rushed me, diving horn first so that Saint wouldn't be able to aim properly. I kicked off at a steep right angle, avoiding the strike but unable to retaliate meaningfully. I glanced at my UI. Shield integrity, 8% and climbing, but slowly. It wasn't enough. I'd noticed that Flygon's wind barrier got stronger with his speed. My hypothesis was that his shard converted momentum into a force field masked as a spiraling air current, but it wasn't like I could pause and ask him to test it out for me. His blows weren't anywhere near as strong as that first strike without the time to build momentum and use gravity in his favor, but I didn't have my shield module either. I didn't think my protect alone could stand up to repeated hits from him and wasn't in any hurry to confirm. He was on me again in an instant, either overly confident that he could take me or unwilling to give a tinker time to plan. Unfortunately, no matter his reason, it was the right move. Flygon was as agile as I was. It felt impossible, I was the only one standing with my feet, but his dragonfly-like wings gave him a maneuverability that boggled the mind. No matter how I tried to turn or juke, he was on me, trying to gore me like the world's most obsessive marlin. Mirage Road, Fogbank, I whispered, tossing out a thick cloud before vanishing into thin air. He rammed right through, sailing past and missing me by mere inches. Thinking quickly, I hopped onto his back, clamping my legs around his waist and my arms over his wings. He yelped in surprise but quickly tried to buck me off. Forget a bucking bronco, I now felt an inordinate kinship with Pecos Bill and his tornado wrestling ways. I'd thought the enhanced strength of the Germa suit would be enough to clip his wings. To be fair, it was, but he had two sets of those and a miniature cyclone raging around him. I grunted, more in annoyance than anything as the pair of wings I wasn't pinning with my thighs beat me over the head. He wasn't comfortable to sit on, especially with that raised ridge of spine that his horn jutted from. Now that I was closer, I saw that his spine actually formed a squat, dome-like shield over the junction where his wings met. It kept me from stabbing him in the joint and ripping the damn things out. With the wind barrier constantly buffeting me and my head slapped around like a volleyball, I wasn't sure how long I could hold him. He swore something in Arabic. No matter the words, the death threat was easy enough to understand. Yeah? Fuck you too, buddy, I swore back, my voice lost in the howling wind. Thunder wave. Saint, psychic. We lit up like a Christmas tree, but he didn't go down immediately. He spasmed in the air, rapidly slowing but managing to buck me off. Did his biology make him resistant? I didn't know, but he clearly had physiological adaptations of some sort. He turned to face me with a hateful snarl as a coat of blue aura surrounded him. He lunged towards me, but was stopped in his tracks by the best duck in the world. Great job, Saint, I called down to him. Pori. He cried back in obvious strain. Porygon weren't natural psychics, not like Alakazam. They had a natural proclivity for self-levitation and often learned psychic moves, but that wasn't quite the same thing. Panicked, I whirled back and applied my own, only to feel the problem, though we'd immobilized him, Flygon's secondary power was still active. I could feel the wind swirling faster and faster against our combined will, grinding at our minds like a sander. Flygon was like a car that had been lifted off its wheels. He might not be going anywhere, but the engine, his power, was still very much on. I had to decide quickly. Saint, let go. Lock on into Thunderbolt. Gone. I heard, our bond pulsing with clear worry. Do it. I felt the pressure on my mind double as Saint dropped his share. Slowly but surely, like rope snapping twine by twine, I lost control. Until finally, I was forced to let go. My mind reeled, it felt like someone had smashed a sledgehammer into my brain. That pent-up gale launched Flygon at me like a missile. What little training I had in capoeira kicked in and I tried to sway out of the line of attack, but I wasn't able to fully evade with my head ringing like a drum. I did manage to get my right arm up in time, but that was cold comfort. His horn made contact with my forearm, spearing the space between my radius and ulna. Gah! I screamed in pain. He tore into me with twisting force, dragging me along even as his twisting wind barrier ripped the bones out of their sockets. It felt like someone took a carjack and split them apart. White-hot pain shot up my arm and I blacked out a little. I would have lost then and there, had not Saint's mind reached out to mine with utter fury. The external shock was enough to bring me back to consciousness. Through bleary eyes, I saw that my suit had remained in one piece. My arm looked a lot like a ruptured sausage link, kept from ripping apart completely by an absurdly durable casing. I felt Flygon's hand around my throat. The shock had passed and with the pain came clarity. Saint couldn't fire despite the lock-on because I was skewered on Flygon's horn. He feared the bolt conducting over to me. I clenched my teeth to bite down the pain and began forming a trail of mist beneath my feet. I built up enough friction and, with a howl of agony, twisted myself free of his horn like a bottle cap. Then Saint's thunderbolt hit with the vengeance of an angry god. Flygon roared in pain before rushing down towards Saint. His charge was met with a protect, one much stronger than my own. He skidded off with a trail of sparks but knocked Saint off balance, leaving him to teeter like a roly-poly toy. I had to interfere, protect wasn't meant to be used consecutively. I tucked in my mangled right arm and dove. The pressure on my exposed wound was immense, but I flipped upside down and kicked the air anyway, my concern for my partner overriding the pain. The mist built up as I ran, mounting like a snowball that turned into an avalanche. No longer harassed and harried by Flygon, I could feel the water calling to me, reminding me of the open ocean where I first truly touched my road. I remembered all the pain and suffering I went through, twisting my own spine apart repeatedly as I tried to turn a capoeira martello into Ringo's supersonic thorn. I'd been wrong then. The water could pierce, but only rarely. It could slice like Agito's fang, but almost never. No, most of the time, the sea was an unrestrained, crushing force. The breaking waves swept away everything in their path, eroding and grinding until it wore down and overwhelmed even the strongest defenses. Crown Chimera had never felt like this before. It always ran smoothly, but now, it truly felt like mine. My regalia. My road. I gathered the mist within, compressing it with the pressure of my dive. The force compacted more and more water inside the regalia, enough that had the frames not been made of sea stone, they would have surely shattered to pieces, taking my feet with them. I paid my UI no mind as the pressure readings climbed higher and higher. Saint was my partner, my Pokemon. It was only fair then that I copied a familiar name. Mirage Road, Crush Claw. I roared. I contorted myself in midair, cleaving down in an axe kick that could have ruptured steel beams. A road made of condensed, superheated steam formed beneath my feet, allowing me to build ever greater momentum. It was no thorn, nor a fang. It was a hammer, the pressure of a breaking wave focused into a single, overpowering kick. Flygon's eyes widened in horror as he realized his mistake. I could use gravity too. Our roles were reversed now, a perfect mirror of his earlier shield breaker dive. He tried to maneuver out of the way. His wings strained and beat wildly, becoming 4 sets of blurs on his back. Avoiding my strike wasn't possible, not at this distance and with zero warning, but he might have parried it, twisting until he took the blow on his horn where the wind barrier was strongest and the rotation fastest. Whether he could have or not, I'd never know, because a sheen of azure light enveloped him once again. Now, it was Saint's turn to hold him for me. Not long, even a fraction of a second would do. As always, my partner delivered beautifully. My heel met the protective dome that rose above Flygon's spine. I took vicious satisfaction in feeling it crunch beneath my heel. Where my foot stopped, the water rushed forward, flooding the wound like a burst dam and rupturing it from within. He let out a horrific shriek of pain as he plummeted to the ground. A plume of smoke and dust announced my victory, adding to the already hazy scene. I looked around to take stock of the broader conflict. I was happy to see that the civilians had cleared out by this point. Either they were fighting or they'd fucked off by now. Or dead, but glass half full and whatnot. I hadn't been the only one to keep busy. Now that the heroes had a unified mission and a fallback point, they'd acquitted themselves well. Prism had managed to lob several Confa-Am grenades, coordinating with her clones to create a huge mass of replicated foam that regular soldiers couldn't escape. It didn't get everyone, but about half of Arsalan's unpowered forces were unable to take aim. She also proved to be a capable combatant up close, reabsorbing her clones in a flash of light to deliver crushing blows against Arsalan's lion men. Last I checked, Ursa Aurora was using her bears to corral civilians and coordinate with her team. Now that the unpowered were largely out of the way, she'd stacked her 3 bears into a phalanx of muscle, claws, and teeth and was straining to keep her horn in place. As I watched, the mover brute's force field visibly diminished as he could no longer build momentum. When it had thinned enough, Juster ran in and thrust a crimson, glowing lance from between the bears like an actual phalanx. A massive explosion of fire bloomed from the point of impact, throwing yet more smoke and debris into the air. Most of the blast was directed conically outward, sparing the leader of the New York wards. The blast shattered what was left of Rahorn's force field and sent him soaring away, smoke trailing from his badly burned body. I wasn't sure whether he was alive or not. It also cracked one of Ursa's constructs, but she merely replaced it with a wave of her hand. Those two made for a dangerous combination. Flechette too had found her resolve. She still wasn't eager to shoot people dead, but she'd taken it upon herself to provide as much covering fire as possible. I could see bolts sticking out of cover as though they'd been fused to whatever they hit. Several men ran around screaming in pain as arrows that had been strategically lodged into their shoulders exploded in Confa-Am, not enough volume to fully encase them, but more than enough to take them out of the fight. The rebels in plain-clothed capes weren't doing nearly as well, though whether that was because they weren't as well trained as the Protectorate or because no one wanted to piss off Legend by murdering one of his wards was anyone's guess. A plain-clothed cape that had been generating ribbons of power from his fingertips went down in a shower of blood and gunfire after gliding towards the line of soldiers as if on an ice rink. I had to assume he was a fresh trigger. His ribbon blades remained in the air even after his death for several seconds, acting as hazards for the unwary. Then, as I watched, a small squad of lion men rushed into the group of rebels. They clawed at anyone in arm's reach, gouging out deep, perfectly even furrows into whatever they struck, whether that be flesh or stone. I shot a few thunder waves their way, but it seemed to do nothing to slow them. A cape next to Deadeye stood to meet them as the rebel leader fell back. Sand swirled around his arms, forming dense hammers out of quartz crystals that battered the lion men away. His counter allowed most of his allies to retreat in time as a hail of gunfire peppered their position, but that left the sole rebel brute alone and exposed. 2 lion men collapsed onto him and tore him apart even as their heads exploded from Deadeye's curving bullets. It was a messy shower of stone and blood that made me queasy even after a day in the medic tent. There was a lot of blood I could see even through the smoke, more than there should be in the human body. Johnson's words hit me like a hammer and I knew why Arsalan was so feared. They're alive, I spoke into the mic. Ursa, the lion men are only stone on the outside. Are you sure? I saw 2 lose their heads, so yes. Fuck. You heard him. Subdue. I swore under my breath and continued to scan the field. The SRG mover was a blur, racing around the field and trampling people underfoot while using the chaos to his advantage to break line of sight so no one could draw a bead on him. It wasn't just that he was fast enough to make aiming difficult. The smoke hindered everyone but affected the rebels who had the least training the most. And unlike me, they couldn't climb into the air for a better view, as limited as that was. The fire also burned long and hot despite the dusty sand, likely fueled by his power more than any mundane fuel source. It inspired a primal sense of panic in people and I could see him trying to circle the shelter to entrap the wards and cut off Flechette's vision. With Flygon down, I decided taking him out and putting out the fires should be my priority. Saint, lock on. Thunderbolt the one with fire steps. Don't let up. Make sure he stays down. Gone. I left Saint to take aim and landed down behind shelter. My arm was throbbing and adrenaline could only do so much. A gaping hole had been torn between the bones of my forearm, made wider by Figan's tearing wind. I'd lost a lot of blood. A medic rushed over. He took one look at my arm and swore. Fuck. Creed, right? Clench your teeth, I'll set the bone. I grunted but kept my arm curled into my hip. Go see someone else. I'm fine. I have self-healing. Recover. I immediately felt nauseous as power poured out into the wound. At the same time, I put weight into my left arm and pressed the bones back in place. My dislocated ulna popped into its original socket, drawing an agonized groan from me. Tears stung my eyes and my vision became shaky but I did my best to stay conscious. I'd healed my spine before, but never in an environment like this, never after working most of the morning and fighting for my life. When I drew my hand back, it was to find the bone in place and free of fractures. I finished the rest of my healing with alchemy. Whereas recover relied solely on my own aura, alchemy drew energy from tectonic movements. It was slower, but I could save more energy this way. A combination of the two let me get back in the fight relatively quickly without exhausting my already strained reserves. I watched as Saint sent Rapidash scrambling. Lock-on turned Thunderbolt into a beam of electricity that followed him in a swerving arc. He took a blast to the side that sent him rolling. Saint wasn't pulling his punches. I knew from personal experience that those things, while not outright lethal, hurt like a bitch. The attack left him smoking and scorched. Bloody tracks could be seen where he scraped violently against the ground as he was thrown about. To his credit, Rapidash got up and stumbled away before Saint could charge his next attack. He kicked up a plume of dust and smoke before avoiding the next bolt by interposing a car between them. Porygon gone, he muttered unhappily. Stay behind the bunker. Snipe him as soon as he shows. Keep him pinned, okay. I told him. Switch to shockwave. It's faster than lock-on. Gone. I checked my UI while the last of my skin knit itself closed. My shield's charge was crawling up but it still sat at a meager 49%. I trusted my armor, but the flying bugman showed me it was far from invincible. Still, I was better armored than just about everyone and was the only one who could put out the flames. So long as I kept away from Arsalan and the Lionmen and their weird claws, I'd be fine. I dashed out of the bunker again, this time headed for the biggest fire I could find. There were half a dozen people trapped inside and although the fire wasn't collapsing in on them, they'd run out of oxygen quickly. One was dead and another was injured, but the rest had the sense to keep their heads down to avoid stray gunfire and smoke inhalation. I ignored the gunfire aimed at me and turned my dash into a front flip. Crown Chimera ground itself against the road of vapor that formed beneath me and I could feel the water inside pressurizing more and more. Halfway through the flip, I swiveled onto my side until, for an instant, I sat parallel to the ground. Twisting in midair, I brought the Mirage Regalia down in twin axe kicks, sending a plume of pressurized bubbles spraying out over the flames. Lather Road, Bubblegum Crisis. The rain of bubbles collided with the flames. Each bubble was formed from pressurized water, condensed and spun at ridiculous velocities and held in cohesion with the help of the regalia and one-piece pyrobloin. They didn't pop like normal bubbles. They held so much pressure inside that they detonated with the force of hand grenades, creating vacuums of air that starved the fire of fuel. Everybody out! I yelled. I immediately felt like a dumbass when I realized I didn't fucking speak Arabic. I was lucky, ridiculously lucky. Or maybe the rest of the world placed a greater emphasis on foreign language education. Either way, one of the crouching men, a young man in his mid-twenties, raised his head. I reached out a hand to help him stand. He said something in Arabic but I shook my head. He then switched to heavily accented English. Out. Hero. Hero, I nodded. We need to leave. I took my time freeing the people stuck in Rapidash's fire rings, doing my best to interpose myself between the civilians and the nearest source of gunfire. Once I reached the fallback point, the brave paramedics who hadn't abandoned their posts took over. I ended up leading 23 men to safety. The trial by fire yesterday helped me to ignore the bodies of those I couldn't reach in time. Sometime during my self-assigned mission, Saint had nailed Rapidash with a well-placed shockwave, sending the shitty arsonist to La La Land. Good. That left just Arsalan. Author's note. For those curious, Pecos Bill is an American folk hero like Johnny Appleseed or Paul Bunyan and is every cowboy stereotype rolled into one. One story says he needed more rain on his land so he lassoed a tornado and rode it up through Tornado Alley. I meant for Flygon, Arabic name unknown, to be the equivalent of Cinereal or Rhyme, a top-tier cape who, in America, would have been considered a city's ace. I hope he came off as that strong. Bryce isn't a fighting savant like many shonen protagonists. He's not like Luffy who could win most fights by relying on instinct. He makes a lot of mistakes and takes hits he doesn't need to. Even when he stops playing around, he lacks that killing intent that a lot of action heroes have because he's a 21st century medical professional. Thankfully, he's got Saint to back him until he can stoke some of that shonen mojo. Having a defensive tank and mobile sharpshooter who also happens to be a respectable psychic is honestly unfair. He's about to get even more unfair with an upgrade that I think he's earned by now. Related animal fact, dragonflies have an insanely high success rate when it comes to their hunts, sometimes estimated to be as high as 95%. This makes them the single most successful predator alive, at least by this metric. Their success is due partially to their incredible speed, capping out at 33.5 miles, 54 kilometers, in some species, and maneuverability, with wings that even allow them to fly backwards. Flygon's agility wasn't exaggerated at all. The second reason for their success is their eyes. They have a near spherical range of coverage with 30,000 ommatidia per eye. Yes, their brain is the size of a grain of rice. Yes, most of it's dedicated to processing visual cues and hunting instinct. Seal 4.11. Lily Tonda. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. Bubblegum Crisis. I heard Creed shout, flipping through the air like a drunk seagull before collapsing down in a flurry of bubbles. Whatever the hell he did, he managed to quench the flames instantly, setting people free before they could suffocate in the smoke. Did he really name his attacks? Shelter asked in disbelief. He rides rollerblades and wears a cape. Why are you surprised? Juster grunted. I saw him duck behind one of Ursa's constructs, avoiding a bullet that would have taken him out of the fight. Yeah, but bubblegum. Crisis? That's not even gum. Focus, Prism chided. It doesn't matter how stupid his attacks are. Yes, ma'am. The rebels were growing increasingly desperate. That flying guy had gone down when our unexpected ally engaged him in an aerial dogfight. I didn't see most of it, but the giant crush claw that spiked him into the ground like a volleyball was hard to miss. The one we'd been calling bulldozer got taken out by a juicer to the face. Then some kind of blocky duck appeared next to me and started shooting at Firewall. I wasn't sure where the duck came from, but it was kicking ass. I decided to help it out. When Firewall ran behind some cover, I imbued my bolt with my power and took aim. I guessed at his likely position and fired, loosing a bolt that ignored every law of physics to fly straight through the brickwork. I missed. It wasn't like I could see through walls, but that was enough to spook him out of hiding, only for him to get zapped into a twitchy mess with a salvo of smaller lightning bolts. Seriously, what was this thing? Flechette. A little help. Shelter shouted, drawing me from my thoughts. I followed his direction to find Ursa Aurora bogged down by 8 of Arsalan's lion men statues. Between them were the bodies of 2 people, one was Genie, one of Deadeye's, and the other was that fresh trigger with a slowdown field. I could guess what happened. The rebels probably tried to recruit one more cape for their side and sent Genie to talk to the new trigger, only for them to get outmaneuvered by Arsalan's numbers. Most of the rebels would have been dead had Creed not helped them out despite Deadeye's bullets. As it was, I could see only half of them still in the fight. Prism ran in to support them. She'd already tried Confa-Am, but the constructs had torn through the foam with the same uniform gouges as anything else. Her empowered strikes could send them stumbling back, but now that we knew the puppets were living people, she wasn't putting everything she had into her attacks. Enough. Surrender. You will be deported. Continue and you will die. Arsalan's broken English crackled through our comms. You cannot harm the Lion Guard. I could. Easily. I hadn't taken shots at them because taking out the SRG soldiers with assault rifles was a bigger priority. Then I learned they were alive. I drew my arbalest and fired. My bolt turned into a silver streak, running clean through a puppet's knee. At the same time, another puppet lunged, getting too close to an empowered but distracted Prism. Juster saw and panicked. My leader swung his lance with detonating force. The point met the puppet and it erupted in a shower of stone and gore. Sandstone and coiling tendrils scattered alongside blood and viscera. He froze in horrified shock. As gung-ho as he wasn't a killer, none of us were. The lion men were supposed to be statues, constructs made of sandstone with minor physics-bending powers on their claws. Ursa shook Juster, but he was frozen in shock at what he'd done. Drenched in blood, I didn't blame him. She cursed and began to drag him back by the collar. Shit! Pull back! Ursa yelled. She conjured 3 bears, one of which bowled a lion man over, saving Juster from retaliation. The living stone ran at them. 2 lion men per bear held the constructs still while a third leapt onto their back and ripped into the bears, dispelling them quickly. Capped at just 3 constructs, Ursa couldn't remake the bears fast enough to stem the tide. I watched as Prism sacrificed 2 of her clones before running to catch up to them. You're a monster, I said. I couldn't keep the disbelief out of my voice. They're people. They're fucking people. Weak, Arsalan sneered. The Lion Guard keep public order. They were criminals. Now they serve. He took terrorists, political dissidents, and turned them into his puppets. I couldn't understand. How did someone like this exist? Was that the source of their striker power? I had to assume so. If I could find the KP infected, then maybe. No, I didn't want to become a killer, not like this. One of Ursa's bears wrapped its jaws around the arm of a lion man before it popped, crunching through the stone-like armor. It reminded me of the way Dad ate crab legs and bile flooded my throat. The man made no sound even as his arm was turned into a mangled pulp. He kept moving forward, heedless of his injuries. Arsalan stepped forward and crouched. He leaned over one of the downed rebels and placed his hand on his chest. When he drew back, the stone around him that had been inert began to writhe and crawl into the man's flesh. The man screamed out in agony as living stone burrowed inside him. Those who break public order will serve in the Lion Guard. You have your community service, yes? I am meting out justice. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ursa spat. You are weak. This is Justy. He was interrupted by Creed, the roller-blading mercenary dashing out from the last of the doused flames to land a leaping kick against Arsalan. He swerved and twisted in midair in a complicated spiral that I only managed to make sense of using my power, curling his body before cracking it like a whip. The sudden, sweeping kick lacked the force from before, but the leader of the Lion Guard was launched like a rag doll regardless. Arsalan's stone armor must have weighed an extra 100 pounds at minimum, but even that didn't stop him from arcing over the battlefield like a baseball. That the armor didn't shatter into a rain of dust proved it. Arsalan had brute powers, probably stolen from a criminal doing community service in his armor. A blinding flash of electricity filled the area. The blocky duck rose up over Shelter's bunker and fired out a salvo of similar bolts to cover Creed. I was starting to think it was some kind of mobile turret, though why it was shaped like a duck and had the cartoony googly eyes was beyond me. When the sparks faded, Creed was back with us, dragging the man who'd been infected by Arsalan's power. Creed ripped off the man's shirt, revealing a spider web of cracks in his flesh. Grayish-brown, stone-like tendrils wormed themselves into his body as we watched. He shrieked and spasmed uncontrollably, and I knew that sound wouldn't be leaving my nightmares anytime soon. "Saint, hold him down," Creed said. "Rest of you buy me time. I'm going to try to heal him." "Understood," Ursa said. She turned to Arsalan. "What's the plan here? The rebels are out. The riot's over. You think this looks good for you? No matter. Your wards killed my men," he said. His stone bracers repaired themselves as we watched. "They will replace the men they killed. You're a sick fuck. The Protecto will hear nothing. Accidents happen. Heroes died in the riot," he said with a calm nonchalance that sent chills down my spine. It was the calm of a serial killer who'd done this before. "How tragic for you. Your legend will have my condolences." "Stone's taking control of his nervous system," Creed muttered beside me. "Can't stun him. Shit, I haven't practiced inorganic to organic transmutation." "What will you do?" I asked. There was a morbid curiosity I couldn't shake. He wasn't what I'd expected in a merc after all I'd read from Foe. I'd expected someone more interested in goofing off than saving lives. I was pleasantly surprised, a silver lining in a shit weekend. "Eyes up front," he grunted. He laid his hand on the man's chest. The sigil on the back of his hand began to glow. "Saint, hold him steady. Response to electricity indicates the infection spreads by taking over his nervous system. It's going to crawl up his spine and into the brain. I'm going to rip it all up and transmute his nerves into something harmless." "That doesn't sound harmless." "That sounded the opposite of harmless. Last I checked, people died without a spine." "Yet? Do you know how to transmute stone to something that won't instantly kill him?" He snapped. "Because I fucking don't. There's a line between inorganic and organic transmutation, damn it. I don't do this and he dies. If I cut off his brain and preserve what I can, Panacea might be able to fix it." I heard the desperation in his voice and felt like a bitch. What did I know about Tinker Tech? Creed was. He wasn't a hero. He was supposed to be a low-stakes, joke villain who ran around Brockton acting like a clown, maybe punching a gangbanger once in a while and getting yelled at for selling Tinker Tech illegally. But he was here anyway. Helping. Exceeding everything everyone knew about him and going above and beyond to save lives. He didn't deserve me riding his ass. I am sorry," I apologized. I decided shutting my trap and going back to giving him some room to breathe would be my best bet. I turned back to the fight and started to take the lion men out by their legs. Creed was right. Maybe Panacea could fix them. I'd get to find out so long as I didn't blow their heads off. Despite our best efforts, we were losing ground. Normal bullets didn't work, so it was up to us capes, but even we couldn't do much. Ursa, Aurora and Prism slowed them down with constructs and clones, but they lacked raw stopping power. Juicer had the power, but they'd kept him from getting close, and my friend was still understandably shell-shocked. I loaded another bolt and fired, clamping down on the bile in the back of my throat. I didn't want to kill them. They could still be saved, they had to be. I took out one's knee. He stumbled forward and lunged to slash one of Prism's clones to bits. Next to me, she flinched in phantom pain. I wasn't sure if she physically felt the assault, but watching yourself be ripped apart over and over again couldn't be fun. I took out the other leg, but that didn't stop him either. The lion man crawled towards us on hands and knees, heedless of any pain or injury. The only reason he wasn't running was because he physically couldn't with my bolts jamming his knee joints. Behind them, Arsalan laughed mockingly. I'd never hated a person more, not even March. He knew we wouldn't go for the kill. He was confident that he knew how the Protectorate behaved. He was wrong. I heard Ursa's voice crackle through the line. Enough. S-class rules. Fight like your life depends on it. She followed that up by picking up an assault rifle and letting loose towards Arsalan. It was textbook, shoot the master. He laughed and tanked the shots, the stone armor easily withstanding bullets. Juicer, we need you up front. My clones will cover you, Prism urged. I could hear the regret in her voice, but we needed him. The turret called Saint sent several arcs of electricity at Arsalan, but he'd kept a few puppets with him to hide behind. Next to me, Creed finished up whatever he was doing. The parasitic stone didn't seem to be expanding anymore, so I hoped that meant he'd succeeded. I saw my leader pick up his lance. His hand was trembling, but there was none of that to be heard in his voice. Yeah, you got it. I'm good. They charged forward and met the lion men. A conic explosion burst from Juster's lance, blasting two of them into so much bloody sand. I threw up. The acidic bile that had lingered in my throat came up like a fountain and dripped from my mouth. The stench of this morning's breakfast only made me retch again. I felt Creed place a hand on my back. He rubbed my back in gentle circles and held my hair so I could throw up in peace. It didn't really make me feel better, but I appreciated the sentiment. Breathe, he said, his voice unidentifiable through his helmet. You're fine. It'll pass. Focus on what's in front of you. Step by step. Figure out what you want. Then what needs to be done. Then do it. What needs to be done? I didn't know. There was a reason Juster was Ward's leader, not me. I wasn't good at making on-the-spot decisions. I didn't want this. All of this. This was an Endbringer truce. It was supposed to be about helping people. I came to pass out supplies, maybe dig through some rubble, not what was looking like the first shots of a brewing civil war. It'd all be over if someone took out Arsalan. The rebels fucked up too. Maybe they started the riot, maybe not. I didn't remember anymore. I didn't think it really mattered at this point. But that could get sorted later. Right now, Arsalan was the problem. If someone could remove him, then we could have some room to breathe. Report back to New York and let Legend handle things. He'd know what to do. He always knew what to do. If someone could take out Arsalan. I winced as the cold truth showered me like an ice bath. I could take out Arsalan. All this? I could put an end to it. An end to the fighting. Right now. Hands trembling, I notched another bolt and took aim. I'd never shot to kill before. I'd been proud of that fact, that despite having a lethal power, I'd never resorted to taking another life. Deep in my heart, I'd prayed I'd never have to, even while knowing it was inevitable. One day, today, I'd be called on to take a life. One life to save many. Could I do that? Could I bring myself to pull the trigger? My power flowed readily into the bolt, as smooth as every other time I'd used it. It felt no different than gliding down the street or doing stunts for children and tourists. I hated it. I felt like there should be more gravitas, with what I was about to do. Executing someone shouldn't feel the same as juggling a pen. It'll all stop if I do this. Just one shot, I whispered, tears clouding my vision. I'd always thought the only time I'd ever shoot with killing intent would be against an Endbringer. Arsalan, for all the hate I felt, was a man. Just one arrow. Then I felt a hand over my own, pushing the arbalest down. Creed shook his head. I'm sorry. It doesn't need to be you, kid. There was a pistol in his hand, one I was sure hadn't been on his person a moment ago. I'd remember that pistol for the rest of my life. It was gorgeous, beautiful in a way no weapon of death should be. It had a walnut-finished handle and a gleaming, golden filigree along the black, metallic body that perfectly caught the light. It was a masterpiece, something that could become the prized possession of any collector. It looked like something that a pirate captain would use, or maybe a treasured heirloom that belonged in a museum, a relic that'd sell for millions or be passed on in family lines. For all that it was obviously a pistol, it didn't look like a weapon of death. He held it out with a steady hand I envied. Everything about his stance was perfectly balanced, as if he knew exactly how to position himself for maximum effect. His cape fluttered behind him. The orange accents of his costume stood out against the black and grey admiral's uniform. There was a grace and poise in the way he stood, a sense of purpose I doubted I'd ever had before. For a moment, I thought he must be the most dignified man in the world. Then, a single gunshot rang throughout the battlefield, louder than any other. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Arsalan and the puppets he'd kept near him exploded into a crimson mist. X. Bryce Killy. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. I couldn't help it. I'd told her the words that a senior EMT once told me in my past life. I'd been a med student then, doing a rotation in the ER when the EMT ran in with the victim of a car crash. His body was badly mangled, distorted into a pretzel when his motorcycle hit a semi. That he lived long enough to get wheeled into us at all was a fucking miracle. And yet, I froze. I froze like every other student did because human bodies weren't supposed to bend like that. I froze until the EMT slapped me silly and told me to get the doctor. His words then helped me in the future, desensitized me until I could shut off the part of my lizard brain that was horrified at the state of some of those patients. That experience had also convinced me that ER wasn't for me, I transferred into pediatrics as soon as I fulfilled my academic requirements. And I'd said those words to Lily. I'd told a girl to do what needs to be done, as if a 16-17-year-old was supposed to make those decisions. I watched Lily, Flechette, aim a killing shot at Arsalan. She was doing what she had to and I couldn't help but think that this was wrong. All of it. Earthbet was so fucked up. A teenager shouldn't be here at all, never mind be the deciding factor in putting down a homicidal asshole like Arsalan. And yet, here she was. Because she was a hero. Because she was one of the few good souls in a world as fucked up as Earthbet. She wasn't beautiful. Or graceful. Or any of those other words. There wasn't some cinematic lighting as the wind whipped her hair dramatically behind her. In truth, she looked like shit. I couldn't see her eyes, but her mouth and chin were stained with vomit. Tears tracked down her ruddy, sand-blasted cheeks. Her form-fitting costume did nothing to hide how her whole body shook like a leaf in a storm. She was a mess, inside and out. And yet, she raised her bow anyway. Because it needed to be done. Because this was the fastest way. Because I told her to. No. I refused. I wouldn't dump this all on her. Lily deserved better. Maybe it was time I stopped waffling around and took charge for myself. Hadn't I promised Faultline that? Hadn't I said I'd be a hero now? Before I was consciously aware of what I was doing, my hand was pushing hers down. I took a step and reached into my hip pouch. The Walker pistol felt comfortable in my grip. It greeted me warmly, like a friend. She wasn't the only one who could end this. A Walker pistol loaded with a special bullet, a muggy ball. The kind of weapon made for Vinsmokes and awakened Zoans, the kind that was laughably overkill against most capes. Unlike the Airtrax, Raid Suit, or DMS, this pistol existed for the sole purpose of murder. There was no other conceivable way this could be used. How appropriate then that I'd take my first life with this gun. I took a deep breath and centered myself. Even now, I couldn't lose my balance, not even if I wanted to. With a steadiness not my own, I took aim. Arsalan didn't dodge. Why would he? He'd taken a near supersonic kick from Crown Chimera and stood up with nary a crack in his armor. He had brutes in his thrall somewhere. If I had to guess? Probably far away. They all seemed to share their powers like the Yangban anyway, so why not keep the important infected safe? He didn't dodge. And he had a split second to realize just why that was a terrible idea. Then he and every one of the infected near him turned into a fine mist. A massive fireball bloomed from his position, like when my hawk deflected them with his sword. Then, like puppets with their strings cut, the linemen collapsed one by one, unable to sustain themselves without the master. It wasn't lost on me. My first mission as a hero ended with me murdering someone. Seriously. Fuck Earthbet. Author's note. And this, mostly, ends the Damascus mini-arc. Have you ever finished writing, reread it a few times, and couldn't feel satisfied but also couldn't say exactly why you felt dissatisfied? That's where I'm at. I feel like I could have done better with this whole thing, but I'm not sure how and didn't think I'd get an answer if I held onto the chapter for a few weeks longer, so I published anyway. Ugh. Some of you may have forgotten, but Bryce did make a pistol from one piece. A Walker pistol, a gun developed to pierce even the germa suits and genetic enhancements of people like Vinsmoke Reiju. He also made muggy balls, tiny explosives capable of injuring awakened Zoans. Put them together and you get an instant showstopper that isn't reliant on Bryce's aura reserves. Protecting Lily is reason enough for Bryce to act, but that means more than just making sure she lives, right? Bryce, and maybe me too if I'm honest, has a bit of an idealized view of her. He's labeled her in his mind as one of the good ones. In other news, fuck Earthbet. Technically, today was supposed to be a spoon day, but I decided on PWP because I didn't want the Damascus battle to sit on a cliff for too long. That, and I'm maybe planning a 5-day upload marathon for Spoon once I have the chapters I want.